A searing heat emanates from the mountains, their peaks glowing with an ominous, fiery light, as if the very earth is groaning under immense pressure. Below, a village burns, its structures consumed by the inferno, while Hwasan and an older man, Munryong, stand witness to the devastation, his face etched with grim resolve. The older man's gaze is sharp and focused, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the catastrophe around them. Blood splatters across the ground, a stark reminder of the brutal conflict, as tiny figures clash amidst the burning landscape, their struggle dwarfed by the scale of destruction. From above, the battlefield is a horrifying tapestry of violence, with bodies strewn across the ground and the air filled with desperate cries. Amidst the carnage, Munryong extends a hand, offering a gleaming sword to a younger disciple, his voice urgent as he commands, "Take it. We don't have time. Just take it already." Chson, the young man receiving the blade, stares at it in disbelief, his eyes wide as he recognizes its significance. "This is Lady Jiang Munryong's sword. Big brother, how could I possibly?" He stammers, overwhelmed by the weight of the heirloom. Munryong turns his back to the chaos, his voice firm and unwavering, cutting through the din of battle. "Get a hold of yourself. The fate of the Hwasan sect depends on you." As Chson's eyes widen in terror, the older man is suddenly struck from behind, his body recoiling from the impact, while Li Chung collapses nearby with a pained cry. "Go quickly." ACK. The sound of a blade swishing through the air signals immediate danger, as a group of masked figures surges forward, their leader shouting, "He has it. Don't let him get away." With a renewed surge of determination, Chson's eyes harden, and he, along with Zhejian and Li Chung, leaps away from the burning devastation, shouting, "As you command." The fiery devastation of the past slowly fades, giving way to the serene expanse of a starlit night sky, where, amidst the gentle chirping of crickets, Hwasan sits quietly on a moonlit porch, lost in thought as the night air hums around him. His gaze drifts into the distance, a silent contemplation reflecting the weight of recent events. From his vantage point, he surveys a new town nestled among towering mountains, its peaceful existence a stark contrast to the chaos he recently endured. Days later, the town bustles with life, a vibrant market scene unfolding in the West Coast district, where merchants loudly proclaim their wares, offering everything from cheap goods to fresh catches, amidst the general din of commerce. Unfazed by the commotion, Hwasan navigates the crowded thoroughfare, his attention completely absorbed by the book clutched in his hands, occasionally bumping into passersby. He continues to read, oblivious to the world around him, his mind lost within the pages. A sudden jolt causes him to wince, a small cry escaping him, as he laments that everyone has been so energetic since morning, perhaps wishing for a quieter environment to read. Meanwhile, a boisterous fish merchant, arms wide, enthusiastically calls out to potential customers, announcing a fresh delivery and urging them to buy before he sells out. Suddenly, a stern voice cuts through the market's clamor, and a guard grabs Wazen's arm, demanding to know when he arrived, his tone suggesting an unexpected or perhaps unwelcome presence. As the previous confrontation resolves, a guard extends a small, wrapped gift, explaining it's the freshest offering of the day, and asks him to accept it despite its modest size. Moments later, a familiar voice calls out, recognizing him as Onobek, who then reassures the man that he is fine and will pay, acknowledging the difficulty of caring for his family. The market quickly becomes a flurry of activity around him, as vendors eagerly present their wares, one exclaiming about a Goryeo ginseng, while another insists he try their offerings too, the crowd gasping in awe. With the young man at the center of attention, the clamor grows, with shouts of "Sir, please look at this as well," and news that royal dumplings are in stock, prompting a merchant to lament, "Oh my, young man, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Nearby, two merchants discuss the commotion, one asking what all the fuss is about this morning, while the other scolds him to watch his mouth, wondering if the young man is an official or something important. The woman explains that he is more respected in this area than even the king of Yeso, CMCOBEEK, but the man dismisses it as a bunch of lies, questioning how a mere scholar with nothing on his name could be so important. As the young man continues to walk through the market, a glowing aura surrounding him, the woman's voice continues, revealing that at the age of 14, he passed the examination twice, a genius among geniuses who created the Hanlamwan. The man's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a shocked, "What? At that age? Hanlamwan scribe?" The woman continues, explaining that all the stores at the Southgate market belong to the master, and that they respect him because he allows merchants to skip rent during difficult times. As the young man walks away, hearing calls of "young man" and "goodbye." With a final wave, the woman bids him to take care. As the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the traditional buildings, a door creaks open, signaling the end of the day's bustling activity. Inside, a soft hum escapes someone, while outside, an old man snores peacefully on the steps, his slumber undisturbed by the world around him. As the day drew to a close, Hwasan found himself at a quiet inn, where a man lay snoring loudly on the porch, his peaceful slumber abruptly interrupted by Wazen's arrival, causing him to tumble backward with a startled cry. The old man, now soaked, sputtered and thrashed in the water, while Hwasan merely observed the commotion, a subtle frown creasing his brow as if questioning the universe's timing. Despite his predicament, the old man quickly recovered, letting out a hearty, toothy laugh as if the unexpected dunking was nothing more than a minor amusement. Later, as the full moon ascended into the star-dusted night sky, a serene calm settled over the world. Inside, a pot bubbled gently over a fire, eggs simmered in a pan, and fresh ingredients were meticulously chopped, the sounds of cooking filling the quiet evening air. The old man from earlier was now happily devouring his meal, while Chson sat nearby, engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. His gaze flickered up from the pages, a thought crossing his mind about the possibility of an early dinner. As he continued to read, a voice suddenly echoed from outside, calling out, "Hello, is there anyone here?" The insistent knocking grew louder, accompanied by a desperate plea. "Please open the door." Chson calmly closed his book, while the voice outside continued to express gratitude. "Thank you." Stepping outside, he found a group of individuals bowing deeply, one of them exclaiming, "Thank you, young man," before another added, "I beg your pardon for the late intrusion." The older man among them, gripping his hands together in a gesture of respect, introduced himself, declaring, "I'm Baek Jejeon, a disciple of the Chson sect," as Chson returned the formal bow. Baek Jejeon, his face etched with desperation, urgently explains their plight, revealing that the disciples need a place to hide due to a difficult situation. His plea hangs in the air, as Chson listens intently, while the innkeeper, Onobek, and other disciples look on, one of them murmuring a quiet acknowledgement. With a determined grip, Baek Jejeon promises that they will not be an inconvenience and will depart at dawn, emphasizing their gratitude for any assistance. Chson nods in acceptance, a subtle gesture that brings relief to the innkeeper and the disciples, who bow deeply, expressing their profound thanks for the Chson sect's never-ending grace. One of the disciples, Jejeon, grips his hands in earnest, while another, Li Chung, cries out, believing Wazen's kindness will surely save them. Suddenly, a disciple shouts a desperate warning to back off, as another, Jejeon, gasps in horror, realizing the celestial horrors have arrived. The chilling realization dawns on them. The attackers are already upon them. An assailant drops from the shadows, striking a disciple with brutal force, while Chson watches the unfolding chaos, his expression unreadable. From a rooftop overlooking the courtyard, a masked figure commands the disciples below, demanding they drop their weapons. The inn's interior remains quiet, a stark contrast to the escalating violence outside, where the night sky hangs heavy over the besieged building. Assassins move with deadly efficiency, one striking a disciple with a swift blade, the impact echoing through the courtyard. Another disciple is sent plummeting from a height, their body falling with a heavy thud, as the brutal assault continues unabated. A powerful figure, Munryong, radiates a chilling blue aura as he demands that everyone present lay down their weapons and kneel. His gaze sharpens, an old man's words about King Yeso having granted them the door sparking his fury, as he questions the audacity of the statement. A swift whoosh of air accompanies his movement, his face contorted in rage, declaring he cannot spare someone so thoughtless with their words. The innkeeper, Onobek, sweats profusely, desperately trying to explain that his words were not meant to offend, but the sheer terror in his eyes suggests a deeper fear of what might happen if King Yeso were to return. Before he can finish, a powerful blue energy blast, accompanied by a violent swoosh and bang, erupts from Munryong, striking Onobek and sending him flying backward, shattering the ground beneath him. The other disciples, including Jejeon, recoil in terror, a collective shiver running through them, as he frantically asks what they should do now. Amidst the chaos, Chson watches the scene unfold, a thoughtful silence falling over him, his presence a quiet counterpoint to the escalating violence. With a determined trudge, he begins to step forward, but Li Chung, the deputy commander, desperately tries to stop him, pleading with him not to intervene. Unheeding, Munryong issues a final, chilling warning to anyone not involved in the affair, promising they will be spared from the wrath of the dead, while Chson asserts that laws exist. With a fierce glare, Chson steps directly into the confrontation, telling Munryong not to harm anyone who hasn't gone through military service, declaring himself the opponent. As Li Chung desperately calls out to him, Wazen's hand shoots out with a decisive grip, firmly seizing Munryong's arm. With a final, resolute step, Chson plants himself firmly, his presence now undeniable as he takes control of the situation. He stands before Munryong, a calm confidence radiating from him, even as the older man glares, questioning his composure in such a volatile situation. Munryong's brow furrows, demanding to know the name of this audacious commoner, only for the young man to respond with a subtle smirk, revealing his identity, Chson. The revelation sends a jolt of shock through Munryong, who lunges forward in disbelief, but Wazen's hand moves with impossible speed, effortlessly parrying the attack before it can even begin to land. Before Munryong can even register what's happening, a blinding flash of energy erupts from Wazen's palm, delivering a devastating counterstrike that sends shockwaves through the air. The sheer force of the blow lifts both Munryong and the innkeeper, Onobek, off their feet, sending them hurtling backward through the air, helpless against the sudden, overwhelming power. Onobek crashes violently against a nearby wall, his body slumping to the ground as blood splatters across the stone, a testament to the brutal impact. Munryong, too, collapses to the ground, defeated, while Chson looks down at his fallen opponent, a chilling grin spreading across his face. Standing over the defeated leader of the Chson sect, he reiterates his name, a stark reminder of the power he wields. His gaze is sharp, his expression intense, as if to underscore the absolute authority he now commands over matters of life and death, a declaration that leaves no room for doubt. The Chson disciples, including Baek Chson, Jian, and Li Chung, watch in stunned silence, their faces contorted in expressions of utter shock and fear at the display of overwhelming power. Even the injured Baek, slumped against the wall, can only stare up in a mixture of terror and awe at the young man who just single-handedly subdued his attackers. Standing over a fallen, bloodied figure, the young man declares his identity, his words echoing with a chilling finality, while another witness stares in wide-eyed horror. A confident smirk plays on his lips as Chson reiterates his name, his gaze sharp and unwavering. From an overhead perspective, he surveys the courtyard, casually remarking on the demise of yet another opponent, whose body lies lifeless below. Below, the remaining figures in the courtyard, including a group of masked individuals, react with a mixture of disbelief and confusion at the escalating violence. One of the unmasked figures stares in wide-eyed horror, while Chson, now positioned on a nearby rooftop, turns his attention towards the remaining combatants. His expression hardens as he challenges them to descend and face him directly. The figures on the rooftop hesitate, their fear palpable, but Chson's patience wears thin, his foot slamming down with decisive force as he demands their attention. With a powerful surge of golden energy, he descends from the rooftop, erupting amidst debris as he lands, sending multiple figures flying into the air from the sheer impact. The force of his descent continues to fling his opponents through the air, their bodies tumbling helplessly as he moves with unstoppable momentum. Still airborne, Chson delivers a precise, golden energy-infused kick to one of the falling figures, who cries out in pain as the blow connects, while another masked opponent braces for impact. He then extends an open palm, striking a masked opponent with a powerful, concussive blow that sends them reeling from the sheer force. He descends from the rooftop like a golden meteor, his form a blur of motion as he unleashes devastating strikes, each infused with brilliant energy, against the masked figures below. His assault is relentless, sending multiple adversaries spiraling through the air, their defenses utterly shattered by his overwhelming power. Finally, he lands with a thunderous crash, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the sheer force of his descent. As the last of his initial targets fall, their weapons clattering uselessly, the figures on the ground below stare up in stunned disbelief, witnessing the carnage. Munryong, among them, can barely comprehend the scene, wondering how one man could accomplish what even the main faction's elders could not, his mind reeling with questions about the newcomer's identity and origin. The remaining masked assailants, recognizing the futility of their struggle, receive the retreat signal and scatter, dashing away in a desperate attempt to escape the overwhelming force. Even as they flee, Chson continues his swift work, dispatching more of the masked figures, a slight annoyance crossing his features as he muses that the fight was just starting to get interesting. He stands amidst the fallen, a silent testament to his power, the bodies of his enemies strewn across the ground. With a final, effortless motion, he flings another masked figure away, observing their desperate struggle with a detached thought of how fortunate it was to have such easy opponents. Turning to the kneeling survivors, he issues a calm but firm command, instructing them to separate the dead from the living, while Jian and Baek Chson look on, startled by his directness, as he adds, "Listen while I'm still being nice." His voice drops to a more menacing tone, asking if they'd prefer to be buried alongside their comrades, a question that visibly startles Baek. As the dust settled from the previous confrontation, an old man with bloodied hands let out a cackle, a wide, toothless grin spreading across his face as he chewed on something unseen. Nearby, Chson stood over a group of defeated masked figures, one of whom was still stirring, prompting Munryong to question, "You're saying he wasn't dead?" The old man's laughter echoed, a chilling response to the chaos, as another masked figure on the ground asked, "What knife are you talking about? Do you think I have a knife other than a kitchen knife?" Chson, his gaze sharp, simply instructed the old man, "Tell the kids to turn around." The old man, startled, could only utter, "What?" as a faint sound of a kitchen knife being drawn reached their ears. The old man's expression twisted into a manic grin, blood already staining his clothes, as Chson calmly ordered, "Here, take it. Cut him." Behind Chson, his disciples cried out in horror, "Hyuk! Who hurry and turn around," as a splatter of blood landed on Chson's hand, prompting him to remark, "Hey, you're getting blood on me." The masked figure, now bleeding profusely, could only whimper, "I apologize," as the old man continued his gruesome work. With eyes glowing in eerie blue and surrounded by a menacing aura, the old man held up two cleavers, declaring, "I like feeling alive like this though," while the masked figure's eyes widened in terror, pleading, Please save me." One of the cleavers, now glowing with the same chilling blue energy, was poised for another strike. The old man's glowing eyes fixed on his victim as he delivered a brutal punch, eliciting a choked cry from the masked figure. But Weizen's voice cut through the air. What are you doing? He's still alive. The old man paused, cleaver still in hand, as Hua-san, his expression unreadable, simply stated, leave him alone for now. A sudden, swift impact echoed through the night, and Hua-san, now holding the severed head of the masked figure, looked up at the full moon, commanding, that bastard from earlier, hang his head here. His disciples, witnessing the gruesome display, recoiled in shock, one of them stammering, hanging? If they see it, they would be even angrier. Why does he have to? Hua-san gazes down with an intense stare, a gulp escaping him as he considers the possibility that his target is deliberately provoking him, his eyes narrowing with a fierce glare, and then he addresses the cowering figure directly. Approaching the terrified man, he states, I have something to ask you, prompting Zhejian to immediately respond with a desperate plea. Why yes, I'll tell you, whatever you wish to know. Under the vast expanse of the night sky, the interrogation continues. A thought crosses Weizen's mind about the Chson sect, wondering how an elite group, supposedly on par with his own Hua-san sect, could be involved in such a terrible act. He presses the issue, questioning the sect's reputation and demanding to know the whereabouts of the Chson sect. Zhejian stammers, that's, before Hua-san cuts him off, dismissing their fame and refocusing on the crucial detail. But how many guys came here? His voice rising in intensity, Hua-san demands, who said they were interested in your family? How many people came through here? The terrified Zhejian, nervously flinching, finally confesses, there were 150 people altogether. Hua-san considers this, finding it strange that 150 people would be dispatched to catch mere children, even if it meant expanding their power by 30%, while his disciples, Li Cheng and Baek Jasian, look on, confused, asking, what were they doing? And what are you talking about? His gaze sharpens, and a new question forms in his mind. By any chance, do you have Lady Zhang Munryong's sword? At the mention of the sword, Zhejian visibly flinches, his face contorting in terror. Hua-san extends his hand, commanding, give it to me. Zhejian hesitates, muttering, but Hua-san reassures him, I'm not going to steal it. Give it to me. Don't you trust me? Clutching the item tightly, Zhejian pleads, I can't do that. I risked my life to protect the treasure of my sect. Hua-san, however, is firm, declaring, hey, you have to return it. And with that, Zhejian collapses, defeated. He lets out a soft sigh, his gaze fixed on the sword he now holds, a faint blue glow emanating from its blade as he gives it a testing swing. Zhejian, looking on with wide eyes, can only ask if this is truly the legendary Lady Zhang Munryong's sword from the Hua-san sect, a question met with an almost mocking affirmation as the blade pulses with light. Yet, the young man finds it disappointingly plain, swinging it around with such disregard that Zhejian frantically begs him to stop, reminding him it's their sect's treasure. His frustration evident, he dismisses it as a fake, a declaration that pushes Zhejian to his limit, who screams that he's going too far. With a casual toss, he flings the sword at Zhejian, declaring he wouldn't even use such a bronze piece for a memorial service, leaving the disciple to catch it in disbelief, a sudden realization dawning that he and his companions were merely bait. His eyes narrow, a cold assessment in their depths, as he remarks on the absurdity of the sect entrusting its fate to someone like Zhejian, who can only stare back in stunned silence. The sound of clashing blades echoes as two swords lie crossed on the ground, a defeated Zhejian slumped nearby, unable to believe the turn of events. Meanwhile, Li Cheng falls to the ground with a thud, his body racked with pain, as the young man delivers a brutal kick, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Li Cheng coughs up blood, a crimson stain spreading on the stone, as the young man looks down, offering a chillingly sarcastic, see if you're feeling better, before turning his attention back to Zhejian. Zhejian remains bewildered, his mind reeling from the events, as the young man's gaze falls upon him once more. Still unable to comprehend, Zhejian sits defeated, but the young man's patience has run out, his voice turning cold as he issues a final threat, before a burst of energy sends Zhejian flying with a heavy thump. With a final swing of his arm, the young man walks away, leaving the scene of chaos behind him, as Baek Jasian and Munryong watch him depart, the latter questioning why he let Zhejian go. Amidst the rustling leaves of the moonlit forest, a disciple discovers Li Cheng, a student from Bonsan, lying injured on the ground, confirming he is still breathing. Approaching the scene, Munryong commands his subordinates to rouse the unconscious student. A sharp slap echoes through the night, jolting Li Cheng awake. As he stirs, Munryong presses him for details, eager to understand what transpired. Coughing blood, Li Cheng recounts the terrifying encounter, revealing that a formidable expert had destroyed their sect's defenses and slaughtered the disciples, and that Lady Zhang Munryong's sword was a fake. Munryong and Baek Jasian exchange worried glances, questioning if such a powerful expert could truly exist in the West, unable to recall anyone of that caliber. The revelation of the fake sword weighs heavily on Munryong's mind, as he ponders the implications of this deception. Dismissing his concerns, Munryong declares that the truth will only be found by confronting it directly, then rallies his disciples to move out. With renewed determination, Munryong, Baek Joseon and their disciples hasten their pace, resolved to secure the real sword. Their journey takes them past a grand, traditional building, under a sky dotted with stars, where a lone lantern sways gently in the night. Under the vast, star-dusted sky, a lone lantern swayed gently from a bamboo pole, its soft glow barely piercing the deep night. Inside, the air was thick with tension as a group of disciples huddled together, one of them audibly sobbing and gasping for breath, while Hwasan, his patience clearly wearing thin, demanded they quiet themselves, asking if they intended to remain in such a state indefinitely. He stood over Baek Joseon and Jajian, who knelt before him, as a woman's voice cut through the silence, urging them to hurry and pick something up, leaving Jajian to wonder aloud if what they held was truly the real item. Hwasan continued to stand over Baek Joseon, who, in a state of utter shock, could only stammer out his disbelief, asking if this was truly serious. Clutching a sword, Baek Joseon wept tears of relief, begging his ancestors for forgiveness, as Hwasan, with a hint of accusation, asked why he had claimed something so important was fake. Hwasan pressed further, demanding to know the reason, then, with a slight smirk, suggested it had all been for fun, expressing disbelief that Baek Joseon had been playing with Munryong for mere amusement. As Hwasan continued to stand over the kneeling disciple, a grim sight awaited outside. A severed head, its face contorted in agony, hung from a pole against the vast, indifferent night sky. Back inside, Baek Joseon lamented their meager provisions, explaining that all they had was white radish and rice, and pleaded for understanding, emphasizing their master's impoverished state, while another disciple offered to provide more if it wasn't enough, thinking to himself how truly poor their master was. Suddenly, Wazen's voice boomed, demanding to know the whereabouts of all the meat they had received that day, a stark reminder of the martial artist he had beheaded with a single blow, whose head now hung on a pole, as the disciples nervously chuckled, urging each other to eat up and not mind their upset master. As he ate, Hwasan casually mentioned that someone had claimed Lady Young Munryong's sword was fake, questioning the identity of this individual, before turning to a disciple with a growl, telling him to stop staring and fill his stomach first after all that running. The disciple could only stammer out a surprised "I," while Hwasan, now reclining, simply asked what. Kneeling before Hwasan, Baek Joseon hesitantly asks who he is, only for Hwasan to retort, questioning how he could be so ignorant of the very people who ruined their sect. As a wave of realization washes over him, Baek Joseon's eyes widen, understanding that the enemies are coming again, and Hwasan asks if he truly thought it would end so easily. Facing a group of his disciples, including Jijian and Li Chong, Hwasan then asks if he should help them, the disciples muttering amongst themselves in confusion and apprehension. Turning his back to them briefly before facing them once more, Hwasan demands to know if they understand, offering his protection in return for their compliance. As Baek Joseon looks up at him, a gust of wind rustling his robes, Hwasan declares that he has two conditions. Back with his disciples, Hwasan asks if they are talking about investigating the Hwasan sect, to which he confirms, that's right. He then mentions that they have a generational eulogy, and he just needs to see it once, a task Baek Joseon finds surprisingly easy. As he pulls Baek Joseon closer by the arm, Hwasan announces his second condition. Baek Joseon, looking utterly bewildered, asks what kind of authority he could possibly have, but Hwasan simply tells him if he doesn't want to, then don't do it, adding that it looks like their enemies are already outside. The disciples, including Jijian and Li Chong, gasp in shock and turn their heads, as Baek Joseon, defeated, concedes, then, do whatever you want. Hwasan, however, loudly chastises him, telling him that's not cool and to try to look cooler, before instructing him to tap his shoulder with his sword. Still speaking with a peculiar nonchalance, Hwasan continued to outline his conditions, suggesting Baek Joseon command him by the authority of the First Order, or something like that anyhow. Baek Joseon, visibly sweating, could only utter a confused pardon, as Hwasan then revealed his true intention. He simply wanted to play out a scene, like a knight. A soft scratch of his head accompanied his words, before his expression shifted, a sudden urgency in his voice as he declared they didn't have much time. Baek Joseon remained speechless, his eyes wide with apprehension as Wazen's hand moved to the hilt of a sword, a soft metallic swing echoing in the tense silence. Hesitantly, Baek Joseon presented the blade, addressing him as Honorable Sir Hwasan, as the young man then took the sword, declaring that with the power of Jang Munryong's blade, he would issue his order. Baek Joseon, now completely bewildered, could only stammer that Hwasan was free to do whatever he wished, as the young man let out a soft ha. And a powerful surge of purple energy erupted from him with a resounding boom. Standing atop a rain-slicked rooftop, his form now wreathed in crackling purple energy, Hwasan declared, "Let's let loose," as the sounds of distant impacts echoed across the city. Heavy rain lashed down upon the rooftops, as multiple impacts shattered tiles and sent debris flying, the sounds of conflict growing closer. Meanwhile, Munryong's eyes narrowed, his attention drawn by the sounds of battle, as Jijian and Li Chong rushed past him, shouting that the danger was over there. Munryong's face contorted in shock as he processed the unfolding chaos. With a desperate cry of halt, Munryong's voice was cut short by the horrifying sight of a severed head, hanging by its hair, swaying gently in the heavy rain. Zhejian gasped. What is that? While Li Cheng let out a choked cook. Munryong, his face grim, confirmed the grim reality. It's a head. Munryong's eyes blazed with fury, muttering, they dare. Before roaring, I'm gonna kill them. Zhejian, however, urged caution, telling him to keep your head down and suggesting they check inside first. As the chaos unfolded below, Wasen stood calmly on a higher platform, looking down at Baek Jasian and Zhejian, who were now also outside in the rain. Baek Jasian, bewildered, asked why, to which Wasen simply replied, can't you see it? He stands on the balcony, observing the figures below, then turns to Baek Jasian, his voice calm as he challenges the intruders, asking if they intend to enter or simply flee. One of the intruders, enraged, demands his identity, but Wasen merely grins, asserting his dominion over the land and questioning their audacity to trespass without permission, especially when they should be identifying themselves. Before the thug can utter another word, Wasen moves with impossible speed, his leg blurring into a devastating strike that sends the man reeling, silencing his protests instantly. A wave of brilliant blue-purple energy erupts from his form, slamming into another attacker with such force that the man's face contorts in agony as he's launched backward. The assault continues without pause, another glowing strike connecting with a foe, the sheer power of the impact evident in the man's wide, terrified eyes. His movements are too fast to follow, a blur of blue-purple energy shattering a weapon and sending its wielder tumbling through the air, leaving a trail of crystalline shards in its wake. Another figure is caught in the devastating flow, sent spinning helplessly through the downpour, their body a mere plaything against his overwhelming force. With a sudden, precise motion, he grabs one of the remaining thugs by the neck, his glowing hand a stark contrast to the man's terrified expression. A powerful, glowing impact rocks the thug's head, sending him reeling from the sheer force, his body momentarily suspended in the air. The remaining attackers cry out in pain and confusion, as Wasen unleashes a massive wave of blue-purple energy, engulfing multiple foes and sending them scattering like debris in a storm. His relentless assault continues, another figure launched high into the air, a testament to the sheer, unbridled power he wields. Holding one last thug firmly by the throat, Wasen offers a small, confident smile, his glowing hand a silent promise of the inevitable fate awaiting his captive. Wasen continues his relentless assault, his hand glowing with potent blue-purple energy. As he strikes an enemy with a devastating blow, sending them reeling and coughing blood. Another foe finds himself caught in a vice-like grip, his throat squeezed by Wasen's single hand. Soon after, a powerful, unseen force erupts, sending multiple attackers flying through the rain-soaked air. Amidst the chaos, Wasen stands, an aura of crackling blue energy surrounding him. Meanwhile, one of the injured intruders, bloodied and defiant, attempts to rally his terrified comrades, urging them not to be intimidated by a single man. But Wasen merely observes the renewed charge, a faint smile playing on his lips as more enemies are flung into the air. He then launches himself upwards, a radiant blue light emanating from his form, declaring his gratitude for the continued challenge. He descends with explosive force, a massive burst of blue energy scattering the remaining attackers like leaves in a storm. This leaves Zhejian and his companions watching in stunned silence, wondering if Wasen will be alright, even as Zhejian resolves to join the fray, unable to let him fight alone. Baek Jasian, witnessing the sheer, terrifying power on display, can only stare in wide-eyed disbelief. Wasen continues his brutal dance, his eyes glowing with an almost manic joy, clearly reveling in the overwhelming display of his own strength. Li Cheng, his face contorted in a furious snarl, lunges forward, a desperate cry of "You bastard," escaping his lips as crackling blue energy erupts around him. But before his attack can land, Wasen calmly unleashes his mind bolt sword technique, a brilliant surge of azure energy radiating outwards, instantly felling the surrounding enemies. The powerful force continuing its trajectory with an explosive boom. A devastating impact that rips through the air with violent streaks of red. The force lifts Li Cheng off his feet, sending him hurtling backward, blood spraying into the heavy rain, until he slams against the surface with a sickening bam. His pain scream echoing as whatever defenses he had left shatter around him. Finally, he collapses to his knees, coughing up blood onto the wet ground, his sword lying uselessly beside him. Wasen stands over the defeated man, a small cut on his cheek, the only sign of the struggle, his gaze unwavering as the rain continues to fall. And looking up at his worried companion, Zhejian, he asks, "You have to keep your word, right?" With Li Cheng left defeated in the downpour, Wasen turns to his companions, Zhejian and Baek Jasian, and commands, "Lead the way, we're going," as they begin to walk away, leaving the battle behind. The heavy rain continued to fall, washing over the bloodied ground where the bodies of the defeated lay scattered, a grim testament to the battle that had just concluded. Far from the carnage, the world stretched out under a clear sky, vast mountains rising majestically into the distance. Along a winding path, a small group of travelers made their way, their journey punctuated by the subtle tremors of the earth, as one of them spoke with a hesitant pause, the others listening intently. Among them, Zhejian's face was etched with apprehension, a quiet dread settling over him as he thought how truly frightening it was to consider returning to the very place he had fled from just the night before. Yet, their path led them onward, towards a majestic mountain range dotted with ancient, traditional structures, their destination slowly coming into view under the bright, open sky. As Wasen rode in, his companions Zhejian and Baek Jisin close behind, a figure rushed forward, their voice filled with urgency, calling out to their lord as the sound of hooves echoed on the ground. Moments later, another figure, riding a heavily laden donkey, dashed into view, announcing their return with a triumphant shout as the animal's hooves kicked up dust. Zhejian, still looking troubled, suddenly paused, a new thought striking him as he looked around, realizing something was amiss. Turning to look back with Baek Jisin, Zhejian pondered aloud, wondering when the old man they had been with had simply vanished. Wasan, still mounted, turned to Zhejian, his voice calm as he inquired if he had completed the task he was given, to which Zhejian readily confirmed, sending a message to Huang, the senior secretary general, and to the king of the Yeso royal family. Meanwhile, a different figure, reclining casually, mused aloud, doubting if Huang, known for his righteousness, would truly believe such a message. An elderly man explains that no one who truly knows his lord's noble character from the West would ever doubt him. So when the king heard the news, he merely looked surprised, but didn't doubt it at all. Wasan listens intently, wondering about the king's reaction. From a distant palace, a voice booms, declaring that the head of the West was kidnapped by robbers in the middle of the night, and questioning if there could be a more blasphemous situation. The king of Yeso, furious, orders his general to action, who, clad in blood-red armor, prepares his troops. The general's command to hurry and kill the enemies to rescue the lord is met with a resounding, "Yes, general," as cavalry charges forward, spears glinting. With a fierce roar, the general commands his forces to prepare to go to battle. The ground trembles as the cavalry gallops onward, their commander's voice echoing, "Onward." Wasan, hearing this, questions if the king of Yeso is truly involved, struggling to believe that the general fabricated such details to the secretary general. He muses that if it's true the head of the West is acquainted with the king, then the West would now be in a state of discourse. The elderly man, observing Wazen's reaction, remarks that the unwritten law between Munryong and the government won't be easily overlooked this time, while Wasan wonders aloud, just what the hell is going on? The elder confirms his statement, while Wasan remains deep in thought. A sly grin spreads across the old man's face, as he seems to relish the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, a young man steps forward, introducing himself as Baek Jijian, from the Wasan sect, flanked by other disciples. The elderly man, riding his donkey alongside Wasan, apologizes for his lack of formal education, explaining that it caused his delay in greeting the young master. Wasan dismisses the formality, stating he is no lord, while Baek Jijian, with a nervous smile, interjects, hoping not to jinx anything as he asks for Wazen's name. The old man, surprised by the sudden question, exclaims in realization. Baek Jijian, however, seems taken aback by the name he hears, muttering it to himself with a look of disbelief. He then gestures to his own face, a wry smile playing on his lips, commenting on the irony of having such a name with his appearance. His companions behind him seem to share his sentiment, while he lets out a small sneeze, perhaps from the awkwardness of the situation. Observing the exchange, Wasan leans back on his horse, musing aloud that they truly are a bizarre group of people. As the journey continues, the clear skies give way to heavy, ominous clouds, signaling a dramatic shift in the weather and perhaps the mood. Rain begins to fall, tapping against a sword hilt, as a voice declares their return to the very place where their masters and brothers were slaughtered. Wasan looks up into the downpour, his expression grim, the rain-swept mountains looming around them, a somber and desolate landscape. His group, now on foot, makes their way up a winding path, their figures silhouetted against the misty, rain-drenched terrain. Wasan steps out of a carriage, his arrival marked by a soft thud, while Baek Jijian, addressing his own companions, urgently instructs them to change their clothes, leaving one of them bewildered. As the rain continued to fall, Baek Jijian stood silently, his gaze cast downward, a quiet concern etched across his features. Nearby, the old man offered a gourd, its contents clear as he declared, "Alcohol." Without hesitation, Wasan took a deep gulp from the offered drink, the liquid splashing against his chin as he swallowed. His companion remained lost in thought, the ellipses above his head speaking volumes of his unspoken worries. Wasan, his expression now resolute, turned to him and commanded, "Stay right here and don't move." With a swift motion, he tossed the empty gourd aside, the simple vessel arcing through the rain-filled air. He then turned his back on the group of monks, who stood patiently in the downpour, their forms blurred by the relentless rain. As he began to walk away, he glanced back over his shoulder, offering a final assurance, "I'll be right back." His heavy footsteps echoed with each splash, the puddles on the ground disturbed by his determined stride. The ancient temple complex loomed in the distance, its dark roofs and intricate architecture barely visible through the sheets of rain. He approached the grand gate, a faint sigh escaping him as he prepared to enter, the rain continuing to lash down around him. For monks do not train out of personal self-interest. Rather, They dedicate themselves so that the powerless might find peace, even if it means their own bodies become cracked and broken in the process. A single tear escapes the corner of his eye, reflecting the weight of the selfless path he has chosen. As Baek Jijian, still reeling from the implications of their conversation, asks the old man, "Yes, Wasana, were they recognized by the lords?" The old man simply replies, "They did it because it was their mission." His voice trembling slightly, the old man confirms, "They were. They fulfilled their mission 300 years ago." He continues, explaining how they left their names in the records, then poses a profound question. Did they really punish all sins against the heavens for the people at Wasan? Do you think that they know about how we protected their mission? Baek Jijian, still struggling to comprehend, asks, "And defeat the Black Rebellion?" The old man nods, "Yes. They didn't get any help either. And even if they did get help, it didn't really do anything." He then asks, "Why did they do it?" The old man's gaze hardens as he explains their unwavering purpose. To those who defame Wasan, to those who throw the world into chaos in the name of Wasan, they would cleanse the shadow looming over them. A difficult mission indeed. Baek Jijian listens intently, his expression etched with concern. As the old man's words resonate, causing a momentary pause in the air before Baek Jijian states, "We know about them. Then why?" The old man simply offers a thoughtful silence, allowing the weight of his words to settle. Meanwhile, Wasan continues his solitary walk towards the temple, the conversation echoing in his mind. And as he considers the answer, a subtle smirk plays on his lips, revealing a newfound resolve. He leans against the weathered wood, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he considers the old man's silence, thinking that perhaps he simply couldn't bring himself to answer. Yet, the question lingers in his mind. How could anyone dare to claim the temple was full of hypocrites, as the heavy rain continues to fall, washing over the ancient rooftops? Standing on the rain-slicked tiles, he resolves to act, deciding he will help them first, for even if his own feelings are a storm of anger or numbness, that remains a private matter, and things will be very different after he intervenes. A determined smirk spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light as he declares, "Grandfather, as of today, Wazen's corruption will be revealed." The journey continued through a serene mountain pass, the peaks rising majestically under a muted sky, where an elder, tending to his mules, offered a kind word to Wasan, who simply replied that he was quite capable of handling the animals. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from the distance, sending a wave of terror through the travelers, one man clutching his head in sheer panic. The piercing cries echoed, shaking the very earth and sky, as the group of disciples, including Wasan, looked on with grim anticipation at the source of the disturbance. A nearby villager, his face etched with fear, could only wonder aloud what horrors were unfolding. From the midst of the group, Jijian urged his companion, asking why he wasn't moving more quickly. Wasan, however, was already in motion, standing amidst a field of fallen foes, a casual declaration escaping his lips that he was a busy man. His eyes, sharp and focused, betrayed the intensity of his resolve. With a swift, arcing motion, Wasan unleashed a torrent of glowing blue energy, striking a masked assailant who cried out in outrage, calling him a bastard. The impact was immediate and brutal, a sickening crack echoing as the masked figure reeled from the force of the blow. Wasan, who had been overwhelmed, now rises with a sudden surge of power, seizing a masked assailant's arm. The masked figure, caught off guard, desperately pleads with him, "Senior, now." Yet, the other masked attackers continue their relentless assault, one of them falling to the ground, as they cry out, "Die!" Two of the assailants manage to restrain Wasan, one gripping his arm, the other his shoulder, as a faint spark of energy crackles around him. But Wazen's hand ignites with a brilliant blue energy, and with a swift, powerful kick, he sends one of the masked figures reeling. The blue energy explodes outwards from him, a devastating wave that throws multiple attackers violently through the air. He channels the vibrant blue energy, preparing for another decisive strike, the air around his hand shimmering with raw power. Standing amidst the debris of his assault, Wasan looks up, his expression resolute, the battle now seemingly concluded. He surveys the scene, a masked attacker lying defeated at his feet, another sprawled nearby, the ground scarred by the force of his blows. Meanwhile, a grim reality unfolds elsewhere. The Jinryong, Gagung, and Taebek sects have been annihilated, with only the Sword sect remaining, and all the beggars captured. An elderly man, seated at a grand table, declares that from this moment forward, the entire Samso martial realm will bow to the Kyansa sect, adding that even Yang Chengdu believe protection to be more vital than conflict. Another figure, with sharp, dark features, inquires about the Zhongnam sect, to which the elder replies that their patriarch has already pledged allegiance, concluding that the volcanic sect, who dared defy their lord, must have been eradicated. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of impatience crossing his aged features. A sigh escapes him, finding the current situation utterly tedious. Meanwhile, a subordinate asks if Elder Yang has already departed, confirming that the task will soon be completed. The unnamed man dismisses the question with a curt no, adding that he has waited long enough, even while concealing himself in a remote area. His subordinates murmur in agreement, as another approaches the seated old man, addressing him respectfully, as "My lord." The man with the mustache suggests a more casual approach, inviting his lord to discuss matters at his tavern in the West Bank, assuring him that soon a favorable message will arrive, and both the troublesome government and King Yeso will cease to bother them. However, the old man's focus remains elsewhere, his thoughts fixed on a singular destination, the volcano. His subordinates react with surprise, questioning the suddenness of his decision. Yeo Yongjong declares his intent to destroy the mysterious volcanic sword master, after which he, Yeo Yongjong, will forge a new era with the Chson sect. But the unnamed man protests, arguing that such a monumental decision shouldn't be made by the Chson sect alone. The unnamed man recoils in fear, as Yeo Yongjong rises from his seat, his voice laced with a chilling warning. His eyes bore into the subordinate, delivering a stark ultimatum: watch his words, or face death. The unnamed man shrinks back, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of Yeo Yongjong's presence. A thick, ethereal mist clung to the jagged peaks, obscuring the world in a veil of gray and white. Through the swirling vapor, a precarious rope bridge stretched across a vast chasm, connecting two desolate cliffs. On one such precipice, Chson stood, his gaze fixed on a majestic eagle perched nearby, its low growl echoing the wildness of the mountains. Without a visible movement, an invisible force slammed into the bird, sending it recoiling with a sharp cry as feathers exploded from its form. His expression stern, he commanded the creature to deliver a message, the falling feathers a testament to his unspoken power. As the last feathers drifted away, Chson raised his arm to the sky, his voice ringing with the declaration that his arrival was imminent. His mission clear, he turned and ventured into a dark cave entrance, a faint glow emanating from within beckoning him deeper. Inside, ancient characters carved into the rock face spelled out, Taegupdong, and holding a flickering torch, he mused that his destination must be close. A soft thud echoed as he stepped forward, his eyes falling upon a solemn altar nestled within the cavern, a place he found strangely out of place. His expression shifted to one of intense focus as he approached, revealing the name, Mei Guang Song, etched into the stone. His eyes, usually sharp and resolute, widened slightly, then closed in a moment of profound emotion, his body slumping with the weight of the discovery. Overwhelmed, he knelt before the altar, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows around his solitary figure. A memory surfaces, showing a younger Chson, perched precariously on a wooden post high above the ground, asking an older man, "Then, Grandpa, after finishing our duty, can we live in the Chson sect?" The older man, with a gentle smile, assures him, "Yes, when that time comes, you and I can both join the sect and learn to cultivate as a student in the sect." Hanging upside down with youthful exuberance, the boy exclaims, "I wish that time will come fast, and I want to spar with my brothers." The older man then reminds him, "Kid, have you forgotten that when the time comes, we need to first report to the patriarch?" A brief pause, and the boy responds, Right." His hand reaching out as if to emphasize the point, the elder continues, "You need to report our returning and return the favor given by the patriarch." The memory fades, returning to the present where Chson remains kneeling before the ancient altar, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows around him. He looks down, lost in thought, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. Finally, his gaze lifts, a hint of weariness in his eyes as he murmurs, "That's too complicated." Standing before the ancient stone tablet, Chson reaches into his robe, pulling out a worn book, a thought echoing in his mind. "Giving it back, huh?" As he carefully places the tome onto the tablet's surface, pressing it firmly into place with a soft thud. He then stands back, observing the tablet and the book, a quiet anticipation settling over the cavern. Suddenly, a low rumble echoes through the chamber, and the stone tablet begins to glow with an ethereal light. The rumbling intensifies as a hidden compartment within the tablet slowly slides open, revealing an empty recess. Kneeling, Chson reads the ancient inscription, realizing the true meaning of the characters, Young Sa Gang, the name of the book they had preserved for generations. As understanding dawns upon him, the book in his hands begins to pulse with a vibrant, golden light. With newfound resolve, he raises the intensely glowing book high above his head. Then, with a powerful surge of energy, he presses his palm onto its cover, unleashing a brilliant burst of light that fills the entire chamber. The ancient book, now fully activated, erupts in a blinding flash of light, shattering into countless fragments that explode outwards. As the brilliant light fades, Chson watches in disbelief as the fragments of the book turn to fine ash, leaving him with nothing but empty hands and a look of utter frustration. He curses the situation, wondering what he should do now that the mystic text has turned to dust, and dismisses the entire mission with a frustrated rumble. Walking away from the ancient stone tablet, he scoffs at the idea of honoring a promise made centuries ago, especially when he feels no true relation to the scholar lord who made it. His family, he argues, has built its current standing through generations of effort, starting from 8 basic skills and accumulating vast knowledge. With a defiant glare, he questions if he's truly expected to return all that accumulated knowledge for free. He reaches back to the tablet, grabbing the now ashy remnants of the book, a frustrated sound escaping him as he recalls the years he dedicated to mastering these arts. He grumbles, believing he deserves compensation for his sacrifice and all the effort he has put in. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him, as he notices something peculiar about the charred remains of the book. Etched into the ash, the true name of the book reveals itself, Hm Hyangpyo, meaning dark/hidden scent whirlwind/tornado. His eyes narrow in understanding, as he deciphers the meaning. The ones who completed their mission from the shadows. During the uprising of the Demon King, these shadowy figures took down the High Master who had plunged the world into anarchy, cleansing Hwasan of its disgrace. The whispers of history spoke of a High Master, one who had perfected both the Jaha and Manhwa styles, yet even he was defeated by those who wielded the Hm Hyangpyo, an unknown art, or so the rumors claimed. This ancient power, now revealed to him, prompts a defiant thought, as he dismisses the notion of giving away his knowledge for free. He stands firm in his conviction, declaring his uniqueness amidst the vast, indifferent world. With a frustrated sigh, Hwasan flips through the pages of the now-revealed book, muttering about the absurdity of sharing his hard-won wisdom, having already given his all and more. His hand presses down on the ancient text, a moment of quiet contemplation passing over his features. The book, now a shimmering dust, drifts from his grasp, leaving him to stand before a weathered tombstone, a soft fume escaping his lips. He gazes at the inscription, pondering the lack of recognition for those who perform good deeds in secret, a sentiment echoed by the silent stone before him. With a resolute step, he turns his back on the past, entering the ominous darkness of a cave. A determined expression settles on his face as he disappears into the gloom, leaving the light behind. Looking over his shoulder one last time, he bids farewell to the world he leaves behind, promising not to return. Meanwhile, an old man and a younger companion observe the scene, the elder remarking on their mules' constant grazing. The younger man, with a questioning look, relays a message, indicating that the mule seems to be inviting them to follow. He wonders how someone could perceive such a great distance, his brow furrowed in thought. Meanwhile, at a distant gate, a group of disciples gathers, one asking, "Yes, did he perhaps say anything else?" A sudden realization dawns on Hwasan, his eyes widening in alarm as he processes the unfolding situation, a silent exclamation escaping him. The scene shifts to a devastating battlefield, littered with fallen figures, as Chson urges his fellow disciples to remain calm, insisting they must quickly locate their masters and other comrades amidst the carnage. He dashes forward, calling out desperately, "Please come this way. Are there any survivors?" The sound of frantic movement fills the air as the disciples discover more injured, one exclaiming, "Yes, they're here." Unaware of the unfolding tragedy, Hwasan lets out a wide yawn, stretching languidly. Back at the scene, Chson directs his comrades, "Come on, hurry, hurry. Carry them carefully." The disciples respond in unison as Chson instructs them to prepare the injured for a ki-generating meditation, a skill vital for regeneration and healing. One of the injured lies still as a disciple observes. Looks like Chson blocked their meridians. A desperate plea then reaches Hwasan. "Honored sir, please help us." He looks out over the scene, reflecting on his own limitations, knowing he never properly learned such intricate healing skills, and that if not performed with utmost care, their condition could become irreversible. As the disciples look to him for guidance, Chson asks what they should do, fearing the elder's reaction, but Hwasan reminds them they just saved the injured, contemplating his own method for clearing meridians, despite its potential drawbacks. Chson, still kneeling, pleads with him, begging for his help. Hwasan, with a serious expression, warns them not to hold him responsible for whatever might happen next. He then observes the injured, confirming that everyone's Mahayol and Ahayol have been blocked, a condition he already understands. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of intense focus crossing his features. Without warning, he delivers a powerful strike to the back of the old man's neck, eliciting a shocked gasp from the onlookers. Before anyone can react, he follows up with a forceful kick, sending the elder scribe flying through the air as Chson cries out in disbelief. The old man crashes down, his face contorted in a scream of pain and confusion. Suddenly, the elder scribe begins to cough violently, and Chson rushes to his side, asking if he is all right, as the old man continues to gasp for air. Hwasan observes the old man's hazy eyes, realizing he is still under the effect of the block. With another swift, brutal kick, he strikes the elder scribe again, eliciting another cry of shock from the disciples. Standing over the now fully collapsed elder scribe, Chson calmly reminds the gathered disciples that he had warned them not to hold him responsible for the outcome. Having completed his brutal but effective healing, Chson declares that the meridian blockages should all be released now, reiterating that this is the only way he knows to achieve such a feat. As a young female disciple trembles, her eyes wide with apprehension, he gently taps her forehead, then offers to take care of the others who might also be suffering. Suddenly, a gasp escapes her lips as she realizes she is free, while in the distance, the echoes of violent impacts and pained cries from the previous healing session still reverberate. Far from the healing grounds, the bustling city of Xian in Shaanxi province stretches out, its rooftops and streets shrouded in a light mist. Within a grand hall, an imposing figure addresses a formation of armored soldiers, declaring that they absolutely must find official So, ordering them to search every house without exception. The Inquisitor, Go Yongjin, holds a string of prayer beads in his hand, as a subordinate responds with a firm, "As you command." An aerial view reveals a sprawling village, its traditional tiled roofs nestled amidst lush trees, bathed in the soft light of day. Suddenly, a large contingent of soldiers, their spears glinting, gathers before a grand building in the Siamseo West Bank, their commander's voice echoing with urgency, demanding they find someone named So Suchin and search every house. The soldiers surge forward, their commander urging them to move quickly, as they fan out across the village, swords drawn and ready. But as they press deeper, an unseen force suddenly erupts, violently throwing several soldiers backward, their bodies skidding across the tiled roofs with a harsh impact. Nearby, two terrified men cower against a wall, one pleading to know what sin they've committed, while the other questions why this is happening to them. Inside a grand hall, Go Yongjin addresses his troops, explaining they are investigating a kidnapping incident on Yeso royalty's command, and orders them to catch all martial artists in the hall, killing anyone who retaliates. The soldiers respond with a unified "Yes, General," and rush off, while other civilians, caught in the sudden upheaval, wonder aloud what is happening. Two men peer cautiously from behind a door, one asking if the other hadn't heard the rumors, their faces etched with concern. A crowd gathers in the street, murmuring about the night's events, as one man reveals their young lord was kidnapped, and another adds that the house is now filled with corpses, prompting a third to question who would dare touch their young lord. A wave of panic ripples through the village as a woman cries out in despair, wondering what can be done, while another voice desperately hopes for someone's safety. The commotion outside confirms their fears, as villagers realize the soldiers' loud presence is due to martial artists, with one elder questioning if it's Kong Podu, lamenting their kind lord's predicament. Amidst the growing fear, a scholar-like figure, his face illuminated by a subtle glow, clenches his books and curses the violent bastards responsible for the turmoil. Meanwhile, within the grand, sprawling castle grounds, a lone armored figure stands, reporting their presence with a simple, "I am here, sir." Inside, district official Yunjiam sits regally on his throne, his expression stern as he questions the situation. Down in the castle? A soldier stands before him, receiving his grim orders. Even if it causes many casualties, they must find So Suchin's location, to which the soldier respectfully affirms his understanding. The soldier hesitates, questioning why they aren't letting the soldiers leave the castle, but Yunjiam simply commands him to wait, revealing that the volcanic sect and the Zhongnam sect will personally come to look into the matter. The soldier's eyes widen in disbelief, stunned that the royalty themselves will personally intervene. Elsewhere, outside the castle, Left General Zhang Jungsin adjusts his attire, his focused expression hinting at the gravity of his position. As he finishes, a hand reaches out to retrieve a sword, and the general manager of Jeseo royalty, holding a fan, greets him, asking if he was already there, noting his early arrival. Zhang Jungsin retorts that his companion is always late, then urges him to move, explaining that the king himself has asked them to thoroughly investigate the matter. The general manager acknowledges the king's command, promising to do his best, while Zhang Jungsin adds that he would have helped even without the royal decree, a sentiment that surprises the manager. Even the usually stoic left general finds himself reflecting on the gravity of the situation. As a royal procession moves through the palace grounds, with attendants calling out for their king, their Yeso king. Meanwhile, the general manager, now revealed as Huang, sits calmly as the left general questions him, asking why a lord's territory was placed so far away, wondering if it was due to external pressure. Huang dismisses the idea of pressure as unimportant, but then clarifies that the decision was made because of a certain official. His eyes narrow as he confirms that So Suchin lives in the West Bank, while the left general pleads with him to reconsider, arguing against such drastic measures for a single scholar. Kneeling before him, the left general listens as Huang declares that it is worth it, his gaze fixed on something beyond, implying the scholar's immense value. Huang believes So Suchin is a person to keep close, a sentiment echoed by the serene expression of Wasan, who seems to be contemplating the same thought. The name So Suchin hangs in the air as the left general, after a moment of quiet contemplation, gives the command to move out, his resolve now firm. With a powerful gallop, he rides off into the sunset, following the king's decree. Elsewhere, a scene of devastation unfolds, with villagers weeping amidst ruined buildings, their cries of sorrow echoing through the desolate landscape. Two men embrace in their grief, wondering what they are to do, as countless shrouded bodies lie scattered across the ground, a grim testament to the tragedy. Amidst the sorrow, Wasen stands with a determined gaze, his foot stepping forward, ready to face the aftermath. A mournful silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the soft crackling of a funeral pyre, its flames reaching towards the twilight sky. Around it, the elder, holding a torch aloft, speaks with a heavy heart, knowing that no one can truly hide the bitter emotions of such a loss. Yet the survivors must carry on the will of those who have fallen. As the flames consume the pyre with a soft whoosh, he solemnly commands, "Let the souls be released," while the collective sobs of the villagers echo around him. From a distant cliff, another pyre burns, its smoke swirling into the night sky, as Yoon Geometry watches the scene unfold, muttering to Jejian, "Hey, Baek Jagan." Meanwhile, Hwasan, his face etched with sorrow, questions Baek Jasian, "Why are you not there but here?" as the sound of a heavy thud echoes nearby, and Baek Jasian responds with a pained cry. Jejian collapses in tears, his body racked with sobs, while Baek Jasian stands by, offering what comfort he can amidst the overwhelming grief. The collective cries of the villagers continue, a chorus of sorrow, as Hwasan gazes at the burning pyre, the word everyone escaping his lips in a whisper of despair. With a steely glint in his eyes, Yoon Geometry clasps his hands, a silent vow forming as he thinks, "If you're that vengeful, I'll clear it for you." Surrounded by the fiery glow, Wazen's expression hardens with resolve, as he makes a solemn promise. "Chet, hey grandpa, I'll protect your last will." Elsewhere, a soldier, his voice filled with fierce loyalty, declares, "If I see any of those martial artists who touched our young lord, I'll show them the power of the soldier." Go Yeonjin, however, dismisses the soldier's fervor with a casual phew, advising him, "Just don't get yourself killed," as a sharp "thick" and hit sound punctuate his words. Back in the village, Yoon Geometry strides past two fallen figures with a heavy thud, his steps echoing with a decisive step, a grim testament to the conflict's toll. Arriving at a vast, deserted courtyard, a man surveys the grand architecture before him, a question forming on his lips as he wonders if this desolate place is indeed Sichionese. A lone figure steps onto a path, the sound echoing softly in the quiet night, as a distant building stands silhouetted against the starry sky. Arriving at a scene of utter devastation, Yang Chong surveys the debris-strewn courtyard, a single question escaping his lips. The Chson Sect strategist, Yang Chong, reports that enforcer Han Weiyang was among the corpses, prompting a masked figure to demand further explanation. He continues, adding that Elder Wu and Elder Song were also present, both acting under orders to seize the Hwasan's patriarch seal. The masked figure's mouth opens slightly in surprise as Yang Chong confirms the enforcer from the main sect was killed, yet there are no signs of a struggle. The masked figure wonders aloud if Hwasan possessed such immense power, especially since the raiders claim to have taken control of Hwasan himself. Indoors, the masked figure fans himself, reflecting that he had been awaiting confirmation that the seal was secured, only to learn that their best disciples were massacred, a glowing paper seal now clutched in his hand. Addressing a group of subordinates, the masked figure states that, disregarding Han Weiyang, the two elders favored by the upper house were also killed. Yang Chong then inquires if they had investigated the kidnapped scholar, to which he replies that it was reportedly two people, the Lord and his old servant. The masked figure elaborates, explaining that the Lord is a genius who achieved first place in the national test twice, and his reputation is strong in the West Bank, having once been in the Academy of Science at the capital. He concludes, musing that this must be why the situation in the bank is currently so dire, before questioning why the main sect students were killed. The masked figure listens intently as Yang Chong reports, asking if the individual in question had any connection to the Hwasan sect, to which he receives a firm denial. But a crucial detail emerges. The man's name is Hwasan, a revelation that clearly piques the masked figure's interest. Yang Chong confirms the name, adding that he wasn't the only one with an unusual name. The abductee's father is Seoike, and his grandfather is Taehwa. He explains that the great-grandfather also shared the name Hwasan, indicating a generational tradition of repeating these names, all of which are related to volcanoes. The masked figure's gaze sharpens, pondering if these are mere coincidences or something more significant, especially considering the family's reputation as scholars with no known martial connections. He then presses Yang Chong, asking for clarification. Does he mean every single family member of the Hwasan clan? Yang Chong assures him that by noon tomorrow, when the full report is delivered, all his questions will be answered, swiftly confirming his understanding with a respectful "Yes, sir." The masked figure issues a stern command. All disciples from the upper house must be gathered, and a thorough investigation into this family initiated, as an event occurred where many disciples of the sect were killed. Meanwhile, an elder reflects on the nature of adversity, stating that these hardships only serve to make them stronger, and such tests forge their resolve. The true power of the Hwasan sect, it is said, does not solely originate from within the Hwasan itself. As the sun rises over a mountainous landscape, a pair of pigeons perch, perhaps carrying messages across the vast distances. As the masked figure's orders for investigation spread, a hand reaches out, disturbing a flock of pigeons that burst into the air with a flurry of wings and soft thuds, scattering feathers in their wake. One large pigeon soars above, its powerful wings beating rhythmically, as below, a multitude of smaller figures move with a determined, rhythmic stomp, echoing the urgency of the moment. Meanwhile, a formidable general, mounted on horseback, urges his armored cavalry forward with a commanding cry, their horses thundering across the land. From a high rooftop, Hwasan and Li Chung observe the unfolding events, their gazes fixed on the distant commotion, while below, Baek Jasian looks up, a silent question etched on his face. Back in the courtyard, Yang Chuang releases another pigeon, its wings beating rapidly as soldiers below draw their swords with a sharp clang, ready for deployment. The pigeon ascends into the clear blue sky, carrying its silent message across the vast expanse. Yangchuang, still holding a pigeon, urgently instructs his subordinates, telling them they need to move quickly as they load supplies onto carts. Elsewhere, the Jaicio royal manager, holding a dispatch, announces a new foundation, second formation, to the assembled troops, indicating a strategic shift. The news sends a ripple of surprise through the ranks, with Baek Joseon, the general, and the Jaicio royal manager himself all displaying expressions of shock and concern. At the city gate, people bid farewell, with one voice wishing for a safe return and another reassuring that it won't take long. The Jaicio royal manager, spear in hand, gently reassures a young woman, patting her head and telling her not to worry, a tender moment amidst the impending departure. With a final command of "let's go," the mounted soldiers charge forward, their horses' hooves pounding the ground as a pigeon flies overhead, a silent witness to their swift departure. The heavy wooden gates groan open, revealing the courtyard beyond. A voice echoes, asking if everyone is ready, the sound resonating like a distant boom, and then a formidable contingent of mounted soldiers charges forward. With a unified cry of "let's go," their horses' hooves thunder against the ground. The ground trembles as the cavalry advances, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Above the surging ranks, the banner of the Wasan faction proudly unfurls. One of the commanders, a man with a confident smile, calls out to an unseen figure, asking how long it has been since their last meeting. His expression turns somber as he laments that 2 decades have passed, and their reunion is under such unfortunate circumstances, brought about by a grave accident. Addressing the assembled forces, he greets everyone before declaring his name, Suk-chan, as the rhythmic thud of hooves continues, a constant reminder of their urgent mission. He explains that he brought his army upon hearing of trouble, then welcomes them, acknowledging their diverse origins but emphasizing their shared destination, before rallying them with a resounding call to advance towards Wasan. The massive cavalry force surges forward, a relentless tide of hooves and determination. Meanwhile, under a clear sky, a quiet declaration is made. Wasan, resolute, reiterates his intention to depart, eliciting a shocked "what?" from Baek Joseon. Wasan, already walking away, turns his head slightly to ask if he truly needs to report his every movement, his tone carrying a hint of exasperation, while Baek Joseon looks on with a mix of surprise and concern. Baek Joseon stammers a protest, his face etched with worry, while the old man beside him, eager to assist, declares his readiness, but the young man simply looks down, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. Suddenly, a sharp tap echoes as Wasan playfully flicks Baek Joseon's ear, a gesture that momentarily startles him. His expression softening slightly, Wasan advises him to mature quickly, his gaze firm yet gentle. As Wasan continues his departure, Baek Joseon, now kneeling, desperately calls out to his benefactor, his face a mask of confusion and pleading as he watches him walk away. As Wasan began to walk away from the village gate, a small, young disciple rushed to catch up, calling out to his benefactor. He paused, turning his head slightly, a silent question hanging in the air. A group of elders and villagers, led by the young disciple, bowed deeply, explaining that they wished to thank him for opening their meridians. Wasan let out a sigh of exasperation, finding their persistent gratitude a nuisance, even as the elders continued to express their profound thanks for saving them from peril. One villager remarked that 4 days had already passed since the incident, while another cleared his throat, trying to regain the group's composure. Wasan gently pushed the young disciple away, assuring him it was all right, but clarified that his help was born of pity for the elders, not for the boy himself, who could only offer a nervous laugh in response. The other villagers watched the exchange, their expressions a mix of understanding and slight embarrassment. As Wasan turned to leave, suggesting they split up to avoid further trouble, an elderly man with a white mustache called out, introducing himself as Ubek. Ubek explained that Wasan had agreed to help them on the condition of visiting the memorial hall, to which Wasan simply replied, "So what?" The elder then leaned in, asking if he had heard of the punishing man. Wasan's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of the name, his expression quickly hardening as he demanded to know what Ubek meant. Ubek's gaze was filled with a deep concern, while Wasan stared back, his stern expression demanding an immediate explanation. Dismissing the elder's question as foolish, Wasan prepares for his journey, though the mention of the punishing man lingers in his mind, wondering if that is the true name of Hyangru. He muses to himself, if he should then call himself the fighting man. Meanwhile, a villager laments the tragic fate of their sect, whose seniors and elders mostly perished, leaving only a few alive, wondering how their once great main sect had fallen so far. Suddenly, his eyes widen in alarm, a look of utter shock crossing his face as he spots something in the distance. He stares at a massive formation of soldiers marching towards them, his voice barely a whisper as he questions if they are them. The disciplined ranks of soldiers advance, some practicing their forms, urged to aim higher with more strength. The villager, now identified as Subordinate A, frantically reports that soldiers are approaching from the base of the mountain. His urgent cries send a ripple of panic through the gathered villagers, including the elder Ubek and Wasan, who all turn with looks of shock and disbelief. Subordinate A, his face contorted in fear, warns them that the soldiers will soon reach their position, identifying them by their flag as forces from the Yeso Empire. The revelation of the Yeso Empire's involvement leaves Hwasan, Yubek, and the other villagers stunned, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and disbelief. A grand flag, emblazoned with the emblem of the Yeso Empire, billows in the wind, its presence a silent announcement of an unexpected arrival. A captain from the Yeso Empire, Li Weijun, approaches, stating his apologies for the unannounced visit, while an elder of the Hwasan sect, One Gerong, responds with a question of his own identity, identifying himself as a member of the Hwasan sect. The villagers murmur amongst themselves, confused by the sudden appearance of a Yeso captain, wondering what could possibly bring him to their remote location. One Gerong, his brow furrowed in concern, voices the unspoken question on everyone's mind, inquiring if there are troubles within the empire itself. The captain dismisses the notion with a firm no, explaining that their king has ordered them to protect the Hwasan sect, and they are here to reinforce the area. One Gerong's eyes widen in shock as the captain elaborates on the deployment. Out of 600 royal soldiers, 200 will be stationed to guard the north, south, west, and east, with the remaining 400 protecting the main base. Furthermore, he announces that the Left General and the General Manager from the Royal Palace will also be arriving soon, signaling a significant military presence. The news sends a ripple of disbelief and fear through the villagers, with One Gerong himself gasping in astonishment at the mention of the Left General, a figure of considerable authority. The sky above remains serene, a stark contrast to the growing tension on the ground. Some villagers, however, view the arrival of royal soldiers as a positive development, believing it to be a fortunate turn of events for them. Others remain skeptical, questioning if mere royal soldiers are truly enough to contend with the formidable Chson sect, though one voice asserts that the sheer number of soldiers is irrelevant, implying their quality or purpose is what truly matters. As the discussion continues, a villager points towards the horizon, revealing the distinct Yeso royal flag and the military flag now clearly visible. The district official, Yun Geometry, declares that with the royal soldiers now stationed at Hwasan, the emperor himself is watching over the sect, a clear warning to any who might consider an attack. This presence serves as nothing less than a stark warning. Meanwhile, a young man holds a small, flat object, his expression worried as he pleads, "Can't you stay at the main base for just a little longer?" The long-haired man, his benefactor, listens patiently as the disciple continues to press him. "Benefactor, I have, but more," before the elder cuts him off, asking why he is so persistent, insisting he must leave as soon as the sun rises tomorrow. A sigh of exasperation escapes the long-haired man. "You're so annoying." He reveals he already saw the messenger pigeon sent, leaving the disciple in silent contemplation. Turning to face him, the benefactor offers reassurance, explaining that if he waits a bit, many forces will come to help, for Hwasan is not a famous sect for nothing. He continues, his gaze distant, Wazan's power does not lie only in Hwasan. The disciple lets out a soft, understanding sound, and the benefactor pats his shoulder, remarking that he seems at least 10 times better than those old elders, a compliment that makes the younger man stammer. Benefactor?" With a slow, deliberate motion, the long-haired man extends his hand, offering a small, wrapped packet to the disciple, saying, "Here, take it." The disciple looks at the packet with confusion. "What is this?" The benefactor then instructs him that if anything happens, he is to go to the top of the mountain, stack a pile of wood, put the powder on it, and burn it. "Do that," the benefactor explains, looking out at the horizon, "and a cloud of red smoke will appear." The disciple, still holding the packet, asks, "If I burn this, will the benefactor see this?" "No," the disciple questions, confused by the answer, but the benefactor turns back, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "It's a warning that I'll come." Under a vast, open sky, the journey continued. As the cart creaked through a rugged, mountainous landscape, the old man driving it questioned, "Lord, are we going to Chson? Are you crazy? It's so far away." Turning his head back, the old man pressed, "Then where should I take you?" From his relaxed position in the cart, Hwasan calmly instructed, "Go to Wamian." The old man, taken aback, asked, "Why there?" To which Hwasan simply replied, "You'll see when we get there," leaving the old man to exclaim, "Wamian? That place is," in stunned realization. The tranquil town of Wamian lay nestled amidst towering mountains, its traditional architecture a testament to centuries of history. Amidst the noisy chatter of a bustling street, a young man, Hwasan, made his way towards a grand building, his presence a quiet contrast to the lively crowd. Meanwhile, inside a nearby establishment, a woman named Ruju let out a soft groan, her face flushed with discomfort. Clutching her stomach, she cried out that it burned, a throbbing sensation overwhelming her. Alone at a table, she called out, wondering if anyone was there, her voice echoing in the empty room. Suddenly, her uncle appeared, asking if she had called him, to which Ruju responded by asking the time, clearly disoriented. With a look of exasperation from her uncle, she declared she felt like dying, demanding honey water and spicy hot pot to alleviate her suffering. Looking down, she insisted that even if someone were to hit her, she couldn't drink today, her eyes reflecting her deep discomfort. But her mood quickly shifted as she stood on the table, loudly demanding the tastiest alcohol and 2 pretty ladies, causing a crash as she moved. Her uncle tried to restrain her, but she angrily questioned his interference, insisting on the most expensive alcohol and reiterating her demand for 2 pretty ladies. A waiter politely informed her that the establishment was not yet open, suggesting she return later, while Ruju internally fumed at his audacity, as a hand reached into a robe, rummaging for something. As Wasen approaches the building, he glances back, a subtle shift in his demeanor, his long hair swaying with the movement. He then turns fully, his expression one of surprise and concern, asking, "What are you doing? Aren't you going to run?" Meanwhile, Ruju's face flushes with anger, her eyes narrowing in irritation, before a golden jade pendant, sparkling with an inner light, is revealed. She dismisses the concern with a wave of her hand, declaring her indifference to the alcohol, but adding a stern warning, "If the girls aren't pretty, I'm going to go to the tavern across the street." An older man, her uncle, attempts to intervene, his hand raised in a gesture of command, insisting that his lord be served. Wasan, however, sighs, lamenting that his mother would be upset by his presence in a tavern so early, yet he resolves to take a significant step in his life today. Ruju silences her uncle with a sharp tap of her foot, her expression stern as she commands him to be quiet. With her demands made, she turns and walks away, her elegant robes flowing behind her. She then fans herself delicately, a picture of refined impatience, while in the background, Wasen dashes past the bewildered old man, who exclaims, "Oh my, it's for my future self." The old man, looking distressed, mutters about a seal-open situation, then turns to Ruju and Wasan, wondering aloud, what is he trying to do here? Ruju, now facing 2 beautiful women, Enghwa and Chunmei, who introduce themselves, is greeted by Enghwa saying, "I'll be serving you. Come this way, lord." Enghwa and Chunmei then explain that Ruju's follower had instructed them to serve her, their faces radiating a welcoming charm. Meanwhile, the old man, his eyes wide with alarm, reaches out as if to grasp something unseen, exclaiming, "Seal opened." High in the mountains, a question echoes through the strategist's mind. Why are the Yeso soldiers at Wasan? As banners flap in the wind, he feels a growing unease, a sense that he must have missed something crucial. His brow furrows in deep contemplation. The story doesn't make sense, and he wonders what vital piece of information eludes him. Placing a stone on the go board, Yunjium asserts to himself that his plan had no errors, yet the unfolding events contradict his perfect calculations. He recalls the tragic news. The Wasan Sect seal, a metaphor for their sacred sword, was not retrieved, and all the disciples died. Moving another piece, he considers that if someone were to help Wasan, he could manage the situation, believing it to be within his strategic calculations. But then a new, unsettling thought arises. Why are the Yeso Empire's soldiers present as well? His frustration mounts as he questions why his disciples died at a nameless lord's house, and dismisses the notion that the rules of the martial realm don't apply to royals, asserting that such a thought is nonsense. He forces himself to think, piecing together the Wasan sect's escape, the young lord's incident, and the Yeso Empire's involvement, realizing that after the incident, something changed, and the lord was kidnapped, prompting him to wonder. Kidnapped by whom? His eyes widen in a sudden, horrifying realization. He curses himself for his mistake, understanding that it's impossible for someone to be kidnapped if everyone died, leaving him to ponder the chilling question, who kidnapped whom? As a figure leaps dynamically through the air, a visual representation of the chaos he's trying to unravel, the strategist grapples with the profound implications of his miscalculation. A shadowy figure, its eyes glowing crimson, descends upon a cliffside, sending smaller forms tumbling into the abyss, while below, a group of soldiers looks up, offering a desperate apology. Meanwhile, an official with a stern demeanor listens intently as a report details how, in the morning, a person matching the description of a lord and his servant had departed Wasan, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. His composure shatters, and he roars, demanding to know their whereabouts. He is informed they are at Wamian, Zhongwaru, and that with the Empire's general and general manager now present, every official and soldier in Wamian is converging on Wasan. Fanning himself slowly, the official processes the information. Wamian is currently empty, a detail that sharpens his gaze. With a clear objective, he declares their destination, Wamian. Meanwhile, at an establishment in Wamian, Ruju cries out in distress, her hand reaching out in desperation. Her breath comes in ragged gasps, her face flushed with anger and fear, as she exclaims, "Again." An innkeeper surveys the scene of several unconscious women strewn across the floor, lamenting the overwhelming number of incidents. His subordinate, however, questions the innkeeper's concern, asking if it isn't still profitable for a single piece of gold. Ruju, standing behind another man, reacts with a sharp, "What?" as a narration explains that because those guys are not leaving their girls alone, they have no guests, and she angrily demands if he is only going to do business today. The innkeeper, looking at the fallen women, retorts that even if he is obsessed with money, his girls are dying, and questions if gold is truly the problem at this moment. Ruju fumes, lamenting her past misjudgment, realizing she should have known better when the first victim cried out in distress, and even the thugs she hired to handle the situation returned bruised. She recalls the initial hope, thinking prosperity had arrived when a young lord and his servant offered a piece of gold. But the innkeeper's desperate cry of her name, Ruju, shatters that illusion. The innkeeper, panting and distraught, confirms the worst. Ruju, things aren't going well. There's no one there. Ruju, her anger flaring, demands to know if the police bureau was notified, her voice sharp with disbelief at the innkeeper's claim of an empty establishment. The innkeeper, still visibly shaken, explains that she couldn't even meet with anyone, as the police simply weren't there, prompting Ruju to question, "What do you mean?" A close-up reveals Ruju's utter shock, her eyes wide as she whispers, "What?" before the scene pulls back to show a grand building, its rooftop teeming with figures, as she processes the chilling realization. The police bureau is empty. Meanwhile, at the House of Flourishing Flower, a thoughtful Chson stands, observing the scene, his expression unreadable as he takes in the implications of the empty police bureau and the unfolding chaos. Within the grand hall of the Flourishing Flower, chaos erupted, as figures in dark robes and masks descended upon the unsuspecting patrons, their sudden attack turning the festive atmosphere into a scene of terror and desperation. Amidst the pandemonium, a woman pleaded for her life, her voice trembling as she insisted, "I don't know why you are acting like this, but we are just mere workers, sir." Her cries echoed through the hall, a desperate plea for mercy, as another figure, perhaps a subordinate, also begged for help, while a man in purple robes calmly observed the unfolding violence, holding a scroll. But her pleas fell on deaf ears, as a masked attacker roughly seized her by the hair, pulling her back with a harsh cry, the sound of her struggle filling the air. From above, Chson's sharp eyes narrowed, his mind racing as he registered the sound of something heavy falling, a chilling question forming in his thoughts. What just fell down? The answer was grim. The old man who had been with the pleading woman now lay unconscious on the ground, a masked attacker standing over him, his presence a silent testament to the brutality of the assault. Throughout the hall, more masked figures moved with ruthless efficiency, their weapons swinging, tearing through the building's structure and its inhabitants alike. One attacker, sword drawn, questioned his comrade, "Is it him?" To which the other replied, "No, it's the young lord's servant," indicating a specific target for their violent rate. As the chaos continued, a masked attacker roughly silenced an old man, forcing him into a fit of coughing and gagging. As Chson fought back against the masked assailants, another figure swiftly intervened, pinning him with a powerful blow, while the leader of the attackers watched on, calmly ordering a halt to the struggle. With Chson now subdued, the masked leader gripped him by the collar, revealing an unsettling familiarity with his name, prompting a bewildered question from the young man. The masked figure's gaze was sharp and knowing, as he recited Chson's accomplishments, a genius who passed the national test twice, a scholar of the Academy of Science, and a man with the backing of the Yeso royalty. Yet, despite this impressive resume, the attacker scoffed, declaring that Chson's royal connections meant nothing to them, nor did his status as a genius or official. Chson, now seated and visibly injured, listened as the masked figure delivered a chilling pronouncement. His life was forfeit, and they could end him at any moment. Holding up 2 fingers, the masked man offered a conditional reprieve, stating that if Chson answered 2 questions, he would be allowed to leave in one piece. His expression remained unreadable as he posed the second query, asking if Chson was responsible for swaying the Yeso royals to support the Chson sect, a question met with a subtle, drawn-out yawn. Chson's yawn was a clear sign of his disdain, a silent declaration that he found the masked man's incessant questioning utterly tiresome. Observing Chson's defiant silence, the masked attacker's eye narrowed, realizing his initial approach had failed. A cruel smile played on the masked man's lips as he dismissed his earlier promise, declaring that he wouldn't touch a single hair on Chson's head, but instead, he would find another way to make him cooperate. With a heavy stomp of his foot, the masked attacker issued a terrifying ultimatum. Until Chson answered his questions, he would unleash his men to slaughter the innocent people of Wamian. To drive his point home, he gestured towards an old man, tied and surrounded by blades, declaring that Chson's servant would be the first to die. Despite his battered state, Chson's gaze remains sharp, his voice firm as he declares that his choices are not limited to the 2 options presented. The masked leader, intrigued by this unexpected resolve, leans in, questioning if he should listen to the trick of a scholar who aced the national test twice. Without flinching, the young man meets his gaze, asserting that he can indeed stop him. A booming laugh erupts from the masked leader, echoing through the space, as he mockingly asks if Chson is truly crazy to think he can stop him. But Chson's expression shifts, a subtle glint in his eyes, as he retorts, calling the leader a naive kid. The masked leader's amusement fades, replaced by a sneer, as he questions Chson's ability to stop so many people alone, dismissing him as merely a scholar who smells like ink. A chilling, almost predatory smile spreads across Chson's bruised face, as he reveals his true intention, to take the masked leader as his hostage. The masked leader's eyes widen in shock, his composure finally breaking as the audacity of Chson's threat sinks in. Chson's voice rises with a newfound authority, his words cutting through the tension, reminding the leader that his forces had visited Chson, where the royal soldiers of both the Yeso and Western empires should be. He concludes that the Wamian officials also went there, implying the leader's forces should have encountered them happily. The masked leader, now visibly unsettled, turns away from Hua-san, muttering a proverb about an experienced hunter not looking for his prey. But Wei Zan's voice cuts through the air, sharp as a blade, finishing the proverb with a grim twist. He becomes the prey. The hunter willingly becomes the prey. A close-up reveals Wei Zan's face, still bruised and now with a trickle of blood from his nose, yet his eyes hold an unwavering, dangerous resolve, a silent promise of the tables turning. A group of masked figures watches from a distance, their expressions grim as one of them observes the unfolding chaos, declaring it a massacre. Meanwhile, the masked attacker, his face partially obscured, allows a subtle smirk to cross his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the unfolding violence. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts on the street below, accompanied by a deafening boom, sending figures scattering amidst the powerful impact. The force of the blast sends two masked figures reeling backward, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief, as the ground cracks beneath them. Amidst the chaos, Hua-san finds himself caught in a brutal chokehold, his face contorted in pain as he coughs up blood, struggling for breath. The masked attacker maintains his iron grip, Wei Zan's body limp in his hold, while around them, other masked figures lie defeated, scattered across the broken ground. The masked attacker's eyes, sharp and cold, gaze down at his captive, a silent intensity in his stare. With a sickening crack, the masked attacker tightens his grip, eliciting a guttural scream of agony from Hua-san, his face twisting in unbearable pain as his neck is crushed. Despite the excruciating pain, Wei Zan's eyes snap open, and he cries out a single word, a desperate plea or challenge directed upwards. From an overhead perspective, the masked attacker stands over Hua-san, surrounded by the fallen, a question forming in his mind about the identity of these defeated individuals. Then, with a sudden, defiant move, Hua-san reaches up and touches the masked attacker's arm, his voice laced with challenge as he questions the audacity of his captor. Before the masked attacker can react, Hua-san delivers a swift, powerful blow, sending him reeling back with a cry of intense pain, the impact leaving him screaming. With a fierce determination etched across his face, Hua-san declares his next move, aiming a precise strike. The masked attacker reels back, a sickening crack echoing through the air, the force of the impact sending him violently backward. Collapsing to the ground, the masked figure lets out a pained groan, his subordinates watching in stunned silence as Hua-san demands to know if they finally understand the situation. Standing over his defeated opponent, Hua-san scoffs, chiding them for their foolishness and for asking the wrong questions. He then reveals a crucial piece of information, identifying himself as the one responsible for the deaths of their underlings at Jangwon. With a chilling finality, he asserts that they should have inquired about that detail first. Coughing blood, the masked attacker struggles to comprehend, his mind reeling at the revelation that this seemingly unassuming scholar could be such a formidable killer. Chapter 12. Chson is too far. A cold realization dawns, the thought echoing in the air. So, you were the murderer. He continues, his voice laced with disdain. Also, you talk too much. If you're a villain, act like one and talk with your sword. There are a few dumbass that think they're the best and constantly play with their tongues. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he concludes, well, that's that. Standing over the masked attacker who lies defeated on the ground, Hua-san calls out, hey. He then points a finger at one of the other masked figures, who flinch in surprise, declaring, hey you're up first, number one. His fingers twitch with an almost imperceptible movement, a silent threat hanging in the air. The masked figure targeted by Wei Zan's challenge looks on, his eyes wide with apprehension. As the masked attacker on the ground cries out in agony, Hua-san presses his foot down, a faint blue energy emanating from his soul, intensifying the pressure. Desperate, the masked attacker on the ground pleads, stop. I'll go, while his companions flinch, clearly intimidated. Hua-san stands over the now trembling masked attacker, his hand glowing with blue energy, poised to strike. A brutal strike lands, sending the masked attacker's head snapping back as blood erupts from his face. Before he can recover, Hua-san follows up with a powerful, energy-infused kick, driving his foot into the man's jaw. Another blow connects, the masked figure's body twisting from the impact, while his companions watch, frozen in stunned silence. The masked attacker screams in agony, his face a mangled mess of blood and torn flesh. Holding the battered man by his collar, Hua-san addresses the remaining masked figures, his voice cutting through the tense air, demanding their attention. His eyes glowing with fierce intent, he warns them that if any of them dare to leave, their boss will die, his question hanging heavy in the silence. The masked figures exchange uncertain glances, their resolve wavering, as Hua-san draws his sword, challenging them to make their next move. With a surge of power, his eyes ignite, and he unleashes a blindingly fast assault, a whirlwind of motion and blue energy tearing through the air. He moves like a phantom, a blur of swirling energy, stabbing one of the masked figures before unleashing a focused blast of blue energy from his palm. One of the masked figures screams in defiance, leaping forward only to be met by Wei Zan's counterattack, a powerful blue energy wave erupting from his stance. Another masked figure cries out as Wei Zan's blade finds its mark, and he continues his relentless assault, striking down multiple opponents with sweeping, energy-charged blows. With a final, devastating flourish, Hua-san sends the remaining masked figures flying, their bodies scattering from the sheer force of his attack. His breath, a visible plume of steam, escapes his lips as his eyes narrow with an almost terrifying intensity. And in a blur of motion, he unleashes a devastating, sweeping attack, striking multiple masked figures simultaneously with explosive force. Leaping through the air, he continues his relentless assault, each strike a precise, powerful blow that sends his opponents reeling. The culmination of his power erupts in a massive, concentrated blast, shattering the very ground and scattering the remaining attackers like ragdolls. In the wake of the devastating impact, the masked figures lie defeated and broken, strewn across the ruined floor. Kneeling amidst the chaos, Ruju stares at the unconscious forms, her voice trembling as she wonders if it's truly all over. Nearby, the innkeeper offers a pragmatic, if slightly exasperated, observation to Ruju, the old man, and Judge On, reminding her that she drank to her heart's content and should leave without regret. Her eyes wide with shock, Ruju takes in the full extent of the destruction, shelves splintered and goods scattered across the floor. The entire room is a scene of utter devastation, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed moments before. Standing in the doorway, Ruju can only stammer in disbelief, gazing at the wreckage and the defeated figures, including the masked attacker and a subordinate, lying motionless. Turning to the young man responsible for the chaos, she demands to know if he intends to just stand there. With a sigh of exasperation, Ruju laments his destructive habits, then pointedly asks Hua-san if he's going to remain in his current state amidst the ruins. An older servant, bald and with a white beard, stands over a younger, equally bald servant, urging him to finish up, as the younger man replies, "Good job, my lord." Meanwhile, an injured man with long, dark hair lies on the ground, his face contorted in a silent scream of disbelief, a single word escaping his lips. Amidst the wreckage of the inn, with defeated masked figures scattered around them, Ruju confronts Hua-san, demanding to know, "My lord, what are you going to do if you keep killing people like this?" He, however, responds with a dismissive question of his own. "What? Should I tell those who want to kill me that I'll forgive them and that they can leave?" Hua-san then casually asks the elder, who holds one of the discarded masks, "Should I cut them again?" The elder, ever pragmatic, replies, "No. Even if you cut their heads, there's nowhere to hang them from." The injured man from before, now unmasked, stares up in shock, realizing, as expected, it was you. Hua-san, with a chilling smile, stands over the tied-up old servant, who desperately demands, "Who are you? Identify yourself." With a simple right, Hua-san turns his attention to the injured man, who attempts to flee, but Hua-san calls out, "Hey, number one." The injured man stumbles, trying to escape, as Wei-zan's voice follows him. "Where are you trying to go? Kek, your liver is so small. Are you scared of dying, little man?" Having easily subdued the fleeing attacker, Hua-san points down at the defeated man, delivering a stark warning. "If you want to take him back, bring more people. A lot more of them." His expression firm and unwavering, Hua-san makes it clear, "I'm telling you that I'm letting you live." The defeated man, battered and bruised, can only manage a defiant, "Kek, this bastard." His eyes burning with impotent rage, the injured man remains silent, his thoughts unspoken. Standing over the defeated attacker, Hua-san questions his resolve, asking if he truly wishes to die here. With a sudden burst of energy, he sends the man skidding further across the floor, a clear demonstration of his power. Later, reflecting on the encounter, he muses that the weakling was surprisingly quick, while the old man asks if he is certain about letting the captured man go. Hua-san then looks up, a thought forming in his mind. He concludes that Chson is too far away for him to pursue them, declaring with fierce determination that those who wish to catch him should be the ones to come to him. Chapter 13. How to Catch the Big Fish. On a serene river, an old man rows a small boat, remarking that it is the perfect weather to sail, while a masked figure seated beside Hua-san laments the lack of alcohol, as Hua-san simply calls out a name. Suddenly, the masked figure finds himself caught in a swift, powerful strike from Hua-san, the impact echoing with a sharp smack. Reeling from the blow, the masked man recognizes his assailant, muttering, "Q. It's Yangchuang." In disbelief, Hua-san, his expression stern, delivers another punishing blow to the masked figure's face, warning him to answer immediately the next time he is asked a question. The masked man collapses, his face bruised and contorted in pain, a guttural "cook" escaping his lips. As Hua-san stands over the fallen figure, the old man intervenes, grabbing the masked man's arm and urging him to wait, while the masked figure looks up in surprise. The old man then pushes the masked figure, a wide, unsettling grin spreading across his face, his eyes glinting with a strange amusement. A chill runs down the masked man's spine as the old man continues to hold him, his fear palpable. With a decisive pull, the old man drags the masked figure away, who looks utterly terrified by the turn of events. A metallic clang echoes as the injured man, his face now exposed, grimly acknowledges that their pursuers will catch up in 10 days. Hua-san, tending to his wounds, inquires if he can recover using his chi, his movements careful and precise. As Weizen's hand gently taps his, the injured man clutches a small, golden object. The injured man's gaze is sharp and intense, his demeanor confirming the observation that he is indeed an unpredictable individual. From his relaxed position on the boat, Chson ponders the true identity of the man before him, recognizing that despite his reputation as a genius scholar and member of the National Science Academy, that is not his true face. He observes that the man doesn't act like a scholar at all, but rather like a member of a strict martial arts community. Meanwhile, the old man, holding the golden object, chuckles, declaring it to be gold, while Chson sighs in annoyance. The injured man, his face still bruised, demands to know who Chson is and what his true agenda might be. Chson remains reclined, a picture of casual defiance, as the old man watches their exchange with a knowing look. From the small boat navigating the narrow waterway, Chson calmly states his name, but the injured man's voice cuts through the air, demanding to know his real identity. Standing now, Chson faces the injured man, who, with a frustrated gesture, questions why he is trying to change his lineage all of a sudden, demanding to know his motives. Weizen's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he retorts, asking who told him he had the right to ask questions. Weizen's voice cuts through the air, sharp and commanding, as the bruised and battered Yangchuan grunts in pain, his face contorted in a grimace. Meanwhile, the old man, observing the unsettling dynamic, ventures to ask Chson about their current destination and purpose. With a stern expression, Chson dismisses the question, implying the time for such inquiries has long passed. Standing at the bow of the boat, arms outstretched as if embracing the vastness of the river between towering cliffs, Chson declares the location to be perfect. The old man, still confused, questions what could possibly be good about their predicament, as Chson turns back with a wide, unsettling grin, his long hair flowing in the wind. A look of dawning horror spreads across the old man's face, as Weizen's expression darkens, confirming his sinister intent. Chson then elaborates on his grim reasoning, explaining that the river provides a convenient way to dispose of bodies without burial and wash away any blood, making it an ideal location for his violent plans. Suddenly, the old man asks who is approaching, and Chson calmly replies that it must be the people pursuing Yangchuan. Yangchuan, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve, recalls how many strong opponents appeared when he previously eliminated underlings in Jiangwan. A new, burly figure, emanating a menacing red aura, stands on an approaching boat, commanding them to drop their weapons and kneel. As the figures on the approaching boat point in alarm, a powerful, unseen force is unleashed. A swirling vortex of destructive energy erupts, engulfing the narrow waterway in a violent maelstrom. Still reeling from the powerful attack, Chson endures the swirling, ethereal energy that envelopes him, his expression etched with pain. Meanwhile, the masked attacker reflects on his past actions, musing, "When I eliminated some formidable individuals at Chson, this particular adversary emerged." He speculates on the newcomer's origins. He's likely a high-ranking member from the Chson sect, a wry smile playing on his lips as he adds, "The later they arrive, the more significant their presence." His gaze sharpens, anticipating the next challenge. "I wonder who will come next." Back on the boat, Chson, seemingly recovered, expresses a similar sentiment. "I hope the true masters appear this time. Indeed, if the real boss finally shows up, then everything will swiftly conclude." The old man, however, is visibly distressed by the escalating situation, lamenting, "This is a grave problem. How can I possibly stop this madman? And even more powerful individuals will arrive, tons of them." Chson leans over the side of the boat, a thoughtful expression on his face, observing the calm river waters. He gently dips his hand into the cool current, the water splashing softly as small fish begin to gather around his fingers. A cunning glint enters his eyes as he considers his strategy. If you wish to catch the big fish, the bait must become larger. As if on cue, larger fish begin to approach his hand, drawn by his presence, confirming his calculated intent to escalate the conflict. Suddenly, in a dense forest, a soldier stumbles into a clearing, only to be met by a stern command from another, "Identify yourself." The masked attacker finds himself abruptly surrounded by a multitude of armed soldiers, his surprise evident as he exclaims, "Shit! Why are there soldiers here?" As the masked attacker found himself ambushed, a soldier, clad in armor and holding a gleaming blade, stepped forward, demanding to know his identity. But before the soldier could finish his challenge, a swift, unseen blow sent his helmet rattling, the impact blurring his vision as blood splattered around him. The masked attacker moved with brutal efficiency, his glowing blades carving through the ranks of the surrounding soldiers, each stab a testament to his deadly skill. In moments, the ambush turned into a massacre, leaving a trail of fallen bodies and pooling blood as the masked figure stood victorious over his defeated foes. He looked down at one of the surviving soldiers, who lay glowing faintly with a strange energy, and with an imperious tone, commanded him to kneel. But just as his dominance was asserted, a powerful gust of wind swept through the clearing, and a towering old man, his long white hair and beard flowing around him, descended from above, scattering the remaining soldiers like leaves. His eyes, sharp and piercing, glowed with an ancient power as he fixed his gaze upon the masked attacker. The masked attacker, who had just effortlessly dispatched an entire squad, could only react with a gasp of utter shock, his body recoiling from the sheer force of the elder's presence. Now lying defeated on the ground, the masked attacker trembled as the old man's foot tapped beside him, a stern voice demanding a full report of what had transpired. A figure plummets from the sky, surrounded by a swirling vortex of smaller forms, descending rapidly towards the earth. Below, an elder with a long white beard watches the descent, his face contorted in a furious expression as the air rushes past. On the ground, a man bows deeply, offering a nervous greeting to his superior. A sudden drop in the atmosphere causes a startled exclamation. The kneeling man, Zhejian, looks up in disbelief, questioning the impossible news. What did you say? A scholar. You want me to believe that a scholar destroyed half the sect? The elder, his form trembling with indignation, condemns the distant figure. How dare he kidnap a lord and fight the will of the heavens? Around him, other sect members murmur in agreement, their expressions grim. His eyes glowing with fierce resolve, the elder commands his followers, make sure you catch him and show him the might of our sect. Responding to the call, countless figures launch themselves into the sky, their unified cry of "for honor" echoing as they begin their assault. Impacts ripple across the ground as the first wave of attackers lands, ready to engage. The pursuit intensifies as numerous masked figures surge forward, their movements swift and synchronized across the open terrain. One of them, a blur of motion, moves with such incredible speed that the very air around him distorts, leaving a trail of shattered space in his wake. More figures dash through the forest, converging on a specific point where a smaller group has already gathered, their hunt relentless. Under the serene glow of a full moon, the dense forest canopy stretches, casting long shadows over the hidden activities below. Deep within the woods, a group of masked individuals huddle around a crackling campfire, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames as they strategize. A stern-faced leader, his dark hair tied back, addresses one of his subordinates, inquiring if their target has been located, receiving confirmation that he is near the garrison. He then shifts his focus, asking about the army's status, and is reassured of their safety before pressing for their exact route. The subordinate reports that at this rate, they will soon arrive at Mount Hua, a name that elicits a sharp, questioning glance from the leader. With a decisive command, the leader orders his assembled masked warriors to spread the information, his gaze firm as he addresses them. Looking down with a grim expression, he mutters that their target is effectively digging his own grave. Meanwhile, Chson plummets down a colossal cliff face, a breathtaking waterfall cascading beside him, yet he finds a moment to appreciate the beautiful, albeit perilous, sight. Elsewhere, Queen Yeso, the Wyong County governor, stands beside the sect leader, inquiring about her brother, only to be met with the curt reply that there is no news yet. Queen Yeso, her expression resolute, dismisses her general's concerns, asking if he agrees with her decision to continue the search, but he gently urges her to return home. He warns her that the royal court will surely be worried if they discover their princess is missing. Yet, she remains undeterred, believing Master Wu Yiek is currently disguised and asking if he shares her conviction. Song Jahayan, the Yeso's right general, laments his perceived negligence, questioning how he could have been so careless in guarding the princess. Despite his worries, Queen Yeso firmly declares she will not return until her brother is found. With renewed determination, she commands him, urging them to continue their journey. Far from the royal court's concerns, a small boat drifts peacefully on the vast expanse of the Yellow River, its waters shimmering under the sun. Inside, Chson sits with an older companion, letting out a wide yawn as he holds a fishing rod. His companion, perplexed by their activity, asks why they are doing this. Chson simply replies that they are fishing, prompting his companion to point out the lack of a hook or fishing line, questioning the nature of their endeavor. With a knowing look, Chson then asks if his companion has heard of Kong Tae Gong, and if he has ever considered the wisdom of waiting for the right moment to fish the world. His companion, unimpressed by the philosophical musings, retorts that Chson should clear his eyes before speaking such nonsense, while Chson simply mutters in response, rubbing his eye. Still adrift on the Yellow River, the old man questions Chson, wondering if he had been dozing off, before asking if this truly was the legendary Yellow River. Chson, with a dismissive wave, assures him that it is, but his companion presses further, asking if he knows what awaits them if they continue this path, a question that elicits a frustrated yell from Chson. The old man then reveals their inevitable destination, warning that if they continue this way, they will end up in Mount Hua. Chson simply responds with a curious, "So?" His companion sighs deeply, his face etched with concern, before asking if Chson truly comprehends the immense strength of the currents in that place. Chson, still seemingly unconcerned, merely sniffs in response to the mention of Mount Hua, as his companion elaborates on the treacherous nature of the location. He explains that Mount Hua is a desolate area where countless sunken boats lie, unable to float due to the sheer destructive power of the rapids and currents, a place so ugly that even the largest vessels are instantly destroyed. Chson's expression shifts, a hint of surprise crossing his features as he asks, "Really?" He then chides his companion, suggesting that he should have shared this crucial information sooner, his hand resting on the old man's head in a gesture of playful exasperation. Considering the gravity of the situation, Chson muses aloud. If that's what you're saying then. Meanwhile, the old man, with a grimace, internally laments his fate, dreading the prospect of having to follow Chson into such peril. With a decisive smack of his hand, Chson declares his intention, announcing, "Let's go to Manhwa High. As the boat plunged deeper into the turbulent waters, sending splashes high into the air, the elderly man's fear became palpable. His voice trembling with desperation, he cried out that they would surely freeze to death if they continued, destined to become nothing more than water ghosts. But Chson merely turned, a slight smirk playing on his lips, and challenged him, asking if he wished to make a wager on who would be the first to join the ranks of the water ghosts. A powerful force sends two figures plummeting into a churning abyss of water, the impact creating a massive splash as one cries out in pain, while the other, a masked attacker, braces for the inevitable. But from the depths, Chson emerges with an exhilarated cry, declaring that he knew it would be fun, the turbulent water splashing around him. Now on a small boat amidst the raging currents, he faces the masked attacker, who struggles to maintain his footing. The masked figure, clearly outmatched, taunts him, demanding to be killed already. Before he can even finish his plea, a swift, unseen strike connects with his face, sending a jolt of pain through him. Chson, observing the impact with a detached gaze, admits that while it was fun for a while, he's starting to get bored now. He then calmly instructs the masked attacker to start paying a bit more attention from now on. The masked man, bruised and disoriented, inquires if Chson is curious about who will become the water ghost. Suddenly, an old man appears on the boat, pointing frantically and calling out to his master. His eyes wide with dawning horror, the old man realizes the true nature of their predicament. As the roar of rushing water intensifies, he screams a warning to his master, identifying the colossal waterfall they are about to plunge over. Yet, Chson's expression remains eerily calm, his gaze shifting from serene to a flicker of mild interest as the chaos unfolds around him. Meanwhile, the masked attacker, caught in the same terrifying descent, lets out a desperate cry for help, his small boat tumbling helplessly down the watery precipice. Chson's laughter echoes through the roaring cascade, a stark contrast to the fear gripping his companions as he embraces the exhilarating plunge. The immense waterfall plunges into a churning pool below, its icy waters crashing against the towering rock formations that frame the chasm. Suddenly, the surface of the water bulges violently, as if something massive has just been submerged beneath the torrent. The old man struggles, submerged in the frigid depths, water bubbling around him as he gasps for air, his face contorted in distress. His eyes, wide with shock and fear, reflect the terrifying reality of his situation. High above, on the towering cliffs overlooking the waterfall, a vast assembly of figures stands silhouetted against the sky, their presence a silent, ominous declaration. As the crowd on the cliffs began their terrifying descent, a desperate cry of "Master!" echoed through the air, while Chson looked up, reaching out towards the plummeting figures. The mass of bodies continued to fall, splashing violently into the churning waters below. Amidst the freefall, one figure lashed out with a kick, a defiant die, ripping from their lips. The masked attacker, his face twisted into a sinister grin, let out a chilling cackle as he plummeted alongside the others. Below, Chson's hand began to glow, a vibrant blue energy manifesting around his palm. The ethereal blue light swirled and intensified, a powerful aura building around him. He looked up at the falling horde, a calm resolve in his voice as he declared there was no need for pleasantries. With a fierce roar, Chson unleashed a devastating wave of blue energy, sweeping through the air and engulfing the incoming attackers. The sheer force of his attack sent the figures flying, their bodies tossed like ragdolls by the powerful surge. They slammed into the jagged rocks and cliff faces, the impact echoing with a sickening crunch as they were violently repelled. Meanwhile, the old man's face was a mask of pure terror, his features contorted and dripping wet from the ordeal. Yet, against all odds, he had survived the fall, now sitting calmly by the water's edge, a simple bamboo stick clutched in his hand. As the old man's hand clenches, a subtle tension builds in the water. Nearby, Chson floats lifelessly, face down amidst the broken remnants of their fall, his body still reeling from the plunge. Suddenly, a bamboo stick plunges into the water with a soft splash, its tip quickly sinking beneath the surface. Just as quickly, it emerges again, creating gentle ripples across the calm surface. Chson, now surfacing, lets out an enraged cry, blue energy flaring around him, demanding to know what the old man is doing. Unbeknownst to him, the old man remains submerged, calmly breathing underwater as bubbles rise around him. A knowing smile plays on his lips as he holds his bamboo stick, offering a quiet, "Good luck, master," to the young man above. Meanwhile, the masked attackers, having also survived the fall, surge forward, their leader barking orders to kill him and save the Lord. They leap from the wreckage, a horde of blades and fists descending upon Chson, who stands ready on a small boat. Several assailants manage to close the distance, grappling with him, shouting to hold him tight and not let him escape. But their grip is short-lived as a blinding, explosive burst of energy erupts from Chson, shattering the air and sending debris flying. The force of the blast sends the masked attackers hurtling away, leaving Hua-san standing resolute amidst the chaotic aftermath of his devastating counterattack. As a brilliant blue energy pulsed from his hands, Huizen's thoughts echoed the burden of his lineage, a silent lament that he and his ancestors had lived their entire lives nameless. Surrounded by a horde of masked attackers, he felt a raw power surge through him, a force so immense it made him question how they had endured without truly understanding what they were experiencing. With a deafening boom, the concentrated energy erupted outwards, blasting through the ranks of his assailants. His face contorted in a grimace of intense focus and exertion, he pushed his power even further. A powerful whoosh of air accompanied the expanding aura, as Hua-san unleashed another devastating wave of energy. The masked figures were struck repeatedly, their bodies recoiling from the relentless impacts. They were sent hurtling through the air, their forms blurring into ominous silhouettes against the chaotic backdrop. One attacker, sent flying with explosive force, could only manage a desperate cry of "Master?" and a taunt of "Is this it?" before Huizen's own voice cut through the din, demanding, "Is that all you got?" Watching the devastation unfold, the sect leader's eyes widened in disbelief, a single, stunned question escaping his lips. What the hell? Standing amidst his fallen subordinates, a dark, malevolent aura began to swirl around him, his patience clearly at an end. Without hesitation, he lashed out, severing the arm of one of his own masked attackers, blood splattering across the ground. The sect leader then violently hurled the injured attacker into a cluster of his remaining men, who cried out in pain and surprise, one of them ironically sighing, "What a relief," just before the impact. Hua-san, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow, unleashes a torrent of golden energy, ripping through the air around him, as he acknowledges the overwhelming numbers still arrayed against him. His power surges, the crimson light from his gaze intensifying, surrounded by jagged, dark tendrils of raw force. With a powerful burst, he repels the masked attackers, their blades clashing against his invisible shield as they are thrown back. The force of his attack sends them reeling, blood splattering as they cry out in pain, a wave of purple energy sweeping them off their feet. Jagged spikes of energy erupt from the ground, impacting the fleeing figures and sending them tumbling through the air. Finally, a massive explosion of light and force erupts, scattering the remaining attackers like dust in the wind. Watching his forces decimated, the sect leader's face contorts in a mask of bloodied rage and frustration. Standing amidst the broken bodies of his own men, he manifests a sinister red aura, a glowing orb of dark energy forming in his hand, ready to unleash his own terrifying power. Meanwhile, Hua-san lands with a heavy impact, his eyes still glowing crimson, dark tendrils of power swirling around him, blood staining his face from the intense battle. He strikes downwards with a surge of dark energy, creating a powerful impact on the ground beneath him. Despite the blood and grime on his face, his crimson eyes remain fixed, a grim determination etched into his features. As more masked figures emerge from the shadows, Hua-san spreads his arms, dark energy tendrils coiling around him, acknowledging the endless nature of the fight, knowing there is still more to come. Despite the wounds marring his face, Huizen's expression hardens, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as he vows to use this struggle to become much stronger. With a surge of inner power, he raises his arms, channeling an immense, glowing energy that radiates from his very being. The gathered force erupts outwards, a colossal pillar of golden light blasting from his position on the water, sending concentric rings of energy rippling across the surface. With a fierce declaration, Hua-san raises his hands, gathering a brilliant, golden energy, proclaiming that he will reveal the true essence of Munryong. The gathered power erupts into a blinding column of light, shooting skyward with a deafening boom, golden particles scattering in its wake. The sheer force of the attack impacts the distant waters, creating a colossal explosion that sends waves crashing outwards, and the very ground beneath begins to crack and shatter from the immense pressure. Such raw power comes at a cost, and Huizen's face contorts in agony, his eyes squeezed shut against the overwhelming strain. As the destructive energy continues to rage, the landscape around him is torn apart, debris and fiery particles swirling in a chaotic maelstrom. Finally, the immense exertion takes its toll, and he collapses onto a wooden platform, splashing water as his body gives out from exhaustion. His face, obscured by his long, dark hair, reveals the profound fatigue etched into his features, small particles of light still dancing around him. Before he can recover, an opportunistic attacker lunges from behind, sword raised high, screaming for him to die as the blade cuts through the air and water. Just as the blade is about to strike, a massive, muscular figure suddenly appears, intercepting the attack with a powerful grab, asking, "Who's going to die?" With a grunt of effort, the powerful newcomer flings the attacker away, sending him hurtling through the air, while Hua-san, still on the platform, looks on in stunned surprise, wondering aloud, "What are you doing?" The large protector turns, his face contorted in a furious snarl, his eyes glowing with an ominous purple light, a clear warning to any who would threaten his charge. Hua-san, still bearing the marks of his recent struggle, hears the old man chuckle beside him, confirming they are nearing the canyon's end. With a slight tch of annoyance, Hua-san instructs the old man to disembark and hold tight, anticipating the boat might capsize. As the boat violently splashes through the water, Chson stands firm, his gaze fixed forward. The old man, submerged in the turbulent waters, offers a grim directive: make sure you survive. Meanwhile, a procession of armed figures moves through a different part of the canyon, their attention drawn by a sudden alert. One of them reports to their leader, urging him to stop, who then questions the urgency of the situation. The subordinate informs Munryong, the head of a fallen branch, that a group from the Chson sect has been spotted in the upper reaches of the canyon. Munryong presses for their exact location, learning they are positioned on both sides of the river, intending to completely block the ship's entry and exit routes. The news sends murmurs through the ranks, as the guards react with shock at the mention of their routes being blocked by a boat. Munryong, his expression hardening, then asks who their opponent truly is. His subordinate admits uncertainty, prompting Munryong to question if they are the intended target. Munryong considers the situation, concluding that from their vantage point, the ambushers' focus isn't on his group, but rather upstream. When questioned about his reasoning, he explains that the enemy's gazes and the direction of their swords are clearly aimed upstream, not downstream towards them. He then identifies the location, Mount Hua, as a place naturally inaccessible to people and ships, leading him to wonder if they are instead targeting their own brothers from the Chson sect. Addressing his gathered subordinates, Munryong commands them to gather closer. He acknowledges their youth and inexperience, making it difficult to discern the true intentions of their adversaries. With a determined expression, he declares his intention to demonstrate to his brothers the true nature of the opponents they are about to face. His subordinates respond with a unified, resolute affirmation, their fists striking their palms in a gesture of readiness. Suddenly, one of the subordinates unleashes a powerful technique, causing sharp ice spikes to erupt from the ground with a resounding impact. Following the display of power, numerous figures launch themselves into the sky, their forms blurring as they soar towards an unseen destination. Meanwhile, far below in the canyon, the old man observes the vast river, confirming their progress to Chson. Chson, standing tall on the boat, lets out a sigh of relief, acknowledging their continued survival amidst the treacherous journey. As their boat glides forward, the old man suddenly points ahead, alerting Chson to a large vessel appearing in the distance. The river stretches wide under a setting sun, its waters reflecting the golden light as numerous large ships, their sails unfurled, navigate the calm currents. Towering cliffs line the waterway, creating a dramatic passage for the vessels, one of which appears to be a smaller, solitary boat in the distance. From above, the river reveals a fleet of these larger ships, their wooden hulls cutting through the water as they advance through the canyon. Suddenly, on the deck of one of the leading ships, a line of archers stands ready, their bows drawn and aimed, a chilling whoosh of wind accompanying their menacing posture. Their faces are obscured by masks, but their intent is clear as they hold their positions, poised to strike. In their small boat, the young man and the elder watch the approaching fleet, the elder's voice filled with concern as he questions the sheer number of adversaries. Chson's gaze sharpens, his expression grim as he wonders if the figure leading the charge is the leader of this hostile force. The old man, however, shows no fear, his body tensing as a powerful aura of wind and energy erupts around him, signaling his readiness for battle. His hand moves to the hilt of his sword, a silent promise of the fight to come. Chson's anger flares, his eyes burning with disdain for those who would dare imitate true warriors, a sentiment shared by the old man, who is clearly full of a similar fury. With a swift motion, the elder draws his blade, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he prepares to face the incoming threat. He stands resolute, his sword now fully drawn, the vibrant blue energy swirling around him, ready to confront the massed figures on the enemy ships. As the hostile fleet looms, Chson turns to the elder, a question laced with disdain in his voice, wondering if the enemy truly patronizes everyone with such arrogance. Meanwhile, on one of the enemy vessels, a masked attacker looks down at a fallen comrade, a chilling calm about him amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a hand shoots out, grabbing the masked man's chin with brutal force, his eyes widening in shock as he's caught completely off guard. With a swift motion, Chson pulls the elder back onto their boat, removing him from the immediate danger as the enemy archers prepare their assault. On the opposing ships, a line of masked archers draws their bows, their arrows poised to strike with deadly precision. The masked attacker, now free from the grip, can only smirk, a chilling amusement in his eyes as he remarks on the unexpected reaction. His fellow attackers, however, are far less composed, their faces contorted in a mix of shock and discomfort. Before the masked man can fully process his surprise, Chson's leg flashes with a vibrant purple aura, delivering a devastating kick that sends the attacker reeling backward, blood spraying from his mouth. The impact is immense, a burst of orange energy erupting as the masked figure is launched through the air, his body a mere projectile against Chson's overwhelming power. He soars high above the ships, a trailing arc of yellow energy marking his trajectory, as a distant voice exclaims in disbelief that he's flying away. The masked attacker finally crashes down onto another enemy ship, colliding violently with a group of his comrades in a chaotic explosion of wood and bodies. A powerful force sends Chson hurtling through the air, a brilliant golden aura trailing behind him as he's launched away from the ship. On a nearby vessel, two young men watch the spectacle unfold, their faces etched with surprise and concern, one clutching a simple stick as if for defense. The impact is brutal as Chson crashes onto the deck of another ship, his body skidding across the wooden planks amidst a flurry of splintering wood and scattered figures. He lies broken and bleeding, his white robe stained crimson, a guttural cry of pain escaping his lips as he struggles to move. From a distance, on a separate ship, an unmasked antagonist with a distinctive black symbol on his bare back watches the scene, a chilling question hanging in the air as he surveys the damage. Back on the ship, Chson's allies rush to his side, their voices filled with desperation, pleading with him to awaken and open his eyes. Among them, an old man with long white hair clenches his fists, his face contorted in a furious snarl, cursing the perpetrator of such a brutal attack. Yet, the unmasked antagonist simply smirks, a cruel satisfaction playing on his lips, uttering that this is precisely how things should be. Far below, a small, solitary boat drifts across the shimmering surface of the water, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. As the command echoes to prepare the archers, figures emerge from the jagged cliff faces, bows drawn and ready, their sudden appearance met with a surprised gasp. Below, Chson looks up at the sudden ambush, a weary question escaping him as he recognizes the familiar tactic. With a tense silence broken by the order to fire, a volley of arrows is unleashed, while an old man watches with a grimace of concern. Yet, before the deadly projectiles can strike, a shimmering blue barrier erupts, its geometric patterns forming a protective shield. The first wave of arrows slams into the barrier, their impact creating bursts of purple energy as they are repelled, followed by another relentless barrage. Still, the arrows continue to fall, a relentless rain of death descending from the heights. The focus of the attack shifts, a small, empty boat becoming the new target of the concentrated fire. The wooden vessel is instantly overwhelmed, hundreds of arrows piercing its hull and sending sprays of water into the air. As the boat is utterly destroyed and sinks, the attackers realize their primary target is nowhere to be found. The archers and their comrades stare in disbelief at the empty water, their shouts of confusion echoing across the sea as they question the disappearance. One man's face contorts in utter shock, unable to comprehend the impossible vanishing act. From the ground, several figures look up in alarm as a brilliant light descends rapidly from the sky, a powerful whoosh accompanying its approach. It is Chson, plummeting headfirst through the air, his long hair streaming wildly behind him as he cuts through the atmosphere with a soft swish. His descent continues, a blur of motion as his body accelerates, the ground rushing up to meet him. Then, with a sudden, precise movement, he reorients himself, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the fall. His eyes, now glowing with an intense crimson light, reflect the sheer power he is channeling, his expression one of fierce concentration. A faint, golden aura envelopes his body as he continues his controlled descent, the air around him crackling with energy. With a sharp turn, he directs his momentum, the impact of his maneuver sending shockwaves through the ground below. The whoosh of displaced air intensifies as he angles his body for the final strike, a blur of power hurtling towards the earth. His face, etched with fierce resolve, is the last thing seen before the ground erupts, a thunderous impact shaking the very foundations of the world. Nearby, the old man watches with a tense, worried expression, as a young boy beside him exclaims in awe, "Wow, Grandpa!" Standing within the newly formed crater, Chson turns to the old man, asking, "What's the name of that move?" The old man replies, "Neither your father, nor your grandfather, nor your grandfather's father knows the name." He pauses, then concludes, "That's just." The sheer force of the impact, a technique Chson had just demonstrated, sends a powerful shockwave rippling through the air, revealing the raw mechanics of the move. Elsewhere, a sudden alarm causes two guards to shout, "Grab your weapons. Hurry up and get to your positions," as a powerful, unseen force approaches. Back at the crater, the old man watches with a stern expression, his gaze fixed on the aftermath of the technique. He muses, "Lightning bomb." A young boy, standing nearby, adds with a bright smile, "They started calling it lightning bomb after some time." Chson's face is a mask of intense focus, his features illuminated by a fiery, shimmering aura, as if the very essence of the technique still courses through him. In a different time, or perhaps a premonition, Chson stands on the deck of a ship, looking back as a voice cries out, "She's coming. Archers, get ready." Meanwhile, a masked attacker's eyes gleam with dark resolve, declaring, "After having our names hidden for hundreds of years, the world will finally know who we are." Back in the present, the old man offers a profound truth. "If you're strong enough, you are the law." Chson's jaw clenches, a silent testament to his resolve, his expression hardened by the weight of his path. With fierce determination, he vows, "I'm going to fight to my heart's content." As the young man prepared his strike, a subtle whoosh of displaced air preceded the devastating force he was about to unleash upon the unsuspecting attackers below, who stood ready with their bows on the ship's deck. The initial impact sent a shockwave through the vessel, causing one of the attackers to scream in agony as the raw power began to manifest. Others stumbled, their cries of alarm echoing as the very floor beneath their feet began to give way, the ship groaning under the immense pressure. Then, with a blinding flash, the full might of the lightning bomb erupted, a concentrated blast of energy tearing through everything in its path. Wazen's face remained a mask of intense concentration as the ship below him was utterly annihilated, splintering into countless pieces with a deafening boom. The force of the blast sent one of the vessels plunging into the churning waters, leaving a massive vortex in its wake. On a nearby ship, two of the attackers could only stare in stunned silence at the devastation, one barely able to utter a question about the fate of their target. Amidst the fallen, another attacker looked up in confusion, a sudden, intense light beginning to shine directly above them. The light intensified, becoming a blinding, all-consuming radiance, a pure manifestation of destructive energy. The core of the explosion pulsed with white-hot intensity, sending fragments of debris flying outwards in every direction. Caught in the expanding shockwave, the remaining attackers were violently thrown through the air, their forms mere specks against the overwhelming light. The devastating energy continued to ripple outwards, a testament to the sheer power unleashed by the young master. The lightning bomb detonates with cataclysmic force, a blinding flash of energy consuming everything at its epicenter, tearing apart the very air with its raw power. As the light begins to fade, the sheer concussive force then slams into the water below, sending colossal waves crashing over the rocky coastline, a violent deluge engulfing the landscape. Amidst the lively chatter of an inn, a voice calls out for more alcohol, the name Sam Mun Hyop echoing through the air. As the sounds of rambunctious patrons demanding more dumplings, more alcohol, and questioning the owner's attention fill the establishment. Inside, a young woman in a wide-brimmed hat and a young man with a sword at his hip sit at a low table laden with food, lamenting that they aren't fast enough on land to meet with their objective. Chson explains that Samunyup's waterway is too perilous, even for seasoned veterans, and that a mediocre boat would surely sink. The princess, however, suggests using a military ship, a notion Chson immediately dismisses. He looks at her with a surprised expression. While she continues, reasoning that if it's a waterway, there must be a gateway, and asks about the closest naval base. Chson firmly tells her that using the military for personal reasons is impossible, and that her father would be furious. The princess, however, playfully asks what the problem is with riding a ship, claiming she's done it a few times before. Chson clarifies that those past instances were in territory ruled by royalty. But here at Hannam, there could be political problems. As she considers their predicament, a solution dawns on her, and the princess declares, "I have an idea," placing a wrapped scroll onto the table with a soft thud. Wazen's eyes widen in surprise and concern as he questions, "Princess, is it?" She turns to him, her veiled hat obscuring her expression. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he grapples with the implications, his voice laced with worry as he asks, "How are you going to take care of the consequences?" Meanwhile, in a lavish royal chamber, a cloaked figure stands beside the king's bed, inquiring about his condition, only to be met with the grim news that the king remains unconscious. In another part of the palace, officials gather, and one reports to Admiral Ugukrium, lamenting, "The doctor doesn't know what to do. It seems that you have God's blessing, Admiral," implying a dire situation for the king. The third High Admiral, Left Minister, expresses his disbelief, muttering, "Who would have known that our king will be like that after eating the gallbladder of a bum?" Royal Guard Zhou Gang laughs heartily, agreeing, "Huh? That's right." Before inquiring, "How is the Byungbo?" Admiral Ugukrium responds to the query, stating, "I'm trying my best, Admiral." He then reveals that Jua Sarong himself ordered the military to catch the army's Sengsios. The report continues, detailing how their people had taken care of the situation beforehand, resulting in no violence, with Agun's soldiers all caught and jailed, and their leaders quickly replaced to prevent retaliation. He considers the main point: those with martial arts backgrounds won't give up easily, leaving them with only one option, to declare them traitors and send assassins to capture all 5 families. Confirming his thoughts, Zhou Gang asks if he means the organization known as Black, to which Ugukrium affirms. Another option crosses his mind, to request the family that deceives people with words. However, he quickly dismisses the idea, deciding it's best not to get too close to them. A thoughtful hum escapes him as he sits at the table, his fingers tapping lightly, deep in contemplation. Zhou Gang then questions him, asking if he intends to leave the prime minister unchecked, while another official vehemently dismisses the prime minister as merely a wizard using black magic, his voice rising to a shout. The official continues, his face contorted in anger, declaring that despite having borrowed their power, they now need to get rid of all sorcerers. Ugukrium is reminded that the prime minister was indeed able to attain the king's favor and poison him into his current state, just as promised. Another thoughtful HM escapes him, his eyes narrowed in deep consideration of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in a shadowy, ominous setting, a hooded figure with long white hair and glowing eyes speaks of the prime minister. Back in the meeting, Ugukrium declares, gesturing emphatically, that the Yeso king is the biggest threat to their mission, and they must get rid of him. He taps his fingers confidently, assuring his subordinates that good news will soon arrive, For even if the Yeso king declines the royal command, he'll be labeled a traitor, and if he accepts, he's also a traitor. The Jade Seal, a symbol of immense power, now rests securely in hand. Meanwhile, under a vast, open sky, the world continues to turn. A soldier arrives at a fortified camp, urgently declaring, "I report to you." He delivers the grim news to Gukrium and Zhou Gang, explaining that the central and left armies have completely surrounded the Yeso kingdom, blocking all roads. Elsewhere, the venerable Samseo Castle Pa, an elder official, reflects on the unfolding situation. A kneeling messenger awaits his turn. As the elder muses, the messenger should be arriving by now. A confident armored commander reassures his superior, "I've protected this place from dozens of invasions. Please do not worry." Samseo Castle Pa shakes his head, acknowledging the Yeso king's reputation. It's Yeso's king who openly stated that he'll inherit the throne. He is not a normal guy. He continues, considering the implications, he can decline the royal order. We should prepare for that situation. Clutching a small, intricate object, Samseo Castle Pa expresses his disbelief. The Yeso king is the traitor. I don't understand this. I know that he's ambitious, but I never thought he would betray the nation. He ponders the king's motives. Is this just like the situation with the previous king, where his kindness was all for show and they only pretended to care for each other? Or if not, was there a change in his heart? As a royal command is delivered, Samseo Castle Pa observes, there was a seal on the paper. The admiral had also warned that the Yeso king might attempt to use the upper sword to decline any royal order. And for the nation's well-being, he must be stopped if he proved to be a traitor. The command was clear, retrieve the upper sword, and if the king used it to decline, he must be prevented from escaping. Samseo Castle Pa considered the implications of such a powerful artifact. The Yeso king, a figure of considerable renown, had previously quelled 2 rebellions and repelled barbarian invasions, all thanks to the invincible golden sword bestowed upon him by the previous monarch. This upper sword was more than just a weapon. It was a symbol, a replacement for the emperor's authority, wielding power akin to his direct command. Its legend claimed that whoever possessed it would be absolved of any crime, no matter how grave, a power that could last for generations. But Samseo Castle Pa knew that obtaining it, or countering its use, would be far from easy. Suddenly, a voice boomed across the palace grounds, demanding the Yeso king accept the royal command. The declaration hung heavy in the air, a formal royal command now presented before the monarch. General A, witnessing the scene, questioned the nature of this sudden decree, wondering what kind of royal command could be so urgent. Samseo Castle Pa's expression tightened with concern, realizing the gravity of the situation. The army had surrounded the kingdom, and now they were presenting a royal command. This was not good. As the royal guard stands before him, the Yeso king kneels, receiving a solemn decree. The guard's voice rings out, declaring that a few soldiers, along with Agun, attempted treason and were found engaging in their plot. The accusation hits the Yeso king with palpable force, his eyes widening in stunned disbelief. Nearby, General A's expression hardens, a surge of anger and concern flashing across his features. The royal guard continues, delivering the full weight of the command. The Yeso king and all his followers would be interrogated for committing treason, and as soon as he accepted the royal command, he would be taken to Gyeongsa. A royal messenger, his face grim, reads aloud a decree detailing how a few soldiers, along with Agun, attempted treason and were found engaging in hostile acts. He continues, addressing the imposing figure before him, declaring that the Yeso king and his followers would be interrogated for committing treason, and upon accepting the royal command, he was to be taken to Gyeongsa. The Yeso king's eyes narrow, a fierce anger burning within them as he listens to the audacious proclamation. The messenger, undeterred, presses on, warning that if the king dared to decline, his family and friends would be executed on the spot. Enraged by the threat, General A steps forward, his voice booming as he demands to know who the messenger thinks he is, dismissing the royal command as likely fake treason. As the tension mounts, the messenger and his 2 guards brace themselves, the sound of clashing metal echoing through the hall as the confrontation begins. In the courtyard, a chaotic scene unfolds, with the Yeso king's soldiers clashing against the messenger's small retinue, swords drawn and shouts filling the air. General A, his face a mask of fury, barks orders to his men, demanding they catch the messenger and his companions immediately. As the soldiers close in, the elder official, caught in the fray, cries out in alarm, questioning what they are doing and if they are trying to defy the royal command. Before he can finish, an attacking general lunges forward, grabbing the elder by his collar, shouting for him to just die, while the elder desperately pleads for him to stop, warning that killing the Holy Land's messenger would create immense difficulties. The Yeso king watches the unfolding chaos, his expression dark and resolute, as if contemplating the grave consequences of the defiance he has just instigated. As the news of the emperor's messenger being threatened spreads, 3 figures on horseback gallop away from the scene, one exclaiming that the audacity of the act demands immediate reporting to the emperor, urging their companions to return quickly. Meanwhile, Left General Jang Jungsun, a Juequi position in the court related to the military, grimly assesses their situation, stating that all roads leading outside are blocked, with the central and left armies amassing around 20,000 soldiers. General Huang, hearing the staggering number, questions if they could match that force by retrieving the soldiers currently searching for Suchin. Before the Yeso king, who sits calmly on his throne, General Huang and Zhang Jungsun stand, as one of them declares that the idea of matching the enemy's numbers is simply not true. Huang Boin, an elderly official, explains that as time passes, the enemy's forces will only continue to increase. When asked how he can be so certain, he reveals that the enemy has accused them of treason, and more soldiers are expected to arrive to enforce the royal command. Huang Boin turns to General Huang, acknowledging that with their current soldiers, it's impossible to do anything, as they are completely surrounded, but suggests they might still be able to buy some time. General Huang, looking shocked, demands to know what he means, while Zhang Jungsun, equally bewildered, asks what they can possibly do. Huang Boin looks on, as Yugukrium, with a determined expression, declares that they possess the upper sword. Suddenly, a powerful force erupts from the water, sending a massive splash into the air. As Wasan launches himself skyward, leaving the surface of the water behind in a blur of motion. Amidst the splintering wreckage of a vessel, Wasan plummets towards the churning water, a desperate plea escaping his lips as he struggles to breathe. The vessel itself begins to sink rapidly, its demise prompting a frantic cry for everyone to clear the area. A deep, unsettling burble rises from the depths, leaving onlookers stunned and questioning what cataclysmic event had just unfolded after the explosion. From the chaos, a figure suddenly leaps upward, drawing gasps of confusion and questions of its identity from the distant observers. One of them, eyes wide with disbelief, points a trembling finger towards the sky, urging the others to witness the impossible sight. From the depths, Wasan rises, his form glowing with an ethereal light, ascending with impossible speed into the heavens. The sight leaves two men utterly dumbfounded, one questioning how such a feat is possible, the other wondering if he faces this challenge alone. His gaze sharpens, a fierce, golden light igniting within his eyes, reflecting the immense power now coursing through him. As he ascends, multiple figures are violently thrown into the air, their bodies tumbling helplessly through the sky. Then, with a burst of speed, Wasan streaks across the sky, leaving a dazzling trail of light in his wake. The sheer impossibility of his movement leaves another observer aghast, uttering a stunned question about his ability to levitation walk. As his gaze sharpens, the Chson Sect soldiers are sent tumbling from the cliffside, a powerful force sweeping them away. From a nearby boat, a group of disciples watches the chaos unfold, questioning if they should stand by while their sect members are in peril, quickly agreeing to offer aid. Their resolve solidifying, they declare their intent to attack the invaders who have breached their sect's territory. Meanwhile, an elder observes the distant conflict, inquiring about the identities of the forces across the river, receiving a detailed report of the various districts and sects involved. With a thoughtful nod, the elder processes the gravity of the situation. He declares that the lone fighter against the Chson sect must be aided, ordering a message to be sent immediately as they prepare to join the fight. His eyes narrow with intense focus, Wasan prepares for his next move. Blue energy crackles and swirls around his outstretched hand, gathering into a potent, luminous sphere. With a powerful swing, his eyes glowing crimson, Wasan unleashes a devastating wave of blue force, sending out a thunderous impact. The attack connects with brutal force, shattering against an opponent who cries out in agony as shards of blue energy and blood erupt around him. Another attacker is caught in the relentless assault, his body recoiling violently as the blue energy tears through him. A third figure is sent plummeting through the air, engulfed in the destructive blue aura as the stormy sky looms above. He twists and turns in midair, his long hair whipping around him as he narrowly avoids a deadly assault. A barrage of glowing projectiles erupts from the distance, filling the sky with deadly intent. Yet, he moves with impossible grace, weaving through the dense rain of arrows as if dancing. His expression remains sharp, focused on every incoming threat. Finally, he lands on a small boat, the remaining arrows splashing harmlessly into the water around him. The wooden hull groans as more projectiles embed themselves, a testament to the sheer volume of the attack. With a subtle smirk, his hand begins to glow with a faint blue energy, preparing a counterattack. He flicks his fingers with impossible speed, sending a small, unseen projectile hurtling through the air. High above on a rocky outcrop, an archer boasts of his sect's secret technique, only to be violently interrupted as Wasan's projectile strikes him squarely. A pained cry escapes the archer's lips, blood splattering as he reels from the unexpected blow. Defeated, the archer tumbles from the cliff, landing with a heavy thud on the very boat he had been targeting. From another vessel, Palgamjang Elder Palbi Swordmaster Yukong watches the scene unfold, his brow furrowed in frustration as he mutters about sly bastards. A horde of figures descends from above, their shouts echoing across the battlefield, urging each other to eliminate the enemy of Wasan. But before they can even land a blow, a swift, glowing blue energy slices through one of the attackers, sending a spray of blood into the air. Another sweeping motion of the same ethereal energy catches a second assailant, their body recoiling from the powerful impact. The ground below becomes a testament to the ferocity of the battle, strewn with fallen bodies and splattered with blood, as the initial wave of attackers is swiftly dispatched. Standing amidst the chaos, a faint blue aura swirling around him, Chson pauses, a subtle expression of surprise crossing his features. His moment of respite is short-lived, however, as a new, even larger wave of assailants pours over the distant cliff edge, their numbers seemingly endless. Shielding his eyes against the glare, he gazes at the approaching multitude, a question forming on his lips. Despite the overwhelming odds, his resolve remains unbroken, his gaze fixed on the new threat. An elderly man thrashes desperately in the water, his cries echoing as he struggles to stay afloat. He calls out to his companion, a young man calmly standing on a floating log, pleading for them to seize the moment and escape, despite his own profound exhaustion. Chson, however, simply stares back, questioning how someone could be so utterly drained. Suddenly, the tranquility shatters as numerous figures appear on the cliff above them, some already engaged in fierce combat, their weapons clashing with sharp metallic rings. Among the chaos, a stern-faced elder with a long white beard watches intently, his presence commanding attention. His sharp blue eyes narrow, identifying the attackers as the formidable 7 Swords of Chson. Back with the two companions, Chson's own eyes blaze with a fierce red glow, his gaze fixed on the approaching old man. He grabs the elderly man by the collar, reminding him that one must always face the consequences of their actions, leaving the old man stunned. Below, a disciplined formation of masked figures, clad in dark robes and conical hats, stands ready. The stern elder stands at their forefront, his presence a booming declaration of their intent. As the old man slumps in utter exhaustion, Chson supports him, listening to his master's lament that he can no longer continue, his entire body aching as if he might die. Chson, his expression serious, reminds the old man that Han is pursuing Munryong. To which the elder, looking exasperated, questions why he would ask such an obvious thing all of a sudden. Chson then clarifies, mentioning a place called Juru on Nakong Sik Judero, a country rumored to have the most beautiful girls, the sheer number of whom is unbelievable. With a confident smirk, Chson addresses his faithful servant, Baek Ok Dang, who stands ready to carry out his orders without fail, commanding him to move forward as the small boat glides across the water. The old man, still partially submerged in the water, calls out to Chson, only to be met by a stern, white-bearded figure demanding to know his identity and the whereabouts of his master. Chson's eyes narrow, his expression hardening as he processes the confrontation. While a member of the Chson sect, with a dark headband and goatee, questions if the devil-like bastard is indeed a disciple of their sect. Chson, standing on the boat with the old man, then turns to him, asking if he is ready. His expression grim as he acknowledges that he is, in a way, the one who released the seal, implying the old man should have controlled himself. His hands crackling with brilliant blue energy, Chson declares his intent to personally remove his adversaries from this world. Meanwhile, from a distance, the old man watches the unfolding chaos, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, a barrage of sharp, sword-like projectiles, imbued with a fierce blue aura, streaks towards Chson, striking with explosive force. Before he can fully react, a hulking, muscular figure descends from above, cleaver raised, aiming a powerful blow. Chson finds himself surrounded, multiple attackers closing in, their weapons flashing as they press their assault. The muscular assailant's heavy cleaver slices through the air, poised to strike. This violent collision marks the beginning of Chapter 20. Elsewhere, a man reflects on the battle, noting that the martial arts displayed do not align with the Chson sect's known techniques. He muses that the tactics are far too strong for the province, yet the fighter is no different from others he has encountered, even those from powerful groups like Sagong or Hyukdu. Back in the fray, the muscular attacker's cleaver clashes violently with another's sword, the impact ringing out. Hovering above the scene, the old man calmly poses a question to the unseen combatants below, asking for their name. A voice calls out to Chson, who stands on a balcony, the sound of impact echoing nearby. As a muscular figure lunges with a cleaver, Chson parries the attack with his sword, the metallic clang of their weapons reverberating through the air, while his opponent questions his affiliation with the Chson sect. Meanwhile, the old man, observing the unfolding chaos, demands to know Chson's true identity, adding a cryptic, of course, to his inquiry. Chson, now enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, retorts with a fierce, "You haven't," before proudly proclaiming that the Chson sect could indeed possess someone as formidable as him. His eyes narrow, reflecting a deep, unspoken resolve. Elsewhere, two bloodied figures discuss the mysterious Munryong, a technique known to summon humans, spirits, and ghosts. Chson, still radiating his potent blue energy, confronts the old man directly, urging him to finish his business and leave this world. The old man's gaze sharpens, a glint of challenge in his eyes. Chson's face contorts in a snarl as he vows to cut out the old man's soul, ensuring a swift passage to the afterlife. Undeterred, the old man, now surrounded by a swirling purple aura, simply challenges the young one to come get him. Chson accepts the challenge with a fierce grin, his blue energy flaring even brighter as he declares, "My pleasure. Let's go." His eyes burn with an unyielding resolve, ready for the impending battle. Chson launches himself into the fray, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he delivers a powerful, arcing kick, declaring his intent to overwhelm his opponents. His eyes, sharp with focus, narrow as he assesses the chaotic battlefield, every movement precise and calculated. He continues his assault, striking multiple figures with rapid, glowing blue energy bursts, the impacts echoing through the space. Another opponent falls, caught in the relentless surge of his power, the blue aura intensifying with each strike. His hand glows with concentrated energy, delivering a devastating blow that reverberates with unseen force. The relentless barrage continues, each strike a testament to his martial prowess, the air crackling around his glowing fist. But then, a sudden, overwhelming force catches him off guard, his expression twisting into one of utter shock and disbelief. He finds himself sprawled on the ground, looking up at the old man who stands over him, calmly asserting that he is nothing more than a child. A pained grunt escapes him, his face contorted in a grimace of struggle as the unseen pressure continues to bear down. He slides backward across the floor, unable to gain purchase against the invisible force pushing him away, a trail of dust marking his retreat. Despite the setback, Chson's resolve hardens, and he lunges forward with renewed vigor, a fierce red aura now surrounding him as he declares his intent to seize victory. The air distorts around him, a testament to the incredible speed and force of his counterattack. Chson's desperate, red-tinged attack connected with the older man, but the impact seemed to ripple harmlessly around him, a mere tremor against an immovable force. A sharp, unexpected pain lanced through Chson, his eyes widening in disbelief as his own momentum seemed to turn against him. The old man, meanwhile, remained utterly composed, his gaze unwavering, a silent testament to his insurmountable power. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst of golden energy, the elder unleashed a counterattack that swallowed Chson whole, sending him flying. The force lifted him off his feet, his body twisting violently as he was propelled backward through the air. Landing hard, Chson lay battered and bleeding, his mind reeling as he struggled to comprehend the technique that had so effortlessly overwhelmed him. Yet, even through the pain, a fierce light ignited in his eye, a spark of defiance refusing to be extinguished. He clutched his chest, the agony radiating through him, but his gaze remained fixed on his opponent. Drops of his blood splattered across the ground, a stark reminder of the brutal power he faced. From atop a nearby railing, the old man looked down, his posture radiating an air of absolute, unchallenged authority over the fallen warrior. Chson's face, though marred by cuts and bruises, still held a burning intensity, a silent promise of retribution. With a menacing glare, the old man declared that only the heavens themselves stood above his power. An elderly man with a long white beard sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. What a laughable effort. You should see this before you die. Despite the harsh words, Chson's gaze remains unwavering, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve, blood streaking his face. The old man, his expression now a mask of grim determination, declares, only the heavens are above. A menacing aura begins to emanate from Chson, his dark hair flowing as he prepares for the impending conflict. Suddenly, a hulking, muscular figure with white hair on his temples swings a massive weapon, its sheer force creating a powerful swoosh through the air. Chson, along with the old man, leaps into the chaotic melee, engaging a swarm of smaller, hooded enemies. The large muscular man continues his brutal assault, his weapon sweeping through the air and sending several hooded figures flying with a powerful swing. As the smaller enemies are scattered, Chson and the old man brace themselves, their expressions grim amidst the swirling chaos. Chson rushes forward with incredible speed, his blade clashing against the large man's weapon in a shower of sparks and a resounding clank. With a powerful BM, Chson unleashes a concentrated blast of blue energy, while the old man also channels his own formidable power, both striking at their foes. Amidst the chaos and glowing energy, a small, crescent-shaped weapon is sent spinning through the air, its trajectory uncertain. The weapon, sent flying by the combined attack, hung suspended in the air, radiating a faint, ethereal glow. Then, with impossible speed, a hand shot out, snatching the cord mid-air as if it were nothing more than a whisper of wind. Chson, now rearmed, launched himself into a mid-air confrontation with a massive, muscular opponent, their clash echoing with raw power. His strike, imbued with fierce energy, sent the hulking figure reeling backward through the air, a burst of blue energy erupting around him as other hooded adversaries watched on. With relentless momentum, he surged forward, his weapon a blur, ready to press his advantage. Meanwhile, the elderly man's face, etched with fierce determination, showed no signs of faltering, his resolve burning bright. He unleashed a sweeping attack, his weapon trailing a vibrant purple energy wave that tore through the air with devastating force. The purple energy exploded outwards, engulfing unseen targets in a blinding flash of light and raw power. Elsewhere, Chson's eyes blazed crimson, his face splattered with blood as he delivered a brutal, bone-shattering punch, a purple aura flickering around his fist. A maniacal laugh escaped him, his form a whirlwind of motion as he stood triumphant over a shattered barrier, its fragments scattering into the air. His face twisted in a terrifying grin. He reveled in the raw power, demanding more from the battle, more from his opponents. The elderly man, witnessing Wei Zhen's frenzied state, could only stare, a look of profound concern and bewilderment crossing his features as he muttered, "Now that I look at you, you're just crazy." Wei Zhen's fist connects with brutal force, the impact rippling through his muscular opponent, who simply grins, demanding more. A burst of blue energy erupts from the point of contact, as the muscular man recoils slightly from the blow. Looking up at Wasan with a knowing smirk, the muscular man offers a respectful assessment. "My lord, you've endured it well." Unfazed by the comment, Wasan continues his furious assault, red energy swirling around him as he declares, "Now, just fight as much as you need." Suddenly, the scene shifts to a bustling street, where Jiajian and another young boy dash frantically, their desperate cries of "Father!" echoing through the crowd. A heavy thud reverberates, followed by a pained gasp, hinting at a grim discovery. Jiajian's father lies sprawled on the ground, clearly injured and struggling to breathe, as two stern-faced officials stand over him, observing his plight. Bursting through a doorway, Jiajian and the other boy collapse to their knees, their anguished cries of "Father!" filling the air. Later, outside the building, Jiajian anxiously demands of an unseen figure, "Doctor, how is my father?" Inside, the doctor examines the injured man, who lies weakly in bed, while Jiajian and the other boy watch with bated breath, the doctor's thoughtful and a slow shake of his head offering little comfort. A profound tremor runs through Wei Zhen's body as his father's hand weakly grasps his arm, a pained gasp escaping his lips. His fist clenches, trembling with barely suppressed rage, but his father's touch is a fragile anchor, a desperate plea for calm. From his deathbed, the injured man weakly advises his son, urging him not to act rashly. Wasan cries out to his father, who then extracts a solemn promise, never to break the rules. But the young man cannot accept this, his voice rising in a furious declaration that he will kill everyone who tortured and framed his father. The mention of rules only fuels his anguish, a bitter reminder of the constraints placed upon them. His father, struggling to breathe, warns him of the consequences if he disobeys, a harsh cough racking his frail body. Wasan embraces his father tightly, who reminds him of his late grandfather's warning. Severe punishment awaits those who break the rules. Later, alone and consumed by his thoughts, Wasan questions who would even enforce such rules, dismissing them as mere lies to control them, lamenting that the world doesn't even acknowledge their existence, making the Wasan sect's last resort their own desperate struggle. His anger flares, demanding to know who would recognize his power or dare to punish him if he used it, as his father, with his final strength, pleads with him. "Wasan, promise me, even after I die, never break the rules." The dying man's voice is a whisper, a final instruction not to reveal his powers for revenge. Tears stream down Wei Zhen's face as he struggles with his father's request, confessing that he cannot forgive those who harmed him, as his father delivers his last request, his final will. His father's voice, weak but firm, implores him not to break the rules, not to create chaos because of his anger, even as Wasan desperately pleads for him to hold on. A guttural cry of "Father!" escapes Wei Zhen's lips, as the dying man continues, urging him to accept his fate, even at such a young age. Then, with a soft slump, the life drains from his father's eyes, leaving Wasan in a silent, agonizing despair. Tears well in Wei Zhen's eyes, as an elderly man, his face etched with concern, hears the anguished cry from within the room. The observer watches the scene unfold, as Wasan collapses, his body racked with grief beside his father's lifeless form. A look of profound sorrow crosses the observer's face, while Wei Zhen's hand clenches into a tight fist, his knuckles white with suppressed emotion. A pained cry escapes the observer's lips, the sound echoing the silent anguish that grips Wasan, whose hand remains tightly clenched. Under the cold gaze of the full moon, Wasan cradles his father, whispering that it is his own fate, his own greed, that led to this tragedy. Tears stream down his face as he denies his father's fault, but a deeper conflict brews within him, a struggle against the dying wish to forgive this dishonorable son who rejects his father's last will. His eyes, now burning with a fierce resolve behind a dark mask, declare that even if the punishment means the destruction of his sect and family, he will seek their forgiveness in hell, implying a path of vengeance. With a determined grip, Wasan ties a dark mask over his face, his thoughts consumed by a desperate plea for forgiveness from his ancestors, a dishonorable son rejecting his father's last will. Even if the punishment for his actions is real, even if his sect and family must perish, he vows to seek their forgiveness in the depths of hell itself. His resolve hardening into explosive action, he launches himself forward, a powerful kick shattering the wooden barrier before him with a resounding bang. Leaping through the air with incredible speed, he declares his intent to eradicate the eunuchs in Danshang, promising to kill them all. He moves like a blur, a swift swish of motion carrying him past the traditional architecture of the compound. With a battle cry, he executes another powerful mid-air maneuver, a swoosh of energy trailing behind him. The impact is immense, a kaboom of shattering force as his attack connects with its target. Debris explodes outwards in a whoosh, the sheer power of his strike leaving a trail of destruction. Amidst the chaos, his eyes remain sharp and focused, scanning the area for any remaining threats. He looks down at the fallen, a moment of surprise crossing his features, as if questioning the ease of his victory or the unexpected silence. Then, a harsh cough escapes him, revealing the physical toll of his relentless assault. From a high vantage point, Chson surveyed the devastation below, his gaze fixed on a grand structure that bore the scars of a recent assault. The air still crackled with residual energy, as a powerful, unseen force continued to tear through the building, sending fragments of wood and stone scattering. Without hesitation, he descended into the fray, his martial arts a whirlwind of motion as he struck down multiple opponents, a guttural cry escaping his lips. Yet, amidst the chaos, a familiar figure stood impaled by countless arrows, a faint blue aura flickering around him as he defiantly declared his resolve to face the consequences, urging his lord to adhere to the rules. Chson's eyes widened in shock, recognizing the loyal warrior, Baekno, in such a dire state. Despite his wounds, Baekno managed to lift his gaze, a single word of reverence escaping his lips as he looked towards his lord. Still impaled, the warrior reiterated his unwavering loyalty, insisting that he would bear the burden of his actions, allowing his lord to remain untainted by the conflict's harsh realities. As Baekno's words hung in the air, a dark, swirling energy began to coalesce, reflecting the profound emotional turmoil and burgeoning power within Chson. A flashback or an intense internal thought consumed him, a red aura of raw emotion surrounding him as he grappled with his past, recalling his old man's words that he could fight however he wanted. With renewed resolve, his hand began to crackle with an intense, chilling blue energy, ready to unleash its devastating force. Leaping forward, he unleashed a powerful blast of blue energy, striking with overwhelming might. He found himself airborne, a blur of motion as his opponent, a younger man with dark, flowing hair, launched a swift, slashing attack, blue energy trailing from his weapon. The impact sent him reeling, his body slamming back with a dull thud. Staggering back onto the platform, Chson clutched his chest, a fresh stain of crimson blooming across his robes as the younger man watched, unmoving. Even through the pain, he recognized the insidious nature of his opponent's technique, a poisonous and violent fighting style that seemed to defy all he knew. He couldn't comprehend how the proud Chson sect could possess such a martial art. It felt utterly impossible. The younger man's voice cut through his thoughts, dripping with condescension, asking if the old man was tired, if his back was hurting from old age. Another flash of blue light erupted as the opponent's sword struck again, a sharp, metallic shriek echoing across the platform. The younger man's smirk widened, mocking Chson's earlier words about the heavens, questioning if that was truly all he had to offer. The taunts ignited a furious rage within Chson, his eyes narrowing, a single, guttural word escaping his lips. With a roar, Chson unleashed his power, a torrent of brilliant blue energy erupting from his form, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light as he launched a devastating attack. The surging blue energy swept across the platform, a wave of raw power hurtling towards the younger man, who braced himself for the impact. Yet, even as the attack engulfed him, the opponent remained unfazed, a dismissive smirk on his face as he scoffed at Chson's efforts, finding them merely annoying and lacking true power. His powerful blue energy attack erupts, violently shattering the ground beneath him, the force of the impact causing a deep rumble as the destructive aura expands. Yet, the old man opponent watches, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, a faint purple energy swirling around him. Seemingly unfazed by the raw power unleashed, the blue energy continues to ripple outwards in powerful waves. As Chson, his face streaked with dirt and blood, maintains his furious assault, his determination unwavering. Suddenly, the old man's eyes glow intensely, and a voice cries out, "Dragon Step," as he and his allies move with blinding speed, striking Chson and causing his blue energy to momentarily dissipate. He quickly recovers, however, dodging the follow-up attack and crossing his arms to brace against the ensuing explosion. The old man opponent, frustrated by the evasion, curses, wondering aloud, "That sly bastard. What kind of move is that?" Chson, bruised but with a smirk playing on his lips, retorts, "Hey, old man, do you want to destroy all of your ships?" Enraged by the taunt, the old man opponent snarls, "Bastard, when will you stop avoiding me? Are you willing to fight or not?" Chson, his face marked with a fresh cut, challenges the old man, asking why the one who can't land a hit would dare to advance, then dismisses his opponent's position to dictate terms, especially when he's been firing sword chi from a distance. The old man, standing amidst the wreckage of what appears to be a battlefield, retorts, wondering if Chson has exhausted himself after unleashing so many sword chis. His expression tight with frustration, the old man concedes that he cannot win this way. Chson's eyes narrow, a glint of fierce determination shining within them, as he prepares for the inevitable escalation. Meanwhile, in the background, a brutal skirmish rages, the air filled with the clang of steel and the wet thud of blows, as warriors clash in a desperate fight. The old man's eyes, now burning with a cold fury, reflect the devastation of his sunken ships, a clear sign of the personal cost of this conflict. His voice booming with renewed resolve, He declares that they cannot afford to lose because of this bastard. Hua-san responds with a confident smirk, unfazed by the old man's outburst. Sweat beads on the old man's brow, his frustration palpable, as he struggles to contain his mounting anger. Hua-san watches him intently, a calculating gaze fixed on his opponent. Suddenly, the old man launches himself forward with an astonishing leap, a powerful aura of energy trailing behind him, his movement so swift it leaves a shimmering afterimage. Enveloped in a vibrant purple glow, he rushes towards Hua-san, his eyes burning with fierce intent as he closes the distance for a direct strike. As the old man's furious assault continued, Hua-san deftly parried the incoming attack, his blade cutting through the air with a sharp swish. His parry met with a metallic clank. Hua-san then swiftly countered, forcing the old man to block with his forearms as the young warrior's twin blades came crashing down. The impact resonated with a loud bang, leaving Hua-san poised, his two blades crossed in a ready stance, awaiting the next move. He pressed his advantage, his blade striking the old man again, who braced himself against the force, a burst of blue and purple energy erupting between them. The old man's face contorted in a grimace of pain and effort, his purple aura flaring as he absorbed the impact. Suddenly, from the periphery, two masked figures emerged, one shouting a command. 7 swords of Chson, come to the forest. The old man, sensing the new threat, executed a wide, sweeping attack, creating a shockwave that tore through the ground, attempting to clear his immediate surroundings. Despite his efforts, a multitude of masked figures, the 7 swords of Chson, leaped into the fray, converging on him from all sides. One of the masked assailants, glowing with a faint purple aura, rallied his comrades, shouting, "We follow the patriarch." With a sharp crack, a focused burst of purple energy struck the old man, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. Overwhelmed by the coordinated assault, the old man was struck repeatedly, blood splattering as the masked figures pressed their attack. Finally, a large, glowing purple blade pierced him, leaving him bleeding profusely as the crimson liquid dripped to the ground. Despite the severe injuries he sustained, the old man's eyes glowed with a fierce, crimson light, a low growl escaping him as he licked his lips, defiantly declaring that his attackers would not pass. A sharp glance cuts through the air, his eyes narrowed with intense focus. Then, a sudden turn of his head, his attention drawn to a disturbance in the tranquil forest. A powerful, arcing wave of blue energy erupts from the trees, forcing Hua-san to instinctively draw his sword, a silent question hanging in the air as he braces for impact. Meanwhile, the elder, his face contorted in a furious snarl and eyes glowing with purple power, unleashes a devastating energy blast, roaring, "You bastard! Stop!" The younger man, however, is a blur of motion, dashing through the forest, a desperate attempt to escape the elder's wrath. His foot lands with a sharp impact on a tree branch, propelling him further into the dense foliage. The elder's frustration boils over as he continues his relentless pursuit, his glowing staff striking out with blinding speed, demanding, "Bastard, why won't you just stay still?" With a guttural roar, the elder swings his weapon, his eyes burning with an unholy purple light as he channels immense power into the attack. But the younger man is too quick, a flash of white and brown robes streaking through the air, evading the powerful strike with impossible agility, leaving trails of blue energy in his wake. The elder's missed attack slams into the forest floor, erupting in a violent burst of blue energy that shatters the earth. The ground cracks and splinters under the force, a testament to the sheer destructive power unleashed. The relentless pursuit continues, the elder's fury echoing through the forest as he unleashes another volley of energy, his voice booming. "You little rat, how long are you going to run?" Sending his target crashing into the earth, the impact creating a small crater. His hands instinctively brace against the fracturing ground, glowing cracks spreading beneath his palms. Before he can recover, a torrent of debris rains down, burying him under its weight. Yet, through the dust and pain, a fierce determination burns in his eyes. The elder, however, remains consumed by rage, his features contorted in a furious snarl. He gathers a potent, glowing energy around himself, preparing another devastating assault, the sheer power causing the air to shimmer. The younger man is thrown once more, tumbling through the air as the elder's mocking laughter follows him. "You're running? Coward! Kekekek!" His arm, already battered, now bleeds freely, a testament to the relentless assault. Another explosive impact rocks the area, a blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring everything. The elder continues his destructive barrage, his attack shattering the very earth beneath him. His patience wearing thin, the old man roars, "Stop playing these ridiculous games," his fury reaching a fever pitch. The elder, consumed by his rage, pressed his assault, his sword flashing alongside others as they converged on the young man with long hair, who deftly parried the onslaught. But with a sudden surge of power, a powerful blue energy erupted from him, pushing back his attackers with a resounding whoosh. The radiant aura expanded rapidly, engulfing the elder and the short-haired young man, along with their allies, in a brilliant, destructive wave. The force of the impact reverberated, sending shockwaves through the air as the blue energy continued its explosive expansion. Amidst the chaos, the elder's eyes burned with an intense, furious blue glow, a crimson mark appearing on his forehead as his rage reached its peak. Later, in a forest scarred by recent conflict, the long-haired young man and the short-haired young man stood facing each other, debris scattered around them. From a distance, the elder watched them, his thoughts turning to the invasion. The short-haired young man, despite his injuries, scoffed, declaring the elder an old geezer who would surely tire from using his sword, mocking him as the Sword King. As the elder lunged with a sword glowing yellow, the long-haired young man met the attack with a blue glowing hand, questioning the Chson sect's ignorance regarding swords. With a tremor in the air, the long-haired young man pressed him, demanding to know why he was looking away in the middle of a fight, causing the elder to recoil in surprise, muttering about Chson's swords. Still reeling from the previous exchange, the elder warrior, Char Old Man A, lunges forward with his sword, a desperate attack fueled by rage. But before the blade can even connect, Char Wazen's hand flashes out, seizing the glowing weapon mid-arc with impossible speed. His eyes, now burning with an intense blue light, focus with deadly precision on his opponent. With a sickening crunch, the elder's sword shatters in his bare grip, fragments of metal exploding outwards. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes a devastating death strike, a torrent of vibrant green energy erupting from his palm. The force of the impact sends the elder reeling, a pained cry escaping his lips as the green aura engulfs him. The green energy coalesces into a monstrous serpentine form, striking again with crushing power. A guttural roar of agony tears from the elder's throat as dark, jagged energy erupts from his body, signifying the overwhelming damage. He is sent hurtling through the air, a broken figure against the backdrop of the forest. With a final, desperate scream, the elder crashes violently into the ground, the impact shaking the earth. Char Wazen looks down at his defeated foe, his expression cold and unforgiving, uttering a chilling declaration, "Now die." But before he can deliver the final blow, a sudden force grabs him from behind. As Char Jian intervenes, his face contorted in a desperate struggle. Still reeling from the previous confrontation, he unleashes a furious, wide-sweeping attack, his voice raw with rage as he curses his opponent, who deftly sidesteps the blow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The blade, glowing with fierce energy, arcs through the air with deadly intent. But before it can connect, Wazen intercepts it with a shimmering blue energy shield, the impact sending a powerful shockwave through the air. He grits his teeth, holding the defensive barrier firm, the blue energy crackling under the immense pressure. Suddenly, Wazen finds himself surrounded, multiple figures joining the assault with their own blue energy attacks, the combined force overwhelming his defenses as blood splatters around him. Jian, injured and battered, stares in disbelief, questioning the very nature of the swordsmanship he just witnessed. Nearby, the elderly man, still gravely wounded, watches the unfolding chaos with a furious, pained expression. Jian cries out in pain, but his resolve hardens, launching himself at Wazen from behind with a desperate, enraged cry. Enveloped in a vibrant red aura, he charges forward with incredible speed, his battle cry echoing as he closes the distance. As Wazen's eye glows with an ominous purple light, Jian's own eye burns with a fierce, determined red. With a powerful, arcing kick, Jian connects squarely, sending Wazen flying with a spray of blood. He follows up instantly, delivering another devastating kick, the impact echoing with a sickening thud as Wazen is driven further back. The force of the blow sends Wazen reeling, a blue energy shield shattering around him as blood splatters from the impact. Shards of his defense scatter into the air, leaving him vulnerable to the relentless assault. Finally collapsing to his knees, he is utterly defeated, the sound of his fall echoing the silence of his failure. A weak cough escapes him as his sword clatters to the ground, while Jian stands over him, a cold, dismissive tone in his voice. Jian questions his opponent's perceived weakness, while Wazen, bloodied and battered, stares up with eyes that glow with a fierce, purple light. Impossible, he thinks, reflecting on the sword strike that was meant to be his last resort, a desperate move that only brought him shame before his lord. He wonders if he will be punished by the heavens for his failure, lamenting the life he poured into his sword, only for it to be for nothing. He recalls a time when he was regarded as an invincible swordsman at the temple, but now realizes that the Chson sect's secret swordsmanship only caused his opponent slight suffering, lasting only a moment. In a memory, Lord Pagan stands on a pedestal before a crowd, declaring his intent to make his sect the most powerful in the East, while Old Man A watches from below, wondering how such a change could have happened. Old Man A laments that Lord Pagan is dismissing the elders entirely, as another follower cheers enthusiastically for their new leader. The followers' fervent cheer for Lord Pagan rings out, a stark contrast to the elders' dismay. Overwhelmed by his recent defeat, Wazen collapses, his mind consumed by the weight of his failures, believing his profound sins have brought divine punishment upon him. Meanwhile, an old man, perhaps reflecting on ancient lore, ponders the sect's forefathers, who spoke of a legendary sword capable of destroying the heavens, a weapon whose very existence raises questions about absolution for such immense power. Looking up at the sky, the elder clutches a glowing object, his thoughts drifting to the Munryong, and the humble place of man within its vastness. Back with Chson, his despair deepens. As he prepares to make his final farewell, a silent surrender to his perceived fate. But before he can act, Chson intervenes with a swift, powerful strike, his blow echoing with a sharp slap and a resounding bam, preventing Chson from ending his own life. Chson recoils from the unexpected assault, his face bruised and bloodied, as he stares up in disbelief, uttering a bewildered curse at the interruption. Chson's voice cuts through the air, a stark declaration of control, reminding Chson that his fate is not his own to decide. An elderly man, his white hair and beard flowing, stands resolute, clutching a glowing sword as he prepares for his final act, murmuring about the Munryong and his own lowly existence. With a resigned sigh, he whispers a quiet goodbye, the glint of a blade reflecting in his eyes. But before he can complete his tragic farewell, a swift, powerful strike sends him sprawling to the ground, the impact echoing through the quiet woods. Standing over the fallen man, Chson demands to know who gave him permission to die by his own hand, his voice laced with disbelief and anger. His face contorted with raw emotion, he accuses the elder of abusing and murdering people at will. Looking down at the man, he questions if an apology could ever truly make amends for such deeds. Kneeling beside him, Chson presses on his chest, demanding to know why he acts with such hypocrisy. Despite the elder's critical state, his hand twitches faintly, a subtle sign of lingering life. Chson's own face, marked with fresh cuts, shows a fierce determination as he stares down at the elder. His eyes suddenly flare with an intense blue-purple light, reflecting a surge of power or profound emotion. Unbeknownst to them, two cloaked figures observe the scene from a distance, one of them uttering a soft, questioning sound. He confronts two masked figures, demanding to know their identities. His face etched with anger and fresh wounds, Chson repeats his question with increased intensity. Yet, the first masked figure remains utterly unresponsive, a silent observer in the tense standoff. His gaze is fixed, unyielding. As Chson's patience wears thin, the two masked figures exchange a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. His patience finally snaps, his foot slamming down with a frustrated grunt. "Who the hell are you, bastards?" he roars, his voice raw with fury. His foot strikes the earth with immense force, shattering the ground beneath him in a display of raw power. But before his attack can fully manifest, the first masked figure ascends with impossible grace, leaving the ground gently, as if defying gravity. Chson, mid-kick, is caught off guard as the ground around him erupts, a shockwave of energy disrupting his stance. His face contorts in a silent scream of effort or pain. His eyes widen, reflecting a sudden, overwhelming impact. Chson is violently thrown backward, his body contorting from the unseen impact. He stares forward, eyes wide with disbelief, a silent question hanging in the air. His face contorts into a mask of pure rage, teeth gritted, as he curses his unseen attackers. The scene shifts to Chson, now kneeling amidst a field of fallen, cloaked figures, the ground stained with blood, as a narration box declares, "Conspiracy starts now." More cloaked figures lie defeated, one coughing weakly, surrounded by discarded weapons and pools of blood. Chson sits, severely wounded, his face streaked with blood, a silent ellipsis hanging over him as he struggles to comprehend his situation. He doubles over, vomiting blood onto the ground, the clear sky above a stark contrast to the brutal scene unfolding below. Suddenly, a hulking, muscular figure with spiky white hair and glowing blue eyes stands, a massive cleaver in hand, radiating a powerful blue aura. Beside him, an older man with a receding hairline looks on, a shocked expression etched onto his face. The sky is clear and bright, but unseen voices issue stern commands, telling others to freeze and don't move. Turn around. From an aerial view, the battlefield is littered with the bodies of the cloaked figures, while the voices continue to command, declaring, "Boss, we're done here," and reiterating, "Turn around. Don't move." Surveying the scene, Lord Pagan remarks that the others seem to be finishing their tasks, his follower confirming the observation. Suddenly, his attention snaps to a subordinate, whom he addresses sharply as Yang Chong, the sergeant immediately responding with a worried denial. Meanwhile, Chson, battered and bruised, barely survived the preceding battle, his body riddled with blades as he struggles to comprehend who these new, formidable adversaries might be. A soldier approaches, inquiring about his well-being, while Chson, still surrounded by the weapons of his defeat, silently acknowledges the high status of his captors. Lord Pagan then confronts Chson directly, questioning if he is mimicking the Chson sect. Chson, despite his injuries, glares back with furious defiance, vowing to send his tormentor to the Chson sect, a threat that visibly shocks his opponent. Lord Pagan, undeterred, declares his intent to expose every crime the Chson sect has committed, ensuring they will be severely punished. A sudden, urgent plea cuts through the tension. An old man, struggling in the churning water, desperately calls out to Lord Pagan, begging him to wait a moment. He assures his lord it will only take a moment, his face contorted in pain and desperation as he clutches a small bag. Lord Pagan turns, his expression shifting to one of confusion as he questions the identity of the distressed voice. The old man, now collapsed on the shore, gasps for air, declaring that he is dying, his body severely injured. Still held captive, Wei Zhen's eyes roll back in his head, his body limp as he is dragged along, counting the blows he endures. Meanwhile, a group of light-robed figures, seemingly disciples, moves with purpose, one of them meticulously tallying their progress, muttering numbers under his breath. Back with the captive, a hand reaches out to Wei Zhen's injured arm, a voice addressing Lord Pagan with deference, asking what he intends to do. Not far away, the severely injured old man, his face bruised and bandaged, attempts to negotiate with his unseen captors, calculating a price for their services, even for those on the other side, and chuckling at his own mercenary wit. He then addresses the group of light-robed figures, asserting that his master's will is paramount, and confidently asks if it wasn't his master who defeated them all. One of the disciples, Xiaomu from Jiayang Geometry bows apologetically for his rudeness, then inquires if the old man is a missing person from the forest. The old man scratches his head, explaining that he cannot reveal details without his master's permission, before cryptically adding that his master is currently pursuing an old man he considers God's reproach. The leader of the Chson sect, Yeo Yangzhong, reacts with shock and disbelief, questioning the old man's words about God's reproach and the identity of the old man being pursued. His followers murmur amongst themselves, surprised that the old man is still alive despite his age, and wondering if the leader of the Chson sect didn't help them reach the main school. Suddenly, Xiaomu points frantically towards the forest, alerting his master to something he spotted. Yeo Yangzhong and his followers turn their attention to the dense woods, realizing someone is indeed approaching. As the old man grins knowingly, a powerful, glowing silhouette emerges from the depths of the forest, confirming the arrival of an unknown entity. His face streaked with blood, Wei Zhen's eyes burn with an unyielding intensity, reflecting a recent, brutal struggle. Meanwhile, a palpable tension hangs heavy over the royal grounds, as the Yeso front gate stands ominously quiet. The silence is soon broken by the ominous news that soldiers have arrived at the royal gate, swiftly moving to surround the king. Inside the palace, a red-robed official, his face etched with worry, expresses his deep concern, questioning if this situation isn't becoming truly problematic. He slams his fist down, his agitation clear, declaring they are already in trouble and wondering if this could be considered high treason. Another official, clad in blue, quickly interjects, admonishing him to watch his words and demanding to know what he means by treason, questioning when they ever planned such a thing. The red-robed official, flustered, tries to clarify that he didn't mean it in that sense. An elder official with a long white beard, also in blue robes, calmly asks what they can possibly do about the unfolding crisis. His brow furrowed in deep thought, the elder official ponders what on earth the king could be planning. The unsettling truth is revealed. The king is absent from his place. The elder official and the blue-robed official sit at a grand table, their expressions grim, as the empty throne behind them underscores the gravity of the king's disappearance. Inside a dimly lit chamber, a tense discussion unfolds as one official, his face flushed with indignation, demands to know, "What do you mean by treason? When did we plan such a thing?" Another official, looking exasperated, tries to clarify, "That's not what I mean," before turning to the others, a worried expression on his face, asking, "What can we do about this predicament?" Meanwhile, an elder official, his brow furrowed in deep concern, wonders aloud what the king might be doing. Back in the chamber, the officials observe the empty throne, confirming that he is indeed absent from his place. Outside, on a grand staircase, a military leader issues a command. Wang Ya, use the upper sword to move the surrounding army 100 kilometers. Another figure, Xiaomu, looks on, questioning, "What do you mean?" Lord Pagan, his face stern, explains the urgency of their situation. "We need to get rid of that fake royal decree first. We don't know what happened in court, so call Haicheng back." The elder official, Char Old Man A, vehemently disagrees, arguing, "That can't be done. If we move 80,000 men from Haicheng's army, it's the same as admitting our crime." The military figures on the stairs, including Xiaomu and Lord Pagan, listen intently as the discussion continues, even considering the use of the upper sword. One of the officials explains, "General Pahonggang is a loyal servant of the previous king, and he won't go against the upper hand that king gave him." Another adds, "General Po's actions reflect his loyalty to the former king. Have you forgotten the fact that he's a man who would die for him?" As the gravity of the situation settles, Lord Pagan's face hardens with resolve, and then, with a soft creak, he and the elder official, Char Old Man A, enter a room. Inside, facing a grand painting of a blue dragon, a voice echoes, "It's been a while, upper sword." Lord Pagan, standing over a kneeling soldier, issues a command to remove the silk cover from a long, wrapped object. As the cover is slowly pulled away, he grips the hilt of the revealed sword, his eyes scanning the empty room, wondering if anyone else is present. Meanwhile, in another chamber, a group of officials reacts with visible alarm, their faces contorted in shock. Their collective gasp echoes through the hall, as the gravity of the situation dawns upon them. Back in the room, the sword lies exposed on the ground, prompting an incredulous exclamation, "No way! What is this? This iron sword?" Lord Pagan, still holding the sword, looks around frantically, his voice echoing as he demands to know if anyone is out there. The scene shifts to an expansive view of the palace grounds, where a distant voice shouts, "There!" Inside the throne room, the king, seated on his royal chair, demands answers, his voice stern as he asks, "Tell me the truth. Who came in here?" A kneeling soldier, trembling visibly, confesses, revealing, "My king. It was the Lord Wayang." The revelation sends a fresh wave of shock through the standing guards, who exclaim in unison, "The princess." An elderly general, his face etched with alarm, exclaims that the situation is truly alarming, questioning how such a thing could possibly be. Meanwhile, a thunderous stampede of horses and riders charges towards the palace gates, their banners whipping in the wind as they close the distance with incredible speed. The ground trembles under the force of their approach, as a voice from within the charging ranks demands to know the whereabouts of King Yeso. General Pa, standing firm amidst his soldiers, retorts that General Pa has shown nothing but respect, warning that if they delay any longer, their actions will be considered an uprising. From the Grand Palace, a stern voice echoes, admonishing the speaker to watch their words. Inside, an official addresses the king, urging him to listen to the royal decree, before abruptly ordering the guards to seize him as a prisoner. A different general, clad in armor, shouts in outrage, demanding to know how anyone dares to call the king a prisoner. General Pa, his expression stern, simply acknowledges the situation, his gaze fixed on the unfolding drama. The armored general, still defiant, gives a firm nod, refusing to back down from his stance. The king, seated on his throne, receives a rolled scroll from a kneeling soldier, his expression unreadable as he takes the important document. His hand firmly grasps the scroll, its ancient design hinting at its profound significance. Addressing the assembled officials, the king reveals it to be the upper sword given by the previous king, commanding them to show it the respect it deserves. Before the king, 3 soldiers drop to their knees, their forms rigid with deference. Meanwhile, 2 officials whisper amongst themselves, questioning the significance of the upper sword given to the king by his predecessor, while General A, his brow furrowed, recognizes the immense problem this artifact represents. The king, holding the ancient scroll aloft, declares his command through the authority of the upper sword, ordering General Pa and his army to retreat 100 kilometers from the kingdom's borders. General A watches, his expression unreadable, a silent tension building in the chamber. The king's hands grip the ornate scroll, its golden fabric shimmering with ancient power. A bead of sweat trickles down General A's temple as he struggles to process the king's decree, a difficult truth he must now swallow. Old Man A, however, looks on with a mixture of shock and disbelief, his aged face contorted in a silent protest. General A, his resolve hardening, finally speaks, urging the king to reconsider and remove the silk cover from the scroll, a direct challenge that earns him a furious glare from the monarch. Old Man A, enraged by the insubordination, bellows at General A, accusing him of disregarding the previous king's sacred order. General A's voice rings out, promising severe punishment for such disloyalty. His fury boiling over, General A slams his fist down with a resounding crash, demanding to know why the other official returned alone. The official, trembling, explains that he could do nothing, as disregarding a royal decree would be treason, a sentiment echoed by another, who declares such defiance an act against royalty itself, demanding the immediate execution of the traitors. The elder official, his face contorted in a furious scowl, demands immediate action, insisting that those who defy the royal decree must be executed. However, another official, with a more measured demeanor, interjects, explaining that the situation is far from simple. He reminds the court that the upper sword, bestowed by the king, carries the weight of a sacred decree, its authority not to be lightly dismissed. Yet, General A, his face still etched with defiance, dismisses the argument, proclaiming that even with the upper sword, the act remains treason. The official continues to elaborate, explaining that the previous king himself granted the upper sword to the current monarch, with the current lord acting as a witness, but another voice quickly interjects, finding the idea of pardoning King Yeso's protests utterly ridiculous. Old Man A, his expression hardening, asserts that the situation is not as simple as it seems. The official clarifies that the upper sword possesses immense power, allowing the king to demand further investigation, and raises the critical question of succession, noting that the king has no direct descendants, making King Yeso the next in line. A group of guards, standing silently, clears their throats, acknowledging the gravity of the unfolding discussion. The official, maintaining his composed demeanor, concedes that following the royal decree is correct, and expresses his hope that everyone present understands his perspective. His gaze sharpens as he pauses, allowing his words to sink in. Old Man A, now taking charge, issues a firm command. The army is to move 100 kilometers away, but no one is to be allowed through their lines. Meanwhile, another voice instructs someone to immediately inform the court of the situation and to await their reply. The political landscape remains tense, with the understanding that King Yeso is far from an easy target. Among the gathered officials outside the yurts, a robed figure agrees, musing on the power of the upper sword. He then turns to General A, suggesting they share some tea, but the general, clearly seeking an exit, claims he must use the facilities and will return shortly. A knowing look crosses General A's face as he internally grants the official permission to take his time. As General A departs, the robed official walks away from the main gathering, his true intentions beginning to unfold. He produces a white homing pigeon, carefully holding it in his hands. With practiced ease, he attaches a small message to the bird's leg, a silent communication prepared for its journey. The pigeon takes flight with a soft flap of its wings, ascending into the sky above the yurts. The robed official watches its ascent, a small, distant figure against the backdrop of the camp. The bird continues its journey, its wings beating steadily as it flies towards its destination. Its flight carries it over distant, traditional buildings, a silent messenger traversing the landscape. Meanwhile, a pair of hands with long, dark fingernails are seen, as a voice calmly observes that King Yeso is acting precisely as predicted. Having observed King Yeso's predictable movements, the mysterious strategist now addresses a gathering of shadowy figures, her voice resonating with quiet authority as she declares, "Everyone, it's time to help." Her words are met with the silent acknowledgement of various factions, including the Chunungbang and the Siasuming, their hooded forms barely visible in the dim light. Among them stands a stern figure representing the Baiwaljong, their presence confirming the strategist's widespread influence. Even the venerable Jiangnam sect has sent an elder, their participation secured by the strategist's careful planning. Her long, dark-nailed fingers tap lightly on a rolled scroll as she reminds them, "We've guaranteed your survival in Siamsio territory. You should go do as you're told." The old man, his chest bandaged, rubbed his hands together with a greedy smile, calculating his earnings. He declared his intention to take on 5 people for every 2, including those on the other side, expecting a total of 105 niangs. Suddenly, a young man in light blue robes cried out, urging his master to look over there. His companions turned, their faces etched with surprise as they realized someone was indeed in the forest. The old man let out a scoff, while from the depths of the sun-dappled woods, a glowing figure emerged, clearly approaching their position. The approaching figure, a young man with long dark hair, was covered in blood and dirt, his eyes burning with an intense, furious gaze. Among the large group of people seated on the ground, the old man continued his mercenary musings, questioning if the payment was truly for every 2 people. The protagonist, however, walked away from the gathered group along a riverbank, his steps deliberate and heavy. The old man chuckled, scratching his head as he addressed his lord, but the protagonist cut him off, his voice sharp as he commanded an end to the meaningless babble. Despite the protagonist's clear displeasure, a follower in light blue robes, surrounded by the crowd, angrily ordered his men to cut them all off. The old man, now holding a cleaver, let out a triumphant hue, and mockingly hoped they knew the true cost of all of them. As the follower prepared to act, the protagonist turned, looking over his shoulder at the man, and commanded him to stop. He stands before a group of men, their leader demanding the surrender of those under his protection, a request that draws a sharp, incredulous question from the injured man. His gaze unwavering, he challenges their confidence, asking if they truly believe they can protect anyone. One of the men, a sergeant, steps forward, chastising him for his insolence, and warns him of the high-ranking Chson sect, questioning if he could handle their master's wrath. The other men murmur amongst themselves, their expressions a mix of apprehension and agreement with the sergeant's words. His face contorted in a snarl, he retorts, demanding to know why he should leave their heads intact. Then, with a voice laced with fury, he reveals the grim truth. They were responsible for the death of the Wasen sect's master, their great disciple, and the cremation of their disciples, whose ashes now scatter across Yanglebong Peak. The sergeant, taken aback, questions how he could possibly know such intimate details of the tragedy at the main sect. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he simply states that he somehow ended up knowing, his expression still simmering with anger. His rage boiling over, he screams at the sergeant, calling him a bastard and accusing him of lying about being a disciple of the Wasen sect. The group recoils in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief at the mention of a disciple from the main sect. Closing the distance in an instant, he violently grabs the sergeant by the collar, shaking him and accusing him of fabricating the existence of a young, gifted disciple at the main sect, calling him a loose-lipped bastard. As the sergeant collapses to the ground, Lord Pagan turns to him, his voice stern, demanding to know if what the enraged man said was true. As the confrontation reaches its peak, a woman's hands clench in distress, her face etched with a desperate plea as she looks down at the injured man, who groans in pain on the ground. Her eyes, wide with a mix of shock and fierce resolve, reflect the gravity of the situation, a silent testament to the unfolding drama. Suddenly, the rhythmic thrum of a massive drum echoes across the water, beaten by a figure on a distant ship, signaling a new arrival. A grand banner, emblazoned with a royal crest, flutters proudly in the wind, confirming the presence of the royal force. The sky fills with the sight of an entire naval fleet, as a booming voice commands all to kneel in the presence of the admirable Princess Huayang of Yeso. A majestic ship, leading the formidable fleet, cuts through the waves, its presence undeniable. On its deck, Princess Huayang stands with regal authority, her voice ringing out with a clear command for all to kneel. The arrival sends a ripple of shock through the onlookers, as Lord Pagan and his elderly follower exchange glances, muttering the princess's name in disbelief, while the princess herself gazes down with an air of serene power. Her authority is absolute, as evidenced by the multitude of figures on the ground, all bowing in humble submission to Princess Wayang. A crowd of people prostrates themselves, their voices rising in a chorus of cheers, an elderly man among them raising his hands in prayer. Amidst their fervent display, Chson stands, a weary sigh escaping him as he observes the kneeling masses. Lord Pagan, his face bruised and disheveled, internally questions Wazen's defiance, but quickly dismisses it, relieved that the royal force's sudden appearance has saved him for now, though he wonders if their naval power is foolish. His thoughts quickly turn to darker machinations, believing he can manipulate them all to his will. Meanwhile, Chson observes the approaching soldiers, wondering aloud why the princess has suddenly appeared, as a soldier calls out to him, "Brother." An hour earlier, Princess Wayang, her sword drawn, exclaims that they found him, just as her teacher predicted, while her official cautions her that the upper sword is meant for matters of greater importance, not trivialities. She dismisses his concern with a playful chuckle. Back in the present, a group of mounted soldiers charges forward, their horses' hooves thundering, only to be halted by a guard demanding their identification. The guard angrily questions their unauthorized entry into a military camp, but the official retorts, declaring the presence of Royal Highness Princess Wayang of Yeso. The official commands respect, causing Lord Pagan to gasp in recognition of the princess. Princess Wayang, with a determined expression, raises her sword and orders the gate to be opened. She asserts her authority, declaring that by the power of the upper sword, she orders them to move the naval force and bring out the warship, vowing to command them personally. Still reeling from his injuries, Chson lets out a pained grunt as Princess Wayang clings to him from behind, her voice filled with concern as she calls him brother. Meanwhile, Lord Pagan approaches, a knowing smile playing on his lips, greeting someone with a casual, "It's been a while, Chson." Nearby, General Song also offers a respectful greeting, acknowledging the presence of the man named Chson. Lord Pagan continues, his voice carrying a hint of amusement, revealing that due to the misfortune of Chson, the imperial palace got turned upside down, as Chson remains held by the princess amidst a formation of soldiers. Chson forces a wry smile, acknowledging the situation, though internally he notes Lord Pagan's uptight nature and wonders how to respond to this unexpected encounter. Lord Pagan, for his part, observes Chson intently, recognizing the distinct physique of Chson and noting his well-trained body. The princess, still holding Wazen's arm, quietly asks him to release her, while the observers note the injuries on his face and question if he is indeed Chson's servant. The blood on Wazen's weapon further confirms the suspicions, solidifying the long-held belief that Chson isn't an ordinary person. General Song watches the unfolding scene with keen interest, anticipating that he is about to witness something unbelievable today. Chson, looking up with a resolute expression, mentally declares that he can't hide it anymore, nor does he need to. The princess leans against him, her thoughts drifting to the consequences, knowing that King Yeso will act annoying after he finds out. Chson, battered and bleeding, is suddenly enveloped in a tight embrace, a familiar voice crying out his name. His sister, the Princess Wayang, clings to him, declaring she wouldn't let him escape again, having left the palace without their father's knowledge just to follow him. A look of utter shock crosses Wazen's face as he stammers, questioning when she could have possibly arrived. Blushing slightly, Wayang confesses she left the previous night. The realization dawns on Chson, his brow furrowing with worry, that their father must have discovered her absence by now. Meanwhile, a concerned subordinate questions General Song, asking if the situation isn't becoming problematic. General Song, however, simply clears his throat, musing he would send someone to inform the palace soon, but recalling the princess herself had begged him to delay his report for a day. Back with Chson, a smirk plays on his bloodied lips as he realizes the king of Yeso has nothing to do with this, deciding he'll simply make an excuse and leave. He then abruptly grabs Wayang, telling her brother still has matters to attend to, and she should go on ahead. Wayang's eyes widen in surprise and indignation, letting out a sharp cry. Chson, ignoring her protest, orders someone off-panel to hurry up and take her to the boat, leaving her bewildered. As soldiers swiftly carried the princess away on their shoulders, their synchronized steps echoing the command, Chson could only watch, a bewildered expression crossing his face. She struggled against their grip, demanding they put her down, but her protests were ignored as they continued their march. Meanwhile, Chson, his face contorted in frustration, cursed under his breath, feeling abandoned once more, a sense of weary resignation settling over him as he muttered about the impending rain. From the deck of a departing ship, the princess's voice echoed across the water, calling out to him with a familiar, exasperated cry. Her shouts continued, her frustration palpable as the ships sailed further into the distance. On the shore, a group of villagers watched the departure, one of them offering a respectful farewell to the departing ships. The ships sailed towards Uima Camp, a bustling port filled with numerous vessels. At the camp, Chief Ho Jinkong reacted with disbelief, questioning how King Yeso's own daughter, Lady Wayang, could be commandeering a ship. General Song, seated at a large table with other officials, began to speak, but his words faltered, unable to fully explain the princess's audacious actions. Ho Jinkong, slamming his fist on the table, demanded to know why the princess was even there, his frustration evident. General Song, bowing deeply, admitted that the princess had demanded passage, brandishing the emperor's sword, an artifact that carried immense authority and privileges, leaving them no choice but to comply. A sergeant stands firm, his expression a mix of surprise and determination, as the implications of the emperor's sword begin to settle in. Meanwhile, on a nearby balcony, another soldier sighs in relief, having narrowly avoided a dangerous situation, while a comrade desperately calls out to a fleeing figure below, urging them to come along. Elsewhere, a general, seated at his desk, recognizes the immense authority of the emperor's sword, realizing he must report this unprecedented event to the commanding general immediately. His initial thought to delegate quickly shifts, as he decides he must personally deliver the news to the chief of staff, understanding the gravity of the situation. Back with the sergeant, his eyes gleam with ambition, seeing the princess's arrival and the emperor's sword as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for advancement. Under the vast, clear sky, his voice rings out, addressing the guards at the entrance with a stern command to listen carefully. He instructs his men that until their current task is complete, no one affiliated with King Yeso's court is to pass, and further, if they encounter anyone with the emperor's sword, they are authorized to kill them on sight. The sergeant's face hardens, his resolve unwavering as he considers the implications of his orders. He muses internally that by presenting the sword to his commander, or even better, the overseeing general, he could secure an immediate transfer to the central command, a significant step up in his career. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupts, clearing the way for the princess, as soldiers salute and welcome her with deference. Through the grand entrance, the princess strides confidently, flanked by her retinue of soldiers, her presence commanding immediate respect. Stepping forward, Camp Chief Ho Jinkong bows deeply, expressing his honor at meeting the princess, acknowledging her undeniable authority. As the princess's entourage arrived at the military camp, she inquired about their accommodations, asking if it would be acceptable for them to stay for a day before continuing their journey. A sergeant, bowing respectfully, assured her of their honor in hosting her and promised to accommodate any requests during her stay. Observing the exchange, Wasan offered a subtle shrug, his expression hinting at a deeper, more cynical assessment of the situation. He couldn't help but internally question the princess's audacity, wondering how reckless she could truly be. The sergeant then gestured, directing the princess and her companions further into the camp. Wasan, however, remained unconvinced, his expression hardening with a silent nod of disapproval. Nearby, two other soldiers exchanged glances, their own silent nods reflecting a shared understanding or concern. A general then stepped forward, addressing the princess's group with a more formal tone, explaining that while the camp guarded the gateway, strict rules required their soldiers, as outsiders, to remain outside the main military area. He offered an apology, stating that it was a matter of comfort for their higher-ups. The princess's companions observed the general's explanation, as the vast array of soldiers under his command stood ready, emphasizing the camp's strict protocols. However, the general quickly offered a solution, promising to move his right wing 20 miles away to avoid any trouble, a gesture for which Wasan expressed his gratitude. Wasan cast a quick glance, while the two soldiers from earlier exchanged another knowing nod, the situation seemingly resolved for now. Wasan's expression remained unreadable, a subtle tension etched across his features. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the air, as the princess grabbed his arm, urging him to hurry, though he seemed reluctant to let go of something unseen. Their playful struggle caught the attention of a nearby guard, who wondered aloud about the nature of their relationship, given the princess's unusual familiarity. The guard could only recall vague rumors about him, that he was once a scribe at Hanrim before dropping out, but nothing more substantial. As they continued to walk, the princess dismissed any concerns about his past, assuring herself that Hanrim was merely an institute for learning, and he was simply a handsome, bookish young man, nothing to worry about. Later, Wasan settled into a chair, groaning as he stretched, his joints protesting with a soft thump. The princess stood over him, her tone sharp as she addressed him as brother, demanding his attention. Her anger flared, accusing Wasan of going too far by sitting on the monarch's seat. He merely scratched his ear, seemingly unfazed, while she continued to pout, clearly displeased by his nonchalance. He then questioned Young about an item she had brought from the castle, warning her that the king would punish her for carrying something so significant outside its walls. With a sudden flourish, Young revealed a magnificent sword, its ornate hilt gleaming. A wide smile spread across her face as she held it up, asking if he remembered it, and confessing her desire to be the one to save him with it, rather than their father. A smirk plays on his lips as Wasan recalls a distant memory, a day etched into his mind. In that memory, he moves with brutal efficiency, his blade cutting through a throng of enemies, leaving a trail of fallen bodies in his wake. But the tide of battle turns, and an elder figure, Old Man Beck, is suddenly overwhelmed, impaled by a volley of arrows, a faint blue aura flickering around his wounded form. Wasan, masked and observing the scene, questions the identity of the man who just took such a blow, wondering aloud, "Old man Beck?" From the chaos, the masked elder turns to him, his voice firm as he addresses Wasan, "Young master." Impaled and bleeding, Old man Beck declares his intent, "I will pay the price for this deed, so please go and obey the law." Wasan surveys the carnage, the battlefield littered with bodies, and again questions the elder's true nature. "Old man Beck, who are you?" His masked face betraying a mix of awe and disbelief, Wasan continues, "I didn't know you were skilled at martial arts to the extent that you were able to wipe out an entire group of your comrades." The elder, pulling at his collar, insists, "Your servant will deal with it. You can rest easy, young master," causing Wasan to exclaim, "Why would you?" Despite his grievous wounds, Old man Beck's resolve remains unshaken, his voice unwavering as he states, "It is my duty." Wasan's masked gaze hardens, a deeper suspicion forming. "Were you placed here by this damned family? Did my father and grandfather arrange this?" The memory concludes with a series of heavy impacts, the sounds of a struggle echoing through the past. He remains inside, the sounds of a struggle echoing from beyond the door, as his gaze falls upon the injured Old man Beck, who lies bare-chested, his body marked by the recent battle. Outside, a relentless pounding begins, a voice demanding entry, calling out for Wasan to open the door. The voice identifies itself as the Royal Palace Guard, their shouts growing more insistent, reiterating the demand for Wasan to open the door at once, as the banging continues against the grand entrance. Inside, Old man Beck, despite his visible wounds, looks up with unwavering resolve, declaring his intention to finish his duty, while outside, a silent legion of armored guards stands ready, awaiting their command. His hands, now bandaged, speak of his sacrifice, and Wasan, his face etched with concern, urges him to take care of himself, calling out to the old man. Beck, an elderly man, his face etched with scars, bows deeply, assuring his lord that this old servant will fulfill his mission, imploring him to remain strong. Meanwhile, a furious voice bellows, demanding the presence of slave Beck, as another announces the arrival of Chson from the Gold Castle Patrol, a booming sound echoing through the air. A commanding voice then orders the door to be opened quickly for Wasan, the Chson, warning that non-compliance will result in extreme punishment, the loud pronouncement reverberating among a throng of armored guards. An officer, his face contorted in a snarl, points a finger and shouts for his men to break down the door. But before they can act, Wasan bursts through the barrier with a deafening crash, shattering it into countless fragments. He stands amidst the rubble and defeated guards, a powerful purple aura radiating from him, the ground rumbling from the sheer force of his breakthrough. Elsewhere, a large, muscular man, his face scarred and grim, declares that he is not Chson, as a worried woman stands behind him, while an officer demands to know what he is doing, ordering his men to crack him up now. With a flurry of movement, guards charge forward, weapons drawn, ordered to quickly apprehend Wasan. The large man, still defiant, tells them to get out of Beckno's way, but the elderly man from before, his face strained, reminds him of the Lord's earnest will. Wasan's eyes narrow with intense focus, a burst of energy emanating from him as he prepares for the renewed assault. Despite his resistance, the large man is forced to his knees by the guards, a grunt of pain escaping him as he collapses with a heavy thump. An old servant, witnessing a bound man, pleads that this punishment is insufficient for his master, then demands the capture of Wasan. As the old man issues his command, Wasan's eyes narrow with fury, while the old man's face contorts in a desperate plea for the guards to stop. However, his pleas are ignored as Wasan unleashes a powerful burst of purple energy, sending the surrounding guards flying backward, their bodies recoiling from the sheer force of his power. Elsewhere, a robed official, startled by the unfolding events, demands to know what is happening, before quickly issuing a new command. Wasan, the Chson, must head to the imperial palace immediately. The official, holding a scroll, watches as Wasan reacts with a look of surprise and concern, the mention of the imperial palace clearly catching him off guard. The official dismisses any notion of interference, declaring that not even the great master of the Golden Army can involve himself in his affairs, asserting his authority over the situation. He then angrily denounces the sinners who have slaughtered officials in Dongchang, questioning how anyone could believe a single eunuch could handle such a grave matter, before ordering them to leave. His voice rising, he commands them to get down on their knees, reminding them it is the emperor's order, and warns that any who resist will be immediately charged with high treason. The old man, witnessing the official's unwavering resolve, can only utter a frustrated curse. Chapter 28. Fear when hiding a black blade. A voice from within the palace commands, "Send him in." And so, Wasan steps into the opulent halls of the imperial palace, his fate now uncertain within its grand, gilded walls. As Wasan enters the imperial palace, the sight of the princess standing beside King Yeso prompts a question from a nearby official, wondering if this young woman is indeed the prince. The king and princess stand together, observed by a masked figure, as Wasan approaches the throne room, where he humbly bows before the monarch. Wasan, the Chson, formally greets his majesty, his movements quiet and respectful. King Yeso, seated beside the princess, acknowledges the gesture with a polite, if somewhat detached, appreciation, but the princess, her expression troubled, questions his sincerity, revealing that her younger brother is threatening her with the late emperor's sword to save Hua-san's life, demanding to know what the king intends to do. Meanwhile, Hua-san, still on the floor, seems to be processing the gravity of the situation, his world momentarily turned upside down by the unfolding drama. Elsewhere, the masked chief eunuch, Munryong, addresses King Yeso with a familiar tone, asking why the late emperor would have offered him the sword of the state in front of everyone. King Yeso, with a somber expression, ponders the loyalty of his subjects, before stating that he will succeed to the throne, despite a physical problem that leaves him without a successor, wondering aloud how much the late emperor truly worried about him. He then explains that the sword of the state is the late emperor's final arrangement, intended to protect him from political opponents and slander, adding that while he must admire the emperor, the sword's hidden blade leaves enemies breathless and afraid. Back in the throne room, the robed official apologizes to King Yeso, who dismisses the situation as a minor inconvenience, suggesting it's acceptable to remove Wang Yong, the chief eunuch, from Dongchang, and that Samchong had become too arrogant and needed to be brought down a peg. Hua-san, still kneeling, offers his apologies for his father's innocence, while the king's voice echoes, asserting that his father's sacrifice will be remembered as a righteous death, eliminating those who interfere with mediation. The king's words weigh heavily, causing Hua-san to clench his fist in frustration, as King Yeso's voice warns that he had better give up now, or that kid will end up with a dismissal. The king then instructs his officials that if they wish to utilize Hua-san carefully, they should hide him for now, and they can bring him back later, referring to him once more as Hua-san, the Suchan. Hua-san, still reeling from the recent events, acknowledges the king's words with a solemn, "Yes, your majesty," his expression heavy with the weight of his predicament, realizing the core of the problem. The chief eunuch, Wang Yong, his face obscured by a mask, chastises him, saying, "You've passed the tests with ease, but you've been so conspicuous. No matter how smart you are, don't you lack discretion?" He then leans in, urging, "Listen to me, Suchan." Wang Yong continues, explaining that a man with such abilities should remain hidden until his talents are truly needed in the future, warning that showing off one's competence naturally invites enemies who didn't exist before. He questions if Hua-san had never considered why someone without an official position would suffer such consequences, concluding that it was a good idea to stop and let today's event serve as a lesson. Wei Zhen's face contorts in distress, acknowledging, "It all happened because of me, because of my ambition to achieve success." Suddenly, the princess appears, holding a ceremonial sword, declaring, "This is something the emperor can't help, so I came up with this, ta-da, and save you, my brother." Hua-san, now seated and looking amused, dismisses her efforts, saying, "The emperor will be stuck with the sword, but the bandits with knives won't care about it." The princess, clearly annoyed, retorts, "Ooh, you really don't know anything. Didn't you see that earlier? The soldiers and the generals here, they ran to this sword and groveled." Hua-san, still unperturbed, simply asks, "What do you want me to say to you?" Meanwhile, in a military camp, General Song, observing his surroundings, remarks, "Only General Song is pitiful." A soldier approaches General Song, calling out, "General." Song, looking up from his tea, responds, "What's the matter?" The soldier reports that the general of their camp gave alcohol and meat to the soldiers under Song's command to relieve their fatigue, to which Song replies, "Yes." Another soldier suggests, "General, why don't you go ahead and rest? We will take care of the princess." A general, his long hair tied back and a beard framing his face, waves off a subordinate, declaring himself well and sending his thanks for the provisions. The soldier hesitates, stammering a weak denial, but the general's stern gaze cuts him off, demanding if he has more to say. Nervously, the soldier quickly retracts, assuring his superior that there is nothing more and he will depart immediately. However, an unseen voice erupts in fury, questioning the soldier's foolish return. General Song, his face etched with frustration, stands over a kneeling subordinate, berating him for failing to separate the princess from her companion. The soldier, now revealed to be the same one from before, bows his head in shame, offering a meek apology to the general. General Song's anger flares, his voice rising as he declares that success today would grant him entry into the central government. But such a position is unattainable with subordinates performing so poorly. The soldier, prostrating himself on the ground, vows there will be no more mistakes and pledges his life to fulfill the general's orders, begging for trust. Meanwhile, another soldier reports that he is trying to distract their enemies with drink, while the unnamed general muses that holding the princess hostage, with thousands of soldiers nearby, would incapacitate them all. General Song, however, remains focused, stating that the only person to truly be wary of is Song Jian, as only Lord Huayang and a young Confucianist remain in the barracks. He then issues a direct command to his kneeling subordinates, ordering them to bring him Princess Huayang and the Sword of State, to which they immediately affirm their loyalty. General Song Jian muses that the only person truly worth worrying about is himself, noting that currently, only Lord Huayang and a young Confucianist remain in the barracks, making failure impossible. Meanwhile, Lord Pagan issues a stern command, demanding that Princess Huayang and the Sword of State be brought to him immediately, to which his kneeling general responds with a dutiful, "Yes, my lord." Later, Princess Huayang sleeps peacefully in her bed, while Lord Huayang, having apparently seen to her rest, sighs with relief. She's finally asleep now. He then reflects on the unexpected difficulty of his task, finding it harder to deal with this girl than the Chson clan. Rising from his bed, he stands by a window, a quiet moment before the next challenge. Stretching out the kinks from his back, Lord Huayang is then greeted by General Song Jehian, who offers a polite, "Thank you for your hard work, General." As Lord Huayang flexes his hands, the general continues, "If that's what you think, could you persuade the princess to meet with your father together?" Lord Huayang lets out an exasperated laugh, scratching his head. That's. He then adds, "If you have any difficulties, ask the prince for help." General Song Jehian nods, acknowledging his words. "Since I am in the military, I am familiar with Wuling." As they stand together, the general explains, "There seemed to be a conflict between the people in Wuling and a powerful clan earlier today." He continues, gesturing with his hand, "Since the head of the family was involved in the disturbance, this occurrence must also be related to him." Lord Huayang, looking down, simply replies, "That wasn't what surprised me." Chson reflects on a past event, recalling his surprise at what transpired at the party before Suchan's departure. Meanwhile, a subordinate addresses him, his voice filled with deference, calling out to his lord. The subordinate continues, emphasizing the prince's deep concern for him, a sentiment he reiterates to his lord. He then reminds Chson of the immense sacrifice the prince made, asking if he truly understands the cost. Chson, his expression serious, acknowledges the uncertainty of the situation, but affirms his commitment to the future. As Chson turns to leave, the subordinate, Wang Yong, attempts to interject, trying to speak for the prince's sake, but Chson simply tells him to wait. Wang Yong looks on, a question mark hanging over his head as Chson departs, leaving him to ponder the implications. Later, Chson stands alone under a vast, starry sky, observing the eerie stillness of his surroundings, noting how quiet it has become. The silence is palpable, the air thick with an unspoken tension, as he stands resolute amidst the quiet, dark night. Elsewhere, Wang Yong and his soldiers are also feeling the oppressive quiet, the sound of their armor clinking softly in the stillness. With a determined look, Wang Yong realizes the urgency of the situation, deciding he must send out the signal quickly. An arrow, swift and silent, slices through the air with deadly intent. Before it can find its mark, Chson reacts with lightning speed, deflecting the projectile with a precise kick. His eyes narrow, a grim realization dawning on him as he takes in the situation. High above, on a nearby rooftop, several archers are already drawing their bows, preparing for another volley. Another arrow strikes the ground, just inches from his position. The air fills with the thud of more impacts, as Chson finds himself completely surrounded by a growing number of armed soldiers. The archers continue their relentless assault, their arrows whistling down from above. The soldiers close in, their voices stern, demanding he halt his movements. Among them, a large man steps forward, his voice booming, ordering Chson to surrender his weapons and kneel, promising no harm if he complies. But before Chson can respond, Wang Yong suddenly appears, raising a scroll high above his head, challenging the attackers with a defiant cry. Beneath his mask, his eyes glow with an intense, unwavering resolve. With a powerful surge of energy, he launches a brilliant, glowing projectile into the dark sky, a clear signal cutting through the night. As the signal flared into the sky, the surrounding soldiers erupted in a flurry of commands, the large man among them bellowing for action against the jerk who dared defy them. His face contorted in rage, the commander pointed a furious finger, demanding his men restrain Chson immediately and secure the princess. Surrounded by archers with bows drawn, Chson remained calm, his expression unreadable as he questioned the order to restrain him. A subtle smirk played on his lips, as he assessed the situation, a glint of defiance in his eyes. Meanwhile, a soldier frantically urged the princess to hurry, while Chson watched, a general nearby hesitating, unsure how to proceed. His gaze sharpened, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Then, with a sudden burst of urgency, he called out to her, his voice echoing with a familiar name. The princess, startled by the commotion, wondered why it was so noisy outside. Chson quickly approached her, pulling her close and insisting she put on a piece of armor he offered. With a surprised gasp, she complied, donning the protective gear as he urged her on. As she questioned his actions, Chson calmly explained that he was figuring out their next move, asking if she trusted him. With a confident smirk, he shushed her, signaling it was time to go, a silent understanding passing between them. A gasp escapes the princess as the sound of approaching footsteps echoes, each beat a stark reminder of their precarious situation. The rhythmic thud of hooves and the clatter of armor grow louder, as the general, mounted on his steed, leads a formidable contingent of soldiers directly towards them. His face contorted in fury, the general bellows, demanding to know what Chson thinks he is doing, accusing him of rebellion. Unfazed by the accusation, Chson merely offers a wry smirk, turning the general's words back on him, questioning the king's own actions. The general's outrage intensifies, his voice booming across the courtyard as he demands to know what Chson is talking about. the sheer scale of his forces emphasizing the threat. Nearby, Zhejian, confused by the sudden confrontation, asks his Shifu about the soldiers, while Wasan calmly instructs the princess to step back, explaining the situation as treason. The princess echoes the word, treason, in disbelief, as Wasan turns to her, his expression serious, urging her to listen carefully to his next words. Meanwhile, the general, his patience exhausted, curses Wasan as a little bastard and commands his archers to form a deadly circle around him, the air filling with the flutter of arrows being readied. His face still etched with fury, the general continues to seethe, his words trailing off as he contemplates Wasan's defiance. Despite the overwhelming odds and the imminent threat, Wasan maintains his calm, a slight, confident smile playing on his lips as he acknowledges their refusal to listen to his polite requests. Wasan, with an almost condescending air, instructs his opponent to listen carefully, while the general, mounted on horseback, furiously demands to know what he thinks he's doing. Ignoring the general's outburst, Wasan simply continues, explaining that even though he's asking nicely, they refuse to listen. Meanwhile, the general, enraged by the defiance, bellows orders for his archers to surround Wasan and make a hive around him. A sudden, unseen force erupts, the sound of impact echoing through the air. The general is caught completely off guard, a wave of glowing energy washing over him as he recoils in shock. With terrifying speed, Wasan closes the distance, striking the princess with a devastating, glowing blow that sends her flying with a pained cry. He then turns his attention back to the general, delivering a rapid, forceful strike that sends him stumbling, the impact echoing loudly. Another bone-jarring blow connects with the general's face, before Wasan gracefully leaps into the air, landing with a soft thud amidst the chaos. The surrounding soldiers and civilians scatter in terror, their faces contorted in fear as Wasan stands calmly amidst the fleeing crowd, a faint awe escaping his lips, perhaps at their cowardice. The princess, still reeling from the attack, cries out for her big brother, while Zhejian, witnessing the devastation, questions if this is truly Suchan. The general, battered and disoriented, struggles to comprehend what just happened, weakly asking what Wasan is doing. Wasan continues his relentless assault, twisting the general's arm with such force that a sickening crack echoes through the air, eliciting a pained cry from the armored man. Below, a soldier looks on in disbelief, wondering if this is truly the extent of the general's screams. With a swift, decisive motion, Wasan grasps the hilt of the general's sword, effortlessly disarming him. The sound of clattering armor fills the air, as Zhejian watches Wasan's brutal efficiency, a thought forming in his mind. He cannot believe what he is witnessing. A sickening splurt of blood erupts from the general, as Wasan delivers a final, devastating blow, leaving the armored commander reeling before a terrified assembly of soldiers. Panic spreads through the ranks, as the princess screams in terror, her hands flying to her mouth, while the general collapses, defeated. The surrounding soldiers recoil in fear, their faces contorted in horror. Zhejian's mind races, a memory of a younger, calmer Wasan flashing before his eyes, as he wonders if this truly is the Suchan he once knew. He reflects that some people will never understand until they are beaten, and that Wasan now seems like a completely different person, leaving him to question what in the world he has become. The general lies crumpled on the ground, his armor dented and broken, as a soldier pleads for his release, unable to comprehend the swift defeat. The general, still conscious, looks up in agony, while other soldiers gasp in horror, one exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, how dare he?" Wasan, however, silences them with a chilling command to shut up and not even breathe. Ignoring their pleas, Wasan brutally strikes another soldier, blood spraying from the impact, as the remaining guards stare in stunned silence. One terrified soldier, covered in sweat and fear, pleads for his life, begging Wasan not to kill him. Wasan, his expression cold and unwavering, dismisses the idea that a mere garrison general would dare accuse an imperial relative of treason. Meanwhile, Zhejian, observing the scene, deduces that such an accusation must have originated from a higher authority, perhaps the deputy commander or the military minister, as he demands to know who else gave the order, refusing to ask a second time. Wasan presses his blade closer to the terrified soldier's neck, promising to either sever his remaining limbs or slit his throat, depending on the number of names he reveals, eliciting a pained gasp from the man. The soldier, under duress, begins to name figures, starting with the governor and the military chief commander, prompting Wasan to demand only the higher-ranked individuals. With the blade still at his throat, the soldier desperately reveals more names, including the Admiral of Samchong and the Department of Defense, as Wasan warns him he's truly going to cut him if he doesn't comply. Zhejian, hearing the escalating revelations, reacts with shock, while the princess, her eyes wide with fear, calls out for her brother, as the soldier continues, mentioning the Admiral of the Defense Committee in the north, the Front Area Commander Munryong, and the Capital Defense Minister. The soldier further explains that the Department of Defense had ordered the military camps to capture ministers from various departments, and the Prime Military Department is already involved, a revelation that elicits a furious, "That's bulls **T, from a nearby soldier. The princess, her face contorted in disbelief and anger, screams at the soldier to shut up, accusing him of lying about her uncle, Lord Jaguk, who is the admiral of the defense committee in the north. Jiajian, his brow furrowed with concern, processes the gravity of the situation, realizing that Zhang Hung Hwo, the empress's elder brother and capital defense minister, along with the admiral of Samchong, the Department of Defense, and even other imperial relatives, have all joined hands in this conspiracy. As the princess remains visibly distressed, Hua-san, his gaze sharp and unwavering, confronts the soldiers blocking their path, demanding they clear the way, his voice laced with a chilling threat. If you do anything foolish, I'll cut his head off. A tense silence falls over the assembled guards, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion as one of them, visibly shaken, stammers out a desperate plea to maintain order. Despite the clear danger, the soldiers hold their ground, their resolve seemingly bolstered by a renewed command to clear the way, their hands tightening on their sword hilts. Hua-san, a sneer playing on his lips, observes their defiance, his thoughts dismissive of their loyalty and their inability to comprehend the situation, labeling them an unfaithful army. With a decisive motion, he reaches for his blade, muttering that if they won't yield, he'll simply clear this side too. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts from him, sweeping through the ranks of soldiers, sending them reeling and collapsing to the ground in a chaotic heap. From above, the scene is one of utter devastation, as bodies fall like puppets with cut strings, hitting the ground with dull thuds. Another swift, ethereal slash of purple light cuts through the air, a testament to the speed and precision of his attack. Hua-san moves like a phantom amidst the chaos, his form wreathed in crackling purple energy as he effortlessly dispatches more soldiers, their blood splattering against the ground. The remaining soldiers can only stare in wide-eyed horror, utterly dumbfounded by the sheer, impossible power displayed before them. Another swift swoosh of energy, and more soldiers fall, their bodies crumpling as the purple force continues its relentless sweep. As the last of the purple energy dissipates, Hua-san lets out a strained grunt, the effort of his overwhelming attack evident on his face. Hua-san grunts with exertion, his power surging, as he declares his intent to clear the path. The soldiers ahead recoil in shock, their general and sergeant exchanging worried glances, as Wei-zan's voice echoes, promising dire consequences for any who fail to yield. A terrifying purple energy erupts from him, tearing through the ranks, a devastating display of skill that sends bodies flying, leaving a trail of incapacitated guards in its wake. The remaining soldiers, witnessing the carnage, scream in terror, desperately trying to fall back and clear the way, their formation utterly broken. Their general, enraged and desperate, shouts at his men to move faster, demanding they clear the path before more fall. Hua-san watches with an impassive gaze as the soldiers trample over each other in their frantic retreat, a wave of fear washing over the battlefield. The chaos continues as the remaining forces scatter, leaving a clear path for him and his companions. It becomes clear that he had deliberately used his Chunrajunium Gong to eliminate some soldiers as an example, then pointed out the Sippo generals to threaten them, a calculated move that leaves the general sweating in fear. The general, still shaken, realizes the depth of Wei-zan's strategy, acknowledging that these generals are the true movers of the army, and marvels at his opponent's terrifying martial arts mastery and cunning resourcefulness. Hua-san remains focused on the path ahead, while Jiajian, observing him, admits to having known him for a long time, but finds his current demeanor unsettlingly strange. The trio continues their advance, the path now clear, a testament to the terrifying level of skill Hua-san possesses. In the aftermath, the general and sergeant stand amidst the fallen, utterly defeated, acknowledging the truly terrifying display they had just witnessed. Hua-san stood amidst the wreckage of the barricade, the bodies of fallen soldiers scattered around him, their resistance utterly broken, while behind him, a voice cried out in alarm, "Brother, there!" As Hua-san prepared for whatever came next, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its eyes burning with an ominous red glow, demanding to know his identity. Before Hua-san could respond, the figure moved with impossible speed, a blur of raw power tearing through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. The large man, his eyes still glowing with fierce red energy, let out a booming laugh, holding the shattered remnants of what appeared to be a powerful weapon, his chest scarred, and his demeanor radiating immense, untamed strength. A colossal, shadowy figure looms into view, its form indistinct but radiating an overwhelming presence, as a voice demands to know its identity. With a whoosh of displaced air, the shadow coalesces into the hulking form of a muscular man, his eyes glowing crimson as he lets out a booming, triumphant laugh. His powerful hands then move to crush a small, rectangular card or tablet, shattering it with a dull thud. Nearby, a bearded official, wearing a traditional hat, looks on in shock, asking, "You are?" While the princess, her pink hair framing a terrified expression, gasps, "Oh, Baekno." The large man, Baekno, bows deeply before them, acknowledging the princess with a respectful, "Your Royal Highness." Hua-san, his expression sharp, remarks to Baekno, "You're late, Baekno." Then, turning to the official and the princess, Baekno instructs them, "Hold on to him until noon tomorrow." As if to emphasize his point, Baekno brutally kicks a soldier, sending him sprawling with a cry of pain, before adding, There are horses a little further ahead. The princess recoils in terror from the display of violence, her mind racing with the question, what does Beck know? Looks so scary. Hwa-san watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable, as the large man bows once more. Beck bows again. Then, with a simple gesture and a quiet, let's go, he leads the official and the princess away. Hwa-san remains, contemplating the situation, wondering, so that is the Gosu who used telepathic communication? Under the pale moonlight, Jejian turns to his companion, his voice laced with urgency, asking what they should do, as their father is in danger. With horses gathered, he insists, they must save him. Hwa-san, ever the pragmatist, instructs the princess to mount her horse, knowing they will ride all night. Meanwhile, an official reports that the royal guards are nearby, and a flare has been seen, meaning the entire unit will now be mobilized. Back with the fleeing group, Hwa-san states that every road in the country will be sealed by now, and if they travel under the royal guards' protection, they will have to cross the Yellow River. The princess, concerned, points out that they won't be able to hide their tracks because of her sword of state, which will compel pursuit by any means, even a large army. The sound of hooves clattering echoes as Hwa-san questions, if searches will be conducted everywhere, how do they expect to travel undetected? The official, looking troubled, then asks Hwa-san, addressing him as Suchan, if he has any other ideas. On horseback, Hwa-san instructs General A to tell the royal guards to move discreetly. The general receives the order, and the horses begin to gallop, as Hwa-san adds, they are to assemble near White Lake. The thundering hooves echo into the night, carrying them swiftly away. He struggles for breath, the sounds of his exertion filling the quiet night. The rhythmic clop of hooves continues as the group rides on, the princess also visibly struggling. Hwa-san maintains a determined expression, pushing through the exhaustion. They continue their relentless journey, the princess suggesting a break and pointing towards a distant structure. Finally dismounting, she collapses onto the ground, utterly spent from the arduous ride. Inside a humble dwelling, Jejian offers comfort to the princess, urging her to rest despite the uncomfortable surroundings, while Hwa-san releases a messenger bird into the night. Elsewhere, Munryong, having dispatched his orders to the royal guard, pauses, a hint of concern on his face. He wonders if the target will manage to escape the relentless pursuit. Hwa-san, looking at the departing messenger bird, questions its message, then acknowledges its role as a mere servant. Munryong reflects that the target did buy some time by taking the commander hostage, but doubts his ability to truly escape. He knows the situation is dire, pondering how many will survive Baekno's wrath. Meanwhile, a large, scarred man stands guard, warning someone unseen not to move. The ground trembles softly as a line of guards advances, their spears held ready, while a large man watches them with a grim, determined expression. He stands amidst the encroaching soldiers, firmly gripping a smaller, captive figure, his presence a formidable barrier. Elsewhere, a different captive cries out in agony, a blinding light erupting around him as he's struck by the guards' relentless assault. His desperate plea to stop moving goes unheard, as multiple blades and whips tear into him, leaving a bloody spray in their wake. Back with the large man, a sinister chuckle escapes him, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light, while a voice from the shadows admits they are overwhelmed and need more men. A general, his face etched with urgency, commands his troops to waste no time and dispatch a messenger immediately, receiving a swift affirmation. Far from the conflict, two figures gallop furiously on horseback, their desperate escape kicking up dust as they urge their steeds onward. Back at the confrontation, the large man still holds his captive, his voice a guttural roar as he warns the encroaching guards to stay back. His eyes continue to burn with a fierce red glow, his expression unwavering in its resolve. A frustrated voice suddenly shouts, demanding someone get lost. High above, bathed in brilliant sunlight, Jejian and the princess ascend rapidly into the sky, one of them letting out a pained grunt. Back on the ground, the large man's face is now a canvas of blood and grime, his earlier ferocity replaced by visible exhaustion and injury. The ground is stained crimson as a captive kneels, bound and bloodied, surrounded by indifferent guards. Meanwhile, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow, General A addresses his forces, a grim resolve etched across his face. His expression hardening, he asks if it is time to unleash his full power. Elsewhere, the brutal assault continues, a captive gasping and panting as he endures another merciless blow. Back on the front lines, the general's eyes flare with an even greater intensity, a crimson light radiating from his very being. Then, with a deafening roar, he unleashes a devastating purple energy wave, sweeping through the enemy ranks and sending soldiers flying. The battlefield is torn apart by the sheer force of the attack, bodies and debris scattering in every direction as the purple energy dissipates. A close-up reveals the raw, destructive power of the impact, a sphere of purple energy still pulsing with residual force, splattering blood across the ground. His hand glows once more, ready to unleash another devastating blow. Above the carnage, crows circle ominously, their cries echoing over a battlefield strewn with countless fallen warriors and rising plumes of smoke. One soldier, impaled by a volley of arrows, collapses to his knees, his lifeblood staining the earth. Despite his own injuries, the large man roars in defiance, throwing a soldier aside with raw, unbridled strength, determined to clear his path. Arrows rained down, piercing the large man's formidable body, each impact eliciting a guttural cry of pain. Despite the barrage, he remained standing, a living pincushion of enemy projectiles. With a grimace of determination, he begins to snap the embedded arrows, tearing them from his flesh with brutal force. His torso, a canvas of battle scars, is now marred by fresh wounds, yet his resolve remains unbroken. Another arrow is violently extracted, leaving a gaping hole that begins to close almost immediately. The raw, bloody gashes across his chest and abdomen are a testament to the brutal fight he has endured. Yet, a faint, shimmering aura surrounds his wounds, accelerating their closure with an audible hiss. The last vestiges of the arrow impacts fade into barely visible scars, a testament to his extraordinary resilience. His face contorts in a mixture of pain and exhaustion, but his gaze remains sharp, surveying the ravaged battlefield. Standing amidst the debris of battle, he lets out a weary sigh, lamenting his aching body. As he stretches, his muscles protesting, he grumbles about the demands placed upon him at his age, noting that only General A seems to enjoy his suffering. Far in the distance, perched atop a rugged cliff, a traditional building overlooks the vast, war-torn landscape. Hwasan lies on the floor, seemingly recovering, while Jiajian sits nearby, observing him. A low chuckle escapes Hwasan, a sound of pure satisfaction. He smiles, a chilling expression of contentment, thinking, if this is how it is, the worse things get, the greater the impression I make on the world. High above the world, a serene temple complex nestled into the mountainside, its traditional architecture a stark contrast to the turbulent events unfolding below. Where within one of its chambers, Hwasan sat in quiet contemplation, a figure lying unconscious nearby. A smirk played on his lips as he considered his situation, a quiet chuckle escaping him as he found it all very good. For if this was how things were to be, then the worse they became, the greater the impression he would make upon the world. Later, a hand poured a clear liquid from a gourd into a small bowl, and Hwasan eagerly brought the bowl to his lips, gulping down the contents with audible satisfaction. A contented smile spread across his face as he declared, "This wine is delicious." Meanwhile, in a bamboo forest, a hooded figure paused before a small, thatched hut, uttering a surprised exclamation. This was Kwanje Yang Muoke, a new presence in this unfolding drama, his gaze thoughtful as he surveyed the scene. Kwanje Yang Muoke stands poised, his eyes glowing with an intense, almost pained focus, as if bracing himself for an unseen impact. He glances around, sensing the presence of numerous figures closing in, a large group of armed individuals emerging from the surrounding terrain. Without hesitation, one of the attackers bellows a command, and the entire group surges forward, initiating their assault. But before they can even reach him, a flurry of impossibly fast strikes erupts, sending gourds and debris flying as impacts crackle through the air. One unfortunate assailant is violently propelled backward, smashing into a wooden wall with a sickening thud. Kwanje lets out a sharp gasp, the exertion of his rapid movements evident on his face. Meanwhile, from a nearby doorway, Hwasan observes the chaos with a wry smile, muttering that the sounds of battle are quite agreeable. The fight intensifies as Young Joa, the small chief of the beggars' sect, joins the fray, delivering powerful slams and punches that send enemies reeling. Kwanje continues his relentless assault, throwing one enemy with immense force, before swiftly following up with a powerful kick to another. With a final, explosive burst of energy, he unleashes a glowing attack, impacting multiple foes simultaneously and sending them sprawling. Young Joa watches the display, a thoughtful expression on her face, her gaze fixed on the unfolding events. As Kwanje stands victorious amidst the fallen enemies, Young Joa's subordinates express their alarm, fearing that their entire force will be annihilated at this rate. As the dust settled from the recent skirmish, a group of men huddled together, one exclaiming, "This is crazy." Another added, "Damn, this woman is bad enough as it is, but now Kwanje too, what a disaster." Meanwhile, Young Joa, chewing nonchalantly on a stick, dismissed their worries, assuring them, "I'm sure she won't kill them. She's just getting a workout." One of the subordinates, however, continued to protest. "Besides, it's not like I invited her here. You know fully well her business is with you, not us." Another subordinate, growing increasingly agitated, pleaded, "Small chief, you have to stop this. You got in trouble for killing and eating the Gaebong sect official's dog, and now this. Have you forgotten that the chief ordered you to reflect on your actions?" Young Joa's casual demeanor instantly vanished, her eyes widening in fury as she demanded, "What? What did you just say?" The subordinate, realizing his mistake, stammered, "Got in trouble?" As his companions flinched back, one squeaking, "Eek," and another nervously adding, "And nothing." Her anger boiling over, Young Joa's gaze sharpened, a dangerous edge in her voice as she questioned, "How dare you?" Before the subordinates could react, a sudden, unseen force erupted, sending them reeling backward, their expressions shifting from fear to utter shock. Young Joa, however, was quicker, her fist connecting with a subordinate's face in a brutal impact, the force of her strike sending him flying. A new voice, calm and authoritative, cut through the chaos, addressing her directly. Yongjoa, I demand. Yongjoa's eyes, still burning with rage, snapped towards the source of the voice, as the speaker continued. Yongmue, I demand you come out at once. The subordinates, still reeling from the unseen impact, gasped in unison, as a powerful, shimmering energy burst outward, further emphasizing the immense power at play. Still seething from the previous encounter, she clenches her jaw, a furious declaration escaping her lips. Meanwhile, one of the subordinates, caught in the unseen force, tumbles through the air, while another cries out in desperate frustration. Indeed, the ground is littered with the fallen, a testament to the overwhelming power that had just swept through them. With a fierce cry, Yongjoa gathers her inner strength, her eyes glowing with raw energy as she prepares to strike. She unleashes a powerful, energy-infused punch, the air crackling around her fist. Her attack manifests as a blinding barrage of light blue energy projectiles, streaking across the desolate landscape. As the force of her blow intensifies, her face contorted in a mask of pure effort. Her fist, wreathed in purple energy, hurtles forward, poised to make contact. But just as her devastating punch is about to land, a single, calm finger from Kwanje Yongmuoke effortlessly intercepts it. The clash of their immense powers erupts in a blinding, concussive explosion that rips through the very ground. The remaining subordinates, witnessing the sheer scale of the impact, recoil in utter disbelief and terror. Yongjoa herself recoils, clutching her throbbing hand, a pained gasp escaping her as she realizes the impenetrable defense of her opponent. Kwanje Yongmuoke observes, his voice calm. Your fist has gotten softer in the few months that I didn't see you. She recoils in disgust, a harsh sound escaping her as she spits in defiance. Her eyes narrow, a defiant challenge in her voice. Quit acting tough. With a sudden burst of speed, she launches herself into the air, closing the distance between them. As she descends, a flicker of recognition crosses her face, while Kwanje Yongmuoke's expression remains calm, a silent question hanging in the air. Her fist, charged with raw power, collides with his outstretched finger, generating a violent shockwave that ripples through the air. Despite her full force, her attack is completely nullified, the immense pressure pushing back against her as she struggles, refusing to yield. The technique she employs, the Hangryong 18-hand technique, proves insufficient against his defense. His golden eyes remain impassive as the force of the counterattack sends her reeling, her hand throbbing with pain. She is violently thrown backward, crashing into the ground with a resounding impact, dust and debris erupting around her. Struggling to regain her footing, she lets out a pained gasp, her body still vibrating from the force of the blow. Kwanje Yongmuoke, however, seems to register a new detail, a surprised gasp escaping him. He brought his fist down with devastating force, a blinding white energy erupting from the impact point. The sheer power of the blow carved a deep crater into the earth, sending debris flying as the ground fractured under the pressure. With a sharp intake of breath, Kwanje Yongmuoke prepared his next move, his golden eyes gleaming with fierce resolve. He moved with incredible speed, his arm a blur of white energy, delivering a sweeping strike that cut through the air. The force of his punch generated another explosive shockwave, its impact rippling outwards. A vertical column of brilliant light erupted from the ground, engulfing Yongjoa and sending her hurtling skyward. She was thrown violently through the air, a pained gasp escaping her lips as she spun helplessly. Her body slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Nearby, three figures watched the chaos unfold, one of them exclaiming, "Arg? Those crazy bitches. Why aren't the ghosts taking them?" Despite the brutal assault, Yongjoa rose to her feet, her eyes blazing as she challenged him. "You won't stop, will you?" Her face contorted with fury, she screamed, "You're dead meat," as a fierce aura flared around her. With that declaration, both combatants launched themselves into the sky, ready to resume their deadly dance. Suddenly, a new scene unfolds, and Yongjoa's expression shifts to one of utter bewilderment, her eyes wide with surprise. Kwanje Yongmuoke, equally taken aback, looks on with a questioning gaze. The source of their confusion becomes clear as two figures stand prominently, Elder Peng Dukhe and Elder Chai Wonbei, both introduced as key figures. Their presence causes a stir among the kneeling crowd, who murmur in disbelief, wondering why the elders have arrived. Yongjoa, still processing the situation, is addressed by one of the elders, who acknowledges her as Small Chief Yongjoa. The focus then shifts to a simple, yet profoundly significant, bamboo staff, held with reverence. Kwanje Yongmuoke's gaze falls upon the staff, as a voice declares it to be the Taga staff, the symbol of the beggar's Sect chief. The kneeling figures remain in a state of hushed anticipation, their collective silence punctuated only by the soft thud of their movements. Yongjoa, looking down, absorbs the weight of the moment as the declaration continues. An elderly man, the true beggar's Sect chief, then addresses Yongjoa directly, proclaiming, "From this moment on, you are the chief of the beggar's sect." The staff is presented to her, and the gravity of the announcement hits Yongjoa, her eyes widening in profound shock as the realization settles in. From this moment on, a young man kneels, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. An elder, holding a ceremonial staff, declares with solemn authority, "You are the chief of the beggars' sect." Surrounded by a bewildered crowd, Yong Joa questions the elder, his voice laced with disbelief. "Elder Peng, what are you talking about? Why should I be the chief?" Another voice from the crowd adds, "What are you doing with the Taga staff? That's the symbol of the chief." A sergeant, grim-faced, delivers dire news. The main branch was shut down 2 days ago. The chief and all the branch masters under. He continues, his words hanging heavy in the air. Have been arrested. Yong Joa and a hooded figure react with wide-eyed shock. The revelation hits Yong Joa like a physical blow, his face contorting in a silent scream of rage and disbelief, his eyes burning with a fierce, desperate energy. As the elder tries to intervene, pleading, "Small chief, you mustn't." Yong Joa shoves him away, a blue aura flaring around his hands, snarling, "Get out of my way." The elder, recovering from the push, attempts to reason with him. "Please, calm down first." But Yong Joa is beyond reason, his hands glowing brighter with a fierce purple energy as he yells, "I told you to get out of my way." The elder, witnessing her fury, cries out to her, attempting to intervene. But his plea is met with a violent impact, sending him reeling back with a pained grunt. She launches herself into the air, a whirlwind of motion, her rage boiling over as she targets the old man with another strike. "Stay out of my way," she roars, her eyes burning with fierce determination. "My hands will show no mercy." Her fist connects with brutal force, and in a blur of motion, she seizes him, lifting him effortlessly into the air. A heavy thud echoes as he is slammed down. Later, the elder, now recovered, thanks Miss Yang for her intervention, who expresses hope that the young chief will awaken calmly, though the elder knows better, remarking on her stubbornness, much like her father, and urging them to move before she stirs. Miss Yang then turns to him, asking what his next move will be. He declares his intention to go to Xi'an, with the sergeant adding that seeking help from King Yeso, given his good relations with the chief, might be a worthwhile endeavor. The Beggars' Sect chief explains that King Yeso is a relative of the emperor, making their situation even more precarious, as they are not only pursued by imperial guards, but also by imperial intelligence officers. Considering the strict laws, he wonders aloud, what sect would even dare to help them, prompting Quan Yang Muoke to sigh, as the chief then advises her to return to the commissioner as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Yong Joa unleashes a powerful martial arts technique, shattering a stone pillar with a resounding HAP and a forceful smash. She continues her demonstration, executing a precise hand technique with a swift whip sound, proclaiming to Quan Yang Muoke that her Magong hand techniques are far more powerful than mere fisticuffs, and she will one day reach the highest level of Magong. With intense focus, Yong Joa delivers another powerful punch, the impact echoing with a loud, punch sound. Quan Yang Muoke, observing the young woman's fervor, decides she will stay and help, attempting to calm Joa down. Her expression serious, Quan Yang Muoke calls out, a simple hey, to get the chief's attention. She then reveals that the Shaolin sect was also attacked, their temple burned down by an unidentified group, and all the monks wiped out, a grim update that leaves the chief visibly distressed. Quan Yang Muoke adds that the commissioner is also an affiliate of the Shaolin sect, a revelation that causes her eyes to widen in shock and concern. Meanwhile, General Song suggests using mercenaries, proposing they could disguise them as members of the national army to strike at their enemies, then later as merchants to avoid detection, their horses clopping steadily along the path. Lying injured on a bed, Wasen acknowledges that he understands General Song's plan, despite his evident pain. Back on the road, the princess points out that the real problem is her, causing General Song to question what she means, wondering why Her Royal Highness would say such a thing as they continue their journey on horseback. The princess, Huayang, playfully blushes as her companions remark on her striking appearance, noting that her youth and beauty ensure she will always stand out, no matter the circumstances. As the journey continues, Wasen offers a thoughtful, But the princess, still bound, lets out a dramatic wail, her face contorted in mock despair as tears stream down. She vehemently declares her refusal to accept their terms, reminding them of her royal status and the severe penalties for lèse-majesté. Despite her protests, the princess is led along, her hands still bound, as General Song, Wasan, and the old man continue their journey. General Song, with a smirk, dismisses her concerns, finding the situation rather amusing. He calmly explains that lèse-majesté only applies to crimes against the king, not to her, before quickly adding that such pedantry is hardly important. With a confident stance, General Song declares their new allegiance, announcing that from this moment forward, they belong to the evil faction and are to be known as the One-Eyed Three Wung Brothers. He clarifies the new hierarchy, stating he is the eldest, Big Wung, Wasan is the second eldest, Tu Wung, and Baekno, the old man, is the youngest, 3 Wung. The princess bursts into laughter, finding the names ridiculous, while the old man questions why he, the youngest in age, is designated the eldest Wung. Wasan, ever pragmatic, explains that within the evil faction, age is irrelevant. Their order is based solely on ability. General Song then playfully suggests that Hua-san, being the Tuwum, should be the second eldest, but the princess, still chuckling, points out that Baekno's subservient demeanor makes him seem like the lowest member. This final jab, implying his past as a slave, causes the old man to tremble with barely contained fury. Hua-san, observing the scene, remarks that the ploy is quite clever, noting that people tend to avoid those who resemble members of the evil faction. Meanwhile, the princess, still bound, defiantly questions why she alone must be tied up, declaring her desire to join their one-eyed Four-Wombs faction, only for Hua-san to retort that her face simply doesn't fit the part, suggesting her most fitting role is that of a captive girl about to be sold, and asking General Song for his agreement. The old man, his patience wearing thin, urges his teacher to intervene, but General Song simply declares, "Right, that's enough," before announcing it's time to practice, leaving the princess to question, "Practice?" His face contorted in a furious grimace, the old man's anger boils over. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he points a trembling finger at the princess, shouting, "You bitch!" Hua-san, now clad in a practical armored vest, stands before his captives, a young woman with pink hair, an old man with an eye patch, and another young man, all bound together, as he proposes a rather unusual form of practice. With a dismissive humph, he points a finger, his expression stern and demanding. The three captives, including the princess, recoil in fear, their faces contorted in distress as a low roar echoes around them, the sound of their fear made manifest. The princess, however, finds a spark of defiance, her eyes widening in outrage as she challenges him, demanding to know if he just called her a bitch. Hua-san leans in, his gaze unwavering as he reminds her of her predicament, insisting that as a hostage, she should appear more frightened. The other two captives, Jijian and the old man, exchange worried glances, finding the situation increasingly uncomfortable. Hua-san then places a hand on the princess's shoulder, his voice a chilling calm as he explains that while the first time is difficult, it gets easier with practice, before repeating the insult. Again, "You bitch." The princess's face contorts in fury, her anger boiling over as she warns him, daring him to say it one more time. Her defiance momentarily falters as she threatens to tell her father, but Hua-san simply nods, repeating the insult, prompting her to exclaim, "How dare." He repeats the word once more, his taunt eliciting a frustrated arg from the old man, while the princess glares, her anger now fully ignited. Her eyes welling with tears, the princess lets out a choked cry, unable to bear the relentless taunts. Hua-san, however, remains unimpressed, telling her that her facial expressions are simply not convincing enough. He demands she try again, to look more like she belongs to the evil faction, adding that she's an insolent wretch and needs to shut up, because that's not how it's done. Wyong. Meanwhile, a bustling checkpoint stands before a grand gate, where guards oversee a steady stream of travelers. The line moves slowly, with people being directed to pass through one by one. A guard stops two men, deeming them suspicious and ordering them aside, but they insist they are merely merchants with business at the White Tiger Court. Another, larger guard, wielding an axe, barks at a group to be quiet and move over. Hua-san pulls the princess along, who glares back, vowing to make him pay for her humiliation, while Jijian and the old man follow closely behind. He warns her that if she keeps acting out, they'll be discovered, emphasizing their need to hurry and rescue the king. Suddenly, three guards at the gate look up, startled, as if sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, three menacing figures, one with an eye patch and another with a mask, share a sinister chuckle, their presence hinting at trouble. At the checkpoint, a guard grumbles about the trouble caused by evil faction people, instructing his comrade to simply let them pass. Meanwhile, inside a bustling tavern, patrons chatter and laugh, enjoying their drinks and games, oblivious to the impending chaos. Suddenly, a loud slam echoes through the room, as a menacing figure bursts in, demanding everyone make way. A sudden silence falls over the tavern, as the princess and Hua-san watch the new arrival with wary eyes. The one-eyed man, a burly figure with a topknot, stands over the bound group, as Jijian cries out to his big brother in distress. His face contorted in a snarl, the one-eyed man demands to know why there's so much noise, threatening to make mincemeat out of anyone who defies him. He roughly drags the tied-up princess and her companions, muttering about them being evil faction people, as they are forced through the tavern. As they ascend the stairs, other patrons recoil, whispering about their ugly faces and urging each other to escape the unsettling scene. A nervous tavern worker, bowing deeply, attempts to offer the intimidating group a place to make themselves comfortable. But the one-eyed man roars in indignation, declaring himself and his companions as the one-eyed three wounds and demanding to be taken upstairs immediately, lest the worker face dire consequences. He shoves the princess roughly, ordering her to stop dragging her feet and move faster, eliciting a pained cry from her. From their tables, other patrons whisper, concluding that the young girl must be sold to a pleasure house, and that the aggressive newcomers are undoubtedly evil faction people. A murmur ripples through the tavern, a hushed commentary on the unfolding scene, as patrons note the youngest among the evil faction seems to hold the highest authority, a testament to their lack of morals. Meanwhile, the one-eyed Three Woungs leader, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the terrified tavern owner, demands the finest food and wine, warning that any displeasure will mean the end of his business. As his subordinates begin to eat and drink with gusto, he barks at the captives to move faster, his impatience palpable. From a nearby table, Chson and his companions observe the escalating situation, their expressions a mix of concern and quiet contemplation. The leader then turns his attention back to the princess, threatening to make her sit on the floor if she doesn't comply, his words laced with contempt as he calls her a derogatory name, to which she can only meekly agree. He questions if he needs to resort to violence to ensure her obedience, while one of his men, eager to move on, suggests they sell her quickly. The princess, bound and humiliated, struggles to maintain her composure, barely holding back her anger as the leader continues his verbal assault, denying her even the right to eat. Her face contorts in a silent scream of fury and frustration, her eyes glowing with barely suppressed rage. Another subordinate, seeing her distress, offers to take her to a room, perhaps to further torment her away from prying eyes. The official with the hat, observing the princess's barely contained fury, agrees that taking her away would be a better course of action, sensing she is on the verge of snapping. The leader, satisfied with the progress of their intimidation, commends his men for their patience and instructs them to bring her upstairs for a break. The princess's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing as she processes the implication of being taken to a room, her anger intensifying at the thought of their prolonged torment. Still held captive, the princess watches as an old man pleads with her captors, his voice strained, while she herself seethes with barely contained fury. The one-eyed Three Woungs leader, undeterred by the pleas, leers at her, demanding she accompany him to a room, his words dripping with malice. From a nearby table, Chson observes the unfolding scene, his expression unreadable as he takes in the escalating harassment. Kwanje Yongmuoke, seated beside him, sips from her cup, her gaze fixed on the princess as she asks if the young woman is truly alone. The one-eyed Three Woungs leader, overhearing her, chuckles, declaring that he too is alone, his tone mocking and predatory, prompting the princess to silently curse him as an asshole. He then turns his attention back to the princess, suggesting that fate has brought them together and they should share a drink. Kwanje Yongmuoke, however, cuts him off, her voice sharp and dismissive as she tells him to get lost. The leader, unfazed by her intervention, finds her defiance amusing, remarking that he likes cold women and suggesting they get to know each other better, further infuriating the princess. He continues to press, gesturing broadly, asking if they should go elsewhere, his intentions becoming increasingly clear. Unable to tolerate his words any longer, the princess finally erupts, her voice sharp as she commands him to shut his mouth. Chson watches her outburst, a flicker of thought crossing his face as the situation reaches its breaking point. And with a decisive movement, Kwanje Yongmuoke extends her hand, a clear signal of her intent to intervene. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, a focused gaze narrowed on its target. Kwanje Yongmuoke launched herself forward, delivering a powerful, mid-air kick that connected squarely with the one-eyed Three Woungs leader, sending him reeling back in a cloud of dust and impact. The force of the blow lifted him off his feet, a pained gasp escaping his lips as he tumbled through the air, unable to comprehend the sudden assault. Meanwhile, the princess looked on with a mixture of shock and concern, while Chson remained prone on the ground, still recovering from his own injuries. Turning her attention from the falling leader, Kwanje Yongmuoke firmly grasped the princess's arm, her expression stern as she asked, "Do you have a death wish?" A powerful kick sends Chson reeling, his body smashing backward through the air, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Nearby, the one-eyed man cries out, a single word echoing with urgency. Elsewhere, a man with long green hair lies injured, his head bandaged, his eyes wide with a mix of pain and confusion. Back in the fray, Yongjoa grips Wazen's arm, her expression fierce as she challenges him, demanding to know if he has a death wish, while calling him a lecherous dog. The beggar's Sect chief and old man stand together, shaking their heads in a shared moment of weary resignation, a collective sigh escaping them. Meanwhile, the princess, her face contorted in a furious roar, commands her soldiers, demanding they seize the girl from upstairs immediately. The injured man, Bekno, looks around in confusion, wondering who these people are, before his expression hardens and he shouts for them to kill the rebels. Chson, now surrounded by Yongjoa, the beggar's Sect chief, Old Man A, and other figures, questions the term, his voice laced with disbelief as he asks, "Rebels?" Suddenly, a chilling realization dawns, the truth of the situation becoming clear. It's a trap. In a lavish chamber, General A attempts to soothe the princess, who sits with a disgruntled umph, explaining that Her Royal Highness shouldn't be angry, as the situation demands their current actions. A pained gasp escapes Chson, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and agony, a white bandage stark against his face. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant pink hair, Yongjoa, looks up in surprise, wondering aloud if this signal from her brother means they should leave. Nearby, a general in heavy armor urgently implores the princess to escape, as the sounds of approaching footsteps echo through the halls. From an upper floor, the one-eyed leader observes the unfolding chaos, a smirk playing on his lips as he muses about the sheer number of rebels present, noting that no one from the first to third floor has moved a single step. Below, a throng of armed men surrounds a dining table, their weapons poised. The beggar's sect chief, caught in the midst of the ambush with the princess and young Joa, shouts for the attackers to reveal their identities, while simultaneously urging young Joa, the small chief, to escape first with Miss Yang. However, the one-eyed leader dismisses the idea of retreat, declaring that since they've already started, they will finish this confrontation. He offers a chilling smirk, challenging his opponents with a rhetorical question. Young Joa, her face contorted in a furious grimace, points a finger at her foe, vowing that they are the ones who will die, calling them a lek. With a furious gnash of teeth, she launches herself forward, her fists blurring as she lands a devastating blow, sending an armed man crashing to the ground amidst a spray of blood. The princess and the one-eyed leader recoil in surprise as a swift, unseen force whips through the air, eliciting a pained cry from an unseen victim. Amidst the chaos, a new figure emerges, a stern-faced man wielding a staff, his presence immediately recognized as that of a true master, a Gosu. A figure is violently hurled from a building, crashing onto a tiled rooftop with a sharp, whistling sound. Still airborne, the body tumbles through the air, debris scattering around it. As Hua-san lies defeated and injured on the ground, the princess looks on, her face a mask of utter shock. Meanwhile, the Gosu prepares for battle, his form radiating a powerful, ethereal white aura that swirls around him. Inside a nearby building, a crowd of onlookers reacts with stunned disbelief, one exclaiming, "What the hell?" as the chaos unfolds outside. Among them, the beggar's sect chief and his companions discuss the swift turn of events, wondering aloud if an elder was truly defeated with a single blow. From his vantage point, the one-eyed leader observes the unfolding battle, muttering to himself that the objects his opponents carry are not mere swords, before sharply asking a subordinate, "Where are you looking?" Suddenly, a large, muscular man descends from above, wielding twin blades with aggressive intent, aiming for the Gosu. The one-eyed leader's gaze sharpens, his eyes burning with determination as he declares, "Time for me to join in then. Show me what you've got." Amidst the escalating chaos, young Joa moves with blinding speed, engaging multiple opponents simultaneously in a flurry of rapid strikes. One of her adversaries is violently struck, sent flying with a sickening thud as blood splatters from the impact. Her weapon, a blur of motion, continues its devastating arc, cutting through the air with a series of powerful whoosh sounds. The sudden escalation of the battle leaves onlookers stunned, their faces contorted in disbelief. As a massive, bare-chested warrior charges forward, swinging his heavy weapon, a nearby fighter warns his companion that these are Munryong people, believing them to be part of the Justice faction. Amidst the flurry of blows, other combatants struggle to defend themselves, their arms raised to deflect incoming attacks with desperate force. Then, with a swift, blurring motion, Yang Muoke unleashes a powerful strike, her form a streak of purple energy. Her eyes blaze with an intense purple glow, radiating pure, focused energy. The force of her blow is immense, tearing through the very structure of a nearby building, sending shattered wood and stone exploding outwards. Observing the chaos, the Gosu man confirms the identity of the Munryong people, a blue aura flaring around him as he prepares to engage. A voice of disbelief echoes through the air, questioning how such a powerful attack could have been blocked. The sheer force of the battle sends tremors through the ground, causing a trio of onlookers, including Yang Muoke, to recoil in shock, their faces etched with wide-eyed terror. Still radiating his blue aura, the Gosu man calmly identifies the techniques being used, recognizing the ghost-busting staff technique, the whirlwind kick, and the Jungangnahan technique. Meanwhile, in a palace courtyard, an official confronts young Joa and Yang Muoke, demanding to know why members of the beggar's sect and a monk are sniffing around the palace and accusing them of treason. From a distance, the one-eyed leader observes the unfolding alliance, muttering his disdain for the beggar's sect joining forces with the Shaolin sect. A figure with long, pink hair looks down from a high vantage point, while below, a man with dark hair and a headband reacts with surprise, questioning if he's being mistaken for an Imperial intelligence guard. Amidst the growing tension, a voice desperately calls out, insisting that the situation is merely a misunderstanding, as a small group of individuals stands before a grand building. On the elevated platform, the pink-haired figure, Princess Wayang, stands with her back to the onlookers, her presence commanding attention. Below, Hua-san, young Joa, Jian, and an old man stand together, their expressions a mix of concern and apprehension as they face the platform. A large crowd has gathered, their faces reflecting a range of emotions from shock to fear, all eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. From within the throng, the one-eyed leader, accompanied by a soldier, sternly demands that everyone show their proper respects. The pink-haired woman turns, revealing herself to be Princess Wayang of the House of Yeso, her gaze sweeping over the assembled people. A collective gasp echoes through the courtyard as the crowd acknowledges her royal presence, and she graciously bids them to rise. The courtyard remains a scene of disarray, with broken pottery scattered across the ground, as the crowd slowly regains its composure. Stepping forward, a stern-faced man with a headband covering one eye introduces himself as Song Mo, a general of King Yeso's army. Yong Joa and Hwa-san exchange a silent glance, their expressions unreadable as they process the new arrival. The one-eyed leader, observing from the crowd, recognizes Hwa-san, muttering that this gentleman was the Suchan at the Halamwan. A young woman's eyes widen in disbelief, her face flushing as she processes the shocking news, muttering a name in stunned inquiry. Meanwhile, another woman, with striking white hair and sharp features, expresses her own disbelief with a single, incredulous word. The young woman, Yong Joa, now with her hair tied back, vehemently declares that no one else remains, while the one-eyed leader calmly asks if they could temporarily remove their eye patches. He chuckles lightly, rubbing his nose, as Jian, standing nearby, insists that the Sword of State is undeniable proof of their identity, questioning the lack of similar evidence from their accusers. Jian dismisses the idea of a trick, reasoning that if their enemies truly intended to deceive them, they would have brought an entire army, making such elaborate lengths unnecessary. General Song Mo, deep in thought, ponders whether insurgent forces are truly behind the palace's turmoil, and if King Yeso is indeed surrounded by them. The one-eyed leader confirms the grim reality, nodding gravely as he states that everything they've heard is true. Jian, still seeking clarity, questions why they continue to ask, reminding them that their own chief has also been arrested. Yong Joa, surrounded by the concerned crowd, challenges the notion that the Imperial Intelligence Force and Guard would attack Munryong sects without reason. Kwanje Yang Muoke, with a hint of exasperation, remarks on the group's slow comprehension. Yong Joa, her expression now worried, explains that if King Yeso is truly in such a dire situation, he would be of no help to them, and approaching him would only increase their own danger. Yet, she then considers the possibility that if the information is true, they might be able to turn the tide with the Sword of State. As the discussion continues, Wei Zhen's gaze sharpens, his eyes narrowing with a thoughtful intensity. He turns his head slightly, a hint of suspicion in his expression, and warns, "If you're plotting something, that's fine with me, but you need to judge the situation well." Yong Joa, standing among Jian, Kwanje Yang Muoke, and the Beggars' Sect chief, challenges the prevailing sentiment. "Do you think there has been an insurgency and the Beggars' Sect's involvement was purely by chance?" She continues, detailing the swift destruction of the Munryong sects of Shanxi by the Mount Hua sect, who had been waiting for an opportunity to strike far from their home, adding that they still don't know who burned down the Shaolin Temple, before Hwa-san interjects. "Let's leave all that aside." His expression darkens as he presses the point. Why would those behind the insurgency at the palace attack the Beggars' Sect, which is part of the Munryong? Why was the Shaolin Temple burned down? What about the Shanxi Munryong? A smirk plays on the one-eyed leader's lips as he leans forward. Shall I put it differently? Addressing the assembled crowd, he poses a stark question. Does the destruction of justice sects in the Munryong have nothing to do with the insurgency? The Beggars' Sect chief's eyes widen in horror, a gasp escaping him as he realizes the implications. No, it can't be. A heavy silence falls over the group, punctuated only by a soft thud. A tense discussion unfolds, with one man questioning if the recent insurgency and the Beggars' Sect's involvement were merely coincidental, while another recounts how the Munryong sects of Shanxi were instantly destroyed by the Mount Hua sect, who had been waiting for an opportunity to strike far from their home. The conversation continues, with someone adding that they still have no idea who burned down the Shaolin Temple, as a narration box reveals that the Munryong sects of Shanxi were destroyed in an instant by the Mount Hua sect, who had been lying in wait for a chance to attack far from their home. Hwa-san, however, dismisses these concerns, stating, "Let's leave all that aside. Shall I put it differently?" He stands before a gathering of various martial artists and officials, a diverse assembly of individuals from different sects and backgrounds, all looking to him for guidance. An old man reacts with shock, his eyes wide, uttering, "No, it can't be." Hwa-san continues to speak, outlining his proposal. "If you help us, we'll help you." He elaborates on the critical task ahead. "For either of us to turn the situation around, we need to safely deliver the Sword of State to King Yeso." He acknowledges the difficulty, admitting that there's no easy solution to the current predicament, and that the insurgency must have been carried out by both palace and Munryong forces, before emphasizing that King Yeso is next in line to the imperial throne by bloodline, and his help is crucial to clear the suspicion that their sect took part in the conspiracy. However, everyone believes their sect was involved, making other Munryong sects unlikely to offer assistance. The situation remains dire, with even the most prestigious members of the Munryong, like the Shaolin sect, falling victim to attacks, proving that insurgent forces are hiding everywhere. This widespread infiltration is further evidenced by the complete interference of all communication between the different regional branches within their sect, prompting Jian to question how they could possibly reach King Yeso, who is surrounded by an army, especially since Her Royal Highness is also being chased at this very moment. Hwa-san acknowledges the near impossibility of getting close to the king, but reveals there is a way, if they are willing to help him. His eyes glint with resolve as he outlines his strategy. They must live to fight another day, using diversionary tactics to strike at the heart of the enemy. To achieve this, he declares, they will first split into 3 teams. Jian, looking surprised, learns that the plan involves 3 princesses, not just one. with Princess Wayang, Yong Joa, and Kwanje Yang Muoke all playing a crucial role. The beggar's sect chief agrees, realizing that with 3 princesses, it will indeed be easier to bypass the enemy forces. Wasan explains that the strategy is to live to fight another day, slipping past the enemy to clash with the army surrounding the king and create a diversion, which will obviously require someone to pretend to be the princess. Using the opportunity created by this diversion, one team will then enter the palace, but that may not buy enough time, so the remaining team needs to capture the commander-in-chief of the army. The beggar's sect chief reacts with utter panic, exclaiming that capturing the commander-in-chief is far too dangerous, essentially a death wish. Wasan, however, remains calm and assures them that they don't have to worry, as even the commander-in-chief won't be able to order the murder of the princess. Jiajian, along with the others, stares in disbelief, realizing that the team responsible for capturing the commander-in-chief is none other than themselves. As the audacious plan unfolds, the princess recoils in disbelief, her wide eyes reflecting utter shock at the suggestion. A furious roar erupts from Wasan, vehemently protesting the idea of involving royalty in such peril, while Jiajian, equally distressed, clutches his head in despair. Despite the protests, Wasan calmly declares the decision unanimous, then asks about the team assignments, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Jiajian, still reeling from the previous revelation, anxiously inquires how the teams will be divided for such a perilous mission. Wasan, floating metaphorically on a cloud of self-satisfaction, confidently asserts that he has meticulously planned every detail. He then addresses a group of individuals, tasking them with creating a diversion within the army, assuring them that General Song's royal guards will provide assistance. Turning to the princess, the old man, and Jiajian, Wasan reveals they will form the strongest team, entrusting them with the incredibly dangerous mission of capturing the commander alive. Jiajian's face contorts in a silent gasp, the weight of the impossible task settling heavily upon him. Meanwhile, Kwanje Yang Muoke and Yong Joa, seemingly oblivious to the true danger, happily accept their role, believing it to be their designated task. The princess, the old man, and Jiajian stand frozen, their expressions a mixture of shock and outrage at their perilous assignment. Kwanje Yang Muoke and Yong Joa, however, remain cheerfully optimistic, eager to work together as a team. Elsewhere, the large man and the official with hat express their profound dismay, lamenting the necessity of entrusting their sect's fate to Wasan's hands, while the old man rubs his temples in exasperation. The old man, heavily bandaged, struggled to breathe, his body racked with pain and exhaustion. His labored gasps filled the quiet room, as a faint, ethereal glow pulsed around him, a testament to his internal struggle. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, wide with a mixture of shock and fury, as a voice from outside inquired about his wounds, a question that seemed to mock his current state. Standing before the princess, a masked figure, Brother No, delivered the message, who, in turn, demanded to know why he dared disturb her without permission. The old man, his face contorted in anger, questioned the messenger's attire, accusing him of looking like he belonged to an evil sect, only for Brother No to calmly state he carried the word of the second vice chief. Brother No then revealed the mission, to capture King Yeso and the Sword of State, a task the old man vehemently refused, slamming his hand down and declaring his refusal to get involved with palace business. The messenger coldly retorted, questioning the old man's honor in taking over the Shangxi Murim, and now expecting their sect to act as thieves, adding that the second vice chief was disappointed with his continuous failures, leaving the princess stunned. He then delivered the final blow, stating that the chief of the Mount Hua sect had already agreed to cooperate, sending the old man into a furious roar, demanding to know what he meant by such a betrayal. Brother No explained the Mount Hua sects need to maintain influence in the Shangxi Murim, warning that if the old man continued to act alone, high-ranking enemies might change their attitude towards them, a veiled threat that infuriated the old man even further. Feigning innocence, Brother No questioned why they would threaten the Mount Hua sect, before revealing that the chief was merely participating in the plan to rectify the old man's past mistakes. Turning away from the princess, Brother No advised her to simply stay out of it, suggesting it would be the best way to help the sect. The old man, unable to contain his fury any longer, sprang to his feet, demanding to know why he had been kept in the dark about orders being followed without his permission. A sudden, urgent cry for guards echoes through the quiet halls of the building. Inside, the old man, his face etched with concern, demands to know the whereabouts of the chief and branch masters, insisting they be called at once. But the sergeant delivers the grim news that they are currently unavailable, a revelation that causes the old man to hiss in frustrated fury, his face contorting with barely contained rage. Under the cold, watchful eye of a full moon, a group of figures on horseback approaches a distant fortress, their presence a silent, ominous rumble. They charge with relentless speed, their horses kicking up clouds of dust, a thundering advance across the desolate landscape. One of the riders, cloaked and agile, leaps from their mount with incredible force, soaring through the air towards the fortified walls. The figure crashes down onto the structure with a violent impact, sending splinters and debris scattering in every direction. Another powerful strike follows, the sound of impact reverberating through the night, as the infiltration continues. On the battlements, a line of guards stands vigilant, their torches casting long shadows, unaware of the precise nature of the breach below. Suddenly, one of them reacts, startled by an unseen presence, demanding to know who dares approach. The guards brace themselves, weapons drawn, ordering the unseen figures to stop and reveal their identities, their voices firm amidst the growing tension. But Chson, accompanied by the princess, calmly presents a gleaming golden token to the guards, a silent command that immediately changes the atmosphere as an unseen voice orders them to stand down. A general on the fortress wall watches in disbelief as figures breach their defenses, his subordinate reminding him of the strict orders to allow no one passage, regardless of rank, while questioning the identity of the intruders. The subordinate quickly clarifies, identifying them as agents from the central government. The general, his face contorted in fury, demands to know if his men wish to lose their heads, prompting a terrified, stammering denial from the guards. Under the serene expanse of the night sky, the stars twinkled, oblivious to the unfolding drama below. Below, a procession of figures, led by Chson and the princess, moved swiftly through the fortress gates, their infiltration seemingly complete. Stepping out into the open, Chson calmly declared that they were now outside the fortress and instructed his followers to take their respective positions. With a series of soft rustles, the figures dispersed into the night, splitting into smaller groups. Inside a temporary shelter, the princess playfully chided the old man, telling him he couldn't fool her and urging him to follow, while the old man lamented his disrupted plans, Chson observing silently. Elsewhere, a group of stern-faced men, led by a white-haired figure with a red scarf, stood ready, their expressions grim. Another contingent, headed by a dark-haired woman with a high ponytail and a similar red scarf, also awaited further instructions, their resolve unwavering. A young woman with vibrant pink hair playfully chides the man beside her, insisting he can't fool her and urging him to follow her lead, while the dark-haired man, Chson, laments his thwarted plans. Meanwhile, a stern-faced man with long white hair, clad in a white robe and red scarf, leads a determined group forward, his gaze fixed on an unseen destination. The pink-haired woman, now alongside Jijian, urges her companions to hurry, her expression serious as they press onward. Chson, clearly frustrated, throws his hands up in a tantrum, exclaiming that he planned everything and should be the one to choose the teams, questioning if his judgment isn't trusted. From atop her horse, the princess dismisses his complaints with a scoff, telling him she knows him too well and to stop his whining, even giving her horse a kick to move faster. Soon, the journey is engulfed by a heavy downpour, rain lashing down and splashing against the ground. Through the driving rain, a line of horses gallops across the rugged terrain, their hooves splashing through puddles as they push through the storm. Elsewhere, a small boat navigates the choppy waters, its occupants huddled against the elements as the rain continues to fall heavily. The white-haired leader, now on foot, urges his group onward through the deluge, his voice cutting through the sound of the storm as they march resolutely forward. Amidst the relentless downpour, a subordinate urges action, his voice cutting through the rain, insisting they can no longer delay. Inside, the argument intensifies as a military official warns that continued inaction will draw the palace's suspicion, only for General Huang to sharply retort that such disloyal behavior is precisely what's attracting unwanted attention. Outside, an army stands stoically in the deluge, while the debate rages on, with one faction believing they still have time to wait for word from the palace, and another demanding immediate departure. The elderly official, his face etched with stern resolve, insists they must await the palace's reply. The rain continues to fall heavily, blanketing the grand building and the waiting soldiers in a thick sheet of water. General Huang, his expression unreadable, remains deep in thought. Elsewhere, the aftermath of a skirmish is evident, with bodies strewn across the muddy ground, as two masked figures move with grim efficiency, one kneeling over a fallen comrade, while the other prepares to release a messenger bird into the stormy sky. After a quick exchange of nods, confirming their grim task, the masked operatives release a flurry of white birds, sending them soaring into the turbulent weather. One of the doves, its wings beating powerfully against the driving rain, carries its urgent message through the night. The storm rages on, the wind howling through the trees, as the bird disappears into the darkness. Finally, the messenger bird arrives at its destination, a traditional building standing resilient against the weather. On a nearby bridge, two figures huddle under an umbrella, when suddenly, word arrives, a message has been delivered. Under the persistent rain, an official holding an umbrella for Chson wonders aloud if the trouble they face is once again caused by the same individual. The official then asserts, now that they know the sword of state is in Princess Huayang's possession, they can finally kill the king. Chson, with a determined expression, clarifies that the sword of state isn't merely for securing King Yeso's army of 80,000 soldiers, but also essential to depose the emperor and make way for a new successor to the throne. The official reassures Chson that Princess Huayang will enter the palace willingly, so no direct action is needed from them. Huayzhen's lips curl into a subtle smile, as she instructs to take the sword of state and kill King Yeso simultaneously. The official, still holding the umbrella, remarks that Wasan is causing considerable trouble, offering to have him dealt with. Wasan, looking out over the water, states her intention to arrive at the palace in 3 days, expecting to see King Yeso's head, the sword of state, and Wasan's head upon her arrival, to which the official readily agrees. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a panoramic view of Xi'an, Shangxi, a city of ancient grandeur under a somber sky. In a military courtyard, General A inquires if the royal guard has assembled. Addressing his assembled troops, he outlines the plan. They will depart at 1 a.m., rendezvous at the west gate, and enter the palace at 3 a.m. Elsewhere, Yong Joa, with a stick in her mouth, emphasizes the need for discretion, as an official and Song Mo listen intently. Song Mo, his expression stern, adds a crucial caveat that their actions must also be swift. A large contingent of soldiers stands in formation, their hands pressed to their chests in a gesture of solemn readiness, the air thick with anticipation. Meanwhile, Wasan, addressing Zhejian and an elder, reveals the grim truth. Their brothers in the Xi'an branch are imprisoned across 5 different locations. He explains that officials deliberately separated them to prevent a riot, then turns to General A, outlining his plan. If the general's men help free their brothers, the Xi'an branch will ignite a fire inside the fortress, creating a diversion. He adds that he has instructed them to take palace officials below grade 4 as hostages, ensuring further delays and commotion. General A confirms the plan for a horseback charge, then instructs his royal guard to secure the necessary mounts, his voice firm with command as the soldiers prepare for their part of the operation. Under the cover of a steady rain, another group moves with practiced stealth, pushing supply carts through the deserted streets, their movements barely disturbing the quiet night. As the group splits, Yong Joa confidently declares they will handle the guards at the west gate. A comrade wishes her luck, the words echoing against the imposing fortress walls as the rain continues to fall, obscuring their movements. Elsewhere, Song Mo turns to Quanjie Yang Muoke, seeking her strategy, asking if she has a plan for their objective. Surrounded by her allies, Quanjie Yang Muoke calmly states their audacious goal. They are going to destroy the fortress gate. A large man among them, clearly surprised, questions the feasibility of such a feat, wondering how they could possibly break through such a formidable barrier. Quanjie Yang Muoke, her eyes glowing with an inner power, simply declares, "I'll do it," revealing that she has previously smashed the gates of both the Red Fortress and the Dragon Fortress, making this task seem entirely possible to her. Her allies stare in stunned disbelief, the large man exclaiming in shock at her past accomplishments, then questioning if she is even human, given such incredible feats. Rain lashes down upon the majestic peaks of Mount Hua, its ancient temples nestled amidst the rugged landscape. A sudden gust of wind tears through the rain-soaked air, sending a tattered banner, emblazoned with a familiar symbol, tumbling to the ground. Nearby, a company of soldiers stands guard in the forest, their expressions grim as the rain continues to fall. From a high branch, a young disciple observes the scene, his thoughts racing with the unsettling news. King Yeso's army has been defeated, but how? A sense of dread washes over Guak Gun, the second-generation disciple, who fears this terrible event might somehow be connected to their own sect. Back at the sect's grounds, a large crowd of disciples gathers, their murmurs filling the air as they discuss the shocking developments. Inside, 2 elders sit gravely, listening to the reports from their disciples, one of them questioning the veracity of the claims, asking if Chief Sul truly heard such a thing. Affiliate disciple Sul Munryong confirms the report, but Zhang Esagul, another disciple, finds it illogical that someone belonging to their sect would not disclose their affiliation. Esagul further elaborates that he has never heard of the Soga sect of Xi'an being an affiliate, and the martial arts Zhejian witnessed were far too aggressive and brutal to be any technique known to their sect. The elder listens intently, his expression thoughtful as he processes the implications of the disciple's words. A nervous messenger then steps forward, relaying a direct order. Someone has commanded them to do whatever they wish, in the name of the Jaha sword, the very symbol of their sect. The elder's eyes narrow, a flash of anger crossing his face, incensed that someone would dare issue commands in the sacred name of their sect. A young disciple, Guak Gun, bursts into the council chamber, his voice echoing with urgency as he announces, "I come with urgent news." The elders, seated around a low table, look up in concern, one of them questioning, "What do you mean?" Guak Gun kneels, delivering the shocking report. King Yeso's army has been defeated. The news sends a ripple of disbelief through the room, prompting Chief Sul to ask, "What do you make of that?" Another elder reminds them, King Yeso is the undisputed successor to the imperial throne. The elder, his face etched with worry, emphasizes the gravity of the situation. The fact that his army has been forcibly dismantled is no ordinary occurrence. He then turns to the others, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" As the discussion continues, one of the leaders states, "I really think we need a contingency plan." Another elder, still processing the news, asks, "What do you mean?" Meanwhile, in a different location, a royal manager with a goatee questions his subordinates, "Have you forgotten why the king sided with us?" He continues, reminding them of a critical strategic detail. "Didn't you say Yang Chong was the strategist at the Mount Cheon sect? If the king's army withdraws now, the Mount Cheon sect may attack us again." Back at the council, a prisoner is seen tied to a pillar as Jang Eswol interjects. They could also come to rescue him. The elder, Old Man A, is visibly startled, realizing the oversight. I didn't think of that, he admits, before Jang Eswol delivers a sharp slap to his face, emphasizing, Sigul is correct. We have no time to lose. A determined leader, Song Mo, steps forward, his expression resolute, pledging, please don't worry. The disciples of my sect will put their lives on the line to protect Mount Hua. Under the pale glow of a full moon, the fortress stands silent, its walls patrolled by vigilant guards, some holding flaming spears, their formations tight and ready. Inside, a man with long, dark hair observes the quiet night, noting the time. It is precisely 1 a.m. Suddenly, a whipping sound cuts through the air, startling two guards on a rooftop as they question the disturbance, just as a wave of figures charges forward with a powerful whoosh and the shouts of battle. The assault has begun. The attackers move with blinding speed, a flurry of whiz sounds accompanying their blades as armored guards fall, blood splattering, leaving others to cry out in confusion, demanding to know who dares to attack. One guard manages to shout a warning, declaring they are under attack, while another recoils with a startled as an unseen force strikes him with a swift whiz. Amidst the chaos, Hua-san, mounted on horseback, charges forward, his sword flashing with each bash slam ACK, his voice ringing out with a decisive command to break open the prison cells and free everyone. The attackers respond with renewed vigor, a unified charge, echoing as they surge forward, a powerful whoosh of momentum carrying them deeper into the fortress, their cries of ARGH filling the night. With a resounding clang, an axe shatters heavy chains, fulfilling the command to free everyone, while below, guards are overwhelmed, their desperate WH cries cut short as they are trampled under a barrage of stomp stomp stomp. From the battlements of Saman Fortress, guards unleash a fiery counterattack, shouting fire, as flames erupt to repel the invaders. The guards continue their desperate fire with a roaring intensity, while others recoil in shock, one letting out a pained ARGH as the battle rages on. Beyond the chaos, a large, sturdy wooden door, likely a prison gate, stands closed, its fate hanging in the balance. The fortress wall explodes inward, debris scattering with a thunderous crash. Through the newly formed breach, a figure emerges, moving with a swift, almost ethereal grace. Hua-san, his expression sharp with focus, prepares for his next move, a powerful strike already underway. The force of his attack radiates outward, a golden energy shimmering in its wake. Elsewhere, a lone cart clops steadily along a rain-slicked road, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing through the downpour. Kwanje Yang Muoke walks beside it, her umbrella providing a small shield against the relentless rain, which slams against the fabric. The cart rattles on, its wheels splashing through puddles as the rain continues to fall. She pauses, a moment of unease settling over her as she glances back, the silence of the road broken only by the drumming rain. Suddenly, two figures burst from the tall reeds, their faces grim as one exclaims, "Bingo!" The first bandit laughs maniacally, a whip cracking in his hand, reveling in their unexpected fortune. His companion, equally pleased, comments on her appearance, before they both demand she surrender everything she possesses, a prize after days of fruitless searching. As the ambush unfolds, a bandit steps forward, blade drawn, demanding to see the face of the woman he intends to rob. But before he can react, Kwanje Yang Muoke swiftly flicks her umbrella, sending it spinning towards him with surprising force. The bandit stumbles back, reeling from the unexpected impact, his bravado replaced by a look of utter shock. Another bandit, fueled by greed and a twisted sense of entitlement, lunges forward, claiming her as his own. His lunge is met with a brutal counter, as Kwanje Yang Muoke delivers a devastating kick that sends blood spraying into the rainy air. The bandit collapses, defeated, his body lying still amidst the mud and rain. The remaining thugs stare in disbelief, their faces contorted in a mixture of fear and confusion. Their courage utterly broken, they turn and flee, scrambling away from the formidable woman. With the bandits routed, Kwanje Yang Muoke lets out a frustrated sigh, stomping her foot into the wet ground. Just then, Hua-san and an old man arrive on the scene, Hua-san observing the defeated thugs and remarking on the audacity of highway robbery in broad daylight, especially against a woman. The old man asks what they should do with the remaining culprits, to which Hua-san chillingly suggests taking everything they have, and a finger for each item they try to hide. Meanwhile, one of the bandits, having managed to escape in a carriage, panics, complaining loudly that he doesn't know how to drive and can't be left alone like this. A young woman, her hands seemingly bound, screams in terror, calling out for her brother. Her cries echo as a carriage careens wildly down a dirt road, its horses panicked, leaving a trail of fleeing bandits in its wake. Observing the unfolding disaster, Hua-san, standing beside an elderly companion, questions if they are simply going to stand by and watch. Before the question can fully settle, a powerful, unseen force erupts, shattering the air with a resounding whoosh. The force impacts the runaway carriage, sending the young woman tumbling from its wreckage, but Hua-san is already in motion, leaping through the air to intercept her fall. Still plummeting, The princess lets out another terrified shriek, her voice echoing her desperate plea for her brother. Before she can hit the ground, the old man swiftly moves, catching her gently in his arms, a reassuring smile on his face as he addresses her as Your Royal Highness. A soft jingle sounds, signaling the end of the immediate danger. Hua-san, having dealt with the carriage, drops a bag of coins to the remaining bandits, dismissing them with a curt, "Thanks guys. You can be off now." The terrified bandits, calling them monsters, scramble away, grateful for their lives. Turning to a man who has approached, Hua-san offers his thanks, but the man, concerned, asks if he is hurt. Wei Zhen's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face at the unexpected concern. Regaining her composure, she responds calmly, "I am fine, thank you." Wei Zhen's face lights up with a wide, almost cartoonish grin, his thoughts clearly focused on the rare beauty before him, while the old man and the red-haired woman observe the broken carriage, realizing the wheel was the true cause of their predicament. With a confident declaration that this was easy to fix, Hua-san kneels to effortlessly reattach the heavy wheel, the old man watching in quiet astonishment. The sheer force of his action causes the carriage to sway violently, prompting Hua-san to wonder aloud if he had used too much strength, while the old man and Munryong exchange bewildered glances. He laughs off the incident, attributing the mishap to a faulty wheel, then turns to Munryong with a charming smile, inviting her to join them on their journey. Before she can respond, a man in a purple robe suddenly lunges forward, reaching for Munryong, who recoils in surprise. Munryong collapses, losing consciousness all of a sudden, and Hua-san quickly catches her, a concerned expression replacing his earlier joviality. As Hua-san tends to her, Munryong's inner thoughts reveal her deep suspicion, believing every word that comes out of his mouth is untrustworthy. Later, as they travel along a mountain road, Hua-san asks how she feels, to which she replies, "I am feeling better, thank you," and introduces herself as Munryong, before politely inquiring about his identity and origin. Hua-san playfully refuses to answer, claiming he can't tell her because she's suspicious, which prompts Munryong to exclaim, "Brother," and remind him that he was the one who invited her to join them. He then challenges her, asking, "What do you think is suspicious about me?" before adding with a smirk, "Did you think that I asked you to join us because you're pretty?" Hua-san continues, listing his reasons for suspicion. "There are plenty of things that I find suspicious about you," pointing out that the guards have blocked all roads, yet she travels alone without protection and remained calm even after being stopped by robbers. Munryong stands silently, her gaze cast downward in contemplation. Meanwhile, Hua-san continues to speak, musing aloud. "What? Force? This must be how Sun Wukong felt when he was slandered by the spider demons." He then declares with unwavering conviction, "My intuition is never wrong, and I have a hunch that you will somehow come in handy." A spark ignites in Munryong's heterochromatic eyes, a silent defiance echoing her internal thought, "Surely not." Noticing her intense gaze, Hua-san playfully warns, "Why are you glaring at me like that? I might use you as a hostage. Perhaps I can exchange you for another hostage." Munryong's expression hardens as she processes his words, her mind racing. Asterisk hostage? Exchange? Who is this man? Asterisk. Now seated, Hua-san leans forward, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he challenges her. "When you glare at me like that, you look even prettier. You're dying to know who I am, aren't you?" A sharp gaze cuts through the air, contemplating a difficult choice, hostage or exchange. The question hangs in the silence, demanding an answer. Who is this man? With a confident smirk, he challenges his unseen observer, remarking, "When you glare at me like that, you look even prettier. You're dying to know who I am, aren't you?" Deep within a quiet forest, the chirping of unseen insects fills the air, as a faint breeze rustles through the trees. Further along, a small camp is set, a fire crackling softly, where an elderly man snores peacefully beside a carriage, while a young woman sleeps soundly within it. Under the full moon, the old man takes a gulp from his flask, assuring his companion, "Just a little further, and we will reach the palace." A keen observer notes the unusual group, a man and an old man with unfathomably high levels of magong, traveling with a young girl. Suddenly, a voice calls out, recognizing him. "It's you." "So Hua-san," as he takes another drink. Hua-san turns, a realization dawning on him, as he considers, then the girl in the carriage is. Princess Hua-young flinches, her expression a mix of surprise and discomfort, as Hua-san observes her with a knowing smirk, finding her honest reaction rather amusing, having expected a more cunning display. He continues to relish in her discomfort, confessing his enjoyment in tricking those who pride themselves on their cleverness, while she remains silent, her gaze averted. A grin spreads across his face as he acknowledges her intelligence, noting that she's far more street-smart than the idiots of the Mount Hua sect, and appreciates that she doesn't waste time with useless questions. As the campfire crackles between them, the princess finds herself unable to decipher him, pondering how he, lacking the dignity of the upper class, has managed to remain unknown, until he abruptly asks why she's staring. He questions her about his anonymity, asking for so long, before she retorts, wondering why he cares so much about something that doesn't seem to concern him. With a dismissive humph, he claims a close relationship with King Yeso, suggesting his involvement is due to their proximity. The princess repeats, the king in disbelief, then dismisses his claim as unconvincing, a sentiment he readily agrees with, taking a swig from his gourd. She considers his words, musing that his obscurity might simply be an opportunity for him to find fame, and wonders why someone of his talent isn't more widely known in the Munryong. He savors his drink, exclaiming over the good wine, while she continues to observe him silently. He then teases her about her persistent gaze, asking if she can't take her eyes off him, and confidently admits to his own attractiveness. Suddenly, with a startled eek, the princess tumbles backward with a thud, clearly surprised by something unseen, while Chson remains seated. She angrily accuses him of doing it on purpose, but he merely feigns sleep, snoring loudly, leaving her fuming. As the sounds of the forest echoed around them, Chson watched the princess with a knowing smirk, perched high in a tree before gracefully descending. A sudden explosion rocked the ground nearby, and he glanced towards the disturbance, a cart now engulfed in flames, before turning his attention back to his captive. With a satisfied expression, he acknowledged the timing of the event, murmuring a quiet approval. The princess, looking up at him with a mix of fear and defiance, heard his words, as he declared it was time to move, eager to discover her true value as a hostage, while a distant voice confirmed their target was Commander-in-Chief Hongang. He gently tapped her head, and she, regaining her composure, proposed a hostage exchange, suggesting someone other than the Commander-in-Chief. Chson's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint appearing as he countered her offer with a provocative question about King Yeso. Feigning a deep sleep, he mumbled promises of taking her all the way to the palace, then clarified his true intention, to exchange her for King Yeso, not the commander. The princess, her expression a mix of shock and dawning realization, considered his audacious proposal, wondering if such a deal truly would be better. Suddenly, the sounds of battle erupted as unseen forces clashed, and a desperate cry of charge spurred soldiers into a chaotic melee. Amidst the thudding of footsteps and the clang of steel, a commander desperately questioned the identity of their attackers, ordering his troops to block them, as the battle raged with shouts and cries of pain. The air filled with the shouts of rebels and the desperate pleas to stand your ground, and don't stop, as explosions and impacts tore through the ranks, leaving a trail of destruction. From a distant ridge, two figures watched silently as the village below burned, its structures consumed by the spreading flames. As the night deepened, Princess Wayang stood resolute, her small retinue of soldiers gathered behind her, ready for the perilous journey ahead. She addressed Chson with grave urgency, tasking him with the critical mission to deliver the true sword of state to the king, emphasizing that the success of their entire operation hinged on his swiftness. Chson, kneeling before her, dared to ask about the consequences of failure, to which the princess responded with a chilling certainty. If he failed, they would all perish. A sharp realization flashed across his face, the weight of her words settling deep within him. Later, as the princess led her group through a moonlit town, a sudden, unsettling realization struck one of her sergeants. They were being relentlessly pursued, prompting him to urge her to leave immediately. Despite the growing danger, she continued her determined march, her steps firm and unwavering. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound echoed through the night, a clear signal of an approaching force. A soldier blew a long, mournful blast on his horn, as countless armored figures marched in unison, their heavy steps thudding against the ground. The sergeant, now visibly panicked, questioned the endless stream of attackers, while an unseen voice boomed, demanding they throw down their weapons. The situation became dire as they found themselves completely surrounded, the enemy commander declaring that anyone who resisted would be beheaded. With a shared glance and a silent nod, Chson and the princess quickly mounted their horses, the rhythmic clatter of hooves signaling their desperate attempt to navigate the encirclement. Facing the overwhelming enemy force, Chson raised his voice, commanding everyone to halt and revealing the identity of his companion, Her Royal Highness Princess Wayang of the House of Yeso. As Chson stood before the assembled forces, a low roar echoed from the horse he rode, while the soldiers arrayed against him reacted with visible surprise. One of their commanders, Song Mo, bellowed, "I order you in the name of the sword of state granted by the late emperor." Undaunted, Chson raised the scroll high, demanding that Commander-in-Chief Hongang come out and show his respects. Meanwhile, within the grand building, the sounds of commotion outside began to penetrate the quiet halls, prompting an inquiry about the source of the noise. Outside, a vast army stood in disciplined formation, their spears glinting under the night sky. Inside, the Jaisio royal manager, seated at a table with a map, questioned, "A battle? Between who?" An elderly official, Old Man A, offered his assessment, speculating that it might be the king's army searching for Suchonso, but then wondered about other possibilities. Song Mo, his face contorted in anger, considered the implications, while the Jaisio royal manager's expression tightened with alarm. The official with the hat admitted he couldn't be certain, but a battle seemed to be raging outside, to which the Jaisio royal manager confidently declared that whoever it was, they would be swiftly defeated. Another unnamed official expressed disbelief at such foolishness, but the royal manager, his tone shifting, warned that if it truly was Her Royal Highness, they must prepare for the worst, especially if she and the Sword of State were to be captured. Old Manna then urged the mobilization of the army, emphasizing there was no time to lose and they must support them. But the Jaisio royal manager countered that if it wasn't Her Royal Highness, the situation would become irreversible. Songyamo, consumed by frustration, roared that they couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. Suddenly, the Jaisio royal manager sprang to his feet, shouting about intruders, as the sound of clanging metal filled the air, and a gasp escaped someone as a figure burst into the room. The breach is complete, and chaos erupts as armored figures clash, blades smashing and slashing through the air, one warrior crying out in pain as he takes a direct hit. Below, the battle rages across the rooftops, bodies falling with heavy thuds and impacts, the sounds of combat echoing through the complex. Amidst the pandemonium, a masked commander, his presence heavy and commanding, barks orders to his forces. Everyone, scatter and search for King Yeso. Amidst a flurry of blades, Wasan moves with lethal grace, cutting down multiple soldiers in a brutal, swift assault, sending them sprawling and collapsing under the relentless force of her attacks. Meanwhile, a figure in a wide-brimmed hat observes the chaos, as a royal token, known as a Yongpei, is revealed to be the king's personal correspondence, dispatched by his own hand. At a heavily guarded gate, a line of soldiers blocks the path of an approaching cart, one of them shouting a stern command to halt, warning that entry is forbidden. However, an elderly man steps forward, presenting a golden token, which then glows with an ethereal light as a woman's hand takes hold of it. The guards, recognizing the authority of the token, are stunned into silence, allowing the general to issue a clear command: enter. The elderly man bows in deference, while from the cart, a young man and woman observe the unfolding events with keen interest. As their cart passes through the now open gate, the red-haired woman wonders aloud how they managed to gain entry so easily, her companion adding that their authority must be truly impressive. She continues, perplexed by the situation, remarking that an army is present to root out insurgents, yet they allowed strangers to pass through without issue. The white-haired woman, a sly grin spreading across her face, still holds the glowing token, when the general's stern voice cuts through the air, demanding she hand it over so he can examine it. With a defiant smirk, she slides the token across her palm, challenging him to take it from her if he dares. As a hand reaches out, seemingly to strike, Munryong quickly intervenes, stepping forward to shield her brother, Jejian, from the impending threat. Meanwhile, Wasan seizes the princess, his grip firm on her arm as he pulls her close, a silent question in his gaze. His expression shifts to one of profound shock, a fiery aura erupting around him as he processes an unexpected revelation. The princess, for her part, averts her gaze, her face flushed with shame, while Wasan notices something inscribed on the back of the token. Quanje Yang Muoke, holding the royal token aloft, reveals its intricate details, the character's grand imperial censorate, clearly visible, glowing with an inner light. Jajian and Unrang stare in disbelief, questioning how she could be affiliated with the censorate, a government body, when they believed her to be from the Munryong. Wasan, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, finds the entire situation baffling, lamenting the unfairness of having to endure it alone. The princess, observing his frustration, remarks on his surprising cooperation, admitting she's unsure why he's being so helpful. She then offers a simple explanation, suggesting her assistance might simply be for her own amusement, as the sound of distant footsteps echoes in the night. Under the pale moonlight, a carriage makes its way along a winding road, its wheels clattering rhythmically as it traverses the mountainous terrain. Elsewhere, Commander-in-Chief Honggang roars in frustration, demanding to know how the young princess acquired the Sword of State, which he believed to be securely within the palace. His guards report that General Song Sa-han and the royal guards are causing a massive commotion, resisting with force and demanding to see him, leaving them at a complete loss as to how to proceed. Inside the palace, officials discuss the unfolding crisis, one suggesting that the current situation is merely a ploy and that they should avoid confrontation, holding their ground instead. Another official agrees, stating that the authenticity of the Sword of State is irrelevant, as their forces have already surrounded the enemy, rendering them powerless, and there is no need to rush. But Commander-in-Chief Honggang, his face etched with fury, cuts them off, declaring, "You are both right. Tell the men to stay calm and stand their ground." He then turns to his assembled officials, his voice firm as he adds, "At daybreak, I will send an envoy to the palace to verify which is the true Sword of State." But before daybreak can arrive, a sudden, violent commotion erupts at the Yeso Palace, shattering the night's fragile peace. Guards clash with intruders in a brutal melee, their desperate cries echoing through the courtyard as they shout, "Protect His Majesty." Swords flash and blood splatters as an intruder's blade finds its mark, sending a guard reeling back with a pained cry. From a vantage point, a guard commander, his face grim, bellows, "Archers loose." On the palace rooftop, a line of archers draws their bows, preparing to unleash a volley of deadly arrows. The arrows descend in a deadly shower, striking the guards with metallic clangs and sickening thuds, blood blooming across their uniforms. Amidst the chaos, General Song Sa-han, his sword gleaming, charges forward, a formidable presence leading the assault. His voice cuts through the din of battle, commanding his forces, "Pay them no mind. Our priority is to search for King Yeso. Scatter and search for him." Inside the palace, a guard frantically reports to an unseen figure, "Your Majesty, there are around a dozen intruders. They are scattered around the palace searching for you." As the palace descends into chaos, Char royal manager expresses disbelief at how a mere few dozen intruders could cause such widespread disruption against thousands of guards, while Char General urgently commands his forces to stop the invaders at once. An injured guard reports that the attackers are from the Munryong, explaining that despite the palace guard's best efforts, the intruders' high level of martial arts makes them incredibly difficult to repel, a revelation that causes the royal manager to question the Munryong's involvement. The royal manager finds it strange that Munryong people are invading the palace, suspecting that the timing is too curious to be mere coincidence, and that there's more to this attack than meets the eye. He then instructs Char official with hat to prepare for an escape, who readily agrees. Meanwhile, a trio of intruders, one wearing a distinctive straw hat, creeps silently through the palace, their movements barely disturbing the air as they advance deeper into the royal chambers. In a desperate attempt to protect their sovereign, palace guards form a defensive line around a figure on a bed, blocking incoming attacks, as the straw hat archer takes aim from a vantage point, preparing to unleash a deadly shot. With a swift motion, the archer draws his bow, and an arrow, imbued with potent energy, pierces through a guard's armor, the impact echoing with a dull thud. The glowing projectile continues its trajectory, streaking through the chamber with a series of whooshing sounds, a testament to its incredible speed and force. Standing over the fallen guard, the straw hat archer surveys the now empty bed, the target having vanished, leaving only the aftermath of his precise strike. The royal manager's eyes widen in realization, as he understands that the figure they were so desperately protecting was merely a decoy, now lying injured and exposed. The straw hat archer remains vigilant, while Char General, unaware of the decoy's discovery, continues to shout orders to protect the king and defend the palace perimeter. Amidst the clashing of blades and the cries of battle, guards fiercely engage the intruders, who, in turn, confirm the presence of multiple decoys and reiterate their urgent mission to assassinate the true king swiftly. Under the watchful eye of the full moon, more intruders move with silent precision across the palace rooftops, their presence a stark reminder of the pervasive threat. As the siege intensified, a barrage of arrows rained down upon the palace walls, each impact echoing with a sharp pow as they splintered the ancient stone. On the rooftops, guards cried out to protect their majesty, but the relentless volley of arrows, accompanied by a deafening pow, sent many tumbling from their posts. From an aerial perspective, the scale of the assault became clear, with guards scrambling across the palace perimeter, desperately trying to defend their sovereign. One unfortunate guard, struck by an arrow, let out a pained arc as he was sent flying from the wall, his body smashing against the ground below. The cries to defend the perimeter were drowned out by the sounds of battle, as more guards fell under the relentless assault. Meanwhile, a disciplined group of intruders, led by a stern general, marched deeper into the palace, their synchronized steps echoing through the corridors. The general, Char General, assured his companions that the palace had been garrisoned, and all they needed to do was pass through to reach their target. Beside him, the decoy king, Char royal manager, and Char official with hat listened intently. A close-up revealed the grim determination on the general's face as the group approached a grand gate under the full moon, a silent whoosh accompanying their swift advance. Among the advancing forces was a skilled archer, Char Straw Hat Archer, his weathered face set in a fierce expression beneath his wide-brimmed hat. Inside, Char royal manager, the decoy king, was being escorted by Char official with hat and guards, when a commander's voice boomed, "Archers, aim straight ahead. Guards, protect his majesty," as he let out a furious roar. The guards immediately formed a protective barrier around their sovereign. From a distance, Char Straw Hat Archer drew his bow, a subtle rustle of his clothes accompanying the deadly release of his arrows, which found their mark among the defending guards, eliciting another pained arc. As arrows continue to rain down, finding their marks among the palace defenders, guards cry out in pain, falling from their posts, their numbers dwindling rapidly. But as the remaining guards look on in despair, a pair of eyes, glowing with an ethereal purple light, suddenly snap open, filled with fierce resolve. With a sudden, explosive burst of energy, the elderly defender unleashes a powerful, sweeping attack, his weapon carving a brilliant arc of light through the air. The force of the strike is immense, catching one of the intruders, Wasan, mid-leap and sending him hurtling backward through the night. He is not alone in his retreat, as several other attackers are violently repelled, their bodies flung through the air by the impact. The general leading the assault, however, manages to intercept the powerful blow, his weapon clashing with the old man's, a look of surprise crossing his face as he recognizes the skill of a true Muramgosu. Behind the clash, the official protecting the king looks on in disbelief, uttering his majesty's title in stunned concern. Undaunted, the old man swings his sword once more, a fierce hiss of energy accompanying the blade as he reassures the king to have no fear. With renewed determination, the king stands firm, as the old man continues to defend him, a protective aura surrounding his every move. A general and his soldiers stare in disbelief, their opponent having vanished in an instant, leaving him to exclaim that they're gone, they've disappeared, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow. Meanwhile, Chson moves with blinding speed, his sword arcing with a powerful, purple energy, delivering a devastating blow. He continues his assault, a whirlwind of purple energy and motion, leaving trails of light in his wake. Descending like a bolt of lightning, Chson disperses multiple shadowy figures with the sheer force of his impact. As he lands, his glowing sword still humming with power, General A's eyes narrow, burning red with renewed focus. The clash of steel rings out as Chson's blade meets General A's weapon, the general realizing with a grimace that he faces a true Munryong Gosu. General A can only utter a shocked, "How could this be?" while the official beside him echoes the disbelief. "How is this possible?" The royal manager, maintaining his composure, addresses His Majesty, assuring him to have no fear as he grips the hilt of his sword. General A's eyes blaze red once more, his massive, curved sword glowing with an ominous light as he prepares for a counterattack. With a hiss of power, his eyes glowing intensely, General A steps forward, enveloping the royal manager in a protective, shimmering barrier, declaring that God will protect them. The barrier shudders under an unseen impact, but General A remains resolute, announcing his intention to create an opening. Amidst the fallen, Chson stands, his glowing purple blade a testament to the swift, decisive action he has taken, for there is no room for hesitation when opportunity arises. One must go forth without looking back. Watching the carnage unfold, General A and his retinue observe the approaching threat with grim faces, the silence heavy with unspoken dread. With blinding speed, Chson closes the distance, his feet sliding and scraping across the ground, a blur of motion heading directly for his target. General A, recognizing the critical moment, braces himself, understanding that his opponent has seized the first mover advantage and is about to strike. Chson's glowing purple blade descends with lethal intent, but is met by the shimmering blue energy of General A's protective barrier, creating a violent burst of light and force. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air, and General A's face contorts with the immense strain of holding his defense. Undeterred, Chson presses his attack, his blade clashing repeatedly against the barrier, each strike sending sparks flying and testing the limits of General A's resolve. With a fierce resolve, General A steels himself, vowing to harness all the years of his training, from his first to his 18th, and unleash it all at once. Suddenly, the tables turn as General A unleashes a powerful, sweeping blue energy slash, forcing Chson to recoil and defend against the unexpected surge of power. The impact of the counterattack registers on Chson's face, his expression shifting from aggression to a momentary shock and strain. With his opponent momentarily stunned, General A focuses, calculating the remaining distance to his ultimate objective, 100 yards. He knows that all he has to do is harness those 18 years of accumulated power and skill to narrow that distance and reach his goal. The relentless assault from Chson continued, each impact reverberating through General A, forcing a pained grimace across his face as he absorbed the powerful blows. His legs buckled under the strain, the sheer force of the repeated strikes pushing him back, threatening to shatter his resolve. With a final, devastating blow, General A was knocked from his feet, blood spraying as he fell. But even as he fell, the general found his opening, unleashing a powerful counterattack, his weapon arcing with brilliant yellow energy, catching Chson off guard. The impact resonated with a metallic clang, Chson's face contorting in a grimace as he absorbed the unexpected blow. His eyes widened in shock, the tables suddenly turned in the brutal exchange. Before Chson could recover, another figure entered the fray, Old Man A launching a barrage of potent blue energy blasts, striking with precision. The combined force of the attacks sent him reeling, his body violently thrown back as he cried out in pain. He crashed to the ground, blood splattering around him as the blue energy dissipated, leaving him defeated. Above the fallen Chson, Princess floated serenely, her voice cutting through the air with a chilling finality. "Give up. You can't win against me." Lying injured, his eyes closed, Chson's mind drifts back to a distant past. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoes, a memory of a time long ago, when the world was a blur of conflict and loss. Amidst the crackling ruins of a battlefield, a small, terrified boy whispers, "Mom, I'm scared." It was a time of war, where a royal procession, led by a figure on horseback, moved through the devastated lands, offering solace to the displaced. Chson remembers the king who took him in after he lost his parents, a pivotal moment that shaped his destiny. Clutching a staff, the young Chson made a solemn vow. "I will protect you no matter what." He fought with fierce determination, his staff a blur of motion, striking with powerful, rapid blows. But a crushing blow landed, a foot stomping down with immense force, sending him reeling from the impact. An older man, his face contorted in rage, watched the scene unfold, his fury palpable. Old Man A stood over the defeated Chson, his voice laced with a mocking tone. "You're not very clever, are you?" From above, Princess observed the confrontation, her presence ethereal, while Old Man A reacted with a sudden, sharp intake of breath. His eyes widening in surprise. old man questioned the impossible. His knife force has become more powerful. A powerful, swirling strike erupts, sending debris flying in its wake. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, two figures bow before the king, who sits regally on his throne. Back on the battlefield, the clash of weapons echoes as a fierce battle rages, banners flying high amidst the chaos. Three generals stand observing the conflict, their expressions stern as the ripple of battle reaches them. Hua, driven by an unwavering loyalty, declares, "My king is in a time of need," as he unleashes a flurry of powerful slashes. His resolve hardening, he vows to repay his king's kindness with his very life. The king, attended by an official, presides over his court, unaware of the full extent of the sacrifice being made in his name. Elsewhere, a group of figures shares a meal, their laughter and camaraderie a stark contrast to the ongoing conflict. Hua continues his desperate fight, his attacks now imbued with a fierce, red energy. But even his resolve cannot prevent the inevitable, as he is struck down, sent sprawling to the ground, his opponent observing. He is pouring his life force into his knife technique. Is this the magong of a soldier fighting for his king? The general, witnessing Hua's dedication, muses, "This foolish dedication," reflecting on the warrior's unwavering spirit. He then declares, "Kings of Ur, you have impressed me," acknowledging the profound impact of Hua's fight. "I will protect my king," the warrior declares, his voice echoing amidst the chaotic red battlefield. As weapons clash with a resounding clang, the impact reverberating through the air. The general's powerful strike sends him reeling, his body tumbling through the air, leaving a trail of ink-like motion. Defeated, Hua kneels before his king. The memory of his staff and the general's axe like weapon flashing through his mind, recalling his desperate, whirling technique under the pale moon. His Majesty watches, a look of profound shock etched across his face. As Hua trembles, severely injured amidst the debris. The general, observing the aftermath, can hardly believe the warrior's strength, thinking, "I can't believe he was able to push me back by so much." An official rushes forward, informing the king that the left general has opened the way, urging, "You must leave immediately," as Hua finally slumps to the ground. His Majesty's gaze drifts, his thoughts turning to the lunar east gate. His duty fulfilled, Hua collapses, a ragged cough escaping his lips as his body hits the ground. Meanwhile, the metallic clang of a falling sword echoes, followed by urgent cries for General Zhang, and a prayer for his continued strength. From his seat of command, General Zhang surveys the devastation, his gaze fixed on the aftermath of the battle, surrounded by his victorious forces. A brutal strike sends General Zhang reeling, a cough escaping his lips as blood splatters across his face. His weapon shattering from the impact, leaving him defeated as he utters a desperate plea for his king. From a distance, a voice cries out, imploring General Zhang to stay strong, a desperate wish for his well-being echoing across the chaos. Meanwhile, the king sits, a powerful figure surrounded by his loyal retinue, his expression grim amidst the unfolding battle. The chaos intensifies as the king's forces retreat through a ravaged courtyard, a voice urging them to press on, to keep moving forward. General Zhang Jungsin, witnessing the grim scene, can only question how such a defeat could have occurred. His face etched with disbelief, he struggles to comprehend the magnitude of their loss. Amidst the wreckage, a new figure is discovered, injured but defiant, the Zhongnam Sect chief, Taoljanin, declaring that he has finally found the true target. As the king's escape continues, his loyal soldiers form a protective barrier, urging their majesty to flee while they hold the line. Amidst the chaos of battle, a white-haired warrior moves with deadly precision, his blade flashing as he cuts through armored soldiers. Even as their comrades fall, the remaining soldiers rally, their faces grim with resolve, determined that their general's sacrifice will not be in vain. With a unified cry, they surge forward, weapons raised, ready to meet their fate. Meanwhile, far from the front lines, the king and his retinue are urged to escape, their hurried footsteps echoing through the palace grounds. Back on the battlefield, the white-haired warrior continues his relentless assault, his sword a blur of motion, cutting down soldier after soldier, their cries of pain lost in the din of combat. Another armored soldier falls, his face contorted in agony as the warrior's strike finds its mark. The king's escape continues, his retinue desperately trying to guide him to safety through the ravaged city. But their path is suddenly blocked, as a new group of figures emerges, cutting off their retreat, leaving the king and his guards stunned. A sense of dread washes over the king, realizing it's truly over, as the leader of the new group, a figure in a straw hat, declares they have been searching for him, calling him a little rat. With a chilling declaration, the straw hat figure leaps into the air, sword drawn, aiming a devastating strike directly at the king. The king's eyes widen in terror, bracing himself for the inevitable impact as the blade descends with incredible speed. A blinding flash of light erupts, signaling the powerful clash of steel and the devastating force of the attack. Blades cross in a desperate defense, the metallic clang echoing the sudden, brutal turn of events. As the attack lands, the king and his general recoil in stunned disbelief, their faces contorted in shock as their defenses are violently breached. Meanwhile, a figure in a straw hat, leading a group of armed individuals, questions the identity of their opponents, wondering if they are facing the notorious beggars sect. Unyielding, the king stands firm with his retinue, declaring that any who wish to pass must first contend with him. He then recognizes a name among the attackers, inquiring if the individual is Chief Yong Hwasong. An armored general, processing this information, realizes the grave implications of Chief Yong of the beggars sect being so close to the king. Just as the king expresses a fleeting moment of relief, a devastating crash erupts, sending him and his retinue reeling from a powerful, unseen impact. His guards cry out in terror at the sight of a massive, glowing energy blast, while a dark-skinned fighter with white hair, wearing a straw hat, steps forward, a subtle aura emanating from her as she prepares for combat. With a concerned expression, she asks about the well-being of those around her. High above the devastated city, an armored general commands his troops, stressing the urgency of finding King Yeso and the invaluable sword of state. Another official, his face etched with frustration, curses the king's evasiveness, wondering where the slippery eel has managed to hide, as another crash echoes through the city below. In a dark corridor, masked fighters acknowledge a command, but before they can act, one is violently slashed, screaming in agony as blood splatters across the stone. A swift, brutal strike sends blood splattering across the scene, the impact echoing with a sharp crack. Standing amidst the crumpled forms of his defeated opponents, Hwasong dismisses their efforts with a casual, "I don't think so." Moments later, he settles onto a nearby cart, twin blades held loosely in his hands, declaring his presence with a confident, "Since I'm here." Above, the vast, indifferent sky stretches out, a silent witness to the unfolding chaos below. Suddenly, Hwasong leaps from the cart, landing with a soft thud, as an unseen voice challenges him, demanding, "Who the hell are you?" Nearby, Princess Hwayong stands by the cart with an attendant, receiving a satisfied, "Good job," from Hwasong, who then adds, "I think you need to hurry." A wry smile plays on Hwasong's lips, acknowledging the situation with, "I know. What a complete mess." He then turns his gaze to the princess, instructing her, "Right. Hwayong, give me a shout. Make it loud. Let's confuse these people again." With a determined expression, Princess Hwayong swings her staff, declaring, "I'm on my way," as she prepares to join the fray. She lands amidst a group of surprised enemies, sending debris flying, as one of them gasps, "Is that Her Royal Highness?" while another echoes, "Her Royal Highness?" The Jaicio royal manager, witnessing the scene, recoils in shock, exclaiming, "It's Her Royal Highness. Who on earth is Your Royal Highness?" Amidst the confusion, hands swiftly grab weapons, readying for the escalating conflict. As the chaos erupts, a commanding voice echoes through the courtyard, demanding immediate surrender from all present, a declaration met with wide-eyed shock from both Taeoljanin and Princess Hwayong. Amidst the roars of battle and the clash of steel, the courtyard transforms into a maelstrom of conflict, where the legendary Sword of State, granted by the late emperor, becomes a focal point of the struggle. From a distance, the Jaicio royal manager watches with a furious scowl, his anger mirrored by the grim determination of General A, both taken aback by the sudden escalation. The royal manager's fury intensifies, while a masked official beside him registers a similar, stunned disbelief. His rage boiling over, the royal manager can only watch as Princess Hwayong, now wielding a glowing staff, triumphantly declares that she has found the Sword of State. Suddenly, an elderly man, his face already streaked with blood, lunges with a sword, letting out a fierce cry as he attacks. But his attack is met with a swift counter, forcing a pained grunt from him as his blade clashes with an unseen force, leaving him reeling before he steadies himself, clutching a scroll with renewed determination. The counterattack comes from Taeoljanin, who executes the formidable 100 steps rock move, a technique recognized as one of the 72 arts of Shaolin. Stunned and bleeding, the elderly man recognizes his opponent, exclaiming that she must be Kwanje Yang Muoke. Taeoljanin, with a calm yet sharp gaze, confirms his identity, revealing that the chief of the Jongnam sect, Taeoljanin himself, is using the Chwang Bakma sword technique for assassination purposes. Meanwhile, Princess Hwayong stands resolute in the heart of the courtyard, her glowing staff held high as she faces a multitude of soldiers, her presence a beacon amidst the chaos. Her unexpected appearance and the ensuing conflict lead one soldier to question, wondering if this sudden upheaval is another intervention from the Mount Hua sect. As the chaos of battle raged, a familiar figure emerged, his gaze sharp and challenging, declaring to an unseen multitude that they seemed to be everywhere, before extending a hand and asking if they remembered him. Kwanje Yang Muoke prepares for battle, her fists glowing with the power of the legendary 100 steps rock move, a technique from the 72 arts of Shaolin. As Hwasong, battered and bruised, recognizes the formidable technique, realizing he faces Kwanje Yang Muoke herself. She moves with incredible speed, engaging multiple soldiers simultaneously, a blur of motion against the chaotic backdrop. Hwasong, still reeling, is met with a sharp command to silence, his opponent's voice cutting through the din. Kwanje Yang Muoke's eyes narrow, her gaze intense and unwavering. Meanwhile, the official quickly shoves the king, pulling him away from the immediate danger, apologizing for the transgression. Wasan looks on in disbelief, while the king and his official react with shock and indignation at the unfolding events. Quan Jae Young Muoke secures the king, instructing him to hold on tight as she prepares for further action. She sweeps through the ranks of soldiers, sending them flying with powerful, precise strikes. With a resounding impact, she knocks more soldiers off the wall, clearing a path. Wasan, caught in her relentless assault, is struck by a devastating blow, realizing he stands no chance against her power. As the chaos of battle raged, she continued to move with impossible grace, deflecting multiple blades with a blinding flash of energy, while Wasan, caught in the fray, parried a soldier's strike with a sharp block, a desperate cry escaping him to clear the way. Her power was absolute, and with a devastating surge, she sent Wasan reeling backward, the sheer force of her attack echoing across the field. Unstoppable, she continued her assault, sending another soldier flying high into the air with a single, powerful blow, the remaining combatants scattering before her might. Chapter 43, The Identity of the Hostage. The Mount Hua sect seemed to be everywhere, their presence a constant threat, as Wasan looked on with a grim, determined expression. Meanwhile, a delicate hand reached out, and a voice asked, "Remember me?" The princess, accompanied by the Jisoo royal manager, stood defiantly before a line of soldiers, dismissing their presence with a disdainful humph. Her eyes widened in realization as she declared, "It's the sword of state." Elsewhere, Wasan, with a focused intensity, drew back the string of his bow, an arrow notched and ready to fly. The princess, asserting her authority, commanded, "I command you all to knee." Her voice cut off as she gasped, a sudden shock registering on her face. Wasan's eyes widened in alarm, a stark expression of surprise and perhaps fear crossing his features. With incredible speed, he snatched an arrow from the air, then stood beside the princess, a silent protector. Soon after, he was seen alone, navigating a small boat across the water, leaving the tumultuous events behind him. Wasan, his expression sharp, issues a command to Jiajian, ordering him to capture a specific target. Meanwhile, a group of masked figures, led by an enraged elder, confronts Wasan, demanding the sword of state, one of them impatiently urging their chief to simply attack. Wasan, however, remains unfazed, his gaze unwavering as he considers their audacity, thinking they must have no idea who he truly is. The elder, his face contorted in a furious snarl, begins to shout, but his words are cut short. In a blur of motion, Wasan closes the distance, his hand clamping around the elder's neck with a sickening crunch, silencing him instantly. Holding the struggling elder aloft, Wasan questions his identity, who, gasping for air, confirms he is indeed the Mount Hua sect chief. With a defiant glare at the surrounding thugs, Wasan tightens his grip, challenging them to recognize him. His eyes burning with resolve, Wasan declares that the death of the Mount Hua sect chief has now been avenged. The masked thugs, witnessing their leader's swift defeat, stand frozen in apprehension, unsure how to proceed. Wasan, identifying himself as the 50th generation Bungsa branchmaster of the Mount Hua sect, releases the elder with a heavy slump, warning him that he intends for him to live and suffer the agony of his actions. As the thugs finally surge forward, Wasan moves with incredible speed, deflecting their attacks with bursts of glowing energy, a flurry of impacts echoing through the air. From a hidden vantage point, a figure in a straw hat draws a bow, preparing to unleash a deadly arrow. Wasan unleashes a powerful, glowing purple strike, the force of it echoing with a resounding POW. The energy expands rapidly, creating swirling vortexes of light and star-shaped particles that spread with a PSHH. The Mount Hua sect chief is violently struck, sent flying through the air with a bash and plunge, before crashing to the ground with a final BM and float. A masked thug recoils in shock, letting out a gasp, as Wasan continues his assault, deflecting another attack with ease, the impact echoing with a clang and BM before the thug falls with a thud. In a different setting, the Jisoo royal manager bows deeply before the king, apologizing for the transgression. Nearby, a young woman with brown hair watches, her eyes wide with shock. The king embraces Princess Woyoung, letting out a relieved OHH, as he expresses his joy that she is safe, while she, in turn, questions how he knew she was there. The Jisoo royal manager, standing beside the king, explains that the original plan to hold the commander-in-chief hostage was abandoned because they were dealt better cards. A subtle smug expression crosses Princess Woyoung's face, a hint of triumph in her eyes. With a broad grin, the king then addresses Wasan directly. He comments that the princess must have been quite a handful, but Wasan's presence assures him that his time to die has not yet come, ending with a questioning look and a soft clap. Wasan, with a knowing smile, acknowledges the king's perceptiveness, confirming that he has indeed figured out the situation. A sudden cry of "Your Majesty" echoes through the palace, as a stampede of footsteps rushes towards the king. His loyal subjects, including a general and the royal manager, rush to his side, asking if he is hurt, while Wasan approaches the scene, observing the king on the ground. The general, his face etched with concern, leans over the king, while the royal manager stands by, both anxiously inquiring about his well-being. Meanwhile, Wasan stands with Princess Woyoung, who remarks that the situation was anticlimactic and that a hostage is no longer needed, adding that it has been a while since they last met, prompting Hua-san to question her presence. The king, now sitting up, looks at Hua-san and the princess, who then addresses him as brother, a title that visibly shocks Hua-san. His eyes widen in utter disbelief, a single syllable of confusion escaping his lips. The king, still looking at Hua-san, then speaks the princess's name, addressing her as Yunhee. The princess's expression shifts to one of intense shock and fear as the king's words sink in, realizing the implications of being called Yunhee. The king, his voice filled with anger, demands to know if Hua-san was involved with the traitors and who has been inciting him to such actions. With a chilling smirk, Princess Yunhee declares that the true traitor is Hua-san, a truth she believes the entire world will soon acknowledge. Weizen's face contorts in a mixture of shock and fury as the princess's accusation hits him with devastating force. As a roar of chaos erupts around them, Princess Yunhee calmly advises the king to set aside family matters for now, insisting that they must first leave the palace. As the tension mounted, a new figure arrived, her presence immediately drawing Weizen's attention, who recognized her as Miss Yang. Without hesitation, she turned to the king, offering her assistance, declaring her intent to accompany his majesty. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, she moved like a phantom, a shimmering blur across the battlefield. Her movements were a whirlwind of precise strikes, each impact echoing with raw power as she cleared a path. A single, devastating blow sent an enemy soldier reeling, his body crashing to the ground amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Hua-san watched the unfolding scene, a question forming on his lips, wondering if she had truly come alone to this perilous situation. The king and his loyal retinue, including a general and a royal manager, were caught in a desperate struggle, their voices filled with urgency as they tried to navigate the stampede of attackers. As the sounds of battle intensified around him, Hua-san offered a small, knowing smile, a sense of relief washing over him at the unexpected arrival of an ally. A flurry of figures ascends rapidly, their forms blurring with speed as they move through a radiant, upward current. Amidst the chaos, Hua-san offers a chilling grin, his voice laced with a dark satisfaction as he remarks, "You're not alone." What a relief. From a high vantage point, a diverse group of individuals, including Jijian, the princess, General A, and the Straw Hat Archer, observe the unfolding events below, their attention fixed on the distant street. With a determined grimace, the Straw Hat Archer pulls back his bowstring, the wood groaning under the tension as he prepares his shot. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across Weizen's face, revealing a flash of teeth as he anticipates the coming confrontation. Without hesitation, Hua-san launches himself from the high structure, descending rapidly towards the ground below, a blur of motion against the sky. The Straw Hat Archer recoils in shock, a look of utter disbelief on his face as he's overwhelmed, while Song Mo observes the scene, a hint of disappointment in his expression. Weizen's attack lands with a resounding impact, sending the archer sprawling to the ground, defeated, as Hua-san stands over him, scolding, "What a shame. You didn't get a single one." Turning his attention, Hua-san swiftly snatches an object from the elderly woman, who cries out in surprise, while Kwanje Yang Muoke watches, her eyes wide with shock as the item slides away. With a cold, calculating gaze, Hua-san addresses the princess, declaring, "You can be a hostage after all, princess." As the assembled figures demand cooperation, insisting that the princess be retrieved without a single scratch, a hand taps a device, signaling a reluctant agreement. With a knife held casually, Hua-san instructs someone to go, "Brother," while the others look on with growing apprehension. The princess, her gaze fixed upon him, acknowledges his presence, uttering his name. He returns her gaze, his words cutting, "Except for you." With the knife now pressed against her throat, Hua-san offers a stark choice. "If you stay, everyone else can go." As the princess and the others react to his demand, he lets out a soft scoff, musing, "My popularity is a curse." A smirk plays on his lips as he observes, "It seems that the princess is infatuated with me." He then directly challenges her, "You like me that much, huh?" The others cry out in alarm. With a serene expression, the princess responds, "I want you to be mine." Hua-san, his expression turning serious, states that for a negotiation to work, both sides need to be somewhat equal, then addresses Miss Yang. Miss Yang then questions the old man, asking if he believes he can handle the knife wielder on their side. The princess nods subtly, while Hua-san, still smirking, reiterates, "You're right. I felt it the moment I laid eyes on you." Meanwhile, General A asks if Beck can handle the remaining opponents alone. Hua-san confidently declares he can finish them off in 10 moves, then clarifies his true objective. "All I need to do is to accompany His Majesty out of the palace." He then asks, "Tell me why I should do peft," as the princess makes a soft sound. As Hua-san looks up in surprise, an armored general descends from above, sword poised to strike. But before the blade can connect, Hua-san moves with impossible speed, deflecting the attack and sending the general recoiling with a powerful impact. His eyes narrow with fierce determination, a whirlwind of energy swirling around him as he counters the assault. The clash culminates in a blinding explosion of light and force, sending shockwaves through the air. Standing amidst the settling dust and debris, Wasan remains, the lingering aura of his power still visible, as the royal manager looks on in disbelief, muttering about Suchan. Nearby, the elderly man and Jiajian stare, their faces etched with shock at the display of raw power. The princess, however, watches with a determined gaze, while the masked sergeant and the royal manager exchange looks of utter surprise. The royal manager, regaining his composure, demands to know how Wasan dares to act with such defiance. Guards stand ready, swords drawn, as the princess observes the unfolding chaos with a subtle, knowing smirk. Wasan, now surrounded by enemies, unleashes a torrent of swirling energy, declaring his opponents to be like evil spirits as his power erupts. The elderly man questions the nature of the traces left by Wasan's power, while a masked sergeant looks down, a silent acknowledgement of the overwhelming force. Later, two masked sergeants discover Wasan lying unconscious on the ground, one of them murmuring in surprise. After the initial skirmish, two masked figures confront him, demanding to know his identity, while he, battered and bruised, can only stare back in defiance. With a guttural roar, he launches himself skyward, the ground beneath him cracking and erupting as he channels immense power. Arcing high above the battlefield, he prepares to unleash a devastating strike from above. But before his attack can land, an unseen force strikes him, sending him reeling back, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The impact sends him crashing to the ground, defeated and struggling to rise, his body battered and broken. His face contorted in agony, he curses his unseen assailants, barely able to utter a word. Meanwhile, a sinister smile spreads across unseen lips, the voice behind it coolly stating, "I was about to come look for you." Elsewhere, the royal manager and a general observe the aftermath, the general expressing disbelief at how Suchan could perform such a powerful move. A princess, with a knowing smirk, ponders if this display of power means they are roughly equal. Now surrounded by the royal manager, the general, the princess, and other officials, he finds himself in a tense negotiation, a voice suggesting they negotiate. The royal manager questions the princess, "Yunni, you don't really mean to?" As the general looks on in concern, while he, still on the ground, wonders if the previous conditions are still valid despite their actions. The princess, flanked by two masked guards, holds his companion hostage, forcing him to concede. "Fine, I'll do as you say." As his companion cries out, "Brother, no." The royal manager, his expression stern, issues a direct command to Wasan, instructing him to lead the army and protect his majesty, while Wasan hesitates, murmuring a name. Meanwhile, the princess, standing beside Wasan, reaches down, her hand poised to ignite a small device, a subtle rustle accompanying her movement. With a swift motion, she ignites the flare, sending a burst of light and a loud bang into the air, the signal now unmistakable. High above, the flare erupts into a dazzling display of fireworks, its brilliant light scattering across the sky with a continuous, booming sound. From their hiding place, Munryong and her companions look up in astonishment, a triumphant voice exclaiming, "They've done it! They've succeeded!" Wasan, too, gazes skyward, recognizing the signal, before turning to address those around him, his voice ringing out, "Everyone!" Munryong's eyes widen in shock, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon as the thundering sound of approaching cavalry grows louder, their forms rapidly closing in. A determined expression crosses Wasan's face as he acknowledges the signal, a faint sound echoing in the distance. With a powerful surge of energy, he raises his arm, his voice booming as he rallies everyone for the impending assault. Immediately, the ground begins to tremble as a wave of cavalry charges forward, their horses thundering across the battlefield. High above, brilliant fireworks erupt, signaling the full commencement of the attack, while Jiajian issues urgent commands to his royal guards. They must put their lives on the line to break through and rescue their majesty. On the front lines, General A roars a command to advance, and Wasan echoes the sentiment, his own voice a powerful call to action as the forces surge forward. The general leads the charge, his armored form a terrifying sight as he tramples an enemy soldier beneath his horse's hooves, the battle cry of "Charge!" ringing out. Wasan, too, plunges into the fray, his own fierce "Charge!" adding to the cacophony of battle. The clash of armies is deafening, a chaotic symphony of steel and shouts, until a white-haired fighter stands victorious, declaring the battle won. Meanwhile, an official, startled by the sudden racket and distant fireworks, demands to know the cause, only to be informed that the king's army launched a surprise attack from all sides, routing the rear and right guards. His eyes widen in disbelief, the official grappling with the shocking implication. Was the King Yeso himself behind this insurgency? As the surprise attack unfolds, an official urges his superior not to delay, insisting they must fight now, while another agrees, declaring this assault proof of a larger plot and demanding the immediate arrest of King Yeso. The superior, the royal manager, acknowledges the urgency, his face contorting in a grimace as he considers the implications of attacking the king. His voice booms with a mix of rage and disbelief, calling out the names of his subordinates, Chung Duk-hyung and Su Beep-jung, as if to rally his own fractured thoughts. Meanwhile, the guards who had been speaking now kneel in deference, awaiting orders. The official, his resolve hardening, raises a hand and commands his center guard to defeat the insurgents, declaring he will join the fight himself. Elsewhere, the princess weeps openly, lamenting that they cannot abandon their comrade, while Hwasan and Jejeon sit beside her, offering quiet support. Her cries echo through the building, a desperate plea for her brother, Hwasan, to be saved. From a rooftop, the white-haired fighter observes the unfolding chaos, his gaze fixed on the distant figure of Hwasan of Shangxi. Hwasan, now outside and resolute, acknowledges that the cards have been dealt, urging his companions to prepare. He stands before a gathering of fighters, one of whom questions if this is truly where their battle begins. Kwanje Yongmuoke, her eyes sharp with conviction, confirms it is a fight to the death, where failure means only one outcome. A fierce grin spreads across her face, as she defiantly proclaims that she will not die. As the confrontation escalates, the princess, standing amidst her allies, makes a bold proposition, offering the world itself if her opponents would only eliminate everyone present, while Kwanje Yongmuoke, with a sly smirk, adds a personal incentive to the deal. The unexpected offer leaves the guards and even the injured Taeoljanin stunned, as Hwasan, observing the chaos alongside Jejeon, simply questions the princess's true intentions. He muses on her surprising nature, asking what new game she's playing now. Kwanje Yongmuoke, however, maintains her composure, reiterating her infatuation with him. Hwasan dismisses her advances, claiming to be too busy for such distractions. Undeterred, Kwanje Yongmuoke leans in conspiratorially, revealing that she was the one who orchestrated the Mount Cheon sect's attack on the Mount Hua sect. The revelation visibly shocks Hwasan, as she further confesses to being the mastermind behind the insurgency in the royal court. Addressing a gathering of leaders and spies, Hwasan confirms the extent of her influence, acknowledging her control over both factions. With a piercing gaze, Kwanje Yongmuoke challenges him, asking if he's tempted by her power and influence. Suddenly, a powerful, unseen force slams into the ground nearby, shattering the stone with a deafening crash. Before anyone can react, the Straw Hat Archer is violently struck, a sickening boom and gush of blood indicating a severe injury. Kwanje Yongmuoke, the Straw Hat Archer, and Taeoljanin all look on in shock, as a whooshing sound signals the rapid approach of another unseen threat. The Straw Hat Archer slumps, a fatal blow having been delivered, as an unseen assailant dismisses his demise, believing he wouldn't have been of much use alive anyway. But Hwasan, enraged by the sudden ambush, roars a challenge, launching himself into a furious counterattack against the masked figures surrounding him. With eyes glowing with fierce resolve, he prepares to unleash a devastating strike, declaring his intent to his foes. His hand moves with practiced precision, tapping the scabbard of his weapon, a silent prelude to the coming storm. Then, with a swift, powerful motion, he plunges his hand, drawing his blade with lethal intent. However, the sheer number of opponents proves overwhelming, and he reacts with a gasp of surprise as the tide of battle turns against him. Overwhelmed by the coordinated assault, Hwasan is sent tumbling through the air, surrounded by his relentless attackers. A powerful blow connects, sending a shockwave of dust and debris erupting from the impact point. From a distance, Kwanje Yongmuoke watches with cold, calculating eyes, while the injured Taeoljanin struggles to utter a warning, his face bruised and bloodied. A smirk plays on her lips as she remarks, how disappointing it is to see such a struggle, questioning if this is truly their first encounter with masters of this caliber. Meanwhile, the masked assailants continue their relentless assault, delivering a flurry of blows to the airborne Hwasan. But Hwasan, refusing to yield, twists in midair, unleashing a powerful counterattack that sends his enemies reeling. He stands ready, his gaze sharp and determined, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as he adopts a low, powerful stance. Suddenly, one of the masked assailants lunges forward, striking him with a heavy blow that echoes with a crash. The impact sends him reeling, a grunt of pain escaping his lips as he's thrown backward. The assailant, gripping their sword hilt tightly, prepares for another swift strike, the sound of steel slamming into place. But Hwasan, recovering instantly, parries the attack with his own blade, the clash of steel echoing as he pushes his opponent back, his eyes glowing with renewed power. "Draw your sword, you asshole," he snarls, delivering a powerful strike that sends the masked figure stumbling, a loud impact resonating. He unleashes a furious barrage of attacks, striking multiple assailants with blinding speed, a flurry of impacts echoing through the air. Another masked figure recoils from his relentless assault, their face contorted in shock as Hwasan's reflection glares from their mask. With a forceful kick, he sends one of them flying through the air, a pained cry following their trajectory. The assailant crashes violently into the ground, debris scattering around them with a loud, shattering sound. Another masked figure is sent sprawling, hitting the earth with a heavy thud and a resounding crash. As a masked assailant lunges again, Hwasan deftly dodges, his movements fluid and precise, preparing for his next counterattack. A powerful blow lands with a resounding bash and crash. As Hwasan's feet tap down onto the shattered earth, confronting a masked assailant who gasps in defeat, having been utterly overwhelmed. He stands over the fallen figure, declaring, "I told you to draw your sword." The air around him still booms with residual energy as he maintains his stern gaze, his sheathed blade held firmly. Chson lands with a decisive thud, the impact cracking the very ground beneath his feet. He stands poised, facing a masked opponent across a chasm of shattered earth, the air thick with tension. "I told you to draw your sword," Chson declares, his voice sharp, as he holds his own blade still sheathed. Yet, instead of drawing it, he lets his sword clatter to the ground. A masked figure's face fills the view, their expression unreadable but their presence menacing. Chson looks on, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You're not going to draw your sword?" Suddenly, two masked figures launch a swift, coordinated assault, one leaping through the air while the other lunges from a crouch. Wazen's gaze drops, a realization dawning on him. "Sir, they are." An old man, standing beside Chson, finishes the thought. "Gosus from the Munryong sect." Chson looks at him, a question in his eyes. The old man reflects on ancient martial arts, noting that the Taegyuksen hand technique and the Mual move were developed by the Munryong sect over 100 years ago. Meanwhile, a masked figure sits, radiating an immense inner force, prompting a gasp from an unseen observer who warns that his inner strength is truly remarkable. The old man, his face etched with concern, confirms this assessment, stating that the power displayed is beyond anything they have witnessed before. Chson, observing the scene, wonders how the old man could recognize techniques from a century past, though he admits his greater curiosity lies in the masked figure's true identity. As three more masked figures appear, Chson directly confronts them, asking if they are indeed from the Munryong sect. He then scoffs, his expression one of disbelief, questioning why such high and mighty masters would choose to dress like clowns. His gaze sharpens as he continues, observing that their distraction by the spectacle must mean they are incredibly confident in their own abilities. A white-haired fighter, standing nearby, interjects, reminding Chson that he should be concentrating on the task at hand, unless he wishes to be annihilated or expelled from the sect for exposing their identity. Chson reacts with a dismissive sound, internally questioning what kind of royal princess possesses such an evil tongue, as a distant voice announces that the insurgent leader is getting away. Across a vast, dusty plain, a massive army charges forward, their thundering advance echoing across the land. Mounted soldiers lead the charge, their horses kicking up clouds of dust, as they shout commands to catch the traitor, and don't let them get away. The insurgent leader, a figure in a flowing red cape, flees desperately, as the relentless pursuit continues with cries to capture the insurgent leader. The insurgent leader, agile and swift, leaps across rooftops, his pursuer below shouting orders to head left, a command he acknowledges with a quick, "Got it." With a powerful leap, he clears a vast distance, his red cape billowing behind him as he lands lightly, a mere tap of his foot on the ground. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, General A, surrounded by the king, princess, and various officials, reacts with a startled gasp, the sound of battle echoing even within their protected walls. His face contorted in a furious snarl, he barks a command: "Annihilate the insurgents." Out on the open plains, the insurgent leader finds himself facing a relentless tide, a massive army on horseback thundering towards him, their hooves kicking up a storm of dust. Among the charging cavalry, Song Mo rallies his troops, their voices echoing with determination. "They're within our grasp." As the army closes in, the insurgent leader stands his ground, his hands glowing with immense power as he prepares to unleash the Daegumgang Devil Subdue technique, a blinding light emanating from his form. The technique erupts in a devastating blast, a wave of pure force crashing into the advancing army, sending dust and debris flying. His eyes glow with an intense, focused energy, reflecting the raw power he wields. With a guttural cry, he delivers a powerful punch, a concentrated burst of energy erupting from his fist, further devastating the enemy ranks. From a distance, Tyoljanin and another old man watch in stunned disbelief, one of them questioning, what kind of technique is that?" Amidst the chaos, the insurgent leader calmly reaches out, grabbing something unseen as he prepares for his next move. The insurgent leader, a figure of white-haired fury, charges forward, his fists crackling with raw power, ready to unleash another devastating blow. As he closes the distance, the energy around his hands intensifies, a blinding aura of force building with every step. Then, with a thunderous impact, he unleashes a cataclysmic strike, sending a shockwave through the enemy ranks, their cries of pain echoing across the battlefield. The ground shatters beneath the force of his attack, leaving a trail of devastation as distant figures on horseback watch the chaos unfold, dust and debris obscuring the scene. From another vantage point, Munryong exclaims that King Yeso has been rescued, but Chson, ever the pragmatist, insists their work is far from over, urging them to help. The old man beside them, observing the unfolding battle, realizes that Kwanje Yongmuoke is going to need some serious assistance, his gaze sharpening with concern. Suddenly, a soldier on horseback cries out, "Small chief," as a figure is violently thrown through the air, landing hard on the ground. The insurgent leader, having been struck by an unseen force, collapses in a flash of light and dust, the impact momentarily stunning him. But he is not easily defeated, and with a burst of speed, he pushes himself back up, ready to re-engage. Meanwhile, the remaining forces continue their advance, their thundering hooves echoing across the plain under the rising sun. As the soldiers press on, Kwanje Yang Muoke's eyes glow with fierce determination, her hands beginning to crackle with a potent, gathering energy. A high-ranking official, witnessing the escalating power, gasps in disbelief, recognizing the immense threat now fully unleashed. From a distance, an elder watches the chaos unfold, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer power displayed, recognizing it as the Zhanghuan, the highest level of hand technique. Meanwhile, the insurgent leader, with a fierce cry, unleashes the Hangryong 18-hand technique, a blinding torrent of energy erupting from his palms. The powerful blast slams into the enemy ranks, soldiers crying out in agony, as the impact sends a shockwave of destruction through their formation. Still, the devastating energy continues its relentless path, tearing through flesh and armor with terrifying ease. The radiant beam stretches across the battlefield, a beacon of raw power leaving a trail of ruin in its wake. With a final, guttural cry, the insurgent leader pushes his technique to its absolute limit, his face a mask of strained determination. When the dust finally settles, the ground is a grim tapestry of fallen soldiers, their bodies scattered across the devastated landscape. Amidst the carnage, the insurgent leader lands, his breath coming in ragged gasps, the immense effort of his attack leaving him utterly drained. Not far away, Kwanje Yang Muoke also struggles for breath, her own face slick with sweat, the strain of her recent actions evident. As the insurgent leader recovers, two concerned soldiers approach, calling out to their small chief to check on his well-being. Still, the insurgent leader scoffs, frustrated that he can't be outdone by her, cursing the stupid bitch who doesn't know when to stop, admitting he's utterly spent. Just then, the soldiers announce a new arrival. As the right royal guards appear, their ranks forming a formidable circle around the insurgent leader, declaring their presence. From the distance, a vast army advances, their heavy footsteps thundering across the ground, as one of their commanders exclaims his joy at seeing General Song, confirming that His Majesty is just ahead. Meanwhile, among his own forces, the insurgent leader is thanked by a soldier for protecting their chief, noting his bleeding nose. He dismisses the injury, but another soldier points out the right royal guards should be accompanying His Majesty, before realizing the leader is bleeding from both nostrils, prompting a sharp command to stop talking. Suddenly, a powerful impact shatters a nearby structure, sending debris flying with a sharp crack. Old Man Beck recoils from the sudden destruction, muttering that it was a close call. A determined grin spreads across his face, as he declares it is now his turn. Elsewhere, the insurgent leader, amidst a flurry of combat against other soldiers, taunts his opponent, dismissing him as all talk. True to his word, Old Man Beck lunges forward with a fierce cry, his attack swift and precise. His strike connects with a hooded soldier, the impact echoing with a sharp PABAP as the figure recoils. With a blade pressed to a soldier's throat, Old Man Beck repeats his taunt, asking if they are all talk as more of their comrades fall around them. Surrounded by multiple assailants, the white-haired fighter faces down his enemies, a taunt escaping his lips. You're all talk, old man. With a fierce cry, he unleashes a powerful strike, his face contorted in effort. But from the side, the straw hat archer moves with blinding speed, his staff whistling through the air as he brings it down. The attack continues its swift descent, while another masked figure lunges forward, a gleaming knife gripped tightly, questioning, all talk. The white-haired fighter is overwhelmed, forced to defend against the simultaneous onslaught of the staff, knife, and spear. Despite the barrage, he pushes back, a determined snarl on his face, declaring, we'll see about that. The straw hat archer follows up with another devastating swing, his staff glowing with raw power. The impact sends shockwaves through the white-haired fighter, who lets out a pained gasp, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve despite the agony. Another blow lands, and he recoils, a sharp gasp escaping him as the relentless assault continues. A masked assailant, their arm wrapped and ready, prepares to strike, while Weizen's face, already bearing a fresh cut, shows the strain of the ongoing battle. With a swift counter, Wasen parries the assailant's sword, the clash of blades echoing through the air. Despite the relentless assault, he glares, a challenge in his eyes, demanding his turn to unleash his full power. A sharp sound cuts through the tension. With a surge of raw energy, Weizen's hand begins to glow with an intense orange light, his face contorted in fierce concentration. The power erupts from his palm, his eyes burning with the same fiery intensity as he unleashes his attack. Even as Wasen retaliates, another masked assailant moves with blurring speed, attempting to flank him. Undeterred, Wasen is now fully enveloped in a vibrant, fiery aura, his long hair whipping around him as his power surges. He strikes out, impacting multiple masked figures, their bodies recoiling from the force of his blows. His assault continues, each strike landing with devastating impact against the remaining assailants. With a powerful, arcing kick, Wasen sends several masked figures sprawling, clearing a path through his attackers. Finally, with a decisive, blurring punch, he connects squarely with another assailant, the force of the blow echoing through the air. He lunges forward with a frustrated cry, his movements a blur as he attempts to grasp an elusive opponent, wondering why he cannot catch them. Suddenly, an assailant leaps with incredible speed, followed by a powerful, shattering impact that sends a shockwave through the air. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, another masked figure is violently thrown backward, a testament to the fierce counterattack they just endured. Yet, the protagonist finds himself struck once more, a ripple of purple energy emanating from the impact as he struggles to comprehend the strange, elusive sword force of his attackers. He stands in the center of the cracked arena, a glowing yin-yang symbol beneath his feet, surrounded by a ring of masked assailants, while from a distance, Quanjie Yang Muoke and an old man observe the unfolding battle. A look of deep thought crosses his face as he analyzes his opponents, muttering to himself about their heavy movements and the hollow nature of their sword techniques, finding them surprisingly disappointing. From her vantage point, Quanjie Yang Muoke sighs, a hint of exasperation in her voice, finding the entire display boring and contemplating whether she should intervene herself. Her golden eyes narrow, glowing with a fierce resolve, as she makes her decision, a silent promise of impending action. Back in the arena, Chson unleashes a powerful strike, his fist connecting with an assailant's chest with a sickening thud, sending them reeling. The defeated assailant lies unconscious on the ground, their mask askew, a clear testament to the force of Chson's blow. With a roar of renewed fury, Chson's aura flares brightly, his face contorted in a mask of intense determination as he prepares to unleash his full power. Just as Chson prepares for his next move, Quanjie Yang Muoke lunges into the fray, a masked assailant sent flying backward by her swift and decisive intervention, joining the battle alongside him. Still reeling from the recent skirmish, the old man named Old Man A clutches a broken sword, his expression a mix of confusion and pain, a wave of disorientation washing over him. Meanwhile, the straw hat archer stands firm, his gaze sharp and unyielding, a silent sentinel amidst the aftermath. His stern face reflects the tension of the moment, while Chson, observing the scene, wears a look of deep concern. Nearby, the injured elder lies sprawled on the ground, his body bruised and battered, as a voice demands, "You, get up at once, you fraud." Chson, standing over him, roars in frustration, questioning, "You're slacking off in this situation? Do you have any idea how worried I was?" The elder, now sitting up, meekly responds, "Oh, sir." Meanwhile, Quanjie Yang Muoke observes the masked assailants in the distance, her expression unreadable, while Old Man A and other figures stand nearby, their faces obscured by shadows. Chson, still agitated, wonders aloud, "What now?" The injured elder, however, simply chuckles, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Old Man A, also smiling, reassures him, "Have you caught your breath? I was worried about you, so I tried to lighten the mood." Chson looks utterly bewildered by this statement, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. He angrily retorts, "What the hell are you talking about? Caught my breath? I haven't even started. I was just testing the waters. Don't you know what reconnaissance is?" The elder, unfazed, simply replies, "Ah, yes, of course, sir." With a sigh, the injured elder declares, "In that case, I'll stop fretting," as Sergeant and Old Man A stand by, observing the exchange. Chson, arms crossed and a confident smirk on his face, simply states, "Obviously." A surge of raw power erupts around Chson, debris scattering as he feels a profound insult, his mind reeling. What the hell? How dare he doubt me? With a powerful whoosh of displaced air, he assumes a ready stance, challenging his unseen opponents. Shall we get down to business? Meanwhile, a trio of masked figures, their faces hidden behind red and white visages, stand amidst the shattered remnants of what appears to be a barrier, one of them letting out a low, mocking chuckle. His eyes narrowing with fierce determination, Chson demands to know, "What's so funny?" More masked figures emerge from the hazy distance, their silhouettes stark against the fading light, a silent army gathering. Observing the growing numbers, he sighs with a hint of weariness. This again? Before he can finish, a masked assailant lunges forward, their sword flashing with deadly intent, followed by a flurry of rapid blows. Another assailant closes in, delivering a swift punch, their combined assault a blur of motion and impact. Yet, Chson remains unfazed, his body a whirlwind of defensive energy, deflecting every strike with glowing red force, the impacts echoing loudly. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst, he unleashes a devastating counterattack, engulfing his attackers in a wave of dark, shattering force. The masked assailants recoil in utter shock, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer power displayed. Even the princess, observing from a distance, is left speechless, her expression a mixture of awe and profound surprise. Chson, now fully enveloped in a fierce, crimson aura, lets out a low, mocking chuckle, the air around him crackling with raw power. His eyes glowing with an intense, fiery light, he challenges his stunned opponents, asking if they are impressed by his display. Before they can react, he unleashes a devastating burst of energy, sending one assailant flying through the air while another is violently struck by the expanding force, his mocking laughter echoing through the impact. As one assailant attempts a desperate sword strike, Chson effortlessly blocks it with his bare arm, the clash of power creating a visible shockwave, a silent declaration of here goes before the next phase of his attack. The crimson energy around him intensifies, expanding rapidly, engulfing the entire area in a blinding, destructive wave, a clear sign that this is no ordinary attack. The assailants are completely overwhelmed by the technique, which Chson proudly declares as the bomb, explaining that it was specifically designed to block sword forces and confidently asserting that AMHYNGPYO is the best. A sweeping wave of crimson energy erupts, tearing through the air with a sharp hiss, as Chson unleashes a devastating attack. The attack coalesces into a swirling vortex, a powerful bomb of spiritual energy, its destructive force ready to detonate. This technique, known as AMHYNGPYO, is specifically designed to counter and block sword forces, its power distorting Chson's very form as he channels it. The concentrated blast of energy erupts, sending 3 masked assailants flying backward, their bodies recoiling violently from the impact. Disoriented, the masked figures search their surroundings, trying to locate their elusive target. Before they can react, Chson reappears in a blur of motion, his arm transforming into a blade of pure red energy, striking one of the assailants with brutal force. He follows up with a powerful, energy-infused punch, sending another masked figure reeling through the air. The third assailant is then slammed into the ground with immense force, creating a visible crater from the impact. Despite the overwhelming assault, one of the masked figures manages to launch a desperate counterattack, shouting in defiance as they charge forward. Chson meets the charge with a concentrated vortex of red energy, striking the assailant head-on and reaffirming his dominance. The red energy vortex, a manifestation of Chson's power, slammed into one of the masked assailants, its force twisting and cracking his form with a sickening crunch. The impact left the assailant reeling, forced to his knees, his body still crackling with residual red energy, as he looked up in stunned disbelief. Another masked figure, blood already staining his shoulder, could only watch in wide-eyed astonishment as the sheer power unfolded. Before them, the red energy coalesced into a towering, demonic entity, its glowing eyes and menacing grin embodying the fire of annihilation as it loomed over the cowering assailants. From a distance, Kwanje Young Muoke watched the terrifying display, a low rumble escaping her as she recognized the familiar, destructive aura. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief, the power before her striking a chord of unsettling familiarity. She murmured to herself, wondering how such a technique could be so similar to his Magong. The demonic visage of the red energy pulsed with raw power, its glowing eyes fixed on its targets with malevolent intent. The sheer force of the attack ripped through the very landscape, sending massive shards of rock and earth flying in every direction. Another masked assailant recoiled from the devastating impact, the ground around him erupting in a shower of debris. As the dust and smoke began to settle from the cataclysmic crash, a small, glowing orb of energy pulsed faintly at the epicenter. Standing amidst the dissipating energy, a large, muscular man with a cleaver, his body bruised and his expression one of utter surprise, had somehow endured the blast. The demonic manifestation of Chson's AMHYNGPYO technique continues its devastating sweep, its raw power registering on the faces of the masked assailants, their expressions contorted in shock and fear. A blinding storm force erupts, a concentrated blast of energy radiating outwards. The sheer driving force and celestial turmoil of the attack overwhelmed the remaining opponents, their faces etched with agony. One figure is caught in the whirling dragons of the technique, sent spiraling through the air. Multiple assailants are flung upwards, their bodies twisting amidst the chaotic energy. The impact leaves one man's face bruised and bleeding, his eyes wide with pain. Others fare no better, their features battered and distorted by the relentless assault. The ground itself cracks and shatters under the immense pressure, debris flying in every direction. Yet, amidst the devastation, a muscular figure with wild, light hair stands defiant, heavily injured but unbroken, a faint aura still clinging to him. Around him, the less fortunate lie scattered, defeated and bleeding on the broken earth, one of them coughing weakly. Stepping through the wreckage, the muscular opponent surveys the scene, a grim acknowledgement escaping his lips. The insurgent leader, the Jongnam Sect chief, stands amidst the devastation, acknowledging the clear distinction between himself and lesser opponents. His back to the viewer, he grips 2 bloodied knives, a testament to his recent brutal victory, while the ground around him is littered with shattered debris and the remnants of battle. He observes the fallen League leader, Bonnerwai Knife Yukwang-san, lying defeated on the ground, thinking the Susa League is utterly finished, and that its leader had proven far less impressive than anticipated. Nearby, another opponent, Gijian Double Spear Yup Guk of the Baiwal Sect, also lies vanquished, his identity deduced from the distinctive double spears he wielded. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, demanding to know his identity, claiming familiarity with his knife technique. The insurgent leader grins, recognizing the voice, and reveals a past encounter, stating he once took the arm of the speaker's master, Chunyagumja, and deducing that the challenger must be the child he saw at that time. His face contorts in a furious expression, his eyes burning with intense rage. A bloodied sword, likely belonging to Chunyagumja, is shown, its blade stained crimson, as a guttural cry echoes through the air. Chunyagumja stands over the now defeated insurgent leader, his sword plunged into the ground beside him, while his young disciple watches from a distance, and he suggests they leave, asking the disciple why she isn't helping her master. The disciple, tears streaming down her face, meekly responds, acknowledging her master's command. As Chunyagumja and his disciple begin to trudge away, the insurgent leader, now standing, calls out, demanding to know the name of the martial art Chunyagumja used. With a confident grin, the insurgent leader replies, declaring he will reveal the name since Chunyagumja is worthy of an answer. It is called the Pakhun 12 Knives. A woman cries out in terror, her face contorted in fear, while Tyoljanin, bloodied and battered, can only utter a disbelieving whisper. Meanwhile, the insurgent leader stands amidst the devastation, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, his body radiating a powerful, explosive aura. He taunts his defeated foes, asking if that was truly their best, and musing that he wouldn't mind practicing a new martial art that would become his ultimate weapon. As his words hang heavy in the air, several cloaked figures gasp and struggle for breath, while he assures them he won't kill them, asking if they're happy with that promise. With a maniacal grin, the insurgent leader questions their disbelief, explaining that his intentions are simple. He needs them alive, he states, so they can spread tales of his power throughout the Munryong, for he desires nothing more than to become famous, leaving the injured figures on the ground to question if his display is finally over. With a wide, unsettling grin, he declares that if that's the case, it's time to light some fireworks, reiterating his promise not to kill them. Suddenly, a devastating burst of red energy erupts, tearing through the air with a violent impact, sending blood splattering in all directions. The insurgent leader continues his brutal assault, delivering a rapid succession of powerful blows, each strike accompanied by more blood and violent impacts. His onslaught shows no sign of stopping, as he delivers another flurry of crushing impacts, his eyes glowing with malevolent power as he clarifies that while he wouldn't kill them, he never said he wouldn't hurt them. With his eyes still blazing, he declares his intention to end the night with a grand finale, promising one last, spectacular display of his might. The insurgent leader, his face contorted in a predatory grin, declares his intention to ignite a spectacular display, though he promises not to kill. A massive, fiery red-orange energy blast erupts, tearing through the air with immense force. As the destructive power of the attack takes on a shadowy, monstrous form, radiating intense heat and impact. The shadowy energy continues its relentless assault, its power echoing through the space. His face, bathed in the crimson glow of his own power, twists with fierce determination as he reiterates his resolve. He then announces his desire to conclude the night with a grand finale. Suddenly, Munryong, her red hair flowing, unleashes a powerful, swirling vortex of white and pink energy, pushing back against the encroaching force. Her energy expands rapidly, creating a protective barrier of shimmering light. With a powerful surge, Munryong sends a ripple of energy outward, a direct counter to the overwhelming assault. Hwasan, caught in the midst of the chaotic energies, closes his eyes, a faint bruise visible on his cheek. Yet, he opens them again, a confident, almost amused grin spreading across his face, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught. He stands victorious amidst the carnage, his power radiating outwards in shimmering waves, the ground littered with defeated foes. One of the fallen, still clinging to life, trembles violently, his body convulsing from the sheer force of the attack, before a final, unseen impact slams him definitively into the blood-soaked earth. Hwasan looks down at the struggling figures, a hint of weariness in his voice as he tells them to stop squirming and just go to sleep. Suddenly, a desperate clang echoes as another soldier attempts a surprise attack, crying out in shock as it's instantly parried. A swift swish of his blade, barely a blur, and a booming impact follows, silencing another foe. Yet another, bloodied and defiant, lunges with a knife, attempting to plunge it into him. But Hwasan stands unfazed over the slumped figure, calmly informing him that he is too late. Turning his attention to the remaining enemies, he remarks, "Well then," his gaze hardening with fierce resolve as he declares that they still have things to settle. As the news spreads that Mount Hua has been suspended, the princess, with a nervous laugh, acknowledges her royal status, perhaps in disbelief or resignation at the unfolding events. Meanwhile, his gaze sharpens, Hwasan's eyes narrow with intense focus, reflecting the gravity of his actions. And he turns, his long hair flowing, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve as he surveys the scene of his triumph. Far above, a mountain peak plunges into the sky, a plume of crimson smoke rising ominously, marking the devastating impact of his power. The very air shatters with a violent burst, a powerful force tearing through the heavens, eliciting a pained cry from an unseen victim. The ground trembles under the impact, another agonizing cry echoing through the devastation. Amidst the carnage, Tyoljanin, bloodied and defeated, collapses to his knees, desperately begging for his life, pleading with the chief emeritus to spare him. Hwasan stands over him, his voice cold and menacing, challenging the defeated man to repeat his earlier defiance. Elsewhere, an elderly chief, his face contorted in fury, roars in disbelief and outrage at the sheer audacity of the attacker. He laments the devastating truth, that even their chief has been slain, and that the despicable swine attacked them before they could even react, leaving Wasan standing victorious amidst the fallen. The chief and his disciples had been so swiftly overwhelmed, they hadn't even had a chance to counterattack, leaving one of them kneeling in defeat. Meanwhile, in a different location, a new leader addresses his assembled followers, urging them to continue their quest and expressing his high expectations for their efforts. He then announces the commencement of the Mount Hua examinations and declares that the successor, Youngjo, will lead the next generation of their sect as its new chief. The news ignites a furious rage within the elderly chief, his face contorted in a mask of pure fury. He stands over the defeated Taoljanin, demanding to know who the swine is who dared to slaughter everyone, referring to Wazen's brutal actions. Wasan, meanwhile, issues his decree, ordering the remaining members of the sect to return to Mount Hua, declaring the entire Mount Hua sect suspended as of that very day. The kneeling figures before him flinch, their faces etched with shock and despair, as the weight of his words settles upon them. His fist clenches, his voice hardening as he adds that the sect will remain suspended until the chief is dead, and forbids anyone from dreaming of being part of the Munryong or seeking revenge until then. Taoljanin, his face a picture of utter devastation, can only manage a choked whisper, asking where the chief is going. Wazen's hand remains steady as he recalls the chief's earlier threat, vowing to inflict the same suffering upon him. The elderly chief's fury reaches a boiling point, his teeth gnashing as he vows to make Wasan feel the helplessness of having no one to protect him, a direct challenge to the victor. The distant temple stands silently against the horizon, a stark contrast to the brewing storm of vengeance. The elderly chief's fury was a distant echo as Wazen's fist, wrapped in bandages, slammed into a magical barrier, shattering it with a resounding thud and a crackling sound. With the barrier breached, he stood amidst the crumbling remains of the Mount Hua sect's entrance, his sword drawn, as the very structure of the gate collapsed around him. A sect member, already wounded, lay bleeding on the stone steps, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the assault. Wazen's boot descended without mercy, crushing the fallen warrior further into the stone, a sickening crunch echoing through the chaos. He strode through the carnage, past countless bodies strewn across the blood-soaked grounds, the sounds of his heavy steps marking the grim victory. Behind him, a horde of enemy intruders poured into the sect, their weapons clanging as they advanced, confirming the full scale of the invasion. Meanwhile, in a more formal setting, the Jaisio royal manager questioned the situation, wondering aloud if the Mount Hua sect's sword master was truly alone, before Youngjo expressed shock at the revelation that he was allied with the Yoyang sect. The elderly chief, his face contorted in a mask of rage and despair, realized the devastating truth. They were determined to annihilate the Mount Hua sect. Elsewhere, Chunyagumja ran frantically through a forest, his breath coming in ragged gasps, the sound of his hurried footsteps echoing through the quiet woods. He clung to a desperate hope, muttering to himself that he's going to come, convinced that the promised aid would arrive. Reaching his destination, Chunyagumja extended a hand, offering a small pouch to the sergeant. As the sergeant took the pouch, sliding it open with a soft sound, Chunyagumja explained the dire plan. If anything happened, she was to stack wood on Yanhuabong, sprinkle the powder from the pouch, and set it ablaze. Wasan, his back to the viewer, contemplates the desperate measure, knowing that the signal he speaks of will create a vivid red smoke. A young subordinate, the sergeant, questions if burning the powder is meant to send a signal to him, but Wasan dismisses the idea with a simple no. Instead, a subtle smile plays on his lips as he clarifies, it's a warning that he is coming. His long, dark hair flows behind him, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, the sergeant, huffing and puffing from exertion, ignites the special powder, a vibrant column of red smoke erupting into the sky as he declares his task complete. The flames flicker around him as he shouts into the rising smoke, a desperate plea for Wasan to come. As the signal blazes, Wasan stands before a grand gate, his gaze fixed on the figures guarding the entrance. 3 guards, swords drawn, confront him, demanding he stop right there. But before they can react, Taoljanin is caught in a devastating, blue-tinged impact, blood splattering as his body recoils from the sheer force. He screams in agony as the attack continues, his form violently thrown amidst a shower of blood. Wasan stands with 3 masked figures, their expressions grim, having clearly overcome any resistance. His foot steps down onto the blood-soaked ground, a grim testament to the violence that just transpired. He stands amidst the devastation, his blade still dripping, the ground slick with blood and littered with the bodies of those who dared to stand against him. Beyond the breached gate, more figures are bound, awaiting their fate. Meanwhile, 2 of his subordinates, one with a red mark on his forehead, the other masked, look on with a mixture of awe and apprehension, as Wazen's eyes glow with an intense, golden light, his expression resolute. His voice resonates with power as he declares, prepare yourselves. He will be here soon. A tense standoff unfolds at a fortified gate, with the elderly chief and Wasan facing a formidable group of dark-robed figures. His face contorted in fury, the elderly chief declares that their adversaries have committed an unforgivable crime against the Mount Hua sect. Meanwhile, Wazen's expression hardens, a low growl escaping him as he prepares for the inevitable conflict. The elderly chief, his voice booming, urges everyone to prepare themselves, for a powerful figure will soon arrive. As the battle cries echo, the dark-robed insurgents surge forward, vowing to spare no one and annihilate Mount Hua. The chaotic melee begins, with bodies already falling as the attackers demand the central temple be guarded. Amidst the clang of steel, the insurgents continue their relentless assault, their shouts of "kill them all," and "we will annihilate Mount Hua today," filling the air. The battle rages with furious roars and the whoosh of weapons, as the attackers press their advantage, determined to eliminate all opposition. Despite the overwhelming assault, the white-robed defenders stand firm, resolute in their mission to protect the central temple at all costs. Chson, his sword drawn, confronts the remaining defenders of the Mount Hua sect, demanding to know if they are not ashamed as soldiers of a prestigious sect, and warning them that if they don't retreat immediately, they will answer for their crimes. Without waiting for a response, he lunges forward, a blur of motion across the temple floor. His blade meets a desperate block, sending a shower of sparks and a cacophony of metallic clangs echoing through the hall. The impact is swift and brutal, the defenders stand shattering under the relentless assault. With a guttural roar, Chson declares that Mount Hua will be annihilated by his own hands today, his voice filled with chilling resolve. His hand becomes a weapon, delivering a devastating blow that sends another defender flying. Meanwhile, the insurgent leader stands over two more fallen figures, a cruel smirk playing on his lips as he calls them dirty little rats, apologizing for his slight delay. The elderly chief and Taiyuljanin watch in horror, their faces contorted in disbelief and recognition as they whisper, "If it is." The insurgent leader, pointing a finger, chuckles darkly, remarking that they should have killed this guy a long time ago. He then delivers a brutal, bone-crunching strike, his fist connecting with a defender's back with sickening force. Another defender falls, struck down by the insurgent leader's relentless and merciless assault. Suddenly, a powerful, silhouetted figure appears, radiating an immense, blinding light that cracks the very air around them. He stands amidst the fallen, his voice cold and dismissive, declaring that further discussion is pointless. Meanwhile, the insurgent leader, his face streaked with blood, scans the chaotic scene, a single question escaping his lips. Where's Jagun? Elsewhere, the venerable Taiyuljanin lies broken and bandaged on the blood-soaked ground, a testament to the brutal onslaught. The clash continues relentlessly, a sweeping blade cutting through the air as more defenders fall, their blood staining the very stones of Mount Hua. 3 defenders, their faces contorted in terror, can only watch in horrified disbelief as their comrades are slaughtered. The insurgent leader, his white beard stained crimson, brandishes his blade, his voice a guttural snarl as he commands, "Stop being annoying and get out of my way." His immense inner force radiates outwards, causing the very ground to tremble, paralyzing a group of soldiers who can only whisper in terror. His inner force is so powerful, "I can't move my legs." Amidst the blood-soaked chaos, one determined soldier tries to break the spell of fear, shouting to his comrades, "All of you, come to your senses." With a sword drawn, the defiant soldier stands firm, proclaiming, "Hold your positions. We will not forsake Mount Hua," as a comrade behind him calls out, "Be brother." The insurgent leader's gaze locks onto the defiant figure, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he announces, "Fine, I'll start with you." 2 terrified soldiers, witnessing the impending doom, desperately plead, "Sir, you must come." But the insurgent leader's attention has already shifted, his eyes burning with fury as he addresses an unseen figure. "Hey, old man, you shamefully ran away," he accuses. The insurgent leader, his back to the viewer, confronts Chson, who questions his return. Chson then turns his attention to an old man, dismissing him as a rookie he was expecting, but the old man retorts, suggesting Chson should be more precise with his words, implying Chson was the one who fled. Chson, with a smirk, declares that the truth of who the rookie is will soon be revealed, his hand trembling with barely contained power. Meanwhile, the old man fighter, his face contorted in rage, lunges forward, vowing to avenge Mount Hua, his sword flashing as he declares he will take the insurgent leader's life. He continues his furious assault, his movements swift and powerful. The air itself seems to distort around his sweeping attack, a testament to his speed and force. The old man's sword connects with the insurgent leader, who braces for the impact. But the insurgent leader retaliates with a powerful counterattack, sending the old man reeling, who defiantly vows to see the fight through to the end. Despite the blow, the old man fighter's resolve remains unbroken, his roar of "Die!" echoing across the battlefield as he renews his attack. The insurgent leader meets his renewed assault with another forceful strike, the clash of their powers creating a visible shockwave. Undeterred, the old man fighter swings his sword in a wide, desperate arc, aiming to cleave through his formidable opponent. In a display of terrifying power, the insurgent leader intercepts the blade with his bare hand, the impact resonating with a sickening schwack as the sword is halted. He delivers a devastating blow, sending his opponent reeling with explosive force. The old man fighter crashes violently into a rocky surface, his hand bleeding profusely from the impact. The insurgent leader watches him, a taunting question in his voice, asking if he takes things to heart too easily, if his previous compliment had made him overconfident. Despite his injuries, the old man fighter slowly pushes himself up, his tattered clothes and grim expression speaking volumes of his unwavering resolve. With a desperate snarl, he vows to kill his opponent, his grip tightening on his sword as he prepares for another charge. But the insurgent leader is too fast, intercepting the attack with a blinding counter, his fist connecting sharply with the old man fighter's face. From a distance, Hua watches the brutal exchange, his voice filled with urgency as he implores his leader to prevail. The insurgent leader follows through, throwing the old man fighter with incredible force, sending him hurtling through the air once more. His face contorted in pain and shock, the old man fighter struggles to comprehend the overwhelming power he faces. He slams into the ground with a thunderous impact, creating a small crater as dust and debris erupt around him. Lying defeated amidst the rubble, the old man fighter's body is battered and his clothes are torn, yet a flicker of defiance remains in his eyes. Even from the ground, he attempts one final, desperate sword strike, his blade arcing upwards in a last-ditch effort. Despite the old man's desperate efforts, the insurgent leader maintains a chillingly confident smirk, before unleashing a powerful, glowing punch that cuts through the air. The impact sends Tyaljanin reeling, blood splattering from his face as he struggles to maintain his footing. Still, the old man refuses to yield, swinging his sword in a desperate, wide arc, only for the insurgent leader to effortlessly dodge and counter, sending him flying once more. A focused blast of energy follows, driving Tyaljanin further into the ground. Standing over his defeated opponent, the insurgent leader mocks him, declaring, "You're so pathetic, just because I complimented you once." But even on the ground, Tyaljanin's eyes burn with defiance, his hand tightening around his sword for one last desperate strike. The insurgent leader easily deflects the surprise attack, a faint smile playing on his lips as he observes, "You decided to continue using the same sword technique, I see." He then grabs Tyaljanin's arm, holding him firmly in place. With a hand glowing with raw power, the insurgent leader slams it into the ground beside the old man, triggering a massive, earth-shattering explosion that engulfs Tyaljanin in a blinding flash of light and dust. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Tyaljanin lay broken on the ground, his body battered and his spirit clinging to a thread. Stepping forward with an air of absolute superiority, the insurgent leader's voice cut through the silence, reminding his defeated foe that no one remained to save him this time. A grim smile touched his bloodied lips as he confessed he had killed them all. He continued his slow, deliberate approach, looming over the fallen Tyaljanin. Despite his agony, Tyaljanin managed to lift his head, his voice raspy as he questioned if it was Yang Chong who had done this. With a sudden, desperate surge of energy, he lunged upwards, his sword flashing in a final, desperate attempt to strike his tormentor. But the insurgent leader merely met the attack with a casual, dismissive block, his voice laced with disdain as he asked if his opponent still failed to grasp the futility of his quest. His eyes began to glow with an ominous, fiery intensity, a silent declaration that his decision had been made long ago. With a blinding flash of light and a thunderous roar, Tyaljanin was engulfed in a massive explosion, his desperate cry echoing that his quest was his opponent's death, and he would drag him to the afterlife. The sheer force of the blast reverberated, a deafening shout tearing through the air. The insurgent leader's face contorted in a furious roar, his eyes flaring with raw power, as he unleashed his full might. The explosion intensified, ripping apart the very ground, and sending fragments of rock and debris flying in every direction, a cataclysmic display of destructive energy. The sky above remained a canvas of destruction, painted with the lingering embers and debris of a cataclysmic explosion. A faint pshh sound accompanied the dissipation of a massive, glowing red orb, the last vestiges of the devastating energy fading into the scarred atmosphere. Below, a group of men stared up in horror, their faces etched with disbelief as the long-haired Wasan looked down upon them, his own face obscured by shadow, while Baek Jajan, bruised and shaken, could only gasp, demanding to know why he looked so distraught. The heat was unbearable, scorching the air around them, and the survivors cried out in agony, realizing the terrible cost of his actions, accusing him of causing this devastation to protect them. A sharp spot sound punctuated the air as Baek Jajan, still reeling from the shock, questioned the fate of the Xingyun Yoying sect, only for Wasan to confirm their complete disappearance. Wasan's face, now visible and bruised, reflected a deep internal struggle, as he muttered, wondering if the one he fought must have truly hated him to inflict such damage. Amidst the blood-splattered ground, a soft rustle accompanied his movements, as he stood contemplating the aftermath of his power. Far from the devastation, the sky stretched out in serene hues of blue and pink, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just unfolded. Back with his followers, Baek Jajan, now holding his sword with renewed resolve, was addressed as esteemed sir by his bowing subordinates, who urged him to take care of himself, though some felt their deference was excessive. As Wasan walked away from the group, he offered a final, almost mocking farewell, wishing them well with a wave and a smile. Elsewhere, 3 elderly figures bowed deeply, their expressions solemn. One of them, an elder with a long white beard, mused aloud, expressing surprise that Baek Jajan was the designated successor of their sect. An elder reflects on the recent events, noting that the individual in question is of the same generation as their sect's 8th founder, suggesting a new elder has emerged within their ranks. Yet, he questions if it's truly acceptable to let him depart so easily, especially after their sect has suffered such a great calamity, feeling he should remain, while Hwa-san, standing amidst a group of companions, asserts that their sect is not the only one to have been struck by disaster. With a bruised face, Hwa-san explains that the entire Munryong faces a massive crisis, and they shouldn't prevent him from continuing his vital work. A royal manager, observing the distant landscape, asks if he ever said such a thing, then clarifies that he merely instructed them to head to the Weishui ferry if they managed to escape, implying a strategic retreat rather than a direct order. Hwa-san, still bearing the marks of battle, continues to outline the dire situation, explaining that King Yeso commands the strongest army in the country, with 80,000 royal guards who would have already been assembled, and though it won't be easy, they will soon join the king. He adds that the leaders of the Beggars sect, with about 100,000 members, accompany him, and even the formidable Miss Yang, with her Shaolin sect connections, is with them, providing enough influence to recruit the justice faction of the Munryong. He reassures the elder not to worry about the king, but the elder, looking concerned, presses him on his plan, asking if he intends to simply ignore the turmoil gripping the country. Munryong, looking surprised and slightly exasperated, interjects, declaring that he, of course, plans to do his part. Hwa-san, with arms outstretched, proclaims his intention to fight those who disturb the peace of the Munryong, as his companions walk away in the background. The elder, his face etched with frustration, argues that this is precisely why Hwa-san should go to His Majesty King Yeso, then demands to know why he keeps changing his tune. With a confident smirk despite his bruised face, Hwa-san laughs, proclaiming that fame comes to those who stand alone at the top. He asserts that he will do everything and take care of everything alone, prompting the elder to sigh in exasperation, muttering, "Oh, for God's sake." The elder then shouts, complaining that Hwa-san is hurting his ear and asking if he has gone mad, to which Hwa-san retorts, "Shut up, Beck." 300 years ago, a brutal struggle unfolded, as one man violently seized another by the throat, his victim's face contorted in agony, while a silent woman watched from the periphery. Deep within a hidden cavern, a faint light emanated from below, illuminating the rough, ancient stone walls. Footsteps echoed through the subterranean space, approaching the source of the eerie luminescence. Cloaked figures stood in silent vigil around a stone altar, upon which lay a prone form, while flickering torches cast long, dancing shadows across the cavern walls. A low, resonant hum filled the air as one of the figures, their face obscured by dark lenses, declared with chilling finality, "The new order is complete." Within a dimly lit, ancient chamber, robed figures stood solemnly around a stone altar, upon which lay a still form, blood staining the cold surface beneath. A stern-faced man, his eyes hidden behind dark lenses, declared, "The grand law is finally completed." As the ritual reached its climax, a group of monks sat in meditative circles around the same altar, their faces illuminated by the soft, ethereal glow emanating from its center. From above, the full scope of the ritual chamber became clear, revealing a hexagonal arrangement of monks surrounding the central altar, each one a silent participant in the unfolding mystery. Suddenly, the altar erupted in a blinding flash of light and a shower of debris, the culmination of the grand law, tearing through the ancient stone. Amidst the chaos, an elderly monk, Haigong, his face contorted in fury, cried out, "Haigong, you bastard! Stop this!" On the now shattered altar, the figure that had been lying there began to stir, a soft, internal light emanating from its form, signaling a profound transformation. Haigong's face, etched with deep lines of age and despair, reflected the sheer horror of the situation, his eyes wide with a mixture of anger and disbelief. Another elder, wielding a ceremonial staff, turned to his subordinates, his voice booming with authority. "What are you waiting for? Quickly catch these heretics. Don't let anyone escape." Two bald monks, staffs at the ready, confronted Haigong, accusing him, "Forget your duty and fall into such depravity. In pursuit of revenge, you have thrown the order into chaos." Accusations ring out, condemning him for devising a great law to summon evil spirits from hell, demanding to know how he intends to bear the mortal sin of plunging the world into chaos. He simply looks down, offering no immediate reply. The elder's voice sharpens, demanding to know if the devil himself had twisted his tongue during the summoning ritual, insisting on an answer for how he would bear such a sin. With a defiant gaze, Munryong offers his fate, telling them to kill or torture him, to do whatever they desire. He then declares to Leader Jiang that it is already too late, for the Lord of Hell, destined to punish the evil-tainted world, has already descended. As the other monks look on in shock, he simply states that he just did what he had to do. His hand grips his staff tightly, shaking with an unyielding resolve, a silent testament to his conviction, even until the very end. The elderly chief slams his staff down, declaring he has heard enough, and by the authority of Shaolin Temple's Green Jade Buddha, he will act. With a furious expression, the chief pronounces his judgment, sentencing Boljok Haigong to eternal imprisonment. A sergeant, staff in hand, confirms the grim sentence. And so, Haigong, having committed a mortal sin by defying the great law, was indeed sentenced to eternal imprisonment, his form now chained within a desolate cave. Furthermore, the very body used in devising the grand law was also strictly sealed, its essence bound by heavy chains and ancient magic. The place where he had been sealed was eventually covered with soil, burying the past beneath layers of earth. Above it, the Daeungbojian Hall, which had been destroyed previously, was meticulously rebuilt. All records of these profound events were systematically erased, an order given to ensure they would never be handed down to future generations. Yet, the weight of such secrets often leaves its mark, a silent burden carried by those who remember. 300 years later, the present unfolds, a new era dawning with familiar faces and forgotten conflicts resurfacing. The Grand Hall, once a symbol of peace and rebuilding, now burns with an infernal intensity, engulfed in roaring flames. Amidst the chaos and the crackling fire, figures lie defeated on the temple steps, their struggle against the overwhelming force now over. A guttural roar echoes through the burning structure, a sound of raw power and despair. A young monk, his face etched with worry, calls out to his senior, his voice strained amidst the destruction. His senior, Munryong, his eyes wide with a desperate resolve, shoves him forward, imploring him not to look back, to continue running no matter what happens. As the young monk, Sungchong, is forced to flee, Munryong's voice rings out with a final, heavy command, telling him to steel his mind, for from this moment on, he is the only Shaolin left. With his eyes glowing with a faint purple light, Sungchong grimly acknowledges the immense burden, promising to remember his senior's sacrifice and his new, solitary destiny. The scene opens on a simple wooden plaque, bearing the inscription, Dharma Hall. Suddenly, a powerful fist slams into the face of a Shaolin monk, sending a shockwave of pain through him. Yet, with surprising speed, the monk retaliates, his hand glowing with a faint blue aura as he snatches at his attacker's flowing hair. The muscular assailant, however, proves too strong. Standing over the defeated monk, the imposing figure reveals himself as Oguk, the heavenly demon king of the demon sect, his voice dripping with disdain as he questions the reputation of the Arahant Shinquan. Oguk continues his assault, delivering a brutal kick to the monk's chest, declaring it enough to deal with his Shinquan. Despite the overwhelming force, the Shaolin monk manages another desperate counter, a burst of blue energy erupting from his palm as he strikes Oguk's torso. The demon king barely flinches, instead stomping down on the monk's foot, further asserting his dominance. Looking down at the struggling monk, Oguk mocks his efforts, offering a condescending second chance to properly demonstrate the Shaolin's strength. The monk groans in pain, his body trembling from the relentless assault. Oguk grows impatient, urging the monk to hurry up as he prepares to deliver another devastating blow. With a powerful shout, the demon king unleashes a final, brutal kick, the force of it tearing through the air towards the monk. The Shaolin monk, refusing to yield, unleashes a flurry of spiritual energy, his form multiplying into a multitude of ethereal figures that ascend with glowing particles trailing behind them. As the demon king Oguk observes their approach, a question escaping his lips. Oh, is this the famous steps of annihilation? He muses, a hint of disdain in his voice. It's befitting the head of the Shaolin sect. The monk, channeling immense power, unleashes a torrent of energy, his voice echoing with effort. 72 steps. I see it pouring out. Huh. The illusory figures converge, each striking with explosive force, creating a maelstrom of impact and energy around the demon king. But the sheer power of the assault seems to dissipate harmlessly against his formidable presence. As Oguk looks down, utterly unimpressed, there's not much to see regardless. He begins to channel his own formidable energy, a chilling blue aura forming around his fist, asserting, if your Shinquan was exemplary, it should. The monk, despite the overwhelming odds, cries out, unleashing a final, desperate surge of swirling white energy, live up to its name. Only for Oguk's counterattack to manifest as a colossal, destructive vortex, effortlessly engulfing the monk's efforts. Sending him hurtling backward with a sickening impact, a pained cry escaping his lips. His face contorts in agony as he screams, Kiwak. Violently thrown through a swirling vortex of purple and blue energy, the Shaolin monk's body contorts in agony, his desperate attack utterly shattered. Meanwhile, back at the temple, Wasen stands over the defeated monk, his expression grim as a subordinate approaches. The monk struggles, a purple aura of power choking him, as a voice mocks, Keish, Ku. It is said that the 18 Nahans of Shaolin Temple are famous. The demon sect heavenly demon king Chson, looking down with utter disdain, dismisses the monk's efforts as so lame. Back in the temple, two spectral wolves materialize, their forms shimmering with ethereal light, as Wasen stands, contemplating the grim situation. A subordinate bows respectfully, informing him, My lord, elder seeks everyone's presence. Wasen simply responds, Huh. Chson, his face twisted in a sneer, continues his taunts. The old man got some fresh air and lost his cowardly head, but I should hold myself, otherwise it would cost my life. The Shaolin monk, battered and bruised, clenches his fist in frustration, muttering, Damn it, what's wrong with that devil bastard? I was very excited to play among these so-called practitioners. Hua-san, deep in thought, finally responds to his subordinate. Tell him I'll be there soon. His hand rests on a wooden beam, the subtle glow of his inner energy visible, a silent testament to his resolve. Meanwhile, Chson, the demon sect heavenly demon king, continues his arrogant monologue. Law enforcement elder. As a Buddhist, how can you burn so many Buddhist scriptures? The elderly chief, his face etched with fury, demands. What if Zhengyonggak, the purification of the Millennium Shaolin, was burned? Ho! The elderly chief, battered and bleeding, struggles to remain conscious, as a voice demands to know why he isn't answering. His interrogator, the demon king, his eyes glowing with malevolent red light, scoffs, asking if the cat has got his tongue. The elder is then violently thrown to the ground, the demon king remarking on his stubbornness, while the injured man laments that if his cultivation had been stronger, he would have escaped death's clutches. The demon king, undeterred by the elder's silence, assumes the Zhengyonggak must have had countermeasures, declaring they will simply find the person entrusted with them. A crimson spray erupts, signaling the brutal end of the interrogation. The aftermath leaves a chilling silence, broken only by the faint ripple in a pool of blood, a stark reminder of the violence that just transpired. Elsewhere, a lone Shaolin monk sits in quiet contemplation, muttering that it has been a while. Outside his cell, other monks decide to investigate the commotion, instructing him to remain inside until they call for him. The monk acknowledges his brethren, but a sudden, unseen force strikes, eliciting gasps of pain. The other monks are violently seized and dragged away, their struggles futile against the invisible assailant. Their feet scrape across the ground, disappearing into the darkness as they are forcibly taken. As the Shaolin monks stood before a dark, swirling mist, a palpable sense of dread settled over them, their faces etched with concern. One of them, turning to his comrade, whispered a desperate plea. Sungchong, you must survive. A gulp echoed in the silence, as another monk, his back to the encroaching gloom, voiced the question on everyone's mind. Did anything happen to senior brothers? Heavy footsteps then began to approach, their rhythmic thuds growing louder on the cold stone floor. The monk, his face contorted in fear, called out desperately, Saxiang-xiang. His hand instinctively clenched into a tight fist, a silent testament to his terror and helplessness. A chilling voice, belonging to an unseen antagonist, then pierced the air, demanding, Are you the one? The four great heavenly kings tried to hide you in the cave. The antagonist's voice continued, a grim warning. If you don't want to end up like them, just follow me quietly. The monk's eyes widened in horror, seeing the bloodied forms of his senior brothers in the background, as he screamed, Senior brothers. Defeated and broken, the monk had no choice but to turn and follow his captor into the oppressive darkness. The grand structure of Dungbojin Hall stood silent under the fading light. As a figure in a striking red robe surveyed the scene, his gaze falling upon several lifeless forms sprawled across the ground. Nearby, a bald Shaolin monk knelt in despair, his face contorted in grief as he lamented the fate of his brothers, blaming himself for their demise, while the red-robed man dismissed him as a mere weakling. The royal manager, Jaicio, then turned to Hua-san, a man in a white robe, inquiring if they truly needed to keep the bodies, to which Hua-san calmly questioned his motive. Hua-san, flanked by a massive white tiger and a fierce wolf, declared his beasts were hungry, their glowing red eyes reflecting his chilling intent. With a guttural growl, the white tiger began to tear into one of the fallen bodies, its powerful jaws ripping through flesh. The Shaolin monk, witnessing the gruesome act, cried out in anguish, condemning the heavens and questioning how anyone could use human corpses as food for a beast. Before he could utter another word, Jaicio lashed out with a swift, brutal strike, silencing the monk's protests. Holding the monk by his collar, the royal manager sneered, telling him to shut his mouth and mocking his inability to fight back. Royal manager Jaicio, his red eyes gleaming with sinister amusement, muses aloud about the old man who dared to burn down Zhengyong Hall, admitting he's been struggling to understand the motive behind such an audacious act. He then turns his gaze to the kneeling Shaolin monk, his voice dripping with condescension, suggesting the old man must have placed all his hopes on him. Meanwhile, Hua-san and a hulking, bald man stand nearby, both reacting with surprise as a sudden gasp echoes through the hall, the large man's eyes widening in disbelief. Jaicio continues to mock the monk, his face contorted in a cruel smile, accusing him of having memorized all 72 secret arts of Shaolin's Zhengyong Hall. The large man trembles, realizing the implications of Jaicio's words, and deduces that the entire order of the four heavenly kings must have sacrificed themselves to protect the monk. Hua-san, his expression grim, confirms the large man's suspicion, stating that the monk's very body is Zhengyong Hall itself. The Shaolin monk, now shown in a serene, praying posture, acknowledges the truth, confirming that he is indeed a living sacred scripture, and thus, Zhengyong Hall itself. Jaicio lets out a triumphant, mocking laugh, his voice echoing with cruel satisfaction, thanking the monk for crawling out of that cave all on his own as two guards begin to lead him away. One of the guards, with a satisfied smirk, declares that they can now successfully carry out their master's orders, while the monk collapses to the ground, choking and gasping for air, his face a mask of despair. The guard then issues a chilling command to burn the monk alive with Dungbojin Hall, explaining that this act will serve as an ancestral rite to appease the restless souls of the heavenly demon sect, killed by Shaolin Temple members 300 years prior. Without hesitation, the two guards seize the monk, their grip firm, dragging him towards the inferno. With a violent shove, they hurl the monk into the heart of the burning structure, his body arcing through the air before disappearing into the blazing inferno. As the Dungbojin Hall erupted in a fiery inferno, the royal manager Jco watched, his voice echoing with cruel satisfaction, telling the Shaolin monk not to feel wronged, for this was merely the price he paid for attacking their sect. Inside, the monk reeled from the impact of being thrown into the blaze, a heavy crash echoing as he collided with the burning structure. The intense heat immediately began to sear his skin, forcing a pained groan from his lips as he struggled to endure the scorching flames. Flames blazed and sizzled around him, causing him to flinch violently from the overwhelming assault on his senses. His face contorted in a mask of anguish and desperation, the monk's eyes wide with the horror of his predicament. Even the sacred golden Buddha statues within the hall were not spared, their forms now engulfed in the same destructive flames. As the structure began to give way, another heavy bang signaled debris striking the monk, sending him reeling once more. A massive wooden beam, ablaze and splintering, crashed down with a sickening crunch. The monk cried out in desperation as the burning timber pinned him, its searing heat sizzling against his body, trapping him beneath its weight. Despite the agony, a fierce resolve ignited in his eyes, his thoughts turning to the future of the Shaolin Temple, knowing he must survive. Outside, oblivious to his struggle, Jaicio and Wasan shared a laugh, mocking the monk's plight and declaring it another round of their cruel game. Amidst a raucous feast, the sounds of revelry and slurping fill the air, as a group of men celebrate their recent victory, their voices echoing with calls to get wasted. Later, in a more formal setting, three figures are gathered around a low table, their laughter echoing with a chilling undertone as one of them, Chson, gestures with a commanding hand, addressing his master. Wasan, standing over the lifeless body of Abbot Beep Rio, inquires about its fate, asking what should be done with the abbot's remains. Guk, the bald, muscular man, suggests simply burning it, claiming his beasts are always ready to eat, while Chson muses that something more symbolic should be done for an abbot. A chilling chuckle escapes Chson, his eyes glowing with a malevolent red light as he considers the possibilities. Wasan then proposes a gruesome alternative, suggesting they remove the abbot's flesh and use his bones to craft a throne for their master, or perhaps even turn him into a demon zombie to join their cause. Guk dismisses Wasan's elegant words with a scoff, accusing him of merely wanting to play with the old man's corpse, before declaring that their journey has just begun and they should definitely turn the abbot into a zombie corpse to bolster their forces. Munryong, the red-haired man, then addresses Chson, praising his unwavering faith in their cause and assuring him that with their master's grace, he will undoubtedly reap the fruits of his labor. The discussion shifts to strategy, as they acknowledge the need to figure out their next moves once and for all, revealing they still have 2 more places to reclaim and considering splitting their forces. Chson, with a dismissive humph, observes that Guk already seems to have a place in mind. Guk, pointing decisively, declares he will take the Yuma Valley of Chson and deal with the old fool from the Chson sect at the same time. Munryong then questions the choice, noting that the Chson sect is currently on an island and suggesting Guk's beasts might prefer the 10,000 mountains instead, to which Guk retorts that unlike some, his beasts do not pick and choose their enemies. Guk, still focused on his plans, hears a voice from off-panel, demanding to know if the speaker was referring to him. A subordinate quickly clarifies, addressing him respectfully, as Guk blinks in surprise, his attention now fully captured. He asks what the commotion is about, and the subordinate explains they've discovered something peculiar within the ruins of the Shaolin Temple, hinting it might be a hidden secret space. The mention of a secret space causes Guk's eyes to gleam with intense interest, his expression shifting to one of fierce anticipation. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a desolate, rocky landscape, where faint crackling sounds echo across the barren ground. A figure lies prone amidst the rocks, their body twisted, as eerie sounds accompany the dark stains spreading across the ground. A thick, dark liquid, resembling blood, dribbles slowly along the uneven terrain. It collects into a dark, gurgling pool, reflecting the dim light of the desolate place. From the edge of the pool, a single drop of the dark liquid sloshes over, falling into a shimmering, ethereal blue substance below. The drop lands on the ancient, multi-armed statue of a deity, its stone form glowing faintly with an inner light. The statue stands majestically amidst the ruins, its intricate details illuminated by the soft, mysterious light emanating from within. Nearby, an injured figure lies broken amidst the debris, desperately clinging to life, whispering a pained plea not to die. The injured figure, barely clinging to consciousness amidst the ruins, hears a crackling sound as a voice echoes in her mind, urging her to survive and fulfill the Shaolin Temple's legacy. As she gasps for breath, the voice presses further, asking if she truly desires to live or to succumb to death. With a surge of defiance, she affirms her will to survive, knowing she must endure for the sake of the blessed Buddha. A chilling gurgle accompanies the voice's response, promising that her wish will be granted. Meanwhile, blood drips from the ceiling onto the cold stone floor as the voice continues, revealing a deeper truth. The injured figure, now revealed to be chained by heavy metal, hears the voice declare, "I am." The heavy chains clink and slide against the stone as the voice finishes its chilling statement, "I am not your blessed Buddha." The voice adds, with an ominous finality, "Nor are you." Elsewhere, Guk, holding a flickering torch, explores a hidden chamber, muttering his disappointment at finding only an empty space instead of treasures. His torchlight illuminates the chamber, revealing Munryong chained to a distant wall, her form barely visible in the dim, crackling light. As Unrang's eyes glow with an intense red light and strange markings appear on her face, a regal, blue-skinned figure with a crown appears behind her, observing the scene with a calm, knowing gaze. Deep within a hidden underground space, a young man hangs suspended by heavy chains, his form illuminated by a single torch, while two imposing figures observe him with calculating gazes. The king, his expression thoughtful, remarks on the peculiar sight of a boy imprisoned in such a clandestine location. Adding to the mystery, the shackles binding the young man's wrists and ankles are crafted from Kunwa steel, a legendary material 10 times stronger than grim steel and even more precious than meteor steel, hinting at the immense effort taken to contain him. The hulking figure of Guk, his face contorted in a menacing grin, concludes that if monks went to such lengths, the prisoner must be guilty of something truly heinous. Reaching out a massive hand towards the chains, he declares that such a valuable prisoner must surely be on their side. But before his hand can make contact, the king sharply interjects, his voice cutting through the air with a sudden command to stop. As if in response to the sudden tension, the Kunwa steel chains around the young man's wrists begin to glow with an eerie light, emitting a startling clang as they vibrate with an unseen energy. The king, sighing with exasperation, advises Guk to think before he acts, while the brute dismisses the chained figure as merely a puny teenager punk. Guk, with a mocking chuckle, taunts the young man, asking if he isn't afraid. But the young man offers no verbal reply. Instead, with a series of sharp clinks and clanks, the Kunwa steel chains around his body suddenly shatter, exploding outwards in a burst of vibrant purple energy. Still bound by the formidable Kunwa steel, a vibrant blue aura pulsed around him, the chains clinking and clanking with each surge of his awakening power. His face contorted with the effort, a low hum of energy emanating from him, as his eyes began to glow with an ominous red light. The red glow intensified, a silent burst of power erupting from his very being, shattering the unbreakable restraints. From a distance, the king watched, his regal composure momentarily broken by a flash of surprise, as the impossible unfolded before his eyes. Guk, however, was less surprised and more enraged, a powerful force crackling around him as he roared, "What did I say? I told you to be careful." With the chains now shattered, a bare foot gently tapped the cold stone floor, marking his first step as a free man. He stood tall, the blue aura still swirling around him like a protective shroud, the broken remnants of his imprisonment scattered at his feet. Guk, now closer, regarded the freed man with a mix of awe and suspicion, his voice laced with a challenging curiosity as he asked, "That was quite the entrance. Who the hell are you?" Taking a step forward, the muscular man continued, his tone a clear challenge. "Let's have a quick chat to see if you're even worth dealing with, shall we?" A subtle sound of realization or acknowledgement filled the air as the tension in the chamber grew palpable. Wazen's gaze remained intense, his glowing red eyes fixed on his challenger, a dark mark now visible on his forehead, hinting at the power he had just unleashed. Instead of a reply, a slow, menacing grin spread across his face, a silent promise of the battle to come. He moves with blinding speed, a powerful kick infused with crackling blue energy slamming into the massive figure of Guk. A guttural cry of pain escapes the larger man, his body reeling from the unexpected force. Both Guk and the king watch in stunned silence. The attack continues, a sickening crunch echoing through the chamber as Guk's arm is visibly crushed under the relentless assault. The king, witnessing the impossible, can only question aloud, wondering how anyone could break Guk's legendary adamant body. Undeterred, the young warrior prepares another strike, his hand glowing with an ominous blue light. The energy swirls and intensifies in his palm, a vortex of pure power ready to be unleashed. With a sudden surge, he unleashes a concentrated blast, sending Guk flying backward with immense force. Before Guk can recover, a final, powerful punch, charged with the same blue energy, connects squarely with his body. The ground shatters beneath him as Guk collapses, choking and defeated, his formidable body finally broken. The king and the now defeated Guk look down at the fallen warrior, the silence of the chamber punctuated only by the sound of crumbling stone. Guk snarls in impotent rage, while Wasen regards him with a confident, almost mocking smirk. Having utterly defeated his formidable opponent, Wasen floats calmly above the shattered earth, the remnants of his power still shimmering around him as the massive figure of Guk lies groaning amidst the debris. His back to the onlookers, he remains poised, unaware of the growing shock and fury on the faces of King Chson and the blue-skinned crowned figure, who stare in disbelief at the scene before them. Suddenly, the crowned figure lets out a guttural scream, his eyes flaring with malevolent red light as he lunges forward, a desperate fury driving him. He closes the distance in an instant, landing a swift, brutal blow that sends blood spraying through the air. Without hesitation, the blue-skinned combatant gathers an intense, swirling mass of purple energy in his hands, preparing a devastating follow-up strike. He unleashes the concentrated power, sending Chson hurtling backward with immense force. The crowned figure stares with fierce, glowing red eyes, confident in his attack, believing he has gained the upper hand. But Chson's own eyes flash with a determined red glow, a powerful aura igniting around him as he prepares his counterattack. He strikes with overwhelming force, shattering his opponent's form and causing a violent eruption of blood. The crowned figure collapses, coughing blood and gasping in pain as his body trembles uncontrollably. Chson stands calmly, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, his second opponent utterly defeated and reduced to mere fragments on the ground. A heavy thud echoes through the chamber, signaling the end of a brutal confrontation. The sound sends a shiver down the spines of the nearby guards, who flinch as a terrifying roar rips through the air, hinting at the sheer power unleashed. Gathered around a small fire, a trio of guards exchange worried glances, one murmuring about the commotion, wondering if the scream they heard belonged to Master Oguk. Their fears are amplified as they gaze upon a gruesome sight, a pile of defeated figures, prompting another guard to question if something terrible has befallen their leader, despite the combined strength of their masters. Among the fallen, a pale, lifeless face stares blankly upward, a testament to the overwhelming force they just witnessed. Another defeated face, marred by dirt and blood, shows the brutal impact of the recent conflict, a faint crackle of residual energy still lingering. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind and a swirling mass of brown energy erupts, rolling forward with immense speed and destructive potential. The energy mass barrels towards a group of soldiers, who flinch and recoil as it approaches, a whistling sound preceding its impact. The impact reveals the shattered form of Oguk, his rock-like body cracked and broken, his face contorted in disbelief as he cries out in shock. Amidst the devastation, a bare foot steps calmly onto the stone floor, its presence a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding it. The foot belongs to Chson, who continues his measured advance, stepping over the debris of his recent battle with an air of quiet authority. Each step he takes resonates with the finality of his victory, leaving behind a trail of shattered expectations and broken foes. As the dust settled from his decisive victory, Chson walked calmly forward, his bare feet treading lightly amidst the scattered debris. Ahead, two guards stared in disbelief, one demanding to know his identity and what had just transpired, while the other frantically questioned the whereabouts of their masters. One of them, his face contorted in fear, suddenly cried out, noticing a subtle, terrifying change in Chson's gaze. Indeed, his eyes now burned with an ominous red glow, a silent promise of the power he was about to unleash. With a desperate cry of attack, the remaining guards charged forward, their blades glinting in the dim light. From the shadows, a pack of monstrous wolves, their red eyes gleaming, joined the charge, their snarls echoing through the air. Even skeletal figures, animated by some dark force, shambled into the fray, their numbers seemingly endless. But before they could reach him, a brilliant surge of blue energy erupted from Chson, pushing back the encroaching darkness. He stood at the epicenter, his form now wreathed in a vibrant, swirling blue aura, his eyes glowing with an ethereal light as his power intensified. The energy pulsed outwards in a massive, concentric ring, a devastating shockwave of pure force expanding rapidly. It engulfed the entire horde, their forms distorting and scattering under the immense pressure of the attack. Even the monstrous wolves, their legs trembling uncontrollably, struggled to withstand the overwhelming power. The ground continued to tremble from the lingering force of the attack, causing the surrounding wolves to whimper and cower in fear. Guards rushed forward, attempting to halt the panicked creatures, but their efforts were futile against the unseen terror gripping the animals, leaving them to wonder what could be so wrong. Nearby, other robed figures flinched as a wave of blue energy pulsed from the earth, a clear sign of the immense power still resonating through the area. Amidst the chaos, a chilling sight unfolded as pale, lifeless bodies began to stir, prompting a horrified guard to question the impossible. Why are the dead being recalled? As if in answer, Chson's hand began to glow with an ethereal blue light, the energy swirling around his fingers with a soft, powerful hum. Enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, he extended his arm and commanded, R-I-S-E, as his eyes burned with the same intense light. The sheer magnitude of his power sent a fresh wave of terror through the remaining guards, their faces contorted in disbelief and fear. Yet, from the distant shadows, a new force emerged, a vast multitude of reanimated figures and robed individuals, led by the distinguished elderly chief, now advancing with grim determination. The ground vibrated with their synchronized steps as the formidable group pressed forward, their numbers seemingly endless. High above, Jagged peaks pierce the azure sky, their ancient forms carved by wind and time. While a majestic waterfall cascaded down a sheer cliff face, its roar echoing through the tranquil valley. Further below, a crystal-clear river, partially frozen, wound its way through a verdant forest, where a pair of deer drank peacefully from its cool waters. Unaware of the serene beauty surrounding him, a young man lay motionless by the riverbank, his face buried in the earth as one of the deer watched him with cautious curiosity. The deer, sensing a shift in the air, lifted its head, its ears twitching as it scanned the surroundings. A sudden jolt of awareness coursed through the young man, his eyes snapping open in wide alarm, his expression a mixture of shock and dawning realization. He pushed himself upright, his gaze falling upon the retreating forms of the deer, who bounded away into the safety of the trees. Kneeling by the water's edge, he clutched at his chest, a wave of confusion washing over him as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. His face flushed with a sudden, overwhelming emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he whispered, "But I. A searing memory, or perhaps a vision, flashes through his mind. A monk, caught in a devastating explosion, perishing amidst the flames. An echoing voice, deep and resonant, then poses a profound question, challenging his very existence. Will you live, or will you die? Overwhelmed by the internal struggle, he clutches his head, a pained groan escaping his lips as the pressure mounts. A desperate plea forms in his mind, a silent vow to survive, invoking the name of the blessed Buddha. Tears stream down his face, a raw expression of his fervent desire, as the unseen entity acknowledges his plea. Your wish. Suddenly, his eyes glow with an ominous black light, and a vibrant blue aura flares around him, signaling a profound and unsettling transformation. The unseen voice confirms the pact, declaring that his wish shall be granted. His eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping him as he recognizes the source of the voice, the very voice of the Buddha he had invoked. Chapter 4 begins with a strange happening, as he finds himself submerged in a flowing river, the cool water cascading over him from a nearby waterfall. Disoriented and distressed, he wonders aloud about the fate of the Shaolin temple, and if the abbot and his brothers were also transported elsewhere, just like him. As he looks at his reflection in the water, a new detail catches his eye, a shocking change in his appearance. Blue hair? Weizen's eyes snap open, his face contorted in a scream of disbelief as shimmering particles of light scatter around him. He scrambles to his knees, staring at his own hands with a dawning horror, a chilling realization echoing in his mind. This isn't my body. His gaze drifts upward, a single question forming on his lips. What happened to me? Slumping back onto the grassy bank, the sound of his body hitting the earth with a soft thud, he continues to examine his transformed form, a deep unease settling over him. Rustling leaves stir around him as his thoughts turn to his past, a desperate resolve hardening his expression. The Shaolin temple. I must find my way back to the temple. First, I must find the abbot and my brothers. He glances around, his mind racing, knowing he needs to quickly understand his new circumstances. I need to figure out what has happened. Suddenly, two figures emerge from the trees, a father and son carrying bundles of wood, the older man calling out a polite, "Pardon me," as they pass. Wasan, still seated by the water, pants softly as he addresses the older woodcutter. Sorry to disturb you, but do you happen to know where we are right now? The woodcutter father turns, a slight frown on his face. This is Mount Hua. Are you lost or something? His young son, standing beside him, adds with a scoff, Father, he must be stupid. He doesn't even know where he is. Weizen's eyes widen in shock, the name echoing in his mind. What? Mount Hua. He thinks, besides Dungbong district at the bottom of the mountain, I've never been out of Mount Sung before. He stands, still reeling from the revelation, and asks, Huh? Mount Sung? The woodcutter father, noticing Weizen's unusual appearance, then asks, They have blue-haired monks at the Shaolin temple now? A woodcutter points towards the distant, towering peaks, explaining that Mount Sung is quite far, and he isn't entirely sure of the precise directions. He clarifies that by walking in that direction, one would reach Jiangju after traversing 4 or 5 peaks, and from there, it would still be a day's journey to Mount Sung, even at a decent pace. Bowing in gratitude, Wasan thanks the man for his help, who advises him to take care, as the mountain paths are notoriously rough to navigate. Determined, he declares his intention to head straight for Mount Sung without rest, his footsteps rustling through the undergrowth as he begins his arduous journey. As he scrambles up a steep, rocky incline, the sheer scale of the task dawns on him, a single day feeling impossibly short for such a vast distance. His exhaustion catches up to him, and he loses his footing, tumbling down a treacherous slope with a painful crash. Despite the fall, he pushes onward, his steps now a slow, painful limp, each movement a testament to his unwavering resolve. He acknowledges that a single day might be too ambitious for his goal, but finds some small comfort in realizing he's finally nearing Jiangju. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the path, he wisely decides it's best to find a place to camp before night fully descends. Finally, he settles beneath the sprawling branches of a solitary tree, the crackling of a small fire his only companion as the day gives way to night. As the embers of his campfire slowly died, Chson reflected on his situation, knowing the dark sect might still be lurking nearby, deciding to observe the situation first before making any moves. The night passed, and with the first light of dawn, he stirred from his sleep, the warmth of the dying fire a distant memory. His resolve hardened. He reminded himself of his goal, Mount Hua by tomorrow, a daunting task that still weighed heavily on his mind as the world slowly awoke around him. Above, the sky stretched endlessly, a canvas of soft hues as birds soared freely, their calls echoing through the tranquil morning air. Shielding his eyes from the rising sun, he squinted, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips as he surveyed his surroundings. A wide yawn stretched his jaw, and he declared it was time to get back on the road, though a small complaint escaped him about the lack of a nearby stream to wash his face. Suddenly, a faint sound caught his attention, a soft sha that made him pause, wondering if it was the sound of water. Following the sound, he discovered a beautiful waterfall, its sparkling waters cascading into a serene pool, a sight that brought a moment of peace to his arduous journey. But his momentary relief quickly turned to confusion, as he realized with a jolt that this was the exact same stream he had encountered yesterday, prompting a bewildered "What's going on?" Before he could process the impossible repetition, two figures emerged from the trees, forcing him to abandon his thoughts and flee down the path with a whoosh of movement. From a hidden vantage point, a man with a short beard and mustache observed the chase, a puzzled expression on his face as he wondered aloud. What's he still doing there? Unaware of the watchful eyes, Chson continued his desperate flight, his body a blur of motion as he tried to outrun his pursuers, the sound of his rapid movement a distinct swoosh through the air. Chson, his mind reeling, questions if he had been possessed by a spirit, a thought that sends a shiver down his spine, compelling him to return to the Shaolin temple as quickly as possible. A frustrated grunt escapes him, as swirling energy seems to echo his inner turmoil. Sitting by a gnarled tree, a low growl echoing through the forest, he finally makes up his mind, a new resolve hardening his features. His eyes wide with fierce determination, he vows not to sleep a wink until he reaches Mount Hua. A soft rustle of leaves accompanies his movements, as he continues his journey, still seemingly trapped in the same loop. He finds himself once again staring up at the familiar waterfall, a wave of disbelief washing over him. Panting heavily, his brow furrowed in confusion, he mutters that this doesn't make sense, wondering what he needs to do to escape this strange predicament, as the rustling of the bushes nearby hints at an unseen presence. Suddenly, his path is blocked by two commoners, a large man carrying a heavy load and a smaller woman, both staring at him with wide, fearful eyes. A piercing shriek erupts from one of them, shattering the forest silence. The larger man, shielding the woman behind him, shouts for Chson to get away, accusing him of being a ghoul, a poltergeist haunting the mountain. Chson, utterly bewildered by their fear and accusations, tries to reason with them, asking if they truly believe he's a nine-tailed fox disguised as a human. As the commoners continue to yell about poltergeists and nine-tailed foxes, threatening him if he doesn't leave, Chson, exasperated, turns and flees, desperately shouting that he is just a human. A pained groan escapes Chson, signaling a deep discomfort or struggle within him. As he looks out over the vast, mountainous landscape bathed in the warm glow of dawn or dusk, he steels himself, acknowledging the moment of truth has arrived. With a resolute expression, he confirms that all his preparations are complete, ready for whatever comes next. Suddenly, glowing energy lashes out, binding his legs with an invisible force, leaving him to wonder if he's facing a ghost or something far more sinister. The binding tightens, extending its grip to his neck, as he defiantly challenges the unseen adversary to see who will emerge victorious. Struggling against the invisible bonds, he shouts for the torment to cease, calling his unseen oppressor a crazy fool. Now firmly bound to a tree, he continues his desperate struggle against the relentless force. As shimmering blue particles swirl around him, intensifying the pressure, he screams at the entity, demanding it stop manipulating his body and accusing it of being a sundry demon thief. In a flash of light, he finds himself face to face with a glowing, blue-eyed manifestation of himself, his own image now the target of his furious accusation. You sundry demon thief. Ropes tear and strain, pulled taut by unseen hands, beginning to bind a figure with immense force. The binding continues, the ropes groaning under the pressure as they tighten further. With a final, violent rip, the binding reaches its peak, securing its victim completely. Meanwhile, under the golden light of a setting sun, a young man with light blue hair stands beneath a massive tree, contemplating his fate. So, it has finally come to this, he muses, the leaves rustling softly around him. His gaze sharpens, a determined glint in his green eyes as he confirms, I have completed all my preparations. Yet, despite his readiness, the young man finds his ankles tightly bound, an unseen assailant taunting him, ghost, or whatever. The binding continues, a rope cinching around his neck as the voice challenges. Let's see who comes out on top. Now gagged and tied firmly to the tree, the captive struggles, internally shouting, Stop it, you crazy fool. He flinches, turning his head to catch a glimpse of his captor, a question forming in his mind. Who is it? Still bound and helpless, the blue-haired youth unleashes a furious mental outburst, demanding to know why this thieving, evil ghoul would tie someone to a tree. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening in shock as he wonders if he's hearing a ghost. The unseen presence responds directly to his thoughts, causing the youth to recoil in disbelief, demanding to know what kind of imbecile would call him a ghost. The terrifying truth settles in. His captor can read his very thoughts. A flicker of recognition crosses his face as he identifies the technique, realizing this must be the Shaolin's secret telepathic powers, the Haiguang Shimio maneuver. From the unseen, a voice filled with sudden deference replies, apologizing profusely and admitting they hadn't realized he was a high master of the Shaolin temple. The youth's expression twists in disgust, the very mention of Shaolin monks making him shudder, but more importantly, he knows this captor cannot be from the temple. As he struggles against his bonds, a new horror grips him. His own hand begins to move against his will, controlled by an unseen force. He cries out in alarm, desperately trying to stop the involuntary movement of his hand. The unseen captor's voice cuts through his panic, sternly ordering the ghoul not to interfere. The youth's face contorts in dread, the vulgarity and control confirming his new, terrifying conclusion. This is no Shaolin master, but a demon. His mind races, solidifying the terrifying thought. It's a particularly powerful and malicious demon at that. Still bound, the blue-haired youth desperately chanted ancient words, a golden aura flaring around him as he tried to expel the unseen entity. But the entity, speaking through his own mouth, mocked his efforts, demanding he shut up and threatening him with violence, the words causing him visible pain. Despite the torment, he persisted, his face contorted in agony as he continued the powerful incantation, purple energy crackling around him. The entity's voice, still emanating from his lips, grew more aggressive, warning him to cease or face a brutal beating. With a guttural scream, the youth unleashed a final, desperate plea, commanding the demon to leave his body and respect the boundary between life and death. Suddenly, his own voice returned, challenging the entity's claim to be a demon, accusing it of being a poltergeist that stole his body for its own agenda. He questioned the entity, a flicker of hope in his eyes, wondering if it truly wasn't his body after all. But the entity, regaining control, snarled back through his mouth, asserting its ownership and calling him a dimwit for finally understanding. As if in response to his struggle, the ropes that had bound him fell away, coiling harmlessly on the ground. Now free, the youth stretched his limbs, a blue aura briefly flaring around his hands, muttering his disgust at the idiotic poltergeist for abusing his precious body. Across the clearing, a bald monk suddenly gasped, purple energy swirling around him as the unseen entity, now possessing his form, cried out in confusion and anger, demanding to know what had happened to his body, while the blue-haired youth watched bewildered. The blue-haired youth, still reeling from the entity's presence, struggles against the lingering influence, his eyes glowing crimson as the voice of the unseen antagonist echoes through him, asserting ownership over his very being. Suddenly, the Shaolin monk, now the new host, cries out in shock and fury, purple energy particles swirling around him as he demands to know where his body has gone. The monk, now fully under the entity's control, floats amidst a cascade of purple particles, his voice distorted as he desperately seeks an explanation for his predicament. The blue-haired youth, free but enraged, clenches his fist, blue energy crackling around him as he curses the absurdity of the situation. The possessed monk, his face contorted in anger, points accusingly at the youth, demanding to know what has been done to his body. Still trapped within the monk's form, the unseen antagonist vows to escape the Shaolin's reach and regain its full power, promising retribution. Meanwhile, the blue-haired youth stands alone, gazing out at the vast, star-dusted mountains, wondering how much time has passed since his ordeal began. He muses that the dim-witted poltergeist has become his biggest headache, a wry thought escaping him. Back in the ornate chamber, the possessed monk, bound and furious, roars at unseen figures, denouncing them as charlatans and threatening them with vengeance. The monk struggles against his restraints, his body still glowing with the malevolent purple energy of the entity within. The unseen antagonist, speaking through the monk, challenges its captors, questioning why they target it when their true enemies are the celestial demons. The blue-haired youth, his mind still hazy, recalls the last thing he heard before losing consciousness, the demonic monk's incantations. Having finally escaped his tormentors, the blue-haired youth lets out a triumphant cry, declaring his freedom from those mad monks. His face contorted in vengeful determination, he vows to bring all the troops and Lama monks from Chongji Temple to execute them all, proclaiming it's time for payback against Shaolin Temple. After his furious outburst, a wave of exhaustion washes over him, leaving him kneeling by a tranquil stream, wishing only to rest for the night. It was at that precise moment, as he lay there, that inexplicable events began to unfold, a sudden realization dawning upon him. He had woken up in this exact spot yesterday. Rising to his feet, his confusion quickly turns to anger, as he demands to know who the charlatans are, challenging them to reveal themselves as he is the leader of the Gangnam Buddhism, appointed by the emperor himself. He yelled until his voice grew hoarse, looking everywhere for an answer, but finding none. A wave of disbelief washes over him, his face twisting in a mixture of shock and fury as he curses, wondering what in the hell is going on. Lying on the ground, Utterly bewildered, he ponders how he could have missed any sign of monks in the last few days, questioning the impossible circumstances. Then, with a chilling realization, he finally identifies the true instigator of all his problems. Clutching his head in despair, he kneels by the waterfall, the weight of the situation crushing him. His eyes widen in horror as he sees a ghostly, translucent image of the Shaolin monk, now possessed by the unseen entity, hovering behind him, a chilling question escaping his lips. What is going on? The realization hits him with full force, the monk's presence confirming that the entity is still very much active, and his ordeal far from over. He struggles against his restraints, bound and helpless, his mind reeling as he demands internally, "How dare you bend my body to your will?" A mental clash erupts as he questions if he's been possessed by a ghost, while the entity, now inhabiting the Shaolin monk, scoffs at being called a mere ghost. The entity, speaking through the monk's form, mocks the youth for complaining about possession, wondering how this situation could have possibly come to be. He considers if this phenomenon is akin to the out-of-body powers of ancient sects, concluding that a hidden force must be orchestrating these events. Still reeling from the violation, the youth repeats his internal defiance, his image superimposed against a serene Buddha statue. Recalling the ritual performed upon it, the entity realizes the charlatans must have poured the youth's soul into its own body, while a group of monks stands in the background, oblivious. His face etched with confusion, the youth can only wonder why this has happened to him. Observing the youth, the entity dismisses him as a simpleton, yet a flicker of thought crosses its mind. He finds a small comfort in regaining control of his body, even if only for the evening. He watches his hands, knowing that with the rising sun, the entity will make its next move. The entity, however, muses that the youth might eventually learn to control this body in the evenings, just as it once did. With a thoughtful hum, the entity decides this stalemate is unproductive, resolving to involve the poltergeist to break the impasse. Sitting cross-legged in a moonlit forest clearing, the blue-haired youth clutches his stomach, a deep frustration etched across his face as he realizes his predicament, declaring he cannot end up at Mount Hua. A low grumble emanates from his core, a stark reminder of his body's desperate need. His expression contorts in a mix of pain and anger as he curses his hunger, while the entity within him scoffs, wondering aloud why the bloody poltergeist neglected eating during the day. Under the vast, star-dusted night sky, the forest stretches out, bathed in the soft glow of the full moon. A faint rustling sound breaks the silence, as heavy paws step cautiously through the undergrowth. From the deepening shadows, three formidable wolf-like creatures emerge, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light as they let out a low, guttural growl. As the wolves close in, the blue-haired youth's face transforms, his eyes now burning crimson as a chilling, predatory grin spreads across his lips. A soft blink, then another, as Chson slowly stirs from his slumber. Before he suddenly gasps, sitting bolt upright and frantically looking around his surroundings. His bare feet touch the cool grass, and a single thought echoes in his mind. Was it all just a dream? Sitting with his back to the viewer, he tries to convince himself that the recent nonsense about being a demon and the original owner of this body couldn't possibly be real. When suddenly, a different voice, belonging to a blue-haired figure with glowing eyes and red facial markings, cuts through his thoughts, asking, "Don't you think we should have a talk?" The inner spirit's words confirm Chson's deepest fears. It wasn't a dream. This new chapter begins with a stark realization, titled One Body, Two Souls. Outside, the world remains unchanged, with the sounds of nature echoing around the tree. But the inner spirit, now visibly frustrated, dismisses the name Haigong, claiming to have memorized Shaolin's history without ever encountering such a figure, and expresses his disdain. How dare he grow out hair while wearing his robes? He must have been corrupted and kicked out of monkhood. His eyes glow intensely as he exclaims in disbelief, "Bloody hell, it's been 300 years, and the Yuan dynasty was." Distraught, the inner spirit's voice bubbles with despair as he wonders, "Destroyed? What happened to all my underlings and the treasures I've collected?" Chson stands in a sun-dappled forest clearing, a large, dog-like carcass nearby, feeling an unusual fullness in his stomach, despite not having eaten in days. His gaze falls upon the creature, now reduced to a skeletal frame on a spit, and a wave of disbelief washes over him. He can only stare at the gruesome sight, the bones picked clean. The horrifying truth dawns on him, his eyes widening in shock as he clutches his chest, the realization of what he'd done sending a jolt through his entire being. Meanwhile, the inner spirit, manifesting with a vibrant blue aura, echoes his host's shock, a guttural cry of anguish escaping him as he too comprehends the situation. He turns to Chson, his glowing blue eyes wide with accusation, demanding to know if he truly dared to eat meat with this body, while Chson, still reeling, dismisses his concern. The inner spirit's face contorts in pure horror, a desperate wail escaping him as he grapples with the sacrilege. He collapses to his knees, utterly distraught, lamenting the fate of a faithful Buddhist monk who has now killed and eaten meat, his despair palpable. In his extreme distress, the spirit grabs Chson by the throat, choking him, declaring that this sin must be paid with his death, while Chson struggles, demanding he release his neck. Wasan gags and struggles, his body reacting to the self-inflicted strangulation, while the spirit, still consumed by his dramatic despair, is admonished for trying to die by strangling himself and damaging his precious body. Still lamenting his heinous sin, the spirit is abruptly struck by Wasan, who demands he stop harming his own body and precious blood. Finally calming down, the inner spirit looks away, contemplating, and offers a compromise. He will find Wasan a new, clean body, one that has never killed or eaten meat. Wasan, still recovering from the ordeal, looks at the spirit with a questioning gaze, wondering what exactly he means by emerge and a new body. With a confident smirk, the inner spirit points to himself, asserting that the body Wasan currently inhabits was his to begin with, and it was he who consumed the monster's meat. Wasan, utterly bewildered, reacts with a shout of disbelief, finding the idea of moving into a new body to be nothing short of crazy talk. Looking exasperated, the spirit questions if Wasan truly believes their current predicament makes any logical sense. As Wasan remains confused, the spirit regains his composure, reiterating his previous statement with a dismissive humph. He then insists Wasan simply trust his abilities, emphasizing the extensive studies he has undertaken. Striking a dramatic pose, the spirit boasts of mastering over 100,000 ancient Buddhist scriptures alongside the most esteemed scholars at Potala Palace. He continues, detailing his knowledge of spells from the Niuem Temple in Tibet, and even impressing the prestigious Jianjin school, which birthed the Zhongguan order, while Wasan, looking doubtful, questions if he isn't too young to have achieved such feats. With his eyes glowing intensely, the spirit retorts, asking if Wasan is dull, explaining that his eternal youth is maintained by 3 treasures that granted him longevity. Wasan, his eyes wide with realization, asks if the spirit doesn't age or die, wondering if he is, in fact, immortal. With a confident smirk, the spirit confirms his immortality, inviting Wasan to observe his fresh and youthful appearance, maintained even after 300 years. Wasan looks down at his own hands, pondering the spirit's words, wondering if he can truly find him another body. With a determined expression, the inner spirit gives his solemn word, promising to find Wasan a new body. He finally relents, trusting the enigmatic spirit, who then suggests they immediately depart the mountain to find a suitable, pure body for him, but quickly interjects, realizing there's a more pressing matter at hand. Wasan, however, declares his immediate priority is to visit the Shaolin Temple at Mount Song, only for the spirit to erupt in frustration, vehemently dismissing the idea and calling him a bird-brained imbecile for not listening, insisting the Shaolin Temple is no longer an option. He explains that the temple is precisely where they must go, as it was attacked by the celestial demon bastards, and he feels an urgent need to search for survivors and rescue them. The spirit scoffs, questioning who Wasan thinks he's saving, reminding him that even the abbot fell, and realistically, everyone there is already lost. He then challenges Wasan, asking if he hadn't already declared that the Shaolin Temple's entire legacy now resided within his own mind. Instead of rescue, the spirit suggests Wasan exact revenge on the celestial demon bastards, reasoning that since he has all the secret scriptures memorized, he could simply rebuild the Shaolin Temple himself. Wasan, however, counters that if there's no one left for him to pass the secrets down to, then everything will be irrevocably lost. He admits his cleverness but laments his lack of talent in martial arts, concluding that he'll never be able to master the secret maneuvers by himself. The spirit reassures him, claiming that where there's a will, there's a way, but Wasan, suspicious, demands to know what way, accusing him of trying to deceive him with a deceitful tongue. With a smirk, the spirit declares that unlike Wasan, whom he calls a half-wit, he is a prodigy in both intellect and martial arts. Therefore, he asserts, Wasan can pass all of Shaolin Temple's secrets directly to him, so he can master every single one. Wasan reacts with shock, calling it the most absurd thing he's ever heard, exclaiming that the Shaolin Temple scriptures are so vast that even a lifetime wouldn't be enough for someone to master all its maneuvers. The spirit, however, dismisses this, agreeing it might be true for someone else, but then bursts into laughter, declaring they're talking about him, a genius, and all Wasan needs to do is simply think about the specific passage. His eyes glowing with an intense red light, the inner spirit revels in the potential of his new vessel, believing this body to be the embodiment of perfection, having obtained the 3 treasures of immortality. He considers it a divine form, capable of gaining mastery over anything, while far away, a chilling silence hangs heavy over a deserted village, the wind whistling through its empty streets. Crows perch ominously on the rooftops, their caws echoing the grim reality of blood splattered across the walls. Then, a heavy boot steps onto the blood-stained earth, breaking the eerie quiet with a decisive crunch. A grizzled warrior, his face etched with experience and a sword strapped to his back, surveys the devastation with a grim expression. 2 masked figures join him, their presence adding to the somber atmosphere as they take in the blood-splattered buildings. Kneeling before their leader, one of the masked subordinates reports, "No word from them, sir," in response to the leader's query about Xiangmagan. The leader's brow furrows, finding it strange that they haven't heard anything by now. One of the kneeling figures muses, "The 3 demon kings are at Xiangmagan. What could possibly go wrong?" The leader points to a lifeless body on the ground, confirming that Master Quaxo's beasts have clearly ravaged this village before moving on to the Shaolin Temple. With unwavering resolve, he declares, "We can't be sure. We will head to Mount Sung ourselves," emphasizing that the complete annihilation of the Shaolin Temple is the cornerstone of this great war, leaving no room for error. One of the masked subordinates, taken aback, questions the immediate deployment, wondering if it's too soon since the scout was just sent out. High in the mountains, a piercing whistle cuts through the air, signaling an urgent message across the tranquil landscape. Responding instantly, the grizzled leader and his masked subordinates acknowledge the call, a grim determination settling upon them. Meanwhile, a devastating force tears through the very ground, sending shockwaves and debris flying in all directions. The destruction continues unabated, each impact echoing with immense power. As the ground shatters, numerous figures are violently flung into the sky, plummeting back down with terrifying speed. Their destination, the revered Mount Sung and its Shaolin Temple, stands majestically, yet unknowingly, on the precipice of ruin. Upon arrival, a horrifying sight greets them. The ground is drenched in blood, littered with the lifeless forms of the fallen. A close inspection of a mangled corpse reveals the brutal truth, prompting the leader to exclaim in disbelief, "What happened?" As his subordinate identifies the culprits, Master Quaxo's ferocious beasts. Touching the cold, lifeless body, the grizzled leader's mind races, a gulp escaping him as he wonders if even the legendary three demon kings could have stood a chance against such overwhelming power. With a renewed sense of urgency, he turns to his forces, commanding them to arm themselves and prepare to enter the Shaolin Temple, instructing them to look out for any survivors amidst the carnage. His subordinate, echoing the grim resolve, affirms the necessity to uncover the truth, responding with a firm, "Yes, sir." Without hesitation, the group surges forward, their forms blurring through the dense forest as they race towards the devastated temple. Moving through the ravaged landscape, the grizzled leader and his masked subordinates press forward, their blades drawn, as a chilling thought echoes through the air. It seems impossible, no matter how strong Shaolin's best are, that even the three demon kings could have been taken out. Yet, as they approach the grand entrance of the Shaolin Temple, the silence itself screams of an unimaginable catastrophe. One of the masked figures drops to a knee, examining the ground, the subtle signs of struggle and destruction becoming clearer with every step. The leader's eye widens, a flicker of profound shock and disbelief crossing his weathered face as the true scale of the devastation begins to register. Under the cold gaze of the full moon, the entire contingent of masked subordinates stands before the temple, their collective presence a stark contrast to the eerie stillness of the night. One of them, now unmasked, turns to the leader, his voice laced with dread, asking the question that hangs heavy in the air, "What happened here?" The answer reveals itself in the grotesque form of a reanimated corpse, its mouth agape in a silent, eternal scream, eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The grizzled leader recoils, his hand instinctively raised in a gesture of shock and horror, surrounded by his equally stunned subordinates, as the full truth of the massacre dawns upon them. Looking down at the fallen, the leader's voice is grim, confirming their worst fears. They're corpses. A subordinate murmurs in disbelief, "Surely not. The entire Xiangma army." Before them stretches a horrifying sight, a vast horde of reanimated bodies, their eyes glowing ominously, a testament to the overwhelming power that had swept through this sacred place. Under the serene glow of a full moon, a quiet night descends. As a small, ornate golden pendant, shaped like a fierce dragon, clinks softly into view, and a powerful figure strides forward, their presence heralded by a faint purple aura and the soft thud of their steps. A group of kneeling disciples bows deeply before the imposing individual, one of them declaring, "It's an honor to be in your presence, Master Left Sage, for this is none other than one of the two great guardians of the celestial demon sect, the Left Sage himself." The Left Sage, along with the Right Sage of Hogyowan, holds the esteemed position of second-in-command, directly beneath the High Master of the entire celestial demon sect, and though he joined the sect relatively late in his life, he quickly became a valued protege of the previous High Master, now considered the younger brother of the current High Master, making him an incredibly important being within the sect. A grizzled leader, his face etched with surprise, can barely believe the revelation, wondering aloud if he is truly in the presence of the Left Sage, whose rank is said to be equal to Nirvana, their High Master. Elsewhere, another group of figures bows in reverence, addressing a new arrival, Lord Baima. As the martial art rankings of the celestial demon sect are briefly outlined, detailing the levels of demon lords, demon demigods, and Nirvana. With his back to the viewer, the mysterious Lord Baima poses a critical question, asking, "Where are the bodies of the three demon kings?" The grizzled leader, now facing Lord Baima with his arms crossed, confidently replies, "We've preserved them, so they look exactly the same as when we found them. Please follow me." Lord Baima and his retinue trudge through the desolate ruins of what was once a grand temple, their footsteps echoing ominously through the crumbling halls. As the grizzled leader illuminates their path with a flickering torch, the air thick with the dust of destruction. He recalls the intelligence received, that every single monk of the Shaolin Temple was supposedly killed, Yet he hasn't encountered a single corpse on his journey here. The grizzled leader, his face etched with concern, offers a solemn apology, explaining that they searched every inch of Mount Hua. He continues, reporting to an elderly monk that they couldn't find a single body, and all messages from their recon team were burned, despite being certain their forces won against the Shaolin Temple. Lord Baima turns slowly, a faint red glow emanating from beneath the brim of his hat, his thoughts turning to the implications of such a complete disappearance. His gaze falls to the intricate patterns on the temple floor as he ponders the mention of a mantra to ward off the underworld. The red glow from his eyes intensifies slightly, a silent testament to his deep contemplation. The group continues their search, their footsteps crunching on the debris, the air crackling with an unseen energy. Suddenly, they come upon a gruesome sight. Two figures kneeling in a pool of blood, their bodies seemingly intact but lifeless. The grizzled leader, torch held high, stares at the scene with utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend what he is witnessing. A grotesque, fleshy mass, once known as Master Oguk, lies mangled and screaming, a sight so incomprehensible that one can only wonder how an immortal demigod could have been reduced to such a state. It appears the other two demon kings also met their end in this brutal conflict, their forms equally broken and lifeless. Lord Baima, surveying the carnage, explains that Oguk was ultimately defeated by the wheel-turning maneuver, a technique so overwhelming that the demigod endured multiple blasts and had no chance to fight back. The grizzled leader stares in disbelief, demanding to know if a mere Shaolin Temple monk was truly responsible for such a feat. Lord Baima continues his report, adding that the remaining soldiers guarding the perimeter were also wiped out by another technique, the Wing Rain Dragon's Claw maneuver. The grizzled leader's eyes widen in shock, barely able to comprehend that their entire armed force was defeated by a single maneuver from someone within the Shaolin Temple. As the two leaders stand contemplating the grim news, a subordinate steps away, leaving them to their weighty discussion. The Shaolin elder, joining them, reveals that the two devastating maneuvers share two critical commonalities, offering a deeper insight into the mystery. Firstly, he explains, these techniques are so powerful and cruel that they are considered forbidden practices within the Shaolin Temple, their knowledge locked away in ancient, chained texts. Secondly, the elder reveals, the last known practitioner of these forbidden arts was none other than the infamous heretic, Haigong, whose fierce visage is etched into history. The grizzled leader recoils in renewed shock, the name Haigong echoing with the memory of a monk whose forbidden incantations nearly brought about the annihilation of the Shaolin Temple itself. With a resolute turn to his subordinate, the grizzled leader declares his intention to return to the sect, ordering the cremation of their dead and the transport of the three demon kings' bodies back to base. As the grizzled leader surveyed the bloody aftermath, one of his subordinates, Lord Baima, inquired if a full evacuation was necessary, but the leader simply ordered a minimum force to remain for reconnaissance, adding that anyone else appearing in the area must be reported immediately. He then turned his gaze towards the desolate landscape, his mind already piecing together the grim puzzle. His investigation led him to a secluded stone room, where a conical hat lay discarded on the blood-splattered floor, the walls bearing silent witness to a violent struggle. Among the debris, his hand found a broken piece of Kunwa steel, confirming his suspicion. There had been a fourth individual present, beyond the three demon kings. This fourth person, he mused, had been restrained, a fact that only deepened the mystery. He considered the implications, realizing this, someone must be remarkably skilled in martial arts to warrant such measures. The room itself held further clues, with strange, crisscrossing marks etched into the stone walls, leading him to question if someone of such power had been trapped beneath the Shaolin Temple's Dengbujian Hall, especially since the Shaolin Temple hadn't even tried to erase the traces of their prisoner. He knew this Grand Master could not be restrained by Kunwu steel alone, and though his techniques were forbidden, he practiced taboo maneuvers, meaning he had to be part of the Shaolin Temple itself. As his conical hat lay on the ground beside an ancient altar, he pondered what all of this could truly mean. The walls were covered in glowing mantras, which he recognized as being used to ward off the followers of the underworld. His eyes narrowed, a deep suspicion forming as he wondered, could this truly be a mere coincidence? With a decisive crunch, he crushed the broken Kunwu steel in his hand, the fragments scattering as his resolve hardened. He watches the distant figures, a wry thought crossing his mind about the lucky bastards who escaped his wrath. A soft hiss escapes him, as he considers delaying his plans for the complete extinction of the Shaolin Temple, just for a little while longer. Meanwhile, under the pale glow of a full moon, a dilapidated structure stands silhouetted against the night sky. Inside, the remnants of a roof offer little protection, as the moonlight filters through the broken timbers. By a crackling fire, a monk questions his companion, asking what happened next, only to be met with a confused query in return. The monk then asks if he escaped from the celestial demon sect to end up here, prompting the blue-haired man to wonder why such a question is being posed. He presses further, inquiring if the blue-haired man is indeed the one who hid in the mountains, but the inner spirit retorts, explaining that he merely woke up at that waterfall for the first time in 300 years. The monk, however, refuses to believe him, demanding how he dares to lie, while the inner spirit insists he is telling the truth about his sudden awakening. Growing increasingly agitated, the inner spirit exclaims that even after 300 years, the Shaolin monks are still as wicked as ever. The monk reacts with surprise to the word wicked, sternly telling him not to speak ill of the Shaolin temple, asserting that if anyone is wicked, it is the inner spirit himself. He then reveals that they were warned to stay away from the Shaolin temple to avoid someone named Haigong, a name not found in any sacred texts. The inner spirit's eyes narrow, challenging the monk on his definition of wicked and questioning his resolve. As the inner spirit thinks about the Shaolin monk's wickedness, he suddenly flusters, realizing with dawning horror that the monk can hear all the thoughts in his head. He stares at the monk, who simply grins, asking if he can only read his thoughts, before declaring his ability to peer directly into the inner spirit's dark, hollow heart. A cold sweat breaks out on the inner spirit's brow as he internally questions how this monk can see straight into his thoughts and feelings, even as he tries to rationalize it, believing the monk doesn't know basic telepathy and that he could easily deceive him. But the monk's next words cut through his resolve, demanding he clear his mind. The monk's voice echoes in his head, mocking him for trying to meditate at the level of high masters, calling him a corrupt monk, and the inner spirit's eyes glow with a furious red light as his composure shatters. He roars back at the monk, demanding to know who he thinks he is and where his respect is, questioning if this is how his Buddha taught him to treat his elders. A heavy silence falls over the dilapidated room, leaving the inner spirit alone by the crackling fire, his frustration simmering. He looks down, trembling with barely contained fury, as the monk's voice returns, asking if he's now too bothered to answer. His eyes glowing intensely, he screams into the empty air, demanding to know where the monk is. The monk's voice, however, remains calm, playfully asking if he hasn't fallen asleep, even when he's asleep, as the inner spirit taps his head in frustration. Suddenly, the inner spirit collapses to the ground, groaning in exasperation, wondering if the monk left so soon and if he just disappears like that too. Under the full moon, his thoughts turn dark, declaring himself truly angered and pondering how to remove the monk's soul once and for all. His eyes wide with a sudden realization, he covers his mouth, a chilling thought dawning on him. Can the monk hear his thoughts even when he's asleep? His mind flashes to an image of an elderly monk, Haigong, as he blames him for his current predicament, though he quickly dismisses the thought, believing Haigong must surely be dead after 300 years. Still consumed by his internal struggle, the inner spirit's mind fixates on Haigong, a figure from his past, as he seethes. God damn it. Whether he's dead or alive, one thing still irks me. The possibility that he preserved the method used to neutralize my forbidden invocation back then. A sigh escapes him as he sits on a weathered ledge, reflecting on his current predicament. All my subordinates in my mansions, they're all useless now. His thoughts then turn to a hidden sanctuary. My last hope is the ceiling annex at Mount Hua where I hid my entire life savings. The memory of someone discovering the hidden annex, the creak of ancient doors echoing, plays through his mind. Back in the present, he sighs again, the weight of his current situation pressing down. The problem is this idiot who's making a fuss about returning to the Shaolin temple. How do I convince him to head to Mount Hua? A sudden thought sparks in his mind, his eyes widening slightly. Wait a sec. As the sun rises over the distant mountains, illuminating the forest, the perfect plan crystallizes in his mind. That's it. A low chuckle escapes him, pleased with his own ingenuity. Quite the brilliant idea, if I do say so myself. Despite his newfound resolve, the inner spirit drifts off to sleep, soft snores filling the quiet room, his body finally succumbing to exhaustion. He stirs awake, rubbing his eye, a familiar question on his lips. Did I doze off again? Stretching with a wide yawn, he addresses the unseen monk. Anyway, to conclude our discussion from last night, I can't trust anything you say, so we must head back to the Shaolin temple first. He pauses, stretching his arms above his head, a hint of confusion in his voice as silence answers him. Hello? Are you there? Still attempting to engage his silent companion, the inner spirit calls out, Mr. Fake monk, sir? Are you there? Receiving no reply, he muses, Since he isn't replying, he must be asleep. A moment later, a self-deprecating thought crosses his mind. Gosh, I sound like a complete lunatic. His gaze drifts towards the horizon, where the Shaolin temple lies, prompting an internal debate. The Shaolin temple is in that direction? Or should I run far away from the celestial demons, like the corrupt monk suggested? A new concern surfaces as he wonders, but what if there are survivors at the Shaolin temple? Shaking off his distraction, he firmly tells himself, stop getting distracted and travel in this direction. If we're headed towards Shaolin temple when I wake up, I'm going to hunt and eat meat and have relations with a courtesan. His eyes widen in a sudden, horrified realization. How wicked can he be? His face contorts in anguish as he cries out, Blessed Buddha, what sins did I commit in my past life to deserve this? A lone figure trudges across a vast, desolate plain, the wind whipping dust around his bare feet. His small form growing ever more distant against the horizon, as the endless expanse stretches out before him. Sweat beads on his brow as the young traveler, his light blue hair a stark contrast to the muted tones of the desert, mutters to himself, wondering where exactly they are headed, despite the instructions he received. Suddenly, the rhythmic thud of hooves echoes across the sand, as a voice booms, exulting in their good fortune. The young traveler's eyes widen in alarm, his gaze snapping towards the source of the sound. A group of mounted bandits, led by a grizzled figure, quickly closes the distance, their leader demanding he hand over everything he possesses. The young traveler finds himself surrounded, the grizzled leader dismounting to loom over him, while another bandit on horseback sneers. One of the horses snorts impatiently as the bandits secure their prize. The wheel of his cart spins rapidly, kicking up dust as it's brought to a halt. Now tied up and distraught, the young traveler cries out, accusing the thieves of wickedness and questioning their lack of fear for Buddha. The grizzled leader and a lean bandit sit nearby, sharing a laugh, mocking his pleas and calling him a crybaby. Having been thoroughly subdued, the young traveler landed hard on the unforgiving ground, the impact sending dust scattering around him. Now confined behind crude bars, he listened as one of his captors, a burly bandit, sneered, "Be a good boy and don't even think about escaping. Maybe you should pray to your Buddha." Another, leaner bandit added with a menacing grin, "Make a fuss, and I'll cut off all your limbs and pickle them in a brine." The young traveler's eyes widened in horror, the words echoing in his mind. Pickle? In brine? A gasp escaped him, the sheer barbarity of the threat chilling him to the bone. Outside the cave, a plume of smoke rose into the twilight sky, carrying the boisterous laughter of the bandits as they prepared their evening feast. Their crude celebration was in full swing, a roasted pig sizzling over the fire, while the young traveler remained a helpless spectator to their revelry, trapped within his cell. He could only watch, disgusted by their crude behavior, muttering to himself, "Such barbarians." The sounds of their raucous laughter and chortles filled the air, a constant reminder of his predicament. With a surge of desperation, he gripped the cold bars, shaking them with all his might, his resolve hardening as he declared, "I need to get out of here." Whispering urgently to an unseen figure nearby, he tried to rouse them. "Hey, Mr. Corrupt Monk. Sir, wake up. We have a big problem. We both might die." But only silence answered his plea, the other captive remaining unresponsive as the young traveler sat with his back to the bars, contemplating their grim situation. He slumped to the ground, frustrated by the lack of response, muttering, He's quiet when you actually need him." His gaze hardened, a new determination flickering in his eyes. "I need to do something about this." Still trapped in the dark confines, the young traveler is startled by a voice, causing him to flinch and cry out, wondering if someone else is truly there. From the shadows, a stout merchant, bound alongside a leaner companion, warns him to keep his voice down, fearing that their captors will hear them and kill them all, lamenting their inevitable demise. The young traveler, surprised to find more prisoners, asks if they too were captured and brought to this desolate place. With a heavy sigh, the merchant confirms their plight, explaining that they were merchants attacked while traveling on the road. Considering their status, the young traveler suggests that surely people must be searching for them. But the merchant groans, dismissing the idea as useless, believing the Merchants Association has likely given up, while these savages decide their grim fate for tomorrow. Overwhelmed by the grim reality, the young traveler collapses in despair, lamenting their dire predicament. As the sun dips below the jagged mountain peaks, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape, the day slowly fades into night. Later, as the darkness deepens, the young traveler stirs, his eyes glowing with a faint, ethereal light. He looks down at his bound hands and feet, a frustrated thought crossing his mind. It's his own body, yet he can only truly use it at night, a truly irritating restriction. Confused by his surroundings and the sudden shift, he wonders where he is, blaming the idiot poltergeist for his current predicament. A wry, almost manic grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing brighter as he sighs, wishing for just one normal day, utterly fed up with all the unexpected twists his life keeps throwing at him. Still confined, the young traveler's thoughts were a whirlwind of frustration, the inner spirit mocking his inability to escape, even with control over his body. But as the night deepened, a new resolve hardened his gaze, and he reached out, gripping the cold iron bars of his cell. With a surge of power, his muscles tensed, and the metal began to groan, bending under the sheer force of his will, a sound like tearing thunder echoing through the dungeon. The creaking intensified, the sound of metal protesting against an impossible strength, as the bars gave way, allowing him passage. In the adjacent cell, the merchant leader and his companion recoiled in shock, their faces pale with disbelief at the impossible feat they had just witnessed. Now fully under the spirit's influence, the young traveler's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and tribal-like markings pulsed across his face, a clear sign of the power now coursing through him. Meanwhile, the bandits who had captured them reveled in their spoils, one of them boasting about their haul and the money they would soon acquire. A chilling laugh escaped the young traveler's lips, his glowing eyes fixed on the distant camp, a sinister amusement playing across his marked features. Unaware of the impending danger, the bandits continued their boisterous celebration, their laughter echoing around the crackling campfire, completely oblivious to the escaped prisoner now approaching. With a soft step, the young traveler entered the camp, his presence going unnoticed by a bandit casually eating nearby. The bandit, finally noticing the new arrival, recognized him with a sneer, questioning how the crybaby prisoner from earlier had managed to escape. A burly bandit, lounging casually, barks orders to his subordinates, demanding that the newbie be beaten and returned to the cave, reminding them that he is merely merchandise, not to be damaged beyond repair. With a scowl, he questions why someone would dare crawl out and ruin his evening. Grabbing the young traveler by the collar, the bandit leader suggests he simply take a few punches and return to his captivity like a good boy, but the young traveler lets out a sudden, sharp cry. Before the bandit can react, a blinding flash erupts, as the young traveler delivers a devastating counterblow directly to his face. The force of the impact sends the bandit leader reeling, his companions springing back in shock and alarm. With eyes glowing a fierce purple and a faint aura surrounding him, the young traveler speaks with chilling authority, uttering a cold dismissal of the losers who don't even know their positions. Holding up a hand from which small white fragments fall, he taunts the remaining bandits, inviting them to come closer so he can check how many teeth they still have. With another surge of power, the young traveler sends two more bandits flying backward, their bodies arcing through the air from the sheer force of his attack. Meanwhile, the merchant leader and another captive huddle together in terror, the sounds of the brutal fight echoing around them. The bandit leader, now utterly defeated, lies crumpled on the ground, the dust settling around his unconscious form. The young traveler stands amidst the chaos, his purple glowing eyes fixed on the scene, a silent testament to the inner spirit's overwhelming power. Suddenly, two new figures stride into the camp, their arrival announced by a bandit's frantic cries of commander and vice commander, signaling a new, formidable presence. With a chilling grin, the young traveler addresses the newly arrived figure, asking if he is the leader. The commander, a burly man with a stern expression, scoffs at the bandits, finding it pathetic that they were defeated by a mere youth. Meanwhile, the vice commander, observing from a slight distance, notes that the young man is clearly no ordinary teenager. He continues, recognizing the young traveler's profound skill, confirming that he is well-versed in martial arts. The commander, now facing the young traveler directly, acknowledges his opponent's martial prowess with a challenging smirk. With a surge of power, the commander declares his intent, promising to take out the young traveler with a single, decisive strike. He lunges forward, his fist glowing with concentrated energy, aiming a devastating blow at the young traveler. But before his attack can land, the commander is met with an unexpected counter, his face contorting in shock as he recoils from the unseen impact. The force of the young traveler's blow sends him flying backward, a bright burst of energy marking the impact point. Still in midair, the commander is struck again with blinding speed, the young traveler's movements a blur as he continues his relentless assault. A triumphant grin spreads across the young traveler's blood-stained face, his eyes glowing with an eerie light as he savors his swift victory. Finally, the commander crashes into the ground with immense force, creating a massive explosion of dust and debris, utterly defeated. Still reeling from the sudden, overwhelming counter, he looks down at his opponent's weapon, a question mark hanging in the air. With a casual tap, he plants his bare foot firmly on the commander's axe, preventing any attempt to retrieve it. "I was expecting way more," he remarks, his voice laced with dismissive boredom. "With such gusto in your attacks. Is that all you've got?" The commander's face contorts in a snarl of impotent rage, his efforts utterly thwarted. Without a moment's hesitation, the young traveler's hand flashes out, seizing the axe with a powerful grip, a bright aura flaring around his fingers. "Get out of my face, asshole," he snarls, swinging the commander's own weapon with a devastating force. The impact sends the commander hurtling through the air, a blur against the fading light. His body becomes a mere silhouette, arcing across the vast expanse of the night sky, propelled by the sheer power of the blow. The axe, now a projectile, spins through the air before embedding itself deep into the earth with a resounding thud. Brushing dust from his robe, the young traveler scoffs. "Sheesh, what a loud voice. But nothing to back it up with, TSK. Geez, you made me all dusty." Nearby, a group of soldiers watches in stunned silence, one of them barely managing to stammer out a terrified, "Yes, sir." Then, with a swift, almost imperceptible movement, he vanishes from their sight. As the young traveler vanished from the previous confrontation, a new threat emerged, and Hua-san, with a swift, sweeping motion, launched a volley of enchanted riding brushes, which streaked through the air with a powerful whoosh. The young traveler, caught off guard, turned his head just as the projectiles closed in, a casual remark escaping his lips as if he had merely forgotten about his new opponent. With a sudden, almost imperceptible shift, he moved, leaving behind a shimmering afterimage as the attack passed through empty space. Undeterred, Hua-san prepared another assault, his hands glowing with a faint, ethereal light as he channeled more energy. With a sharp cry, he unleashed a torrent of glowing projectiles, sending them hurtling towards the young traveler with renewed force. The young traveler, his face now marked with the inner spirit's crimson patterns, let out a sigh of exasperation, muttering about the sheer annoyance of his persistent opponents. With a casual flick of his wrist, he repelled the incoming assault, the projectiles scattering harmlessly as he floated effortlessly above the ground, observing that his adversaries always brought out so many weapons. Meanwhile, Hua-san, refusing to yield, prepared yet another volley, his hand glowing as he declared his opponents used weapons without hesitation. And once more, a stream of glowing projectiles shot forth, aimed directly at the floating young traveler. He simply deflected them again, the projectiles scattering as he ascended higher, a single, rhetorical question hanging in the air. Then, with a surge of power, the young traveler manifested a swirling, golden aura, shadowy figures coalescing around him, his voice laced with irritation as he questioned if his opponent truly understood how annoying they were. Hua-san, his hands glowing with golden energy, confirms his resolve, preparing to unleash his attack. But before his assault can fully materialize, the young traveler, with an almost unconscious flick of his wrist, sends Weizen's own projectiles hurtling back at him, declaring, "Back at you." The golden projectiles, now imbued with a new, unexpected force, swished through the air with incredible speed, closing the distance instantly. A look of utter astonishment crosses the young traveler's face as he witnesses the sheer power of his own, unplanned counterattack. The returned attack slams into Hua-san with a resounding impact, the force of it distorting his features in a flash of purple energy. Still holding his glowing hands, the scholar stares in utter disbelief, muttering that this turn of events simply doesn't make any sense. With a heavy thud, Hua-san collapses to the ground, defeated. As the young traveler stands over him, the battle abruptly concluded. The young traveler then lands softly, sitting down amidst the dust, his mind reeling as he questions what just happened. He stares at his own hands, still faintly glowing, wondering how he was able to perform the Shaolin's finger flick maneuver just now.